Chapter 1, Ling Yi truly desired to end his life. Hello 01, I am the Tianming number 1 system, Tianyan. I wish to bind with you to complete a task, and upon its completion, the system will fulfill one of your wishes. 01, agree to bind. Cold, so cold. Ever since evolving into a new human, 01 had not felt the chill of coldness for a long time, yet now. 01, wake up. You are in the water, you must get to shore immediately, or you will face death once more. With a sudden jolt, 01 opened her eyes to find herself submerged, her drenched garments weighing her down as she sank deeper into the abyss. Gazing upwards towards the surface, she noticed figures standing at the water's edge. Those individuals, positioned on the shore, could not possibly be oblivious to someone drowning, yet they made no effort to save her. Lowering her gaze, she flexed her stiffened fingers and began to swim towards the surface. With a splash, she broke free from the water's grasp, gasping for breath as the suffocating sensation gradually dissipated. Raising a hand to wipe the water from her face, she turned her eyes towards the shore. A multitude of people, both men and women, stood there, all staring at the pool. Upon seeing her, their already sour expressions contorted into something even more grotesque. 01 paid little heed to their gazes, yet a sharp pain pierced her heart simultaneously, a torrent of foreign memories surged into her mind. The original owner was the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, maliciously swapped with another. Subsequently, she was adopted by a peasant couple who had no children of their own. They named her Ling Yi, as she was their first child. Though the peasant household could not compare to the Prime Minister's mansion, they never treated her poorly, nurturing her to be lively and cheerful. However, upon being returned home, she was chastised for her lack of decorum and understanding of propriety. Gradually, the original owner became silent and cautious. What was worse, they sought her out to replace the false daughter who had usurped her 16 years of life, to marry the crippled third prince. The third prince was genuinely enamored with the false daughter, yet, upon becoming disabled, he did not wish to impose upon her. He acquiesced to the Prime Minister's arrangements, harboring a deep-seated resentment and unwillingness to wrong the one he loved. He fixated on the original owner with disdain, humiliating her repeatedly before their marriage. The original owner, unwilling to wed such a man, pleaded with her parents, but they were indifferent, declaring that a girl who had spent 16 years as a peasant could consider herself fortunate to marry a prince, something many would covet. As the wedding date approached, the original owner threatened to take her own life, leaping into the pool before everyone, hoping to elicit a shred of compassion from her parents. To her dismay, those so-called relatives merely watched her jump, and even after she plunged in, they did not send anyone to rescue her. Thus, the original owner perished, and in her place emerged 01. Ling Yi, 01 murmured, quite fitting. From this moment forth, she would be known as Ling Yi. With this thought, Ling Yi swam towards the shore. Just as she grasped the rocky edge, a person approached and stepped upon the back of her hand. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Though her hand was being trampled, Ling Yi revealed no trace of pain on her face, instead lifting her gaze to meet the newcomer. Upon seeing his face, Ling Yi recalled his identity from her memories. Ling Yi, the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, and also Ling Yi's twin brother. Indeed, Ling Yi and Ling Yi were fraternal twins. However, this brother, who had shared their mother's womb for 10 months, was the one who treated her the worst. Even now, while others looked upon her with disdain, Ling Yi could barely contain his eagerness to demonstrate his contempt. Ling Yi gazed down at Ling Yi, his expression devoid of familial warmth, resembling that of someone regarding refuse. His foot shifted slightly, grinding against Ling Yi's hand as he coldly remarked, "Ling Yi, weren't you supposed to die? We haven't even sent anyone to rescue you. How did you manage to surface on your own? You speak of dying, yet you are clearly reluctant to depart from this world. You only know how to threaten our parents with death, making their lives difficult. You would be better off truly dying. Do you wish for my demise?" Ling Yi looked at Ling Yi, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Very well. If we were born together, we should perish together." With that, Ling Yi suddenly seized Ling Yi's foot with her remaining hand, yanking with all her might. Unprepared, Ling Yi was dragged into the depths of the water alongside her. Cough, cough. Water surged into Ling Yi's mouth and nose as he struggled to escape. At that moment, a shadow fell over him, and in his panic, he glanced towards it. Ling Yi, pale as death, her brows knitted in a sinister expression, her wet black hair clinging to her pallid skin, made her appear as though she had risen from the depths as a vengeful spirit. As Lin Qingyu thrashed about, Ling Yi's hands clamped tightly around his neck, forcing him deeper into the water. "You err. Fourth brother. Young master." Those on the shore were thrown into a frenzy at the sight, with a woman crying out, "Save him, hurry! Save Yuer!" In an instant, several individuals leapt into the water to rescue him. Madness! Pure madness! The woman trembled, recalling the earlier scene. Yuer is her own brother. How could she be so vicious as to harm her own flesh and blood? Mother, the second brother and the servants have gone and fourth brother will surely be fine. A young woman of striking beauty reassured, sister is acting this way because she does not wish to marry the third prince. If she truly does not want to, please do not force her, I will marry him. However, this will complicate matters with the crown prince. She must marry, whether she desires it or not. The woman interrupted, once we bring her back, I shall have her confined until the wedding. A glint of light flickered in the young woman's eyes, but she remained silent. At that moment, the first man to jump in emerged from the water, dragging someone with him as he broke the surface and returned to the shore. Ling Yi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingyu, as if she still intended to advance, while Lin Qingyu, his face ashen, bore clear marks around his neck indicating he had been gripped with lethal intent. As Lin Qingyu regained his breath, disbelief washed over him as he looked at Ling Yi, but upon meeting her eyes filled with murderous intent, he froze. Ling Yi truly wished to kill him, but how could this be? He was her brother. The sensation of nearing death, coupled with Ling Yi's current demeanor, rendered Lin Qingyu unable to voice his questions. Just then, the woman strode directly up to Ling Yi, raising her hand to strike. As she witnessed the woman's impending blow, Ling Yi's gaze turned icy, seizing the woman's wrist and fixing her with a glare. The woman struggled to free her hand, but it was in vain. Staring at Ling Yi, she exclaimed with a harsh voice, Yuer is your own brother. How could you attempt to kill your own flesh and blood? How can you be so malicious? Ling Yi's eyes bore into the woman's face. You wish to strike me? Before the woman could respond, Ling Yi's free hand swung, landing a resounding slap across the woman's face. With a smack, the woman stumbled back, nearly losing her balance as she fell. Mother! Madam! The young girl and her maids hurriedly rushed to support her, their faces awash with shock as they stared at the aggressive Ling Yi.
Chapter 3 I believe it is not your leg that requires severing, but rather your very roots. Chancellor Lin with little hesitation spoke forth, the nurse's daughter-in-law has given birth, and not wishing for her granddaughter to grow up as a servant of the Lin family. She swapped the child after the lady's delivery, that is a falsehood, Ling Yi retorted sharply. The nurse's daughter-in-law delivered in her own home, how could she possibly exchange the child immediately after the chancellor's wife gave birth? The chancellor's wife turned to Chancellor Lin awaiting an explanation. Under her scrutiny, Chancellor Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. He had initially refrained from divulging details, claiming it was to spare his wife's feelings due to betrayal by those close to her, thus avoiding the need for intricate fabrications. Now, suddenly confronted, without a premeditated excuse, he risked saying too much. He adopted a paternal demeanor, asserting, Ling Yi, the nurse who facilitated the exchange has already been dealt with. That nurse was a long-time attendant of your mother, betrayed by those around her. Your mother is already heartbroken. Do you wish to further exacerbate her wounds? What concerns me is not her pain. Ling Yi coldly replied, fixing her gaze on Chancellor Lin, this matter reeks of foul play. If I were concerned for her, I would not bring it up in front of so many. Do you know why I mention it? Because I intend to expose the truth, Ling Yi continued. I must unravel this mystery. She must know whose child she is so desperate to protect, even at the cost of her own daughter's life. How audacious! Chancellor Lin was taken aback by Ling Yi's boldness and glanced at the assembled servants. Why do you merely stand there? Are you going to let your mistress lose her mind before your eyes? He commanded, take her back to her quarters. Upon hearing this, the servants advanced to seize Ling Yi, yet she remained rooted in place, unflinching, her eyes locked onto Chancellor Lin, whose child is Lin Juyu. Seeing Ling Yi persist in this inquiry, Chancellor Lin was about to retort that it was none of her concern, but as he opened his mouth, the words escaped as, Juyu is. Of course, my child. At this proclamation, Chancellor Lin's expression was one of shock, while the others showed no signs of disbelief. After all, on the day they retrieved Ling Yi, Chancellor Lin, Madame Lin, and the other children of the Lin family had all stated that Lin Juyu would forever be their daughter. Sister and sibling. However, this was not the sentiment Chancellor Lin wished to convey. Ling Yi did not afford him the chance to recover. She pressed further, whose child is she truly? Chancellor Lin's countenance darkened as he hesitated to respond. But his mouth betrayed him, uttering the shocking revelation that stunned all present. She is the child of Yunyang and me. Why Yunyang? Upon hearing Chancellor Lin acknowledge that Lin Zhuyu was the offspring of another. The Chancellor's wife turned pale, her composure fraying. Before Ling Yi could inquire further, she blurted out, "Who is Yunyang? Did you instruct someone to switch the children?" Chancellor Lin instinctively sought to deny it. Yet his body and voice remained ungoverned. "Yunyang is a girl from Linglong Pavilion. Upon her arrival there, an old matron introduced her to me. I redeemed her from that life and provided her with a safe haven. Later, Yunyang became pregnant, but her health was frail, and the physician advised that she might not survive childbirth. Upon learning this, she beseeched me, considering her precarious state post-delivery, to bring the child back to our household. However, to bring that child home, we required justification. Why Yunyang expressed envy for you, lamenting that I had never taken a concubine and had only arranged for her to live elsewhere, while our children remained close to us. She wished for her daughter to be with us as well, stating that we already had so many children, and one not in our midst. Upon hearing this, the Chancellor's wife comprehended everything. So you exchanged my child for hers. Is that it, Lin Tianliang? Do you honor your own name? You have lost all sense of decency, sacrificing my daughter for your own and that of a courtesan. How can you face me, Lin Tianliang? Chastised so fiercely by his wife, looked as though he were about to crumble that he reflexively replied, Yunyang passed away after giving birth to Zhuyu. Had I not brought her back, she would have been left without a father or mother. Madame Lin was taken aback by Lin Tianliang's words, her voice trembling with indignation. If you did not wish for your daughter and hers to suffer outside, you could have confided in me. Would I have hindered you from bringing her home? But you, in your vanity, to preserve your reputation in the capital, chose to exchange my child for the one she bore. Had she given birth to a son, would you have swapped him for you? Lin Qingyu, who had nearly been slain by Ling Yi's wrath, finally regained his senses and turned to his father. Chancellor Lin, unwilling to answer, felt the words escape him uncontrollably. Yunyang's child is also my child. I promised her that regardless of whether it was a son or daughter, the child would be kept. Father, Lin Qingyu stared incredulously at his father, realizing that if the child had been a son, it would have been him who was exchanged. Chancellor Lin remained oblivious to his son's turmoil, continuing, though I had the nurse swap the children. I also arranged for her to find a suitable family for that child. Ling Yi may lack decorum, but is she not pleasing to behold? You, the Chancellor's wife, incensed by Lin Tianliang's audacity, felt her vision darken and collapsed. Mother, Lin Qingze and Lin Qingyu rushed to support her. The scene erupted into chaos. Lin Zhuyu looked at Ling Yi, her eyes glistening with tears, her lips trembling as she softly implored, Sister, if you wish to know the truth, you may, but how can you disregard our mother's well-being and confront her in front of so many, bringing shame upon father? At her words, Ling Yi approached Lin Zhuyu. Sensing Ling Yi's advance, Lin Zhuyu instinctively recoiled, but in her retreat, she was met with a resounding slap. The blow sent Lin Zhuyu's head spinning, blood trickling from her mouth, the pain contorting her expression momentarily, revealing a fierce hatred barely concealed beneath her sorrowful facade. Yet, when she turned her gaze to Ling Yi, she donned an expression of pitiful helplessness. Sister, Ling Yi interrupted her, Lin Zhuyu, were I in your position, I would remain silent and diminish my presence as much as possible, preoccupied with reprimanding others. Had she forgotten about you? Did you seek to provoke me into striking you? Lin Zhuyu's heart burned with resentment, but her face retained a beguiling semblance of fragility as she glanced at the third prince, who had arrived alongside Chancellor Lin. The third prince, upon observing Lin Zhuyu's pitiable demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. He then turned his attention to Ling Yi, rebuking her coldly. Ling Yi, you acts with the best intentions for Madame Lin, yet you respond with violence. A person like you, if not for our betrothal, I would never consider marrying. Ling Yi lifted her gaze to the third prince, her eyes devoid of any fear or respect for his princely status. She is a black-hearted lotus, and you are a despicable man. Is she not the one to whom you are betrothed? She does not wish to marry you, and yet you harbor resentment, unable to do anything but come humiliate me. Do you consider yourself a man? I believe what needs severing is not your leg, but your very essence, for you lack the courage, rendering you lesser than a eunuch. At this utterance, Chancellor Lin's guilt was overshadowed. Lin Zhuyu's pretense of weakness shattered, and the servants bowed their heads, too afraid to meet the third prince's gaze. Even Lin Qingze and Lin Qingyu, who had intended to assist Madame Lin, found themselves frozen in place. Ling Yi's audacious declaration left all present in a state of shock. Chapter 4. Like a deity from myth, Ling Yi, the third prince seethed, his teeth gritted, his eyes burning with a desire to rend her asunder. You are courting death. Observing the third prince's face darken, Ling Yi regarded him with disdain, beckoning with a casual gesture. Cometh. The third prince's already gloomy countenance grew even more ferocious. Had he been able to stand, he would have lunged at her without hesitation. Ling Yi, at last, Chancellor Lin regained his composure and admonished, how dare you speak to the third prince in such a manner? Ling Yi turned to face Chancellor Lin. What is it? Are you afraid? When you summoned me back to replace Lin Zhuyu as his bride, you showed no fear. You are outrageous. Chancellor Lin's voice rose sharply. You are the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. That betrothal is rightfully yours to fulfill, that is for my father to decide, Ling Yi retorted. Did you not consider that betrothal was my duty before he became incapacitated, now that he is? You suddenly remember it, Lin Tianliang, you truly possess no conscience, exploiting your wife's daughter for your own gain. You, Lin Tianliang, consumed by fury, raised his hand to strike Ling Yi as a 4th-level spirit master. His slap imbued with spiritual energy would surely injure anyone without cultivation. It was evident that he was enraged beyond measure. Lin Qingze, witnessing his father's aggression towards Ling Yi, instinctively moved to intervene. Yet Ling Yi's reflexes surpassed his, effortlessly evading Lin Tianliang's strike and twisting his wrist with a swift motion. A sharp, anguished cry echoed throughout the Lin residence. Father, master, Lin Juyu and the servants gasped at the sight of Lin Tianliang's arm contorted painfully. They were shocked, eager to assist, yet Lin Jiyu turned her gaze to Ling Yi, pointing an accusing finger. Sister, regardless of the circumstances, he is still your father. At first, you assailed your brother and younger sibling, then disrespected the third prince, and now you turn against father and mother. This is utterly excessive. Ling Yi regarded Lin Juyu with a smile. I have even more extreme measures. Would you care to witness them? Uncertain of how to respond, Lin Juyu and the others watched Ling Yi with bated breath, fearful of what she might do next. However, it is often the case that the more one fears something, the more it inevitably manifests. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ling Yi uttered those fateful words and, without hesitation, wrenched Lin Tianliang's distorted arm from its socket. Indeed, she tore it off. Ling Yi forcefully severed Lin Tianliang's arm. As the limb was torn from his body, blood splattered forth, causing Lin Juyu to pale in fright, letting out a harrowing scream as she recoiled in terror. Completely unable to approach, the unfortunate victim of this brutal act succumbed to the pain and fainted on the spot. Ling Yi cast a disdainful glance at the severed appendage in her hand before discarding it to the ground. She intended to deliver a few harsh words to Lin Tianliang, but upon looking down, she realized he had already lost consciousness, rendering her efforts futile. She then turned her attention to the stunned third prince and his entourage, proclaiming, Third prince, I welcome you to give it a try. With that, Ling Yi turned and departed. As she walked away, the servants rushed forward to assist Lin Tianliang. Quickly fetch a doctor, retrieve the master's arm and see if it can be reattached. The servants were thrown into disarray. While on the other side, Lin Qingze had initially intended to assist Lin Qingyu in helping their mother leave. However, due to Ling Yi's actions, with both their father and mother now unconscious, Lin Qingze cast a complicated glance at Lin Juyu before instructing Lin Qingyu and the maid to support their mother as they departed, leaving him behind to see off the third prince and his companions. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, guided by her memories, returned to the modest courtyard she once called home. The courtyard was unremarkable, a stark contrast to Lin Juyu's lavish quarters. Ling Yi had resided in this household, and both the treatment she received and the tasks she was assigned made it abundantly clear that her family held her in little regard. The longer she stayed, the more disheartening it became, yet she found herself unable to leave. Ling Yi retrieved some clothing and, without a hint of hesitation, filled the nearby bathing tub with cold water despite the biting chill of winter. Unlike the soothing male voice of the base system, the water in the tub gradually warmed to a comfortable temperature. Ling Yi contemplated saying that it was unnecessary, but as the water heated, she merely expressed her gratitude with a simple, thank you. Ling Yi paused before inquiring, can you see what I am doing? Based on previous observations, your last article of clothing was obscured upon removal, came the response, implying that inappropriate sights would not be witnessed. Ling Yi found herself amused, remarking, there is no need to worry about seeing anything inappropriate. I am indifferent to such matters. Where does dignity reside for a test subject? The countless experiments conducted on her by the base since childhood left her devoid of any semblance of pride. Aside from missions, she had been confined within the lab, subjected to the whims of both men and women who cut and drew blood from her for research. The reason she endured such torment was that the woman who raised her until the age of 3 had claimed she was special enough to save humanity. That same woman sent her to the base for experimentation. Did she harbor resentment? Naturally, she did, but in a world where mere survival was a struggle, that woman had cared for her for 3 years, and she felt a debt of gratitude. Thus she bore the trials, dedicating herself entirely to the base. Yet, when their research stagnated and they faced a zombie horde, they concocted a mad scheme to throw her into the fray, wondering what would become of her. They were aware that if she were thrown in unscathed, she could escape. Thus, as she fought against the zombies, 2 other test subjects, designated as numbers 2 and 3, shot her, hitting her legs and plunging her into the swarm. The specially designed bullet slowed her wound healing, and the zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forward. She lost count of how many zombies she killed, her body battered and bruised, on the verge of being overwhelmed when a light enveloped her. She heard a voice assuring her, you will be alright. When she awoke, she had transformed into Ascension zombie. Humanity classified zombies into tiers, low-level, mid-level, high-level, and zombie kings, with higher-tier zombies resembling humans more closely. At that time, she was classified as a high-tier zombie. After confirming her identity, she initially sought the owner of the voice she had heard before losing consciousness but could not find them. However, she awoke with a black hairpin adorned with golden patterns resembling a pen atop her head. She had not possessed this object prior to her fainting, indicating a connection to the voice's owner. She set it aside and began her journey towards the human base. After becoming a zombie, she discovered that the obstacles within her body had vanished. On her way to the human base, she killed both humans and zombies alike, particularly relishing the high-level ability users and high-tier zombies, as defeating them allowed her to absorb their powers. The more abilities she absorbed, the faster her evolution progressed. Indeed, zombies could evolve, low-level, mid-level, high-level zombie king, and then to a new humanity. New humans were impervious to harsh climates and weaponry akin to deities from Myth. Chapter 5. Punishing evil and promoting good. Ling Yi slaughtered her way back to the human base. Leaving behind countless high-level ability users and high-tier zombies in her wake, she evolved into a new human, and the first base to suffer her wrath was the very one that had tormented her. The base deployed all its high-level ability users and test subjects in an attempt to confront her, yet they all perished at her hands. Realizing they could not stop her, they resorted to emotional appeals, but alas, it was too late. She obliterated that human base, witnessing the zombie horde engulf it entirely. Though she had avenged herself, there was no satisfaction to be found. The humanity that had once defined her vanished completely. Consequently, when faced with a coalition from other bases, Ling Yi conceived a plan. She would drag everyone down with her. With this thought in mind, she acted accordingly, but just as she was about to execute her plan, she heard the voice she had been searching for. As her thoughts returned, Ling Yi asked Tianyan earlier, when dealing with Lin Tianliang, I discovered that my truth-telling ability still exists, yet this body is not my own. Why does the truth-telling spell remain? Your situation is unique. All the abilities you once possessed are bound to your soul. Even with a new body, your powers persist, though they are currently sealed and require specific conditions to be unleashed. Ling Yi felt a surge of joy. While she was not afraid of starting anew, those abilities were hard-won through bloodshed. It would be a pity if she could not reclaim them, yet thankfully they remained. What conditions must I meet to unseal them? Ling Yi inquired. The truth-telling spell was unsealed because you acted against Lin Qingyu and Lin Tianzi. Their actions caused harm to Ling Yi, and your retaliation resulted in a minor punishment, which subsequently fulfilled the requirements to unseal your truth-telling ability. I see. I wanted to clarify matters concerning Ling Yi, and the truth-telling spell is indeed the best tool for that. As for the conditions for unsealing your abilities, they revolve around punishing evil and promoting good. Ling Yi's smile vanished. What does that entail? Punishing evil and promoting good does not demand that you become a good person. Rather, by eliminating evildoers, you can trigger the unsealing. Ling Yi's expression turned wooden. How is one to determine whether a person is good or evil? Is it based on the system's criteria or my own judgment? In my view, all who wrong you are deemed as killable. Tianyan explained, while punishing evil and promoting good serves as the condition for unsealing, it is not a mandatory task. If you do not wish to engage in benevolent acts, killing 10 evildoers will suffice to unseal one ability. Conversely, if you are inclined to perform good deeds, completing 5 acts of kindness will similarly unseal one ability. You have the freedom to choose. There is no compulsion. Ling Yi sighed with relief. That is acceptable. However, what if I inadvertently kill a good person? Tianyan fell silent momentarily. If they are indeed good, why would they wrong you? That was a valid point. Ling Yi pondered before posing another question. What if I kill someone who poses no significant grudge against me but is simply standing by? Indifferent. Killing 10 of such individuals will randomly unseal one ability. Ling Yi. While somewhat exasperating, it is not entirely unacceptable. Now that I understand the conditions for unsealing, what task do you assign to me? As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, a scroll appeared before her. It unfurled to reveal an image of a mirror, with the backdrop remaining blank. Your first task is to locate this mirror. Searching for an object, Ling Yi inquired, are there any clues? Otherwise, where might I find it in this vast world? Mountain River Mirror. Find the complete Mountain River Mirror for a reward of Devour. Complete. Ling Yi's expression shifted to one of shock. Is this item shattered? Indeed, the item was broken, and only by finding all the pieces could she unseal the Devour ability. It seemed excessive. Devour was Ling Yi's ability, allowing her to absorb the powers of those she came into contact with. Your current body's cultivation does not possess the capacity to activate space, so I will unseal both space and your weapon for you in advance. Do you wish to use these two to call upon Devour? Upon hearing that Tianyan had unsealed her spatial abilities, Ling Yi promptly activated her personal space. She had previously stored numerous crystal cores there and wondered if they remained. As she opened it, silence enveloped her. The crystal cores were gone, replaced by a pile of dust where they once lay. Ling Yi. It feels like heartbreak. Items not belonging to this world are difficult to preserve. Do not be disheartened, the spirit stones of this world can provide spiritual power akin to crystal cores. If you wish, once you find the complete Mountain River Mirror, I will gift you some extra. Thank you in advance, Ling Yi replied weakly, choosing not to dwell on her weapons, as they would not flee regardless. She then turned to inquire, do you have any clues regarding the Mountain River Mirror? The Eastern Sun Empire. Ling Yi furrowed her brow. Based on her memories, she was currently in the Lingyang Kingdom, quite distant from the Eastern Sun Empire. She could only wait until she resolved matters with the Lin family before proceeding. The Lin family. Upon recalling the conditions for the lifting of the restrictions mentioned by Tianyan, Ling Yi couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking of the opportunities that lay before her the following day. After a restful night, Ling Yi felt particularly invigorated, perfectly suited for stirring up some trouble. With this thought in mind, she exited the courtyard and spotted Lin Xingze standing outside. Lin Xingze, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead and a pallid complexion, appeared utterly devoid of spirit. Upon seeing Ling Yi emerge, his gaze towards her was fraught with complexity. The chaos of the previous day had left him in disarray. After escorting the third prince away, he had to tend to his father and check on his mother's condition, leaving him in turmoil throughout the night. Now, standing outside, he found himself hesitant to enter. Ling Yi. Lin Xingze called out, "Mother has awakened and wishes to see you." Ling Yi regarded Lin Xingze with a bemused smile. "Mother, is that not Lin Zhuyu's mother?" Lin Xingze furrowed his brow, his instinct urging him to reprimand her. However, as he did so, a sharp pain shot through the wound on his forehead, and the memory of being forcefully pinned down by Ling Yi the previous day stifled his words. He sensed that should he speak, the repercussions would be far graver than before. Noticing Lin Xingze's silence, Ling Yi grew impatient. "If you have something to say, speak up, or are you waiting for someone to feed you?" Flushed with anger yet unwilling to assert his elder brotherly authority, Lin Xingze stiffly replied, "She is still your mother. You ought to visit her." "I shall not," Ling Yi retorted with a cold laugh. "If she wishes to see me, she can come find me herself." With that, Ling Yi turned on her heel to leave. "Where are you going?" Lin Xingze inquired. Ling Yi glanced back at him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "I'm off to see Lin Tianliang. If you're interested, you may accompany me." Chapter 6. Fishing with Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhuyu. As Ling Yi's smile graced her face, Lin Xingze recalled the incident from the previous day when she had violently dislocated their father's arm. A gut feeling told him that her visit to their father would not bode well, and instinctively he wanted to intervene. However, Ling Yi had already distanced herself. In Qinghui courtyard, Lin Tianliang shared a deep bond with his wife, never taking a concubine, thus they resided together in Qinghui courtyard, albeit in separate chambers. Heading east within the courtyard led to Lin Tianliang's quarters, while westward was Lin Madame's domain. Ling Yi had visited before but had never been to Lin Tianliang's residence, so she inquired with a servant to find out where he was. Inside the room, Lin Tianliang had awoken, but his arm could not be saved, leaving him in a perpetual state of gloom. The servants attended to him with utmost caution, fearful of incurring his wrath. "Master," a servant announced as he entered the room, "the third miss has arrived." The mere mention of third miss darkened Lin Tianliang's expression further. "That ungrateful daughter dares to come." The servant, head bowed, remained uncertain of how to respond until Ling Yi strode in. "Why do you fear my presence? I am here now. What can you do about it?" Lin Tianliang glared at Ling Yi with a countenance so dark that, had his gaze been lethal, she would have perished countless times. Ling Yi met his stare with a smirk. "I still find you of use. Do not compel me to end your life right now. You wouldn't dare." Ling Yi approached him, resting her hand on Lin Tianliang's uninjured shoulder, and in the next instant, a sickening crunch echoed through the room. Lin Xingze, having just reached the door, rushed inside her father. Within the room, Ling Yi withdrew her hand, observing Lin Tianliang. "So, do you still think I lack the courage?" With his right arm torn asunder and his left crushed, Lin Tianliang was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he remained conscious, his gaze towards Ling Yi filled with increasing malice. Ling Yi clicked her tongue. "Why can't you comprehend my words? If you don't wish to lose your legs, you'd better answer my questions immediately." Lin Tianliang, poised to curse, faltered upon meeting Ling Yi's eyes, swallowing his words. "What do you wish to ask?" Ling Yi smiled. "Now we're getting somewhere." Despite harboring a deep-seated hatred for Ling Yi, Lin Tianliang dared not reveal it, fearing that any display of defiance would result in the loss of his legs. "Where is that Yunyao buried?" Both Lin Tianliang and Lin Xingze exchanged bewildered glances at her inquiry. "Why do you ask this?" Ling Yi replied with a smile. "Of course, to grind her bones to dust. If she wishes to secure a future for her daughter, she could have arranged a proper path for you. Rather than urging you to exchange her child for one from the household, you wouldn't suppose I would let her off the hook, would you?" Under the pretense of truth, since Lin Tianliang claimed this matter was Yunyao's suggestion, it was indisputable. Ling Yi intended to make everyone suffer. "She is already dead," Lin Tianliang roared. "You do not even spare the dead." Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Lin Tianliang. "Do you wish to join her?" Lin Tianliang promptly fell silent. Ling Yi then turned to Lin Xingze. "Go fetch Lin Zhuyu. Do not play tricks with me, or you shall witness his demise." Lin Xingze, left with no choice, complied and went to retrieve Lin Zhuyu. Ling Yi turned her attention back to Lin Tianliang. "I hope you have thought this through by the time she arrives. Otherwise," Ling Yi smiled, "prepare to rot away in bed." With that, she seated herself nearby. "I thought you would kill them outright," Tianyan's voice echoed as soon as she sat down. To unlock a type of supernatural ability, one must slay 10 individuals. If I eliminate them all, it would suffice for one type, but where will I find the others? Ling Yi communicated telepathically. "Leave Lin Tianliang alive. his deep-seated hatred for me will surely lead him to arrange for my assassination. As for Lin Juyu, if I treat her harshly, the young princes and masters she consorts with will be unable to bear her suffering and will undoubtedly come to teach me a lesson. Isn't this more efficient than seeking out others to kill? Tianyan understood. This was a ploy to ensnare Lin Tianliang and Lin Juyu. Ling Yi felt somewhat deflated. Had it not been for your conditions for lifting the restrictions, I would have long since dealt with them. Tianyan, somewhat helpless, responded, the conditions for lifting the restrictions are set. I cannot alter them, however. I can offer you some compensation. Is that so? The system is so accommodating? Though tempted by the offer, Ling Yi refrained from exposing her thoughts and instead inquired, what compensation? 10 top-tier fire elemental spirit stones. Ling Yi scoffed, you think you can turn me into a hesitant individual with merely 10? Then how about 20? Not a single stone more. Very well. Ling Yi, wary of pushing Tianyan too far and ending up with nothing, accepted the offer. There was no rush. She had already formed a bond. Chapter 7. Digging Graves. Lin Xingzi returned swiftly, not only bringing Lin Juyu but also Lin Madam and the household physician and alchemist. Ling Yi's gaze swept over Lin Madam before settling on Lin Juyu. In times gone by, Lin Juyu would have been tenderly linked to Lin Madam's arm, but today, Lin Madam led the way while Lin Juyu trailed behind, appearing rather pitiful. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. Withdrawing her gaze, upon entering the room, Lin Madam first spotted Ling Yi and made her way to the bed, where she beheld the disheveled and pitiful state of Lin Tianliang within just a day. Both his hands had been rendered useless. The sight of Lin Tianliang's wretched condition filled Lin Madam with a mix of satisfaction and sorrow, satisfaction due to his betrayal, and sorrow because, until yesterday, she had firmly believed that her husband loved her exclusively, mirroring the affection she had bestowed upon him over the years, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow to her face. She believed that her devoted husband had a mistress, and for the sake of that mistress, he exchanged their child, leaving her in ignorance for over a decade, raising the mistress's child as her own daughter. Even after discovering her biological daughter, she still showered love upon the innocent Juyu, believing her to be blameless. However, the truth was far from her imagination. What are you still dawdling for? After a brief silence, Madame Lin turned to the doctor and the alchemist. Why haven't you shown it to the master yet? Hearing her words, both the doctor and the alchemist hurried forward to examine Lin Tianliang's injuries. Lin Tianliang's left shoulder bone had been crushed, and treatment required the elusive bone regeneration pill. Such a pill, capable of mending broken bones, was exceedingly rare, and the Lin family did not possess it. Both the alchemist and the doctor could only shake their heads. Despite her resentment towards Lin Tianliang, Madame Lin could not bear to watch him suffer. You must find the bone regeneration pill for the master. However, the alchemist was in a difficult position. Madam, even the royal family has been unable to procure the bone regeneration pill. How could we possibly find it, after the third prince's leg was broken? The royal family had also sought the pill for a time, but no alchemist in the country could produce such advanced elixirs, and they ultimately had to give up. Realizing this, Madame Lin felt her fleeting satisfaction evaporate. Without the bone regeneration pill, would he not be left in this state forever? Would the emperor allow a man with crippled hands to continue as chancellor, if the master lost his position? The Lin family would surely fall into decline. With this thought, her guilt towards Ling Yi vanished entirely, replaced by a flicker of resentment. If it were not for Ling Yi, her husband would not be disabled, and she would not have to worry about the family's future. She understood Ling Yi's grievances, but did she not have her own? Yet how could she treat her father so harshly, not to mention showing no mercy to her own mother and younger brothers? It was truly excessive. Madame Lin turned her gaze towards Ling Yi, unaware that Ling Yi had been watching her all along. Their eyes met, and the resentment in Madame Lin's gaze was clearly reflected in Ling Yi's eyes. Ling Yi regarded Madame Lin with an enigmatic smile, and as Madame Lin hastily averted her gaze, Ling Yi approached Lin Juyu. Seeing Ling Yi come closer, Juyu wished to evade her, but the room was crowded, and there was no way to escape. When Ling Yi seized her hand, recalling the previous day's incident when Ling Yi had torn her father's arm, Juyu feared her own hand might meet the same fate, causing her to shudder. Sister, what do you intend to do? As she spoke, she struggled to free her hand from Ling Yi's grasp, but it felt like a vice, and her fear only intensified. Ling Yi dragged Lin Juyu toward Lin Tianliang's bedside, reassuring her, do not worry, I will not harm you. For now. Upon hearing this, Juyu's fear only deepened. If not now, then when? Arriving at Lin Tianliang's bedside, the room was filled with people, yet none dared to intervene. Now that you have arrived, have you made up your mind? Ling Yi addressed Lin Tianliang. If you have not. Ling Yi's words trailed off as her gaze fell upon Lin Tianliang's leg. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Lin Tianliang felt a mix of fear and anger, but ultimately revealed the location of Yunyang's grave for the sake of his leg. Madame Lin turned to Ling Yi. What do you want with that woman's grave? Of course, it is to ensure she finds no peace in death. After speaking, Ling Yi turned to Lin Xingzi. Bring the household staff. We are going to dig up the grave. After this, Ling Yi seized Lin Juyu and headed outside. I intend to excavate your mother's grave. And you must come along to witness it. I won't go, Ling Yi protested, struggling to break free. In response, Ling Yi swiftly struck the back of Zhu Yu's neck, rendering her unconscious. Just then, Lin Xingyu rushed in and witnessed the scene. Shouting angrily, "Ling Yi, what are you doing?" Ling Yi hoisted the unconscious Lin Zhuyu and continued walking outside. Pausing beside Lin Xingyu, she asked, "Do you wish to accompany your dear sister as we dig up her mother's grave?" With that, Ling Yi turned to Lin Xingzi. "Move quickly or your father's leg will be lost." Lin Xingzi looked at Ling Yi, utterly at a loss for words. This was sheer madness, yet, considering that Ling Yi had no fear even of her own father. Why would she fear them, if they did not comply with her demands? Who knew what chaos might ensue? Lin Xingzi could do nothing but instruct the servants to prepare the tools for the excavation. Then followed Ling Yi out of the estate. The Lin family's servants brought forth horses, and Ling Yi tossed Lin Zhuyu onto one before mounting her own and turning to Lin Xingzi. "You know the way. Lead on, move swiftly. I have other matters to attend to, so do not waste my time." With no other option, Lin Xingzi took the lead, and the two, accompanied by the servants, made their way towards the countryside. Lin Xingyu initially hesitated to follow, but upon seeing Ling Yi take Lin Zhuyu away, he had no choice but to accompany them. An hour later, the group arrived at the countryside estate, where Ling Yi dismounted with the now conscious Lin Zhuyu and headed towards the mountain behind the estate. Yun Yang, being a mistress, could not possibly be buried in the Lin family ancestral grounds. However, since she had been affiliated with Lin Tianliang, a proper burial site could not be hastily chosen. Thus, Lin Tianliang had selected the back mountain of the Lin family's estate, where someone could occasionally tend to her grave. As they approached the mountain, the inhabitants of the estate took notice. Upon learning that they were headed to Yun Yang's grave, the elderly caretaker responsible for overseeing it grew anxious and attempted to intervene, but was stopped by the estate's overseer. The overseer, unaware of the turmoil within the household, recognized the second and fourth young masters and deemed this a matter beyond his jurisdiction. He instructed someone to guide Ling Yi's group to Yun Yang's grave. Upon arrival, Ling Yi halted and addressed the servants holding the tools. "Begin digging, make haste." The servants promptly commenced their task. As they dug, Ling Yi observed quietly, while Lin Zhuyu, witnessing Ling Yi's determination to excavate the grave, felt a mix of anger and urgency. "Sister, she is already dead." Ling Yi regarded Lin Zhuyu with an expression devoid of warmth. "If she were a good person, I would not have allowed her grave to be disturbed." "Is she? Had it not been for her design, would you have taken my place?" Lin Zhuyu bit her lip, unable to retort, and turned her gaze towards Lin Xingzi and Lin Xingyu with a pitiful expression. In the past, upon seeing Lin Zhuyu in such a state, Lin Xingzi would have intervened to reprimand those who caused her distress, but now he averted his gaze in silence, before Ling Yi was reclaimed. Lin Zhuyu and Lin Xingyu, being fraternal twins, shared an inseparable bond. Therefore, even upon learning the truth of Ling Yi's exchange, Lin Xingyu could not bear to see Lin Zhuyu so aggrieved. Forgetting even the fear of death he had experienced just yesterday when he had almost been killed by Ling Yi, with a furrowed brow, he spoke discontentedly, "Ling Yi, she is already dead. Must you go to such extremes?" Ling Yi ignored Lin Xingyu, seeing her disregard for him only deepened Xingyu's displeasure, prompting him to raise his voice. "Ling Yi, did you not hear me speaking to you?" "Fourth brother," Lin Xingzi interjected, frowning. "Enough, they had only just arrived, and Xingyu had not witnessed their father's dire state." Ling Yi, who already displayed no concern for their father, would not take kindly to Xingyu's continued provocation, which could incite her wrath. However, Lin Xingyu failed to grasp Lin Xingzi's good intentions and instead scolded him. "Second brother, are you merely going to stand by and watch her act recklessly? Yun Yang may have been a mistress, but she is still the mother of the third sister. Though we share a father, we are still family." Ling Yi's actions are utterly excessive. Lin Xingzi, listening to Xingyu's words, felt his expression tighten, gritting his teeth. "That woman you speak of as Zhuyu's mother is the one who orchestrated the exchange between Ling Yi and Zhuyu, leaving Ling Yi to wander for 16 years. She is no good person, and the calamity she faces today is her just deserts." Lin Xingyu, taken aback by the second brother's lack of support, furrowed his brow. "She is already dead. Ling Yi has returned now. Must we not let the past remain in the past? At worst, we can compensate Ling Yi." Lin Xingzi, unable to contain himself, Lin Xingzi shouted, "If you cannot speak sensibly, then be silent." After shouting, he turned to gauge Ling Yi's expression. She remained calm, not even casting a glance in their direction, her focus solely on the servants digging the grave. Although Ling Yi appeared unfazed, Lin Xingzi felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that she truly did not care? Based on yesterday's events and the morning's happenings, it was evident that Ling Yi bore a vengeful spirit, and Xingyu's repeated provocations would surely provoke her ire. Now she remained silent. What was she waiting for? Lin Xingzi felt a sense of foreboding, while Lin Xingyu continued to dig his own grave. "Second brother, am I not speaking the truth? Why are you scolding me?" Lin Xingzi closed his eyes, feeling that Xingyu was hopeless. "Be quiet." He regarded Xingyu with a menacing look. "Do not let me hear you speak again." Seeing Lin Xingzi's face twisted in anger, Lin Xingyu finally fell silent, while Lin Zhuyu, having witnessed the entire exchange, lowered her head. With her second brother offering no assistance and her fourth brother proving useless, it seemed that her mother's remains would be lost today. Ling Yi, a surge of hatred filled Lin Juyu as she clenched her fists, vowing that she would not let Ling Yi's humiliation of her mother go unpunished, whatever Ling Yi did to her mother today. She would repay in kind in the future. They've reached it, the servants called out. We've reached the coffin, Ling Yi commanded. No need to continue digging, open it. The servants worked together to unearth the coffin. Revealing the remains within, Ling Yi instructed the servants to remove the bones. As Ling Yi approached the skeletal remains, she half squatted, her palm hovering above the bones. Gradually she lowered her hand, and with the force of her power, the bones were ground to dust. You possess spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qingyu was utterly astonished and instinctively exclaimed, "How can you have spiritual energy?" Lin Juyu and Lin Xingzi were equally shocked. Only those with spiritual roots could cultivate, and while several children of the Lin family possessed such roots, they varied in quality. Among them, the eldest son, Lin Chengtian, had the strongest spiritual root and attended the prestigious academy in the capital. Specifically the special division, which had a later break. In contrast, Lin Xingzi and Lin Qingyu had average cultivation levels and were in the ordinary division, which had an early break. As for Lin Juyu, her spiritual root was even weaker than theirs. Upon witnessing Ling Yi's use of spiritual power, Lin Xingzi finally understood why he had been subdued by her, although Ling Yi's cultivation was superior. He had failed to realize her capabilities when she had chosen not to employ them during their previous encounter. While the others remained in shock, Ling Yi reduced the bones to a pile of powder. Lin Juyu gazed at the dust with reddened eyes. She had not only learned of her true parentage upon Ling Yi's return, she had been aware for quite some time, having accompanied her father to pay respects to her mother. Watching her mother's remains turn to dust, Lin Juyu's hatred for Ling Yi surged uncontrollably. Ling Yi scooped up a handful of ash and approached Lin Juyu, observing the fierce glare in her bloodshot eyes. With a smile, she said, "Do you hate me? You should indeed hate me." Ling Yi tossed the ash into the air, letting it fall like a gentle rain, truly embodying the act of scattering ashes. She then pressed her ashen hand against Lin Juyu's face, grinning as she said, "Lin Juyu, you must hate me wholeheartedly." No longer able to maintain her facade, Lin Juyu lunged at Ling Yi, declaring, "Ling Yi, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you." As Ling Yi sidestepped, she retaliated with a slap so forceful that it sent Lin Juyu sprawling to the ground. Ling Yi looked down at Lin Juyu, her expression cold and indifferent. "I'll be waiting," she remarked. After stoking Lin Juyu's animosity, Ling Yi turned her gaze toward Lin Qingyu. Realizing Ling Yi's intent to reprimand Qingyu, Lin Xingzi quickly interjected, "Ling Yi, Qingyu is your biological brother." "Indeed, a brother born of the same mother," Ling Yi replied as she approached Lin Chengyu. "My bond with him is far closer than with any of you, yet how has he treated me, his sister? Since my return, even knowing the truth that Lin Juyu's mother maliciously swapped me with Lin Juyu, he still speaks in defense of her mother." As Ling Yi reached Lin Qingyu, she reached for his neck. He attempted to evade her grasp, but he was no match for her strength. Ling Yi seized him and slammed him against a tree. The impact caused Lin Qingyu to cry out in pain. But the subsequent sensation of suffocation brought him even greater agony as he struggled to pry her hand from his throat. "You truly deserve to die," Ling Yi remarked, her gaze piercing. Lin Qingyu, locking eyes with her, was taken aback by the icy detachment reflected in her eyes. It was not the look of someone addressing a living being, let alone a family member. "But how can this be? He is my brother by blood." Lin Xingzi rushed over, exclaiming, "Qingyu was wrong. For the sake of him being your brother, spare him this once." After uttering this, he noticed Ling Yi's unwavering demeanor and turned back to Lin Qingyu, urging, "What are you waiting for? Apologize." Yet Lin Qingyu merely stared blankly at Ling Yi, his mind racing with disbelief. This was not how it was supposed to be. Just yesterday, he had seen her and carefully called her sister. How could it have changed so drastically within a mere day? As Ling Yi tightened her grip, Lin Xingzi, filled with dread, fell to his knees, pleading, "Ling Yi, Qingyu was thoughtless, and we have all wronged you. We apologize on his behalf. You can injure him, even cripple him, but please spare his life." A cold smile crept across Ling Yi's face. Before she could respond, Lin Juyu, still on the ground, interjected, "Ling Yi, if you resent my mother and blame my father for swapping us, making you endure 16 years of hardship, then direct your wrath toward me and spare the fourth brother. If you must kill, then kill me. You won't face any consequences, but if you take the fourth brother's life, mother and father will never acknowledge you again. You will never return to the Lin family." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingzi spun around, shouting at Lin Juyu, "Shut your mouth." "No." Gasping for breath, Lin Xingyu's face turned a ghastly shade as he managed to speak. "Ling Yi, if you must kill, then do so. I have wronged you, and it has nothing to do with my sister. Is that so?" Ling Yi smirked. "As you wish, you fool. Qingyu, you must apologize." Lin Xingzi continued to plead desperately, but Lin Qingyu disregarded his brother's cries, looking directly at Ling Yi. "You struck mother, broke father's arm, and now you wish to kill me. I have no sister as vile as you. My sister is only Lin Juyu." "Very well," Ling Yi replied with a smile. "You may go first. It won't be long before I summon your sister to join you." With a sharp crack, Lin Qingyu was silenced forever. Ling Yi withdrew her hand, and without support, Lin Qingyu collapsed to the ground. Lin Qingze stared in disbelief at the scene before him. As he felt for Lin Qingyu's pulse and found none, his eyes filled with tears, and he hastily cradled his brother's lifeless body. Glaring at Ling Yi with a hoarse voice, "He is your brother, how could you be so heartless? Yes, he treated you poorly upon your return, and we all wronged you, but we did not seek your life." "And how do you know you did not seek my life?" Ling Yi replied, delivering a swift kick to Lin Qingze's shoulder. As he fell back, Ling Yi loomed over him. "You all sought my life just yesterday. This is what you deserve." Ling Yi regarded Lin Qingze with a gaze full of hatred. "You see, when I say you sought my life, did your eyes betray even a moment of guilt? No, your hatred only intensifies. My life means nothing to you, only yours holds value." With a mock smile, she added, "Hate me, the more you hate, the more you'll wish for my demise. I await your attempts to kill me." After speaking, Ling Yi turned to leave. As she passed by Lin Jiyu, she said with a meaningful glance, "Lin Jiyu, I shall give you some time, do not disappoint me." As Ling Yi drew near, Lin Jiyu trembled in fear, and only after her departure did the terror subside, allowing her to rise and approach Lin Qingze's elder brother. Upon hearing Lin Jiyu's voice, Lin Qingze looked up sharply. His eyes bloodshot from grief, fixated on her. "Why did you say those things to provoke her? She hadn't even attacked directly, she had left room for mercy. Why incite her further? Why, Qingyu only recognized you as his sister. And yet you brought about his death. Lin Jiyu, why did you intentionally say those words?" Lin Qingyu was gone, and Lin Jiyu felt a deep anguish, but it did not mean she was willing to bear the blame. "Elder brother, I am equally pained by Qingyu's death, but how can you hold me responsible? If I hadn't said those words, would she have spared him? She dared to harm even our parents. How could she let Qingyu live?" Lin Jiyu asserted. "Rather than blame me, we should first bring Qingyu home. I will avenge him." Lin Qingze scoffed. "She fears not even our parents. How can you seek vengeance for Qingyu?" Lin Jiyu met Lin Qingze's gaze. "Elder brother, I can seek the crown prince or the third prince. They will assist me. The priority is to return Qingyu home." "Lin Jiyu, this will not unfold as you wish." Lin Qingze replied, lifting Lin Qingyu's lifeless form and heading down the mountain, followed closely by the servants. Lin Jiyu bit her lip as she watched them depart, her hatred for Ling Yi intensifying. If it weren't for Ling Yi, events would not have spiraled this way. Why didn't she accept her fate and marry the third prince? Had she obediently wed him, none of this would have transpired. Upon leaving the mountain villa, Ling Yi did not return to the capital but instead rode toward the village where she had once lived. "I thought you would wait a while longer." Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, "I hadn't intended to kill him so soon, but he was simply too bothersome. It is understandable for him to defend Lin Jiyu, having grown up with her. But he should never have bullied his own sister to prove his loyalty to her. How foolish." After listening, Tianyan chose not to pursue the topic further and instead inquired, "Why return to the village instead of the capital?" Ling Yi explained, "I have fully drawn out the enmity of Lin Tianliang and Lin Jiyu. They will not let me go. Only by leaving can I afford them time to plot against me. As for returning to the village, it serves as a precaution. They will attempt to capture my father and mother to use against me, so it is better for me to return and guard against them. If they come for me, I will eliminate them one by one. It appears you will soon be able to unlock your abilities." Ling Yi smiled and replied, "I believe so too, Ling family village." As darkness descended, Ling Yi arrived at the village entrance. Before she could step inside, she was met with the heartrending sound of weeping. Chapter 10. My parents are gone. Ling Yi was oblivious to the unfolding tragedy. Dismounting from her horse, she hastened toward the village. Upon entering, she immediately perceived something amiss. Several homes within the village had collapsed, leaving a scene of utter devastation, and the acrid scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Ling Yi swiftly made her way toward the crowd gathered in the clearing, and as she drew near, her gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. Upon recognizing the corpses of a couple, Ling Yi came to an abrupt halt. They were her parents. "Little girl." Just as Ling Yi stood frozen in shock, a woman spotted her. The woman, uncertain at first, approached and, upon confirming it was indeed Ling Yi, exclaimed with joy, "Little girl, how wonderful to see you back." Ling Yi remained silent, her eyes fixated on the two bodies before her. The woman's delight swiftly transformed into sorrow as she observed Ling Yi's gaze. "Little girl, your return is timely. We were planning to send word to you, your parents." The woman choked on her words, tears spilling forth. What a calamity! Two great birds were chasing a beast, crashing into the village. And not a single child escaped. The adults could not evade either. They are all gone. All gone. Two birds, a beast. Ling Yi looked at the woman in disbelief. Did my parents die from a collision? Indeed, the woman wept. Those heartless fiends didn't even pause. They possessed cultivation, and we were powerless to pursue them. We could only watch helplessly as they departed. Ling Yi said nothing, moving silently to her parents' side. In this world, individuals with spiritual roots were a rarity, while the majority were ordinary folk. Those capable of forming contracts with beasts were even fewer. When any of them were lost, be it a possession, it became a treasured rarity. If a person, they became a paragon amongst men. And the two birds and the beast had brought unprovoked disaster upon the village, yet in their eyes, it was merely a beast passing through, destroying some homes and claiming a few lives, akin to crushing a handful of ants beneath their feet, nearly inconsequential. How could they possibly halt their journey? To them, it was trivial, yet for ordinary people, It meant the loss of their dearest ones, leaving them unaware of what the perpetrators looked like. This was a calamity from the heavens. Apart from mourning and ensuring a proper burial, what else could they do? Revenge. How could ordinary people seek vengeance against cultivators, reporting to the authorities? Futile, for the laws of the mundane world held no sway over those who practiced cultivation. This was a world where power reigned supreme. What could the weak do but endure? Ling Yi remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Did anyone see those two birds and the beast clearly? The woman replied, yes, those two birds and that beast were quite large. There were people outside who witnessed them. Ling Yi inquired, who saw them? The woman gestured toward two men, and Ling Yi recognized them as brothers, both married and each with 2 children, since they had not divided their household. They all still resided together, and one of the collapsed homes belonged to them. The brothers had been working outside during the day, while their children played in the village. Upon returning, they had witnessed the two birds and the beast invade the village and had attempted to save the children. But it was too late. After the birds and beast had departed, they found chaos in the lifeless forms of their children. All 4 children were gone, and the wife who had stayed behind to tend to them while sewing was also lost. The brothers wept bitterly for their parents, but they themselves did not cry, their gazes fixated on the lifeless children, utterly devoid of vitality. Ling Yi approached the 2 men. I wish to see your memories. The brothers remained transfixed on the bodies, ignoring her. However, their parents paused to regard Ling Yi. Little girl, what do you mean by seeing memories? Ling Yi replied, I wish to witness the appearance of those 2 birds and that beast within your memories. I need to remember their likenesses in order to identify the ones behind this tragedy and avenge my parents. In a world where strength prevailed, she would exact her vengeance. Others who had lost loved ones heard Ling Yi's words and began to dissuade her. Little girl, we know you are in pain, and we share your sorrow, but those individuals are cultivators. We ordinary folk cannot provoke them. Indeed, your parents would not want you to confront such powerful beings. If something were to happen to you, they would not find peace in the afterlife. Little girl, let it go. You've returned. Let us all lend a hand to bury your parents, and once that is done, you should return. Recently, the Lin family had come to escort Ling Yi home, and the villagers were now aware of her identity. They urged her, little girl, you still have family. Do not act recklessly. Isn't your biological father the Chancellor? Someone remarked, could we not request assistance from the Chancellor? We are powerless against cultivators, but surely there are cultivators beside the Chancellor. Upon finishing, that person knelt before Ling Yi. Little girl, please help us. While some sought revenge, others were gripped by fear. Let it be. Even if the little girl were to enlist her father's help to identify those responsible, what then? They are cultivators, and their backing is beyond our means. We could not possibly kill them. What if they retaliate? What can we do then? The Chancellor cannot continuously oppose cultivators on our behalf. A sigh escaped the speaker's lips. It is impossible. Do not burden the little girl further. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Ling Yi had remained unresponsive throughout, her gaze fixed on the 2 brothers. They continued to ignore her, and as she could not bear to wait any longer, she placed her hand upon one man's forehead. I beg your pardon. A white light enveloped them as Tianyan delved into their memories, extracting relevant visions for Ling Yi to view. The 2 flying birds were classified as second-tier beasts, while the beast they pursued was a third-tier creature. The men had seen people riding on the backs of the birds, but due to the speed of their flight, they had only glimpsed them momentarily, leading them to believe they had seen nothing, yet their memories retained the image. Ling Yi beheld the figures upon the birds' backs. Though she did not recognize them, she was familiar with their attire. It was that of the Capital Academy's students. Excellent. Ling Yi turned her attention away from the memory and focused on her parents' bodies. With no other relatives, she had no intention of burying them here. She would hunt down those responsible. What if their families returned to disturb her parents' remains? Ling Yi approached, her hand gliding over the 2 bodies, causing them to vanish from sight. 01. Placing them in the spatial realm can preserve them, but they cannot remain lying on the ground indefinitely. I possess an ice coffin that can accommodate them. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, did not refuse. Thank you, you are welcome. After Tianyan spoke, a dual-chambered ice coffin manifested within Ling Yi's spatial realm. Chapter 11. He seeks to save the Lin family. Ling Yi placed her parents' bodies within the ice coffin, and once this was accomplished, she turned to leave. Little girl. As those around her witnessed Ling Yi's departure, they emerged from their stunned silence, cautiously asking, little girl, did you place your parents into that storage artifact mentioned by those cultivators? Ling Yi nodded, yes. Upon her affirmation, the questioner became increasingly agitated. Then, could it be that you possess the ability to cultivate? As this statement echoed, others began to react, their eyes turning toward Ling Yi. If she were indeed a cultivator, there would be no need to seek assistance from her family. She could handle it herself. Ling Yi's gaze swept across the crowd. I shall avenge my parents, but this matter does not concern you. If you wish to live peacefully, sever ties with me, regardless of Ling Tianliang's animosity toward her. He would not resort to capturing these villagers to coerce her. Having spoken, Ling Yi turned and departed. The villagers watched her retreat, and after she had covered some distance, someone remarked, what did the little girl mean by that? Who knows, since the little girl returned, she seems like a completely different person. Regardless of her intent, her decision to seek vengeance is a boon for us. Indeed, the ones who caused the deaths of the little girl's parents are the same culprits who took our loved ones. If she can indeed eliminate them, it is tantamount to avenging us. Precisely, the little girl must succeed in her quest for vengeance, though they did not fully grasp the meaning behind her words. They believed that since she had declared her intent, she would not harm them. They resolved to follow her instructions. The murmurs of the villagers wafted through the air as Ling Yi mounted her horse. Heading toward the capital. In the capital, Lin Manor. Lin Qingze returned to the Lin residence with Lin Qingyi's lifeless body. Upon receiving the news, Madame Lin hurried over, and upon seeing Lin Qingyi's corpse, she was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. Lin Qingze could not spare a hand to care for his mother. He instructed a maid to assist her back to their quarters, while he proceeded to Lin Tianliang's courtyard. Lin Tianliang, having been tormented by Ling Yi earlier that morning, wore a dark expression that was truly frightening. When Lin Qingze entered the courtyard cradling Lin Qingyu, the ensuing commotion only served to heighten Lin Tianliang's irritation. What is all this noise? Do you all wish to be punished? The clamor ceased momentarily, but it was soon interrupted as the door to the room was kicked open. Before Lin Tianliang could voice his anger, he was met with the sight of his second son, whose face was even grimmer than his own. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that his second son was cradling his fourth son. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianliang furrowed his brow. Why are you holding your brother? Is he injured? Lin Qingze remained silent as he carried Lin Qingyu to the edge of the platform and gently placed him down. Throughout this, Lin Qingyu was completely motionless, submitting entirely to his will. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Tianliang, but before he could confirm his suspicions, Lin Qingze spoke up. Father, the fourth brother is dead. Are you satisfied now? What did you say? Lin Tianliang exclaimed in disbelief. Staring at Lin Qingze, what happened to you? Are dead? Lin Qingze's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Lin Tianliang. The fourth brother is dead. He was killed by Ling Yi. Are you satisfied now, father? Upon hearing that his son had died, Lin Tianliang's face was filled with disbelief, yet witnessing the lifeless body before him forced him to accept the grim reality. The anguish of losing a son was undeniable, but Lin Qingze, Lin Tianliang's voice rose sharply. Is this how you speak to your father? It was Ling Yi who killed you, not me. Indeed, it was Ling Yi who murdered the fourth brother, but all of this was instigated by you. Father, Lin Qingze pointed accusingly at Lin Tianliang, then gestured towards Lin Zhuyu. If you hadn't exchanged Ling Yi and Lin Zhuyu, none of this would have happened today. It's one thing to have made the exchange, but after the third prince was crippled, you couldn't bear to let Zhuyu marry him, and then you brought her back, forcing her into a marriage with the third prince. When she first arrived at the manor, she was so lively, yet we all criticized her for lacking decorum, and because of Lin Zhuyu's occasional displays of grievance, we treated her harshly. Gradually she transformed from vibrant to submissive, and we bullied her, oppressed her. Even the third prince could insult her within the manor. This was her home, we were her family, yet she was bullied by us and by outsiders, with no one to stand up for her. The third prince humiliated her. She did not wish to marry him and pleaded with you, with mother, with all of us, but no one spoke on her behalf. We all regarded her marriage to the prince as a blessing. But is that truly a blessing? Everyone knows it isn't. Lin Qingze pointed at Lin Zhuyu. You do not wish to marry. Father does not wish for you to marry, but you cannot openly tell the third prince, you are crippled. I cannot marry my cherished daughter to a fallen prince, so you had to reveal that Lin Zhuyu is not truly a daughter of the Lin family, allowing Ling Yi to marry the third prince. It was already a grace that the third prince was willing to step back and accept another woman. If he did not marry even one daughter, despite being crippled, he remains a prince, and the Lin family would not dare offend him, thus sacrificing Ling Yi. We all understand this. Therefore, does it matter whether Ling Yi wanted it or not? She saw death, she jumped into the pond. Yet that day none of us went to save her. We merely watched from the shore. In the end she surfaced on her own, and what did we do? We mocked her, saying, aren't you seeking death? Why have you not died? One incident after another. Should she not hate us? The death of Yuer made Lin Qingze comprehend everything. She did not even allow us to soften our hearts at the moment of her death. Was it wrong for her to harden her heart against us? She killed Yuer, and I hate her, but I also hate myself. If I had treated her better on the day she returned, if I had pleaded for her, would she have listened? But I treated her poorly. We all treated her poorly. It is only right for her to hate us, and it is only right for her hatred to drive her to kill us, but the root of all this lies with you. Father, Lin Qingze looked at Lin Tianliang. If you had not replaced her, she would have grown up beside us. We have only this one sister, and we would have cherished her just as we cherish Lin Zhuyu. How could any of this have happened? After saying this, Lin Qingze broke down in tears, mourning his brother's death, as well as his own misdeeds. He understood he was wrong, that they were all wrong. His brother was gone, and he felt heartache, but he also wished to take this opportunity to clarify everything, so that everyone could recognize their mistakes. Otherwise Ling Yi would not spare anyone else. He wanted to save the Lin family. But apart from himself and no one else present shared this sentiment. Lin Tianliang spoke coldly. The matter of the marriage engagement is one that should be decided by the parents. Is it a grievance to have her marry the third prince? How many people wish to marry a prince but cannot? If she marries him, she would have the status of a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, and with our backing, as long as she behaves obediently. Her life will not be difficult. Chapter 12. The Lin family will be completely lost. As for exchanging her with Zhu Yu, Lin Tianliang looked at Lin Qingze. You and your sister grew up beside me and your mother. Enjoying everything. Zhu Yu was born without a mother. If I did not exchange her, she would have lost her father as well. As for your sister, the wet nurse, remembering your mother's grace, found a good family to raise her. She has suffered no hardships. What grievance could there be? But once she returned, Zhu Yu lost her status as a legitimate daughter. Should she not do something for the Lin family? Lin Tianliang gazed at Lin Qingze. Do you not understand why I did not let Zhu Yu marry the third prince? Everything I do is for the Lin family. Only if the Lin family flourishes can you all thrive. But what about her? Lin Tianliang's voice turned harsh. She, as a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, refuses to contribute, often causing embarrassment due to her lack of decorum. What is wrong with the third prince suggesting she learn proper manners? Yet she does not comprehend our good intentions. Every day she either cries or threatens to take her own life. If she truly died, it would be one thing, but she did not after failing to commit suicide. What did she do? She assaulted me, she assaulted your mother, and now she has killed you. Clearly she is heartless and cruel, yet you come to blame me. Lin Qingze, have my years of nurturing you been for naught? In the past, Lin Qingze would not have contemplated these matters, but now, he understood and would no longer be influenced. You say she, as a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, refuses to contribute. But has she ever enjoyed even a fraction of the treatment a Lin family young lady deserves? If she had enjoyed such privileges, it would be her duty to contribute to the Lin family. But she has not. You brought her back and demanded she marry, granting her a status, yet you intended to marry her to an unsuitable match. What wrong has she done by refusing? It was Lin Zhu Yu who truly enjoyed the privileges of a legitimate daughter. Why would she not wish to marry? Lin Qingze turned to Lin Zhu Yu. Is it because you want her to marry the crown prince and gain greater benefits, a child of a concubine? What right does she have to marry the crown prince? Lin Qingze looked at the two, laughing and crying simultaneously. No, how could I forget? If Ling Yi had not exposed this matter, we would still be unaware that Lin Zhu Yu is your child with a concubine. The crown prince would not have known either. After all, it was so long ago. Who would know unless they were determined to investigate? If Ling Yi had not revealed this, we would be ignorant. The crown prince would be unaware, and what identity would father have prepared for her to marry the crown prince? You say the Lin family must prosper for us to thrive. That is not incorrect. But those who enjoy should also contribute, yet Ling Yi has never enjoyed. Lin Qingze asserted. She has not enjoyed, so she may refuse. Impudent. Lin Tianliang retorted angrily. I am her father, your mother, and I gave her life. So she must obey us. Where is the wrong in that? Lin Qingze shook his head repeatedly as he looked at Lin Tianliang. Our family could have been very happy if you had not had a concubine. We would have been happy. None of this would have happened. Since ancient times, men have taken multiple wives and concubines. I respect your mother and have never taken a concubine. My affair with Yun Yang was an accident. I had a child with Yun Yang. Should I not care? Lin Tianliang, taking advantage of the deceased's absence of witnesses, attempted to extricate himself from blame. At that time, I did not wish for your mother to be sad. So I arranged for her to be placed outside. Was it truly an accident? Lin Qingze looked at Lin Tianliang. Did father inadvertently end up in such a place, or did others invite you? Making it hard to refuse. After the incident, did you truly not wish for mother to be saddened, or were you more concerned about preserving your reputation? Lin Qingze shouted. Or perhaps you feared your maternal family would hold you accountable? Lin Qingze, you are being outrageous. The veil of shame was torn away by his own son, and Lin Tianliang was seething with rage, yet due to his incapacitated hands, he lacked the ability to strike him. So he could only yell, get out, you get out of here. Lin Qingze took a deep breath. I will leave, but not now. What must be done now is to arrange for the funeral of the fourth brother. At the mention of Lin Qingyu, Lin Qingze temporarily suppressed his anger. Have the household prepare. Lin Qingze responded coldly, then turned to Lin Tianliang. Father, you are not wrong in saying you treated Ling Yi poorly. But you have not treated us poorly precisely because of this. I am speaking frankly. I hope you understand that we were all mistaken and that we should apologize to Ling Yi while there is still time. Otherwise, we will be the next to perish. Lin Tianliang chuckled coldly, completely disregarding Lin Qingze's words. Observing his father's expression, Lin Qingze understood and could only say, Father, Ling Yi is a cultivator of father. Have you never considered this? I am a second-tier spirit master, the fourth brother is a first-tier spirit master, and you are a third-tier spirit master, yet neither you nor I are a match for Ling Yi. Have you never contemplated the reason? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianliang's expression changed, and he spoke in a low voice. She acted yesterday without using spiritual power, but today she killed Qingyu using her power. The fact that she did not use it yesterday only shows that she can deal with us even without it. Father, we must apologize to Ling Yi, otherwise, we will all be unable to escape. Absolutely impossible, Lin Tianliang spoke sternly. What if she is a practitioner? Is she the only one in our family? His gaze darkened. No matter how formidable she may be, can she surpass your elder brother? I will contact your brother and summon him back. Lin Qingze, incredulous, asked, you intend for elder brother to confront Ling Yi? Father, have you lost your mind? Ling Yi is our own sister, you are still her younger brother. Did she spare him? We were the ones who wronged her first, Lin Qingze continued. It is precisely because the fourth brother is gone that we should turn back in time. Rather than drift further away, Lin Qingze, heed my words. The Lin family will never bow to Ling Yi. Lin Tianliang coldly regarded Lin Qingze. Even if we do not allow Cheng Tian to deal with Ling Yi, there are others who cannot, he added. If you believe you are in the wrong and wish to admit it, that is your affair. Do not disrupt my arrangements. After finishing his statement, Lin Tianliang glanced at the lifeless body of Lin Qingyu. Now take your brother outside. If you have time to engage in idle chatter with me, you might as well see your mother and ascertain whether she would forgive Ling Yi. Lin Qingze looked at Lin Tianliang and offered a bitter smile. Father, this course of action will lead to the complete ruin of the Lin family. Lin Tianliang shouted, get out. Lin Qingze said nothing more and, cradling Lin Qingyu's corpse, exited the room. That noon, white mourning cloth was hung at the Lin residence. Upon receiving the news, Lin Qingtian, who was at the Imperial Capital Academy, returned to the Lin family at once. Chapter 13, I am not the only one waiting for you. The news of the fourth young master of the Lin family's demise swiftly spread through the capital. Courtiers who shared a good rapport with Lin Tianliang personally came to express their condolences, and upon discovering the circumstances, they were left in disbelief, never imagining that the Lin family would be brought to such a state over a child who had been returned. Young acquaintances of the Lin family also arrived, and when they learned that Lin Qingyu had indeed perished at the hands of Ling Yi, shock ensued. When the third prince received the news, he was momentarily frozen. Having witnessed Ling Yi's violent confrontation with Lin Tianliang the previous day, he sensed something was amiss. Little did he expect that within a day, she would commit murder against the Lin family. And the victim was her own younger brother. Reflecting on Ling Yi's taunt to give it a try, the third prince's expression darkened in fear. She had even killed her own brother, indicating that she harbored no affection for the Lin family any longer. Thus, would she still take the Lin family or his status into consideration? Not only was the third prince astonished, but the crown prince, upon receiving the news, was equally taken aback and promptly dispatched someone to the Lin residence. The next day, a horse halted outside the Lin residence. Ling Yi dismounted without casting a glance at the mourning cloth, her expression indifferent as she strode toward the manor. A servant stationed at the entrance, upon seeing her, was struck with disbelief. Third miss, my heavens, the third miss has actually returned. She killed the fourth young master, and the master and madam would surely want her life in retribution. How dare she come back? Ling Yi turned to the servant. Is there something you need? The servant, meeting Ling Yi's frigid gaze, quickly shook his head, and no, nothing. Ignoring the servant further, Ling Yi continued into the manor. The servant stood frozen, watching her retreat until she vanished from sight, at which point they dared to speak. The third Mrs. aura is too chilling. Did you notice how much blood is on her clothes? Another servant replied, it's terrifying. What, is there blood? The questioned servant exclaimed, I had no idea the third miss would dare to return. It's utterly shocking, I didn't even notice. Not only were the servants at the entrance astonished, but those within the manor were equally taken aback. Soon, news of Ling Yi's return reached the ears of Lin Tianliang and others. After returning to the residence, Ling Yi intended to change her clothes. But before she reached her quarters, she was intercepted. Upon seeing the unfamiliar man before her, Ling Yi reflected momentarily and deduced his identity. He was the eldest young master of the Lin family whom she had not encountered since her return. Lin Qingtian scrutinized Ling Yi, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. They say it was you who killed Yu. It was I, Ling Yi replied, then brushed past Lin Qingtian. I encountered some individuals on my way back and got quite a bit of blood on me while dealing with them. I wish to change my clothes. If you have something to discuss, wait until I am presentable. Very well, Lin Qingtian conceded, I will wait outside for you. Surprised by his response, Ling Yi glanced at him again. Lin Qingtian added, hurry and change, I am not the only one waiting for you. Understanding his implication, Ling Yi ceased her inquiries and returned to her quarters. After bathing and changing, she emerged to find Lin Qingtian still waiting outside. Approaching him, she remarked, your patience is commendable. A practitioner must possess patience. Lacking it hampers one's cultivation. Lin Qingtian guided Ling Yi toward Qinghui courtyard. Upon my return, I heard about you from second brother. Oh, Ling Yi responded nonchalantly. Lin Qingtian stole a glance at her and continued. Second brother said it was they who wronged you. Chapter 14. It cannot end here. Is that all you have heard from Lin Qingze? Ling Yi asked with a bemused smile. Did you not listen to what Lin Tianliang and Madame Lin had to say? I certainly did. Lin Qingtian frowned, but I do not take everything they say at face value. I will form my own judgments. So, second brother's words hold more credibility. As they walked, Lin Qingtian stated, I have dedicated myself to rigorous cultivation since childhood and have scarcely returned home after entering the academy. This does not mean I am oblivious to the nature of my parents and brothers. Ling Yi, you should not have returned. Ling Yi, hearing this, regarded Lin Chengtian with an expression of surprise. Regardless, the fact remains that I killed Lin Chengyu. Do you not wish to avenge him? I have no such desire. Lin Chengtian frowned, his expression earnest. I am indifferent to family matters. Ling Yi did not expect this elder brother to possess such a disposition, prompting her to laugh. If that is the case, certain individuals will see their plans thwarted. Lin Tianliang had dispatched a group to eliminate her, likely having learned from Lin Qingzi that she possessed cultivation. The assailants were all third-tier spiritual masters. In Lingyang country, most of the younger generation had only first or second-tier cultivation. Those who could cultivate, albeit older, often lacked talent and relied solely on time to progress. Individuals like Lin Tianliang and those he sent were third-tier spiritual masters. Talents like Lin Chengtian, who though young, had already reached fifth-tier spiritual mastery, were exceedingly rare geniuses. Moreover, maintaining a cadre of third-tier spiritual masters required considerable resources. The failure of Lin Tianliang's assassination attempt meant that he was likely in great distress at this moment. The thought of this brought a smile to Ling Yi's face. Are you pleased knowing I won't assist father in dealing with you? Lin Chengtian gave Ling Yi a serious look. You should continue to feign innocence. After all, Qingyu is still your brother. Ling Yi did not deny it, openly admitting, indeed. By the way, Lin Chengtian interjected, second brother mentioned you possess spiritual energy and that your cultivation exceeds his. What is your current level of cultivation? Cultivation? Ling Yi shook her head. I have not measured it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chengtian, who had not relaxed his furrowed brow since meeting Ling Yi, frowned even deeper. Once we attend to Qingyu's funeral arrangements, you will accompany me to the academy. Before Ling Yi could refuse, Lin Chengtian added, your current situation at home is unsuitable. It is best for you to go to the academy with me. You can. Alright. Without waiting for Lin Chengtian to finish, Ling Yi readily agreed. Attending the academy was an opportunity she could not pass up. Lin Chengtian was taken aback by her swift agreement. The academy has a demanding curriculum and rigorous training. You should consider carefully, Ling Yi replied. I have thought it through. I will go. Ling Yi's prompt acceptance struck Lin Chengtian as unusual, and just as he was about to inquire further, they arrived outside Qinghui courtyard, where the number of passing servants had increased, prompting Lin Chengtian to refrain from questioning further. The two entered Qinghui courtyard and headed directly to Lin Tianliang's quarters, where Madame Lin was also present. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Madame Lin rushed at her. Ling Yi, you is your brother, how could you kill him? You have no heart. Enough. Lin Chengtian intercepted her before Ling Yi could react, speaking sternly. Mother, calm down. Do you not think the situation is chaotic enough already? Before Madame Lin could respond, Lin Zhuyu, who was standing nearby, interjected. Elder brother, it is only natural for mother to question Ling Yi. How can you scold her? Be silent. Lin Chengtian coldly regarded Lin Zhuyu. Save your theatrics for someone else. The Lin family's current plight is due to you and father. Chengtian. Lin Tianliang, hearing this, exclaimed in frustration. I summoned you back to avenge your brother, not to criticize us. Avenge? Lin Chengtian swept his gaze across the relatives present. Second brother has made it abundantly clear that we have brought this upon ourselves. Ling Yi killed the fourth brother. This matter must end here. End here. Ling Yi glanced at Lin Chengtian, knowing full well that a satisfactory resolution was impossible. Yet she refrained from undermining him at that moment. Chapter 15. This is what he owes you, Chengtian. It was your brother who died. Madame Lin anguishedly questioned Lin Chengtian. How can you remain unmoved and protect the one who killed him? Am I to have only a brother and no sister? Lin Chengtian frowned as he regarded his mother. Qingyu is your child. Is Ling Yi not also one? Mother, in your eyes, Ling Yi's act of killing the fourth brother is unforgivable. What about father and Lin Zhuyu? Lin Chengtian asked in a low voice. Among the two individuals, one deceived you and swapped your child, while the other usurped your daughter's identity, enjoying years of affection. Given your level of hatred towards Ling Yi, you should have severed ties with father by now and made Lin Zhuyu's identity public, so that everyone is aware of this disgrace. Yet, why do you not act upon it? Why do you focus solely on Ling Yi? Disappointment flickered in Lin Chengtian's eyes as he gazed at Madame Lin. Do you truly harbor any feelings for Ling Yi? Madame Lin stared blankly at Lin Chengtian. Unsure of how to respond to her son's inquiries, Lin Chengtian averted his gaze from Madame Lin and turned to Lin Tianliang. Father, I understand your intentions in calling me back, but I refuse to comply. The people you dispatched have not returned. You ought to be aware of the outcome. This matter ends here. Once fourth brother's affairs are concluded, I will take Ling Yi to the National Academy. I do not agree, Lin Tianliang said in a deep voice. In a few days, she is to wed the third prince. How can you bring her to the academy now? How will the Lin family explain this to the third prince? Not long ago, Lin Chengtian had told Ling Yi that those who cultivate must possess patience, yet now he felt his own patience was waning. Father, on what grounds do you believe Ling Yi will still marry the third prince after all this? Let alone Ling Yi's unwillingness, I will not consent either. Lin Chengtian spoke in a firm tone. Ling Yi possesses exceptional talent. If she continues her cultivation, she will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future. Should she choose to marry and confine herself to the inner chambers as her elder brother, I would not interfere. However, if she is unwilling, I will not stand idly by. As he spoke, Lin Chengtian looked at Lin Juyu. If Ling Yi does not marry, father should not think there is no way to satisfy the third prince. We can simply marry Juyu off instead. After all, the engagement was originally with Juyu, though she is not the legitimate daughter. She is still a young lady of the household. The third prince cherishes Juyu and likely would not disdain her illegitimate status. It would be a win-win situation. Juyu cannot marry the third prince. Lin Tianliang glared at Lin Chengtian. Lin Chengtian, why are you able to cultivate in the National Academy without a care? It is because you have the support of the Lin family. Of me, now with my hands tied by Ling Yi, it is highly probable I will not return to court. The only one who can continue the Lin family's glory is Juyu. If we marry her to the third prince, the Lin family will truly come to an end. Lin Chengtian looked at Lin Tianliang with a cold expression. Father believes that I cannot cultivate in the capital without the Lin family? Lin Tianliang's face darkened. You are wholly absorbed in your cultivation, ignoring the family's circumstances. How can you comprehend how difficult it is to maintain the Lin family's honor? I truly do not understand. At this point, Lin Chengtian's expression grew not only cold but also his voice. Since you understand so well, do you believe the Eastern Palace would accept a child born of a woman whose identity has been exchanged? And from an extremely disreputable background as a consort. If she cannot be the primary consort, then she can only be a secondary consort or a concubine. Do you think the maternal family of the primary consort would allow a secondary consort or concubine to gain favor? Lin Chengtian regarded Lin Tianliang. You may think that as long as the crown prince favors Lin Juyu, there is still hope, but have you considered that once the truth of the child exchange spreads, can the Eastern Palace afford to lose face, even if the crown prince truly does not care? Would his majesty and the empress not mind, or do you believe this matter can be concealed? Lin Chengtian let out a cold laugh. On my way back from the academy, I heard of this matter. Do you still think it can be hidden? Since you were so knowledgeable, why are you still dreaming? After hearing Lin Chengtian's words, Lin Tianliang furiously retorted, who caused all of this? It is all due to your dear sister. If she had obediently married the third prince, how could we have ended up in this situation? A hint of disdain arose in Lin Chengtian's eyes. At this point, father still believes Ling Yi is the cause of all this. The true cause is you. Lin Chengtian fixed his gaze on Lin Tianliang. I will not allow Ling Yi to remain in the Lin family. You. Lin Tianliang stared at Lin Chengtian, trembling with rage, and in the next moment, he fainted, his eyes rolling back. With Lin Tianliang's fainting, chaos ensued. After Lin Chengyi's burial, Lin Chengtian kept his word and took Ling Yi away from the Lin family. Lin Tianliang attempted to stop them, but the spiritual masters nurtured by the Lin family were no match for Lin Chengtian, leaving Lin Tianliang to watch helplessly as Lin Chengtian took them away. Nearly fainting from anger, Lin Chengzi stood at the gate, observing the departing carriage, and realized the gravity of the situation. His elder brother possessed remarkable talent. If he were willing to uphold the Lin family, their glory could continue, but if his elder brother was unwilling, the Lin family would truly face demise. Having been in court for many years, father could not possibly be oblivious. If that were the case, why did he still insist on placing all his hopes on Juyu? Did he truly care for this child, or was there another reason? Lin Chengzi furrowed his brow deeply, sensing that this matter was far from over. In the carriage heading to the National Academy, Lin Chengtian kept his gaze fixed on Ling Yi. Initially, Ling Yi had no intention of acknowledging him, but Lin Chengtian's obvious stare compelled her to say, "Stop staring at me. If you have questions, just ask." Lin Chengtian looked intently at Ling Yi. "Nothing much, I am simply a bit surprised." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "Surprised?" "Yes," Lin Chengtian replied. "I did not expect you to leave with me so decisively." Ling Yi remained silent, prompting Lin Chengtian to continue. "I thought given your hatred for the Lin family, you would kill father, yet you did not. Why?" Lin Chengtian did not perceive Ling Yi as compassionate. She had even killed Qingyu, making it improbable for her to spare an even more egregious father. Ling Yi smirked. "You are not mistaken, I indeed did not plan to let Lin Tianliang off the hook. However, keeping him alive serves a purpose, and I have other matters to attend to for the time being." Lin Tianliang had only dispatched 20 individuals, yet the Lin residents had a whole contingent remaining. It would be a waste to kill him now, as she was waiting for those individuals to unlock their abilities. Lin Chengtian. Ling Yi regarded the person before her. "I admit I intend to kill your father." "Do you have nothing to say?" Lin Chengtian frowned. "Call me elder brother." Ling Yi ignored this remark and took a bite of the fruit on the table. "Never mind." Lin Chengtian did not press her to comply but simply stated, "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I do not have much affection for them. If someone else were to kill him, I would seek revenge. If it is you. This is what he owes you." Chapter 16, Dual Attribute Spiritual Root. Ling Yi found Lin Chengtian to be somewhat peculiar. He was different from the rest of the Lin family, yet, no matter how different he was, it did not change the fact that he was a child of the Lin family. Lin Chengtian's emotional connection to his family seemed rather tenuous. Reflecting on Lin Chengtian's words to Lin Tianliang, Ling Yi began to understand. "Lin Chengtian, if I had no cultivation and were merely an ordinary person, would you still care about my well-being?" Lin Xingtian's gaze fell upon Ling Yi's face, his expression calm. If you had no cultivation, I would not bring you to the academy. I would send you away to IS. That so, Ling Yi replied. Then fell silent. The carriage returned to silence, until half an hour later when it stopped at the National Academy. Lin Xingtian led Ling Yi down from the carriage and into the academy. I will first take you to the Spirit Stone to test your spiritual root attributes and cultivation level. Oh, Ling Yi responded with a nonchalant expression. Lin Xingtian frowned at her demeanor. Do not be so listless. We must determine your spiritual root attributes and cultivation level before we can tailor a training direction. Lin Xingtian added, I do not know how you cultivated before, but your methods and resources in the village surely cannot compare to those at the National Academy, once the testing is complete. I will request a month from the teachers to serve as your training partner and supervisor. At that time, being this lackadaisical will not do, Ling Yi replied. That is unnecessary, Lin Xingtian insisted. It is necessary. He returned from this trip only to learn that Ling Yi's engagement to the third prince had been set for half a month later. His father would undoubtedly send people to capture Ling Yi. He could not afford to take his eyes off her. Ling Yi was not oblivious to Lin Xingtian's thoughts and did not argue with him. The two made their way to the testing building. And as they passed through the square, Ling Yi paused to look at something. Lin Xingtian noticed her halt and followed her gaze. What are you looking at? At the beast, Ling Yi replied. That beast looks quite impressive. It is a frost wolf, Lin Xingtian explained. A third-tier beast. Indeed remarkable. I heard that Mu Zixuan's team chased the frost wolf for half a month before finally capturing it with the help of a beast tamer. A third-tier frost wolf requires a sixth-tier spiritual master to deal with it. An adult frost wolf can even contend with a seventh-tier spiritual master. Mu Zixuan and his team must have struggled to control the frost wolf. It was likely marked by the beast tamer. You know a lot, Ling Yi remarked casually, then asked, who is Mu Zixuan? His Majesty's brother's child, the heir of the Ming Prince's residence. The heir, Ling Yi smiled, quite a high status. If it were not high, the Academy's beast tamers would not have bothered to assist him in capturing the frost wolf. Lin Xingtian's tone was indifferent. He aims to secure a spot in the competition in a month. To participate in the Eastern Yang Empire's Grand Tournament. Ling Yi, who had been indifferent, perked up at this news. The Eastern Yang Empire's Grand Tournament? Lin Xingtian nodded. Yes, it will take place in 3 months. Can I participate? Once you secure a spot, you can participate, Lin Xingtian explained. In the Grand Tournament, there are 3 spots for countries like our Lingyang Kingdom, while the Empire has 8. Alright, I want to participate. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as she looked at Mu Zixuan. If she wanted to compete, she needed to hurry and test her cultivation. Lin Xingtian urged her towards the testing hall. I understand, Ling Yi replied, and they continued on to the testing hall. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xingtian led Ling Yi into the testing hall, after explaining their purpose to the personnel there. They proceeded to the spirit testing stone. Lin Xingtian looked at Ling Yi and said, Go ahead, place your hand on the spirit testing stone to first assess your spiritual root attribute, and then channel your spiritual energy to measure your cultivation level. Understood, Ling Yi replied, and then walked towards the spirit testing stone. Upon arriving, she followed Lin Xingtian's instructions and placed her hand upon it. The spirit testing stone shimmered with brilliance, revealing a vibrant red hue, while the purity indicator for the spiritual root attribute climbed steadily until it reached its peak and ceased to move. Lin Xingtian's expression turned to one of astonishment at this spectacle. The recorder gasped in awe, exclaiming, a top-grade fire spiritual root. Hearing the astonished voice of the recorder, a smile crept into Ling Yi's gaze. However, in the next moment, the dazzling red suddenly transformed into a clear aquamarine, yet the purity indicator remained at its pinnacle. A top-grade water spiritual root, the supervisor exclaimed in shock. Dual attribute spiritual roots. Both of exceptional purity. Lin Xingtian was equally taken aback but brimmed with pride. It was indeed a dual attribute spiritual root. As the personnel in the testing hall and Lin Xingtian gazed at Ling Yi in astonishment. She began to channel her spiritual energy. Another indicator began to rise, ultimately halting at the 4th level. The personnel in the testing hall were elated, declaring, what a promising talent, at 16 years old, without any prior guidance or specialized training. She has already achieved the level of a 4th-tier spiritual master. Her talent is extraordinary. Someone chimed in, and she possesses dual attribute spiritual roots. Lin Xingtian, where did you find such a gem? The personnel in the testing hall recognized the geniuses of the First Academy and jested. With such a remarkable talent, why didn't you bring her here sooner? The teachers of the First Academy will surely be overjoyed. Lin Xingtian explained, this is my sister, Ling Yi. I just found her and upon discovering her spiritual energy, decided to bring her here for a test. Sister? Someone questioned, isn't your sister Lin Juyu? Indeed, others echoed, equally puzzled. Lin Xingtian clarified, Ling Yi is my mother's sister, Lin Juyu is not. The personnel in the testing hall were even more confused. What had transpired? Those from the capital academy, be they teachers or students, rarely ventured outside unless on holiday or for significant matters, given that the Lin family had only recently reclaimed their daughter without publicizing it. The news had spread only in fragments, making it less known in the relatively secluded environment. However, once classes resumed and students returned home for breaks, the information would inevitably circulate. Though curious, the personnel did not press further and issued a testing certificate to Lin Shengtian. After receiving the certificate and expressing his gratitude, Lin Shengtian took Ling Yi and departed the testing hall. I will take you to complete your enrollment, and once that is settled, I will introduce you to the teachers of the first academy. Lin Shengtian was genuinely pleased, his words flowing more freely than before. I possess a single attribute spiritual root. I never expected you to have dual attributes. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's lips twitched slightly. The fire and water abilities she had unlocked were the results of her actions against the batch of individuals sent by Lin Tianliang. The reason for unlocking both the water and fire abilities was their versatility. Little did she know that these two would be identified as her spiritual root attributes by the spirit testing stone. Not if that were the case, would she also possess a 4-attribute spiritual root after unlocking her lightning and wood abilities? That assessment is indeed accurate. As Ling Yi pondered, Tianyan's voice resonated. If the elemental abilities correspond to this world's spiritual root attributes, what would the truth-seeking abilities align with in this realm? Ling Yi felt a surge of curiosity. Cultivation techniques, precisely. With that confirmation, Ling Yi refrained from further comments. Chapter 17, out of funds after completing her enrollment and receiving her identity card. Ling Yi also collected the student attire from the Capital Academy, along with 10 fire and water spirit stones and a bottle of ordinary hemostatic medicine. Upon exiting the academy, Lin Shengtian led Ling Yi towards the first academy, after meeting the teachers. Arrangements will be made for your dormitory. Understood, Ling Yi replied, absently toying with the fire spirit stone she had received. This spirit stone is rife with impurities. The quality is naturally inferior, being a complimentary item upon enrollment. Lin Shengtian remarked, holding the box of clothing for Ling Yi. Very well, Ling Yi conceded, tossing the spirit stones back into her bag while carrying a single pouch. Observing this, Lin Shengtian frowned, saying, first, follow me to the Linlang Pavilion. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What kind of place is that? A place for purchasing magical artifacts, Lin Shengtian explained. We'll buy you a storage artifact, allowing you to conveniently store your belongings. Ling Yi honestly did not require a storage artifact. As Tianyan had already unlocked a personal space for her, however, since she could not disclose the existence of this space to others, she did not reject Lin Shengtian's suggestion, merely stating, I have no money. You needn't worry about the expense, Lin Shengtian replied. Then let us go, Ling Yi said. Acquiring a storage artifact would serve to obscure her circumstances, yet. As Ling Yi gazed at the array of flamboyant trinkets within Linlang Pavilion, her attention was drawn to the limited sizes indicated beneath them, rendering her momentarily silent. Noticing her silence, Lin Shengtian urged, select one. Ling Yi turned to Lin Shengtian and inquired, do you not have a larger storage artifact? None, Lin Shengtian replied. The capabilities of the capital's artifact craftsmen are limited. If you desire a larger one, you must travel to the Empire. For now, purchase one, and when a teacher heads to the Empire, I will ask them to procure a larger one for you. Ling Yi fell silent again but eventually turned back to select an artifact. The storage artifacts available were modest in size, but varied in style. While they were not finely crafted, they possessed aesthetic appeal. Ling Yi chose a bracelet that appeared to be woven from charred branches struck by lightning, simple in design and dark in color. Yet she found it quite to her liking. Lin Shengtian observed her choice, sighing. Could you not select something more visually appealing? What's wrong with this one? Ling Yi countered. I simply prefer this, she insisted. Lin Shengtian sighed again but refrained from further protest. Leading her to the checkout, after purchasing the bracelet, Ling Yi activated it to store the clothing and spirit stone she had just received, liberating her in Lin Shengtian's hands. Upon exiting Linlang Pavilion, the two made their way to the first academy. Upon their arrival, Lin Shengtian first took Ling Yi to meet his teacher. His instructor was a 9th-tier spiritual master with a fire attribute spiritual root, and Ling Yi was required to attend his classes. Following Lin Shengtian, Ling Yi encountered an elderly man whose hair and beard were completely white, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon reviewing Ling Yi's testing certificate, the old man beamed with delight. Excellent, excellent, a truly promising talent. Shengtian, both you and your sister are remarkable. But the old man seemed puzzled. Your sister has managed to cultivate herself to a 4th-tier spiritual master. Why did you not bring her to the academy sooner? Had she arrived earlier, her cultivation would undoubtedly exceed the 4th tier. Lin Shengtian believed his teacher's words. Had he brought Ling Yi sooner, her cultivation would certainly have surpassed his own. Not wishing to conceal anything from his teacher, he briefly recounted the situation. As for the more intricate details, Lin Shengtian trusted that his teacher would soon discover them, given that their father would not let the matter rest. What a pity! The old man lamented the years Ling Yi had lost, but quickly regained his composure. Come, I will take you to meet Oldly Woldly, as the elderly man referred to him, was an 8th-tier spiritual master with a water attribute spiritual root. With Ling Yi possessing both water and fire attributes, the majority of her upcoming classes would be taught by both the old man and Oldly. Additionally, she would need to attend some courses on identifying items, studying spirit beasts, medicinal pills, herbs, magical artifacts, and formations. On their way to meet Teacher Li, Lin Shengtian spoke to the old man. Teacher, since Ling Yi has just enrolled, I wish to accompany her for a month of training. Once she becomes familiar with the surroundings, she can attend classes regularly. The old man contemplated, saying that their courses overlapped and that accompanying her was unnecessary. But Lin Shengtian preempted him. Ling Yi is not a child. She doesn't need my company. However, I intend to stay with her during this critical month, as I am concerned about family disturbances. Upon hearing this, the old man understood. That is fair. You have dedicated yourself to cultivation over the years, rarely taking breaks during the holidays. This month will serve as a well-deserved respite. Thank you. Teacher, although it was intended as a break, they could not afford to be complacent, as the competition for spots in the Imperial Tournament loomed just a month away. The old man looked at Lin Shengtian, saying, Shengtian, you must not let your guard down. Rest assured, teacher, the students will not disappoint you in the competition. Lin Shengtian affirmed. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Hearing you say that reassures me. As the three conversed, they arrived at Teacher Li's location. Teacher Li, also an elderly gentleman, was elated to learn of Ling Yi's circumstances. I happen to be heading to class, why not let Ling Yi accompany me now? The old man chuckled and teased oldly, I too wish for Ling Yi to attend my class today, but she is new to the academy and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I plan to have Shengtian show her around before she begins classes tomorrow. Teacher Li felt a tinge of disappointment, but considering that Ling Yi would be in his class the next day, his disappointment quickly turned to joy. Very well, we shall commence tomorrow. Do not worry. Once enrolled, she cannot escape. I shall look forward to it, Teacher Li said, glancing at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I eagerly await your attendance in class tomorrow. Despite Ling Yi's ulterior motives for joining the academy, she would adhere to the necessary protocols now that she was there. All right, satisfied, Teacher Li departed. The old man smiled at Lin Shengtian, saying, Shengtian, take Ling Yi to familiarize her with the academy and arrange her dormitory. She must not be late for class tomorrow. Understood, Lin Shengtian replied, and then took Ling Yi away. The two first sought out the teacher responsible for arranging dormitories. The dormitory supervisor escorted them to the dormitory area, assigning Ling Yi to dormitory number 1 in the female dormitory zone. Upon learning that it was dormitory number 1, Lin Shengtian frowned and asked, are there no other dormitories available? Before the dormitory teacher could respond, Ling Yi inquired, is there an issue with dormitory 1? Lin Shengtian was about to say something when the dormitory door swung open, and a woman emerged, her frosty gaze fixed on Lin Shengtian. I too wish to understand what problems dormitory 1 has, and why a change is necessary. The three outside the dormitory simultaneously turned their attention to the woman, yet she only regarded Lin Shengtian. Lin Shengtian, speak. Lin Shengtian replied coldly, Ling Yi is my sister. I believe it is inappropriate for her to reside in dormitory 1, and I would like to request a change for her sister. The woman then shifted her gaze to Ling Yi, and upon seeing her, a look of confusion flickered in her eyes. Isn't your sister Lin Zhuyu? Chapter 18. Frustrating your older brother. The woman was the third person to voice such a statement today. Although Lin Shengtian felt exasperated, he maintained, Ling Yi is indeed my biological sister. You will come to know this in due time. Upon hearing this, the woman seemed poised to say more, but the dormitory teacher interjected first. Qing Shuang, like you, Ling Yi possesses both water and fire attributes. I believe she will be quite well suited to reside with you, hence the arrangement. After the dormitory teacher spoke, he turned to Lin Shengtian. Shengtian, you are aware that we must consider the attributes of their spiritual roots in these matters. Lin Shengtian frowned at this remark but had yet to respond when Qing Shuang, eyeing Ling Yi in surprise, exclaimed, you two possess dual attributes, and like me, you are both water and fire. Indeed, Ling Yi nodded, knowing that as long as Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhuyu performed admirably, she could potentially manifest 4 attributes, becoming multifaceted. Then let us share a room, Qing Shuang suggested. Our courses align, and since you are new to the academy, you can ask me anything you do not understand. Ling Yi smiled and nodded. Very well, Qing Shuang then turned her gaze back to Lin Shengtian. Lin Shengtian, it is optimal for your sister to reside with me. Why do you refuse this arrangement? Lin Shengtian did not respond but instead looked to Ling Yi. Do you truly wish to share a room with her? Ling Yi answered, she is correct. Living with her is indeed the best choice and seems quite agreeable. Since you are willing, I shall not obstruct you. Lin Shengtian conceded, before directing his attention back to Qing Shuang. Ye Qing Shuang, I do not wish to hear your catchphrases repeated through my sister. Ye Qing Shuang scoffed, your sister is quite grown. Do you still intend to dictate her speech? Lin Shengtian coldly retorted, you may attempt to test that. Do you think I fear you? Yi Qing Shuang shot back, you will soon find out, she concluded. Striding away, Ling Yi, I must attend class now. You should have your first class tomorrow, and we can go together then. Alright, Ling Yi replied. Once Yi Qing Shuang had walked some distance away, she turned to Lin Shengtian. Isn't this quite good? Why do you harbor such strong objections towards her? Lin Shengtian raised a hand to rub his temples. You will understand in due time. Do not emulate her. I still do not know Ling Yi replied, following the dormitory teacher into the building to inspect her room. Since there were already residents in the dormitory, it was improper for Lin Chengtian, as a male, to enter. Thus, he waited outside until Ling Yi and the dormitory teacher had finished their preparations before taking her to familiarize herself with the academy. The following morning, Ling Yi awoke, turned her head towards the door, and after 3 seconds, a knock resonated, accompanied by Yi Qing Shuang's voice. Ling Yi, rise and eat. After you finish, we have class. Ling Yi. I'm up. After responding, she dressed and washed up, finally stepping out of her room. Yi Qing Shuang stood outside holding a tray, and as soon as Ling Yi emerged, she handed it over to I bought this early this morning. Enjoy. Ling Yi glanced at the buns in the tray. We just met yesterday. The implication was clear. They had not yet reached the level of familiarity where one would buy breakfast for the other. Yi Qing Shuang smiled. You may interpret it as my attempt to establish a good rapport with you. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow at why Yi Qing Shuang took a bite of a bun. It's enough to infuriate your brother. Ling Yi replied, even without me, you can still vex him. Given their demeanor from the previous day, it was evident that Lin Chengtian had been quite irritated by Yi Qing Shuang, not quite the same. Yi Qing Shuang dismissed, hurry and eat. We must go to class afterward. Thank you, Ling Yi said, taking a bun and eating. Once they finished and prepared to head to class, they stepped out of the courtyard to find Lin Chengtian waiting outside. Yi Qing Shuang remarked upon seeing him, what brings you to the girls' dormitory so early? Before Lin Chengtian could respond, Ling Yi interjected, he has taken a month off from his studies to accompany me as a practice partner. So you will be seeing him throughout this month. Practice partner. Yi Qing Shuang glanced between Ling Yi and Lin Chengtian. Intrigued, Lin Chengtian ignored her and said, let us go. Their first class of the day was with Teacher Li. Taking place in the Water Academy. As the trio approached the Water Academy, they encountered two groups of students seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Yi Qing Shuang stepped forward, classes are about to start. Why are you still outside? One group replied, Qing Shuang, it's not that we do not wish to enter, but the Ice Academy has come again. Yi Qing Shuang looked to the other group, who stated, we are all students of the National Academy. What is wrong with us borrowing the Water Academy to test our recent cultivation progress? Exactly, you Water Academy students are being too stingy. We come to borrow your facility, and you could simply go to our Ice Academy. We are not Ice Attribute. Why would we go to your Ice Academy? Water and ice are interrelated. What is the issue? You speak so casually, but the water is gentle, and the Ice Academy is tailored to your spiritual root attributes. It is simply not suitable for us. The Water Academy is also arranged according to your spiritual root attributes. It is equally unsuitable for us. Why can we accept it, yet you cannot? Are you afraid of water while cultivating ice? A Water Academy student countered, just as the Ice Academy students were preparing to retort. A young man emerged from the Water Academy. What is all this noise about? Your teachers have already consented. What good is your obstruction? Indeed, the young master is impressive. The Ice Academy students cheered as they headed into the Water Academy. As they brushed past the Water Academy students, the Ice Academy students deliberately bumped into them, inciting anger among the Water Academy students. You Ice Academy are too overbearing. Mu Zixuan glanced at the speaker. What if we are? If you are dissatisfied, you can have your teacher advocate for you. Exactly, the Ice Academy students grinned out. If we have a problem, we will seek our teacher, not resort to mere shouting like you. You, the Water Academy students were furious yet at a loss for a counter-argument. Why did the Ice Academy dare to claim they would seek their teacher's assistance? Was it not due to the belief that their Water Academy's teacher was inferior to theirs? Do you think that is all the Ice Academy is capable of? Yi Qing Shuang interjected. It is evident that you are the offspring of your parents, yet you act as though your teacher has birthed you. You are always invoking your teacher. One would think you were still weaning, appearing upright but still crawling on all fours. Yi Qing Shuang. The Ice Academy students were incensed by her words. There's something wrong with seeking a teacher? Who says your teacher is not as capable as ours? If your teacher were truly formidable, would you still seek their assistance? Yes, your teacher is indeed the most capable. How then did such a remarkable teacher produce such a useless lot? Yi Qing Shuang, who do you deem useless? Mu Zixuan said coldly. Do you genuinely believe you stand at the pinnacle of the academy? Yi Qing Shuang smiled at Mu Zixuan. I rely neither on my parents nor on any beast tamers for assistance. Standing nearby, Ling Yi clapped for Yi Qing Shuang. Well said. As the commotion escalated, Lin Chengtian, Yi Qing Shuang, and the students from both the Water and Ice Academies turned their gazes towards her. Chapter 19. Ling Yi appears to be a tough nut to crack. Who are you? The Ice Academy students scrutinized Ling Yi, struggling to place her face, as she was unfamiliar to them. Not only were the Ice Academy students unaware of her, but the Water Academy students were equally unacquainted. However, since Ling Yi had accompanied Yi Qing Shuang and Lin Chengtian, the Water Academy students would not dare claim ignorance. Me, Ling Yi smiled. I just enrolled yesterday, and today marks my first day of classes. Who would have thought I would encounter a pack of dogs blocking my path on the very first day? What a stroke of bad luck. The phrase "a pack of dogs blocking the way" garnered an expression of awe from the Water Academy students. While the Ice Academy students glared darkly, "Who do you call a dog?" Ling Yi quipped, "Whoever is not a student of the Water Academy yet obstructs its entrance as a dog. Ye Qing Shuang shot a glance at Ling Yi before turning to Lin Qingtian. "Are you certain I will lead your sister astray?" With a tongue as sharp as hers, Ling Yi would hardly require any guidance. Lin Qingtian's expression darkened, yet in front of so many witnesses, he refrained from making any remarks. The Ice Academy students sneered at Ling Yi. "You dare to oppose us so boldly, having just enrolled yesterday? What audacity!" "You are correct. I possess nothing but audacity," Ling Yi replied. Striding towards the Water Academy, "I need to attend class. Do not block my way." As she spoke, Ling Yi deliberately bumped into Mu Zixuan as she passed him, caught off guard by the collision. Mu Zixuan stumbled slightly, his expression darkening as he glared at Ling Yi. Ling Yi paused, looking at Mu Zixuan with a bright smile. "Oh dear, I did not see you there, but I trust you will not mind. After all, you were rather careless in your walking just now." Mu Zixuan let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth. "You are quite something." Ling Yi's smile widened. "Thank you for the compliment, I indeed excel." Yi Qing Shuang observed Ling Yi and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. The gazes directed at Ling Yi grew increasingly filled with respect, leaving many to ponder who this courageous individual might be. Having heard Qing Shuang mention that Ling Yi was Lin Qingtian's sister, they speculated on her connection to the Lin family. The Ice Academy students contemplated retaliating but were halted by Mu Zixuan. The man turned to Mu Zixuan and said, "Young master, her arrogance warrants a lesson." Mu Zixuan replied in a deep voice, "We'll deal with her during class." The students from the Ice Academy then relented. Both parties entered the Water Academy and proceeded to the classroom. In the water courtyard, two elderly men awaited. Upon the students' arrival, those from the Water Academy greeted Teacher Li, while the Ice Academy students acknowledged another elder. Teacher Li's expression was not particularly pleasant, but it softened somewhat upon seeing his students. The other elder, who had initially worn a smile, lost it as he observed the grim faces of his own students. "What happened?" he inquired. Typically, it was the Water Academy students who faced humiliation at the hands of the Ice Academy. What had transpired today, just as Yi Qing Shuang had previously scolded them, the Ice Academy students were indeed adept at seeking out their teachers. As soon as their instructor inquired, the Ice Academy students relayed an embellished version of the events that had just unfolded. The Water Academy students immediately began to refute their claims. However, would the Ice Academy teacher heed their rebuttals? Certainly not. He cast a hostile gaze toward Ling Yi, stating, "To be so audacious on your first day of enrollment warrants a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what may come of you over time." After delivering his admonition, the Ice Academy teacher turned to Teacher Li, saying boldly, "If you do not impose some punishment on this student, I shall have to intervene." The Ice Academy's domineering nature was not only unappealing to the Water Academy students. Teacher Li felt the same way and thus dismissed the Ice Academy teacher's remarks. "Ling Yi has just enrolled, and upon encountering students from another academy in my classroom, she retaliated against her classmates. Is it not a matter of loyalty? If punishment is to be meted out, should not Teacher Su also penalize the Ice Academy students?" Teacher Li spoke coldly. "They have been in the academy for quite some time yet remain so arrogant. Is this acceptable?" Teacher Su's face darkened further at Teacher Li's rebuke. "My students are arrogant? We are merely borrowing the Water Academy's classroom, and it is the Water Academy students who are seeking trouble. Should we then humble ourselves and beg for mercy?" Teacher Li responded sternly, "Isn't it excessive to borrow 4 times in a month?" Teacher Su retorted with a cold laugh, "The academy imposes no limit on the frequency of borrowing. If you are dissatisfied, you may take it up with the dean. If that fails, we can present our case as it stands." Both Teacher Li and Teacher Su were 8th level spirit masters, yet there were nuances in their respective strengths. With Teacher Su being the more formidable of the two. This disparity contributed to the Ice Academy's audacity. After Teacher Su's remarks, Teacher Li fell silent, and the Ice Academy students, seeing their teacher support them, regarded others with disdain. It seemed they could indeed borrow classroom space. Ling Yi looked to Lin Qingtian and Yi Qing Shuang, suggesting, "Why not have the Fire Academy borrow the Ice Academy's venue as well? Though fire and ice are opposing forces, the more we understand each other, the better." Yi Qing Shuang nodded in agreement. "I think that is a good idea." Lin Qingtian, meeting Ling Yi's gaze, concurred. "If you wish, you can discuss it with the teacher tomorrow." If the students of one academy were a special case within the capital's academy, then Lin Qingtian and Yi Qing Shuang were the leaders among the students, as they were the only two whose cultivation had reached the 5th level. The Ice Academy, though brazen, dared not provoke the Fire Academy, only bullying other academies, precisely because the 2 strongest students were in the Fire Academy. Upon hearing Lin Qingtian's words, the Ice Academy students scoffed. "Lin Qingtian, what does the matter between the Ice Academy and Water Academy have to do with your Fire Academy?" Yi Qing Shuang retorted, "Of course it matters. Ling Yi is his sister. If your teacher intends to bully Ling Yi, is it not tantamount to bullying him, the sister?" The Ice Academy students were taken aback by this revelation. "Isn't your sister Lin Zhuyu?" Lin Qingtian, disinterested in further discussion, was about to speak when Teacher Li Grinning, addressed Ling Yi and Yi Qingxuang, if you wish to borrow the Ice Academy for training, I can discuss it with old Mu. Before others could interject, Teacher Li turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, with your dual attributes of water and fire, you must not slacken your cultivation. After this, he looked at Teacher Su. Both Ling Yi and Qingxuang possess dual attributes. Not only has the Water Academy gained a promising talent, but the Fire Academy has as well. When old Mu and I learned of this, we were overjoyed. The news of Ling Yi possessing dual attributes and planning to attend lessons in the Fire Academy did not sit well with the Ice Academy students. They had previously bullied the Water Academy, knowing that Yi Qingxuang would occasionally step in, but now another contender had arrived in Ling Yi, who was Lin Qingtian's sister, connected to the two strongest students, and she appeared to be a tough opponent. It seemed that their days of freely usurping the Water Academy's training resources were drawing to a close. Chapter 20. Your affairs are my affairs. Teacher Su wore a forced smile as he observed Ling Yi. Dual attributes of water and fire indeed mark you as a promising talent, and as such, you should focus diligently on your cultivation. You are not my teacher, so why concern yourself with my progress? Ling Yi replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Teacher Su. Rather than worrying about my cultivation, you ought to pay more attention to the incompetents under your charge, who only know to call you teacher. Yi Qingxuang shot Lin Chengtian a glance. Are you worried I'll lead your sister astray? Lin Chengtian furrowed his brow and called out, Ling Yi. Ling Yi turned to him, what is it? I only speak the truth. I am not making baseless claims. After finishing her statement, Ling Yi looked toward Teacher Su. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to have your students compete against me. Before Teacher Su could respond, Ling Yi pointed at Mu Zixuan. Let him do it. He stated before entering that he would teach me a lesson during class. I wish to see what kind of lesson he can impart. Mu Zixuan glared at Ling Yi in silence. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Afraid? Can't back up your words. Do you think you are worthy of competing with a young master? A woman standing beside Mu Zixuan stepped forward. I will compete with you. Ling Yi smiled at the woman. Mu Zixuan, are you even a man? She seems to have more courage than you. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan shot an annoyed glance at the woman. You need not intervene. Return to the woman, sensing Mu Zixuan's displeasure, did not dare to protest and retreated. Mu Zixuan turned to Ling Yi. You wish to compete with me? Very well, I accept. With a cold smirk, Mu Zixuan added, since you have called for a duel, let us meet on the arena, where life and death shall not be concerned. Zixuan, no, this is unacceptable. The voices of Teacher Su, Teacher Li, and Lin Chengtian echoed simultaneously. Teacher Su disliked Ling Yi, yet it seemed excessive for her to engage in a life and death battle so soon after her enrollment. Teacher Li, on the other hand, believed Ling Yi could not possibly defeat Mu Zixuan and did not wish to see such a promising talent lost. Lin Chengtian glared at Mu Zixuan, saying, if you wish for a life and death match right off the bat, why not let me fight you instead? Mu Zixuan smirked. Why are you so angry? She is the one who wished to compete with me. Very well. Lin Chengtian had not yet responded when Ling Yi interjected. I agree. Ling Yi had been hoping for an opportunity to rid herself of Mu Zixuan, and now he had presented himself willingly. How delightful. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian admonished, a life and death battle is no trifling matter. I am not a fool. I understand the gravity of the situation. Ling Yi turned to Mu Zixuan. Shall we go now? I said no, Lin Chengtian asserted, reaching out to pull Ling Yi away. Ling Yi dodged his grasp and looked at him defiantly. I said I want to compete. The situation had escalated beyond anyone's expectations, and Yi Qingxuang found herself unable to remain a mere spectator. She implored, Ling Yi, your brother is right, a life and death battle is no game. Moreover, Mu Zixuan has been cultivating in the academy for some time, while you have only just begun. He has the advantage, and it would be unwise to engage him now. Ling Yi, Qingxuang, and your brother are correct. Teacher Li added, you and Mu Zixuan are both at the 4th level. Setting aside the cultivation aspect, consider the contracted beasts. The arena allows for the summoning of contracted beasts. If Mu Zixuan possesses one and you do not, it would be even more challenging for you. If you truly wish to compete, it would be better to wait until you have a contracted beast of your own. No. Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Mu Zixuan. Right now. Mu Zixuan was not foolish. If she acquired a contracted beast, would he still dare to engage in a life and death battle? Very well, Mu Zixuan remarked with a smile. Ling Yi, since you insist on competing, I will give you 3 days to persuade your sister to withdraw from the match. If she is willing to concede and apologize to me in front of the students from both academies, I shall let the matter rest. If she refuses to concede or apologize, I shall await her on the arena 3 days hence. Lin Qingtian's expression turned cold as he gazed at Mu Zixuan. Why not have me apologize to you in front of all the students of the Capital Academy? Mu Zixuan chuckled. Do not take your anger out on me. Your sister brought this upon herself. Rest assured, I would not even apologize to a dog. Ling Yi looked at Mu Zixuan. See you on the arena in 3 days. Ling Yi, upon hearing her agreement, both Teacher Li and Yi Qingxuang disapproved. Mu Zixuan nodded. You have spirit. Everyone has heard it. I shall await you on the arena in 3 days as a witness. The Ice Academy students regarded Ling Yi with contempt, while the Water Academy students had mixed feelings. Some worried for her, while others thought she was merely seeking trouble. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall let it slide. Mu Zixuan turned to Teacher Su and said, Teacher Su, I shall take the lead. Let us forego our training at the Water Academy today and return home instead. Behind Mu Zixuan stood the Prince Ming's residence, and knowing Teacher Su's inclination to indulge him, he naturally did not refuse. Very well. Old Li, we shall reconvene in 3 days, Teacher Su addressed Teacher Li, and then led the students of the Ice Academy away. As they departed, one student inquired softly of Mu Zixuan, Your Highness, why must we wait 3 days? Would it not be better to eliminate her today? Though the question was posed quietly, Mu Zixuan deliberately raised his voice in response. We have yet to establish an adequate rapport with the Frost Wolf. Allow 3 more days, and then you shall witness the true prowess of the Frost Wolf. I see, the other students of the Ice Academy praised. The young master is indeed formidable. We eagerly await the moment you and the Frost Wolf crush Ling Yi. Rest assured, you will avenge our grievances today. With mirth, Mu Zixuan and the students of the Ice Academy departed. Teacher Li turned to Ling Yi and remarked, Ling Yi, you have heard Mu Zixuan's words. You are at a disadvantage in comparison to him. It would be wise to concede and offer an apology in 3 days. Ling Yi gazed at Teacher Li and replied resolutely, Teacher, my mind is made up. Teacher Li, at a loss for what to do, turned to Lin Chengtian. Chengtian, do persuade your sister. The others should accompany me to class. Ling Yi, Teacher Li is correct. Do not act impulsively. Yi Qingxuang stated as she departed with Teacher Li and the others. Once they had left, Lin Chengtian looked at Ling Yi and asked, Why must you engage in a life-and-death battle with Mu Zixuan? Lin Chengtian, not lacking in perception, recalled that he had seen Ling Yi in the square yesterday. Seemingly curious about the beast, however, considering her attitude towards Mu Zixuan today, it was clear that her interest was not merely curiosity, there was something more between them. He simply could not comprehend why Ling Yi would provoke Mu Zixuan. Ling Yi cast him a cold glance. This is my affair, I owe you no explanations. With that, she attempted to walk away. Lin Chengtian reached out to stop her, his expression serious and earnest. Ling Yi, I am your elder brother, your matters are my concerns as well, do you understand? Chapter 21, You are the most suitable vessel. Ling Yi looked at Lin Chengtian and smiled, My matters are your concerns? Upon returning to the Lin family, I have treated you kindly, partly because you are unlike the others in our family, and partly because you brought me to the academy, where I need to find certain individuals. Thus maintaining a facade of peace. However, now I feel you are overstepping your bounds. I have arrived at the academy, and since I am not the original Ling Yi, there is no need to uphold this pretense any longer. Lin Chengtian, since the moment you brought me here, you have assumed the role of elder brother, but sadly, I am not truly Ling Yi. As Ling Yi observed Lin Chengtian's frozen expression, she leaned closer. The real Ling Yi is dead. Drowned in the pond of the Lin residence. Why come to speak with me now when you failed to do so earlier? Ling Yi was unafraid to voice this. She knew that as she inhabited Ling Yi's body, and with her true parents gone, there would be no solid evidence for anyone to believe her. Even if Lin Chengtian were to disregard her using his sister's body and speak of it, those who wished her harm would only serve to facilitate her unsealing of her powers. After Ling Yi finished speaking, Lin Chengtian's rigid expression was replaced by a complex one as he sighed softly. At that time, they did not inform me. The first news I received about you was when father contacted me, saying you had killed Qingyu, and that I should return to avenge him. Lin Chengtian continued. Father did not provide further details before severing contact. Confused, I left the capital academy, and during my journey home, I learned of your circumstances and realized the situation between you and Lin Zhuyu. When I returned home, you were absent. My second brother informed me of the events that transpired during your time at home, and it was then that I understood everything. Upon learning this, I resolved to take you away. Ling Yi was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated that the Lin family would seek her without notifying Lin Chengtian. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as Lin Tianli had summoned him back solely for her to marry Lin Zhuyu. What did it matter if they did not notify him, while it was true she had wronged Lin Chengtian in this regard? Ling Yi felt justified in her anger. I have told you, I am not Ling Yi, and you are not my elder brother. My affairs are not your concern. Lin Chengtian froze for a moment upon hearing this, as her words were shocking, but upon further reflection, he questioned, how could it be, if she were not Ling Yi, then who was she? Even if what she claimed were true, that his sister had died due to familial persecution before he returned home, who could say that the person now inhabiting his sister's body was not indeed his sister? Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian regarded the person before him, his gaze filled with sincerity. Perhaps the other members of the Lin family have disappointed you, and perhaps I have angered you today, prompting you to deny your identity. However, in my heart, regardless of your denials, you will always be my sister. You are Ling Yi, I am your elder brother. You may not be Ling Yi, yet you inhabit her body, and I shall remain your elder brother. Upon hearing Lin Chengtian's words, the shock shifted to Ling Yi. She gazed at him in disbelief. You have so readily accepted this? I have taken over your sister's body, and you do not see me as a wicked person. Lin Chengtian replied, if it is true, as you say, that Ling Yi perished in the lake, and you occupied her body only after her death, then you are not culpable for her demise, and thus cannot be deemed wicked. Furthermore, in the myriad of empires within the Tianhuan continent, filled with talented individuals, if you were truly a nefarious person, You would not have chosen to inhabit the body of an unknown girl from a small nation. Ling Yi, that you are impressive. Lin Qingtian smiled at her. Are you still upset? Very well. Ling Yi comprehended that he was fundamentally skeptical. Believing her words to be mere expressions of frustration, she had said all she needed to. She could not force him to believe her. It had nothing to do with anger. Ling Yi looked at Lin Qingtian and stated firmly, Mu Zixuan must die. Furthermore, do not involve yourself in my matters. With that, Ling Yi circumvented Lin Qingtian and departed. Lin Qingtian watched her retreating figure, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Ling Yi's intense animosity towards Mu Zixuan indicated that he had provoked her. Yet if they had crossed paths before, Mu Zixuan would not have appeared so unfamiliar with her today. The issue did not lie with Ling Yi, yet her insistence that Mu Zixuan must die. Suddenly, Lin Qingtian had an epiphany. Yet he promptly retrieved a communication stone and contacted Lin Chengzi. As the connection was established, Lin Chengzi had yet to speak before Lin Qingtian eagerly interjected. Chengzi, I recall you mentioning that you retrieved her from the Ling family village outside the capital? Lin Chengzi, slightly bewildered, instinctively replied, Yes, elder brother. Why do you ask? Lin Qingtian had initially intended to suggest that Lin Chengzi visit the Ling family village to look into Ling Yi's parents. However, recalling Ling Yi's earlier words, he altered his response. Please provide me with the route to Ling family village. I shall go myself. Lin Qingzi found this peculiar. Elder brother, why do you need to know the route to Ling family village? Are you planning to go there? That is none of your concern. Lin Qingtian replied, making his way towards the Beast Academy. Just tell me. Lin Qingzi shared the directions, and once he had the information, Lin Qingtian severed the connection and hastened to the Beast Academy, where he borrowed a second-tier flying beast. The beast tamer inquired, Would you like a beastmaster to accompany you? That will not be necessary. Lin Qingtian responded, I can handle it myself. The beast tamer glanced at Lin Qingtian's student token indicating his cultivation level and handed over the other half of the imprint token before stepping aside. The flying beast flapped its wings and lifted off the ground, heading towards its destination. Having left the Water Academy, Ling Yi found a spot at the edge of the square to sit. Observing the throngs of people passing by, she sighed. Tianyan inquired, Why the sigh? For various reasons. Ling Yi replied, I asked it concerning the competition in 3 days. Indeed, Ling Yi answered, that individual possesses a beast, while I do not. It places me at a significant disadvantage. Tianyan remained silent. Ling Yi continued, Why must the unsealing require the death of evil beings? Is it not permissible to eliminate ordinary people? Tianyan replied, This is the rule. If you wish to unseal before the next competition, you may kill an evil person. If no evil person is available, you may opt to perform 5 good deeds. I will not do that. Ling Yi firmly declined. Tianyan chose not to press further, simply remaining quietly by Ling Yi's side. Time passed, and Ling Yi eventually spoke. Tianyan, although Lin Qingtian is somewhat overbearing, his previous words held merit. What words? Tianyan inquired. Ling Yi pondered. Why am I Ling Yi? Is it due to my compatibility with her, or some other reason? Tianyan responded, According to assessments, your soul is highly compatible with Ling Yi's body. It is the most suitable vessel for you. Chapter 22, You want to kill Ling Yi, is that so? Ling Yi replied, not elaborating further, but the veracity of her thoughts remained solely with her. Rising from her seat, she declared, It is time to attend to matters. She set off toward the Fire Academy, as her next class was there, and to leave the academy, she needed to request a leave of absence. Tianyan asked, Are you returning to the Lin residence? Yes, Ling Yi affirmed, I intend to collect some interest from them. Tianyan fell silent. Ling Yi approached her teacher to request a day off. And after securing her leave, she departed the academy and returned to the Lin family. Upon her return, she headed straight for the Qinghui courtyard. Upon learning that Ling Yi had arrived at Qinghui courtyard, Madame Lin closed the door to avoid her. However, this was a misguided assumption, as Ling Yi had no intention of seeking her out. She went directly to Lin Tianli's residence. Lin Tianliang had his hands severed by Ling Yi. After Lin Qingyu's funeral, the ministers in the court and the members of noble families became aware of this incident. The emperor specifically allowed Lin Tianliang to recuperate at home, exempting him from attending court, which in reality was a means to strip him of his position. To do so immediately after his injury would seem heartless, hence the emperor refrained from stating it directly, allowing the ministers to vie for the position of prime minister amongst themselves. Naturally, Lin Tianliang would not simply sit idly by. Thus, in recent days, numerous outsiders frequented his residence to discuss strategies, as he could not safeguard his position, and they needed to ensure that it would be one of their own who would ascend to that role. When Ling Yi encountered Lin Tianliang in the study, there were others present. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Lin Tianliang's expression darkened, prompting him to dismiss the others, the guests, fearing the man who dared to break his own father's arms. Left without a word once they were alone, Lin Tianliang coldly inquired, Did you not go to the academy? What brings you back? Ling Yi, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, smirked at his words, replying, I have returned to settle the matter of marriage. Having entered the academy, I specifically took leave to ensure that you would not use my marriage to disrupt my studies. Lin Tianliang, incredulous, responded, Are you truly willing to marry the third prince? How could that be? It is not I who holds a marriage contract with him, Ling Yi clarified, the one betrothed to him is Lin Juyu. I shall deliver Lin Juyu to him now, and afterward, do not bother me. With that, Ling Yi exited the study, making her way directly to Lin Juyu's quarters. You dare, Lin Tianliang shouted, recalling Lin Juyu's current predicament, but Ling Yi did not even pause, fearing that Ling Yi would indeed seize Lin Juyu and deliver her to the third prince. Lin Tianliang hastily summoned the court's spiritual masters, and a formidable entourage set off towards Lin Juyu's residence. Upon their arrival, they found Ling Yi had already captured Lin Juyu. Dad, Lin Juyu cried out. Struggling for rescue, help me, Dad, Ling Yi wants to send me to the third prince. I cannot go, Juyu, do not fear, I will never allow her to take you away, Lin Tianliang assured, then shouted at Ling Yi. You rebellious daughter, release Juyu at once, or you shall not leave this door today. Ling Yi, holding Lin Juyu firmly, regarded Lin Tianliang with a bemused smile. I wondered how you could be so certain. It turns out she glanced at Lin Juyu and lowered her voice. You have indeed been informed. Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu's face turned ashen. You lie, Ling Yi chuckled. Am I fabricating tales, or is it the truth? Once I deliver you to the third prince's estate, we shall see if a physician is needed to ascertain your condition. Absolutely not, Lin Juyu protested, struggling. You cannot deliver me. She then turned to Lin Tianliang. Father, kill her, eliminate her. If Ling Yi was not dealt with, she would undoubtedly reveal this matter, ruining Lin Juyu's reputation and implicating the crown prince, who would then blame her, leaving her with no future opportunities. Father, she knows too much. She cannot be allowed to leave, Lin Juyu cried again, seeing Lin Tianliang hesitate. Indeed, Lin Tianliang's expression shifted. Ling Yi was his pawn to placate the third prince, but now that she was uncontrollable and privy to forbidden knowledge, she could not be permitted to survive. Resolutely, Lin Tianliang commanded, eliminate her. Dad, Lin Qingze rushed over, standing beside Ling Yi, and confronted Lin Tianliang. You intend to kill Ling Yi? Lin Tianliang replied coldly. She severed my arms, killed your brother, and now seeks to capture your sister. What reason do I have to spare her? Lin Qingze's expression darkened. Father, do not forget what elder brother said. If you kill Ling Yi, how will you justify it to him? Lin Tianliang scoffed. I am his father. Do I need to justify myself to him? Before Lin Qingze could respond further, Lin Tianliang commanded, why are you still dawdling? Act. The multitude of spiritual masters accompanying Lin Tianliang immediately advanced towards Ling Yi. Lin Tianliang shouted, do not harm the second young master, capture her and rescue the young lady. Upon his decree, several spiritual masters advanced towards Lin Qingze. That he attempted to assist Ling Yi, but his power was insufficient against the spiritual masters, and he was swiftly subdued. Ling Yi, observing the approaching attackers, tossed Lin Juyu aside and faced her assailants. Lin Juyu was rescued and returned to Lin Tianliang's side, immediately commanding the spiritual masters, kill her. Given the head of the household's command, the spiritual masters showed no mercy. However, they were merely at the third level of cultivation and were no match for Ling Yi, who swiftly dispatched them one by one. Lin Tianliang realized that the previous contingent he had sent had not returned because Ling Yi had slain them. Witnessing it firsthand now, his shock was palpable. Though unarmed, Ling Yi's cultivation surpassed that of the spiritual masters, and her strikes were lethal, leaving the 10 or more that had come against her reduced to merely 2. How could this happen? Lin Juyu exclaimed in frustration as the spiritual masters not only failed to eliminate Ling Yi but were instead vanquished. Useless, all of you are worthless. Lin Qingze stood astonished, unable to articulate his thoughts as he watched the scene unfold. Ling Yi glanced at the fallen, declaring, this is sufficient for today. She retreated, distancing herself from them, and smiled at the distraught Lin Juyu. Rest assured, I shall remain silent until you are wed to the third prince. However, should the wedding date arrive without your marriage, I cannot guarantee my silence. With that, Ling Yi turned, leaping onto the wall and departing. As she left Lin Manor, she cast a glance back, hoping that with ample time for preparation, Lin Juyu and Lin Tianliang would not disappoint her, and would indeed send someone to kill her, preferably a multitude of them. Retracting her gaze, Ling Yi boarded her carriage and returned to the academy. Upon her return, Ling Yi went directly to her dormitory, freshened up, changed into a new outfit, and then headed to the academy's library. The lower 3 floors of the library were accessible to students, and Ling Yi spent the afternoon immersed in books. After dining in the cafeteria, she intended to return to her dormitory. Outside the dormitory, she encountered Lin Qingtian. Chapter 23, was she not destined to lose? Lin Qingtian, though appearing cold, was merely serious and not as harsh as he seemed. However, at this moment, his demeanor had transformed into something tangible. Ling Yi approached. What brings you here? Upon seeing her, Lin Qingtian, who had been leaning against the wall, stood upright. I am waiting for you, Ling Yi inquired. Waiting for me for what? Lin Qingtian silently regarded her, providing no answer. He had traveled to Ling family village, and upon reaching the village entrance, had been met with the villagers' furious curses, some even attempting to attack. After conversing with them, he learned the reasons behind their anger: identical flying beasts, indistinct creatures, and the deceased villagers. These clues converged, revealing to Lin Qingtian the rationale behind Ling Yi's vendetta against Mu Zixuan. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian began. I have visited Ling family village. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's expression grew colder. And what of it? Knowing the reasons behind your vendetta against Mu Zixuan, he replied. Lin Chengtian gazed at Ling Yi. I comprehend your hatred and desire for vengeance, but you are at a disadvantage if you confront him. Please consider withdrawing from this competition. Ling Yi's anger flared at his words, but before she could retort, Lin Chengtian added, if you forfeit the competition, I will assist you in seeking revenge. I shall deal with his beast while you confront him. Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengtian in silence. He locked eyes with her. Ling Yi, I do not wish for you to abandon your revenge. I simply want to prevent you from engaging in a life and death struggle. I do not want you to come to harm. Suppressing her sharp words, Ling Yi's demeanor returned to normal. My decision is made and will not waver. With that, she attempted to leave. Lin Chengtian reached out to stop her, looking down at her. Ling Yi, I implore you, let us find another way. Absolutely not, she rejected firmly, and please, do not call me that. It disgusts me. Seeing her refusal to relent, Lin Chengtian tightened his grip on her hand. If that is the case, I shall find Mu Zixuan at once. Ling Chengtian. Ling Yi's gaze bore into him. That is my parents' vendetta. Lin Chengtian understood, recognizing Ling Yi's desire for personal retribution. Thus, he had not sought out Mu Zixuan immediately upon his return but had instead come to discuss it with Ling Yi. What do you wish for me to do? Lin Chengtian's heart ached, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at her. Do you want me to watch you die? I did not witness the pond incident. Do you wish for me to see it unfold before my eyes? How can you be so sure that I will be the one to perish? Ling Yi retorted coldly. Rest assured, I will not die. For I have yet to kill your father. Lin Chengtian was momentarily taken aback but felt somewhat relieved by her words. May I now release you? Ling Yi queried. I wish to return and rest. Lin Chengtian released her hand. Have you eaten? I have. Good, he replied. I shall come to escort you to class tomorrow morning. Ling Yi did not respond. Turning back to her dormitory, Lin Chengtian lingered outside for a long while, remaining until nightfall before departing. The following morning, Lin Chengtian arrived to escort Ling Yi to class. Today's lessons were all in the fire academy. Upon arriving, Professor Mu called Ling Yi aside, urging her to reconsider engaging in a death duel with Mu Zixuan. Ling Yi firmly refused, and seeing that her pleas were futile, Professor Mu placed his hopes on Lin Chengtian, wishing he could persuade Ling Yi. However, it was to no avail. She was resolute in her desire for a death duel, and no amount of persuasion would sway her. In 3 days, news of Ling Yi's intention to duel Mu Zixuan spread throughout the academy, and on the day of the competition, the dueling platform was crowded with students. Those attending classes and those not all gathered to witness the event. Even the teachers were present. Beneath the dueling platform, Mu Zixuan gazed at the approaching Ling Yi, remarking, I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Ling Yi smirked. I intend to take your life. How could I possibly not come? With such bravado, one wonders if your strength matches your audacity. Mu Zixuan scrutinized Ling Yi, saying, I have heard that you are the fiancée of my third cousin. Killing you may not be wise. If you acknowledge your mistake, we can let this matter rest. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi realized that Mu Zixuan had researched her. Your third cousin's fiancée is Lin Zhuyu. Not me, such a widely known fact, and yet you still err. Your people are incompetent. Before Mu Zixuan could retort, Ling Yi interrupted. Enough with the idle chatter. Since you seem eager to seek death, I shall oblige. With that, Mu Zixuan strode towards the dueling platform, and Ling Yi followed suit without uttering another word. Are you both certain about this life and death duel? The overseer of the platform approached them with a contract in hand. If you are resolute, sign your names. Once the contract is established, there will be no room for regret. I am certain, Ling Yi declared, promptly inscribing her name on the contract. Naturally, I am certain. Mu Zixuan followed suit. The moment they signed, the contract soared from the instructor's hand, transforming into shimmering particles that coalesced into a barrier above them. The instructor proclaimed, the dueling platform is now active, only one shall emerge alive. Give it your all. With that, the instructor departed from the platform just as the barrier descended completely. As the barrier fell, all eyes were fixed on the two combatants, eager to witness who would emerge victorious. Ling Yi, you are fortunate. I have just contracted a level 3 beast. Mu Zixuan raised his hand, forming a seal to summon a frost wolf. Prepare to witness the might of the frost wolf. As the seal was completed, a formation appeared beneath Mu Zixuan's feet, and in the next moment a frost wolf materialized within the array. With a howl that pierced the air, the frost wolf bared its fangs. Killer, Mu Zixuan commanded. The frost wolf leaped towards Ling Yi, exhaling a chilling mist that spread rapidly, encasing the area in frost. It's frost mist, exclaimed a student from the Ice Academy. Such a vast expanse of frost mist. Ling Yi cannot evade it and will surely be frozen. If she is frozen, she is bound to lose. Amidst the fervor of the Ice Academy students, the frost wolf landed but did not attack Ling Yi. Instead, the mist dissipated, revealing a layer of frost on the dueling platform. Yet Ling Yi was nowhere to be seen. Where is she? How could she have evaded it? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Behind Mu Zixuan, someone exclaimed, when did she manage to get behind him? Did anyone see her move? No, I completely missed it. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Ling Yi swiftly charged at Mu Zixuan, the frost wolf. position where she had been moments ago, was unable to protect its master in time. Sensing Ling Yi's impending attack, Mu Zixuan attempted to evade, but it was too late. Ling Yi's punch landed squarely, sending him hurtling away. With a thud, Mu Zixuan crashed to the ground. In an instant, he utilized his spiritual energy to rise, forming another seal, summoning a multitude of ice spikes. Go, Mu Zixuan thrust his hands forward, and the ice spikes shot out in a flurry. The spikes were dense and unforgiving, leaving no room for evasion. One could only face them head-on. A tremendous explosion of flames erupted as the ice spikes melted upon nearing the fire. Gritting his teeth, Mu Zixuan looked to the frost wolf. The creature stepped forward and unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, thicker and sharper than those conjured by Mu Zixuan, moving at an even greater speed. Ling Yi, sensing the attack behind the flames, vanished from sight. The flames obscured her disappearance, but she reappeared right before Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan stared in disbelief at Ling Yi, who was now in front of him. And before he could defend himself, she landed another punch, sending him crashing against the barrier. The frost wolf lunged at Ling Yi, but this time, she vanished before everyone's eyes, reappearing before Mu Zixuan once more. With a barrage of strikes, Mu Zixuan had just been sent flying and had not yet managed to rise, when Ling Yi's fists rained down upon him relentlessly, leaving him no chance to evade. Forcing him to endure the blows, the frost wolf advanced, but Ling Yi seized Mu Zixuan and vanished from the spot in an instant. The impact of the frost wolf collided with the barrier, shattering that section. Ling Yi cast a deep glance at the broken area before discarding Mu Zixuan to the ground. With a cough, Mu Zixuan lay there, blood spilling from his mouth, before the frost wolf could strike again. Ling Yi placed her foot on his neck. With no hesitation or mercy, she snapped Mu Zixuan's neck. He collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief. Zixuan, young master, upon witnessing Mu Zixuan's lifeless form on the ground. Instructor Su and the students from the Ice Academy turned pale, while those from the Fire and Water Academies were filled with incredulity. No one had anticipated that Ling Yi would triumph over Mu Zixuan in a 1-on-2 battle. The frost wolf was indeed formidable, yet Ling Yi's ability to teleport had clearly given her the upper hand. Each time the frost wolf attacked, she evaded effortlessly, for its speed could not match hers. In summary, it had been a 1-on-1 duel, albeit Mu Zixuan had been at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation and ultimately fell short. Yet, the Mu family was closely connected to the Prince Ming's residence. Someone remarked, Ling Yi has killed Mu Zixuan. The Prince Ming's residence will not let her go. Others were at a loss for words. In a life and death battle, once a contract is signed, the outcome relies solely on strength. It was the established rule, and no one could be blamed. However, the family of a deceased child would naturally seek vengeance. Although vengeance in a life and death duel might not hold merit, would the Prince Ming's residents care about that? Ling Yi had won the duel, but the forces behind her had suffered a loss. A student interjected, the Prince Ming's residents will not let Ling Yi off easily. Ling Yi, gazing down at the deceased Mu Zixuan, felt no sense of satisfaction from her revenge. Her parents would never return. Just then, the frost wolf's voice echoed once more. Ling Yi turned her head to see the frost wolf collapsing, having signed a life and death contract with Mu Zixuan. The beast's fate was tied to its master. With Mu Zixuan's death, the beast would perish without Ling Yi needing to lift a finger. As the life and death battle concluded, the barrier enveloping the dueling platform dissipated. Once Ling Yi descended from the platform, Instructor Su and the students from the Ice Academy ascended to the stage. With his neck broken, Mu Zixuan was devoid of life. Instructor Su's heart sank upon witnessing the tragic end of Mu Zixuan. Though the Prince Ming's residents would indeed pursue Ling Yi, they would also seek retribution against him as her teacher. With that thought, Instructor Su directed his gaze at Ling Yi and unleashed an attack. No one expected a teacher to suddenly turn hostile, especially at such close proximity on the platform. Ling Yi, Lin Shengtian, witnessing the assault aimed at Ling Yi, felt his pupils constrict in alarm as he rushed towards her with utmost urgency. The attack was too close. Neither Lin Shengtian nor the other instructors had time to intervene, left to watch helplessly. No, as the force descended, Lin Shengtian was engulfed by a wave of fear, just as everyone believed Ling Yi was surely doomed. Her form flickered like lightning, vanishing from the spot. In the next moment, a silver flash illuminated the dueling platform, and amidst the splatter of blood, a head fell with a resounding thud. The arena fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Instructor Su stood, yet his head rolled lifelessly on the ground, the incision clean and precise, as if severed by a single stroke. Ling Yi remained poised, her hand in the position of a weapon, yet no weapon was visible in her grasp. As she withdrew her hand, the crimson glow in her eyes faded in an instant. Thank you, she murmured to Tianyan. Tianyan's voice resonated. You're welcomed. I merely aided in unsealing a fragment of your strength. Reflecting on that fleeting moment, Tianyan's warm voice lowered somewhat. 01. Once you gather the mountain and river mirror, aside from devouring, I will make an exception to unseal another layer of your power. Is it truly that generous? Ling Yi concealed her amusement, yet her tone remained light. Tianyan, are you frightened? I am not afraid, Tianyan denied. The power I granted you was merely a portion of your own sealed strength. Before Ling Yi could respond further, Tianyan instructed, now, I must reseal your strength. 01 Take a look at your hands. The abundant energy receded like a tide, and only then did Ling Yi observe her hands, her left hand soaked in blood, her right palm marred with crimson. Ling Yi found it amusing. Tianyan, are you certain this body is compatible with me? I wielded a blade and ended up like this. Tianyan replied, this body indeed harmonizes perfectly with your soul. The current state is due to the strength I unsealed for you earlier and the ferocity of the blade. Unless you enhance your physical resilience, this will continue to occur. Very well, Ling Yi conceded with resignation. Choosing not to argue further. As she stepped down from the dueling platform once more, the gazes of all present had shifted towards her. A level 4 spirit master had severed the head of an 8th level spirit master. The disparity was staggering. Shock, fear, and admiration mingled in every glance cast upon Ling Yi. Lin Chengtian reached her side, noticing the blood streaming from her hands. He hastily produced a porcelain vial, pouring out a healing pill. This is a hemostatic pill. Take it to stop the bleeding. Ling Yi did not refuse. As she reached out to accept it, Lin Chengtian interjected, you're injured. Allow me to administer it. Ling Yi regarded him in silence. Ultimately, Lin Chengtian placed the pill into her hand. After consuming the pill, as she prepared to depart, Instructor Mu approached, accompanied by an elder. Ling Yi, let the alchemist examine your injuries. Without waiting for Ling Yi to refuse, Teacher Mu spoke again, you will need to dress your wounds upon returning. So why not allow the alchemist to tend to them for you? Ling Yi paused and extended his hands. The elderly man brought by Teacher Mu immediately retrieved supplies from his storage device to attend to Ling Yi's injuries. Chapter 25, The Academy will not allow you to harm the child. The elderly man first cleaned Ling Yi's right palm, and once the blood was wiped away, a deep gash across his palm became visible. Prompting an intake of breath from the alchemist student accompanying the elder, if it were any deeper, your hand would be severed, you were just using it to hold the medicinal pill. Didn't it hurt? Ling Yi replied, expressionless, it hurts, but if he were to feed me the medicine, it would hurt even more. Why? The student glanced at Lin Chengtian in confusion, isn't he your elder brother? Ling Yi gave Lin Chengtian a sidelong glance, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing his lips, yet he offered no explanation. Lin Chengtian understood that Ling Yi harbored resentment towards his family. And in comparison to Ling Yi's attitude towards them, his demeanor towards Lin Chengtian could be considered relatively amicable. The elderly man examined Ling Yi's wound, preparing the medicine as he spoke. This wound is quite serious. You must keep it dry until it heals, and change the dressing every 2 days until a scab forms. Lin Chengtian asked, will using a healing pill expedite the recovery? The elder nodded, yes. Combined with topical application, it could heal completely in half a month. I see, Lin Chengtian concluded, producing a vial of medicine, intending to administer it himself, but recalling Ling Yi's earlier words, he called over Yi Qingxuang. As she approached, she took the pill from Lin Chengtian's hand, pouring it out and bringing it to Ling Yi's lips. I'll feed you the it hurt, will it? Ling Yi did not respond and swallowed the pill. Once the right hand was bandaged, the elder began to treat Ling Yi's left hand, initially expecting it to be an external injury as well. However, upon rolling up the sleeve to reveal the arm, everyone realized that was not the case. The elder wiped away the blood, but as he finished, more blood oozed out. The internal bleeding indicated that Ling Yi had endured a force far beyond his capacity. As the elder worked, he remarked, only your hands are injured. That is a fortunate circumstance, enduring a force far beyond one's capacity. Yi Qingxuang turned to Ling Yi, did you block the attack from that Su person barehanded? Ling Yi twitched his lips, she was no fool, how could she possibly have done that? Yet, this explanation spared her from further elaboration. Seeing Ling Yi's silence, Yi Qingxuang's expression darkened, that Su deserves to die. Attacking a teacher is despicable. At Qingxuang, Teacher Mu interjected, the man is already dead, there is no need to speak further. Yi Qingxuang pouted, I'm merely speaking the truth, individuals like him should have perished long ago. You've Teacher Mu sighed, and after the elder had finished bandaging Ling Yi, he stated, Ling Yi is injured, you should take him back to rest, this matter will be handled, understood. Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingxuang nodded. Then led Ling Yi away. The three departed under the gazes of numerous teachers and students. After they left, someone took the stage to remove the bodies of Mu Zixuan and Teacher Su. Oh, Mu, the academy is in trouble this time. The alchemist gathered his items and patted Teacher Mu's shoulder. It seems you may be implicated as well. That is of no concern, Teacher Mu replied, as long as we handle it according to protocol. His reason for becoming a teacher at the academy was precisely to avoid entanglements with those of noble lineage. Should the Ming Princess residents truly cause chaos, he would not indulge them. The news of the Ming Prince's heir being slain by Ling Yi in a life-and-death battle spread like wildfire. Upon receiving the news from the academy, the Ming Prince, accompanied by a host of spiritual masters, rushed to the academy, claiming they wished to collect the heiress' body. Everyone understood that the pretense of collecting the body was a ruse. The true intention was to eliminate Ling Yi. The academy refused permission, and Teacher Mu personally delivered Mu Zixuan's body to the Ming Prince. Returned, Teacher Mu addressed the Ming Prince, the academy will not allow you to harm that child. The Ming prince glared at Teacher Mu, gritting his teeth. You are also of royal lineage. Why did you not intervene when others sought to kill Zixuan? Teacher Mu replied, his expression unchanging. That was a life and death battle. Does the Ming prince understand what a life and death battle entails? And what of it? The Ming prince retorted sharply. The barrier of a life and death battle is formed based on the cultivations of both parties. Enhanced by half, it can only confine those involved, but not you high-level cultivators. You could have easily interrupted the battle to save Zixuan. A flicker of displeasure crossed Teacher Mu's face, which had been devoid of emotion. A life and death battle is consensual. Is it fair to interrupt it midway for the sake of one party, rather than questioning me? Why not teach Mu Zixuan some humility? Your thoughts are misguided. You believe Mu Zixuan is safe due to his own cultivation and the protection of the Ming prince's residence. Assuming no one would dare to harm him, yet, he has met an insurmountable obstacle. Now that he is dead, you seek to blame others. But where were you when he was alive? You, the Ming prince seethed. I will not engage in this discussion with you. Allow my people to enter, and what will that achieve? Teacher Mu looked at the Ming prince with disappointment. Mu Zixuan's fate is partly due to your indulgence. If you intend to send people to kill Ling Yi for Zixuan's revenge, do you not realize that Mu Zixuan's teacher has also perished? Teacher Mu regarded the Ming prince. Mu Zixuan's teacher was an 8th-tier spiritual master who attempted to ambush Ling Yi in front of numerous witnesses and was slain by him in a single blow. What is the highest cultivation level among the people you brought? Teacher Mu scanned those behind the Ming prince. Most are at the 5th tier, with 1 or 2 at the 6th tier. This must be the entirety of your princess residence. The greater the disparity in cultivation levels, the more pronounced the difference in strength. Your people are insufficient to match Ling Yi. If Ling Yi were to kill these individuals, what could the prince's residence do? Teacher Mu continued. Will you seek the emperor's aid? The child can slay an 8th-tier spiritual master and will undoubtedly secure a spot in the grand competition a month from now. The academy intends to send her to participate in the imperial competition. Between personal vendettas and national glory, which do you think the emperor will choose? The Ming prince gritted his teeth. Do not forget, my uncle, that the emperor is my blood brother. I am aware. Teacher Mu's tone was calm. The worst case is that the emperor chooses to assist you, but we both know the consequences of such a decision. Take your people back, Teacher Mu concluded, turning to return to the academy. The Ming prince watched Teacher Mu's retreating figure, his anger boiling within, yet the academy barred entry, leaving him no choice but to withdraw. First, return the heir to the residence, the Ming prince commanded coldly. Send a message to the Lin family, asking them to come to the residence. I have matters to discuss with Lin Xingxiang. Those nearby acknowledged. Understood. The Ming prince's gaze fell upon the child being escorted away, his eyes dark with malice. He cared not for national honor. He would find a way to kill Ling Yi in revenge for his son. In the library pavilion, due to his injuries, teachers from both the Water and Fire academies granted Ling Yi a leave of absence, exempting him from classes until he recovered. Ling Yi had initially intended to remain in the dormitory to recuperate. But as students flocked outside the dormitory every afternoon, creating a ruckus, he sought refuge in the library pavilion. The library pavilion forbade noise, allowing him to hide there while also perusing books to familiarize himself with the knowledge of the Tianhuan continent, an ideal situation. Chapter 26. He is willing. Lin Qingtian entered and sat beside Ling Yi. Teacher Mu asked me to inform you that he has sent the Ming prince's people away. Ling Yi replied. That merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Killing them is the only way to eliminate future threats. Lin Qingtian frowned. As long as you remain at the academy, you will be safe. If you wish to go outside, I will accompany you. Accompany me to death. Ling Yi looked up at Lin Qingtian. Do you have any idea how many people wish to see me dead? Lin Qingtian regarded Ling Yi. I do not know. You should tell me so that I may be prepared. Ling Yi chuckled lightly. First, there's your father and sister. Next, the Ming princess residence. Finally, the crown prince. I know about the first two. But how did you offend the crown prince? Lin Qingtian asked, puzzled. Ling Yi smiled knowingly. That is a question for your dear sister. However, the crown prince may not necessarily act against me. Ling Yi continued. Observing Lin Qingtian, Lin Tianliang's hands are broken and cannot be restored. Lin Zhuyu's identity has been exposed, making her unsuitable to marry the crown prince. The Lin family's most promising candidate is you. Had it not been for the Ming prince's incident, the crown prince might have still considered marrying Lin Zhuyu as a concubine. However, with the Ming prince's affairs complicating matters, the crown prince would not oppose his own uncle. Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhuyu have lost their value and will soon be discarded. If they are discarded without incident, that is one matter, but Lin Zhuyu, Ling Yi scoffed, she will not accept it. She will seek her own demise. To be injured at such a critical juncture is truly unfortunate. Ling Yi sighed. Otherwise, I could have gained much. Lin Qingtian inquired. What gains? Ling Yi replied. Why should I tell you? Seeing that she would not divulge, Lin Qingtian did not press further. As the half-month deadline approached, it signified that the wedding date between Lin Zhuyu and the third prince was also nearing. Ling Yi received a letter sent by Lin Tianliang's messenger. The letter expressed his realization of his past mistakes in favoring Lin Zhuyu and pressuring her. He had come to understand that he would no longer force her to marry the third prince. but would instead allow Lin Zhuyu to marry according to the original engagement, hoping she and Lin Changtian could return home to see her wed. After reading the letter, Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. Handing it to Lin Changtian, to make me return for the wedding banquet, he even included you as a ploy. Lin Changtian took the letter, his expression darkening as he attempted to contact Lin Qingze, but could not reach him, likely having been detained. Yi Qingshuang glanced at the letter on the table, shaking her head. This is not an invitation to a wedding banquet, it's a trap. Ling Yi remarked, that is quite fine, I like it. Having spoken, Ling Yi moved her right hand slightly. Although the wound had scabbed over, it still pained her during movement, yet the pain was insignificant as long as she could use it. This banquet was prepared for her, and it was likely to be attended by a multitude of guests. Every individual counted. Ling Yi, are you truly going back? Yi Qingshuang gazed at Ling Yi with a smile. Aren't you afraid? Regardless of fear, I must return to bring closure to this matter. Yi Qingshuang frowned, and after a moment's contemplation she said, I rather like you. If you leave for that trip and are not back, I will be left all alone. I will accompany you on your return. Ling Yi regarded Yi Qingshuang and replied, this gathering is undoubtedly orchestrated by the Prince of Ming. To provoke the princess' residence is no trivial matter. If you are unconcerned, what about those who stand behind you? I have no one behind me, Yi Qingshuang replied. I am an orphan, my actions cannot implicate others, so you need not worry. If you are unafraid of peril, you may come along to witness. Just as Ling Yi finished speaking, Lin Changtian returned. Noticing Lin Changtian's cold demeanor, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Did you fail to make contact? Lin Changtian replied. I must return. I will also return, Ling Yi interjected. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Over the course of their time together, Lin Changtian had realized that once Ling Yi made a decision, no one could sway her. Very well, Lin Changtian said, looking at Ling Yi, do not fear. I will do my utmost to protect you. You should focus on taking care of yourself, Ling Yi said as she stood and made her way into the house. I need to rest. We leave tomorrow. Once Ling Yi departed, Yi Qingshuang and Lin Changtian immediately dispersed. As Ling Yi returned to her room, the voice of Tianyan echoed in her mind, your hand has not yet healed. There is no need to rush, but they have prepared everything. If I do not go, there may not be such a crowd next time. Ling Yi opened her hand, gazing at the wound with a sigh. It truly hurts to move. She longed for her former body, which had felt no pain even from a blade's cut. Tianyan remained silent. After evolving into a new form of humanity, Ling Yi's physique was remarkably resilient. Not only could no one approach her to inflict harm, but even if they did, the result would merely be a broken blade with no trace left behind. Tianyan, it hurts so much. Observing Tianyan's silence, Ling Yi pretended to blow on her wound. Enough, Tianyan instructed, open your hand and do not move. Hearing this, Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with hope as she complied. A gentle light enveloped Ling Yi's hand, softening the scab, and then the light gradually penetrated deeper, commencing the healing process. Ling Yi could feel her palm rapidly mending. By the time the light faded, her hand was restored to its pristine condition. Devoid of any signs of injury, Ling Yi smirked and extended her left hand. Tianyan, there is still more. The light darted towards her left hand, beginning the healing anew. Soon, her left hand was entirely healed. It no longer hurts, Ling Yi remarked with a smile. Indeed, it feels fine now. Thank you, Tianyan. Ling Yi, do not use your body until it can withstand that blade, Tianyan cautioned. You cannot blame me. He initiated a sneak attack. Had it not been for your unsealing some of my power, I would have been caught off guard. I was negligent, Tianyan replied. As compensation, you may make one request. As long as it is not excessive, I will fulfill it. Really? Ling Yi's spirits lifted immediately. Indeed, Tianyan affirmed. I desire 1% of my former strength. Tianyan hesitated. You would ask for this? You might as well ask to devour. No, your body cannot withstand that. At most, I can unseal 0.5. That is the limit your body can currently endure. Ling Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, but accepted the 0.5, realizing it was better than nothing. Very well, she replied listlessly. Noticing her demeanor, Tianyan paused. Unsealing 0.5 does not fully meet your request. I will also compensate you with 20 top-grade fire spirit stones and 20 top-grade water spirit stones. Ling Yi instantly perked up. Tianyan, you are the best. This time, we shall leave it at that. I will extract more next time. Observing her shift in mood, Tianyan recognized he had been outsmarted. Yet he was willing. Go lie down. I will unseal your powers, but it may feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable is nothing compared to power. Ling Yi promptly lay down as instructed. As Chapter 27 unfolds, prioritizing your demise. Tianyan's words rang true. The unsealing would indeed be unpleasant. She could sense the power entering her body, gradually infiltrating her being like an army of ants marching through her bones, exceedingly intolerable. Fortunately, the unsealing was completed swiftly, and the discomfort began to dissipate. All done, Tianyan's voice announced. 01, your former strength far exceeds what this body can currently bear. Only by continuously strengthening your body can you unseal the corresponding power within safe limits. Do not grow complacent. I understand, Ling Yi replied, moving her hands as a thrilling sensation of strength surged through her. After dealing with the matters of the Lin residence, I will devote myself to training until I head to the Eastern Yang Empire. Tianyin acknowledged. Good. The next day, the three approached Teacher Mu to request leave. Upon learning that they were heading to the Lin residence, Teacher Mu spoke earnestly. The people of the Prince of Ming have been closely monitoring the academy. If you leave at this time, they will undoubtedly make a move against you. Teacher, we are well aware of this, but we cannot remain hidden in the academy indefinitely. I wish to take this opportunity to resolve matters so that I can concentrate on preparing for the qualification tournament. Ling Yi replied. Teacher Mu regarded Ling Yi. You killed Teacher Su. Although we are uncertain how you accomplished it, the fact that you succeeded signifies you possess means of self-preservation. However, this time, you will face not just one or two adversaries. Are you truly confident in returning alive? Ling Yi nodded. I am very well, Teacher Mu sighed. Go, and do your utmost to return alive. I will, Ling Yi assured. Teacher, rest easy. I still intend to participate in the Imperial Grand Tournament. I shall not perish. Good, Teacher Mu said, looking at the trio. I await your return. Ling Yi and her companions exchanged no further words as they departed from the Fire Academy. Upon exiting the academy, they beheld the Lin residence carriage awaiting them. The three boarded the carriage, which set off towards the Lin residence. Half an hour later, at the Lin residence, red silk draped the exterior, and the guards stationed at the gate wore expressions of joy. Passers-by could easily discern that the Lin residence was celebrating. Young master, third miss, we have arrived, the coachman's voice echoed. Lin Chengtian disembarked first, followed closely by Ling Yi and Yi Qingxuang. As they stepped out of the carriage, the guards promptly approached. Young master, third miss, the master and madam have been eagerly awaiting your return. Lin Chengtian acknowledged, leading Ling Yi and Yi Qingxuang into the residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by festive red silk, and the servants wore smiles until the sound of the gate closing caused the smiles to vanish in an instant, and they rushed in a specific direction. TSK, Ling Yi clicked her tongue. So eager? Yi Qingxuang observed the departing servants. It seems the entire Lin residence is in on this. Lin Qingtian's countenance turned as frigid as ice, and he was about to head towards Qinghui courtyard when he sensed a surge of spiritual energy. The trio looked up to see a barrier descending, enveloping the entire Lin residence. Yi Qingxuang scrutinized the barrier and remarked, the strength of the barrier is indiscernible. The one who said it is more powerful than I. Ling Yi smiled. They seek to catch a turtle in a jar. However, they would be disappointed. She was no mere turtle. As the barrier descended, a group emerged from the main hall, led by a middle-aged man whom Ling Yi did not recognize. Yet his expression upon seeing her was revealing. The Prince of Ming. Ling Yi regarded the middle-aged man. Oh, so you've come to confront the one who killed your son. The Prince of Ming's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Ling Yi. Previously, you did not emerge from the academy, and my men could not reach you. Today, you cannot escape. Escape? Ling Yi smirked. Why would I run? The ones who should flee are you. The Prince of Ming sneered. Ling Yi, I know you can slay an 8th level spirit master, thus, I have specially prepared 2 experts to spar with you. Upon finishing his statement, 2 elderly men stepped forth from behind him. Ling Yi glanced at the 2 and inquired of the Prince of Ming. First level spirit generals, this is the expertise you have prepared for me. Having spent half a month in the library, Ling Yi was well aware of the cultivation hierarchy in this continent. 5 stages comprising Spirit Master, Spirit General, Spirit Monarch, Spirit Venerable, and Spirit Saint, each further divided into 10 levels. The highest cultivation in Lingyang Kingdom belonged to the Dean of the Imperial Academy, a second-level Spirit General who, it was said, had lived for a century, rarely appearing unless a significant issue arose at the Academy. Thus, it was evident that the Prince of Ming had invested heavily to summon 2 first-level Spirit Generals. Had this been before her unsealing, Ling Yi would have found them somewhat challenging. However, after her unsealing, they paled in comparison. Ling Yi, I advise you to surrender. You may still retain your corpse intact, the Prince of Ming said coldly. Otherwise, you will dismember me. Ling Yi chuckled. That sounds like a delightful way to die. I shall reserve that for you. The Prince of Ming was about to retort when Ling Yi suddenly made a swift motion. A blinding red light erupted, and in the next moment, a new barrier enveloped the previous one. The 2 first-level Spirit Generals watched in shock as their expressions changed drastically. Her cultivation exceeds ours. The Prince of Ming could hardly believe his ears. Impossible. 2 elders, do not jest. How could someone so young possess strength greater than yours? The 2 cultivators were equally unwilling to accept this. Yet the reality stood before them, forcing them to believe despite their reluctance. As the 2 elders' faces turned grim, the Prince of Ming's heart plummeted. Is she truly more formidable than you? The 2 individuals nodded in agreement. The expression of Prince Ming shifted, revealing a tumult of reluctance, yet he could only utter, withdraw. One of the spiritual practitioners shook his head. Your Highness, her barrier envelopes ours, if we wish to leave. We must dismantle her barrier, otherwise, escape is impossible. Another spiritual practitioner sighed in resignation. But our cultivation is inferior to hers. Breaching her barrier is a daunting task. We find ourselves ensnared, akin to turtles in a jar. Prince Ming could hardly fathom how the plan had devolved so swiftly. After a prolonged silence, he commanded, fetch those hiding in Qinghui courtyard. I refuse to believe she harbors no familial sentiments. Understood, one spiritual practitioner responded. Promptly leading a group of spiritual masters towards Qinghui courtyard. As Ling Yi set up her barrier, she noticed someone departing. However, it was inconsequential. They could not escape the Lin Manor. Come forth, let me witness the prowess of a first-level spiritual general, she proclaimed. With that, Ling Yi shot forth like a bolt of lightning. No one could discern her figure. Prince Ming and the assembled practitioners were on high alert, and just as they braced for the impending confrontation, two slender hands settled upon Prince Ming's shoulders. Instantly, his body stiffened, paralyzed by fear. In the next moment, he heard Ling Yi's laughter. Thank you for bringing me such a crowd, it allows me to unleash my wrath. In return, I can prioritize the manner of your demise. Chapter 28. I am a devil, but the former Ling Yi was not. No, before he could finish his refusal, Prince Ming felt those hands tighten around his neck. The terror of death widened his eyes, but it was too late to close them. With a swift twist of her hands, a sickening crack resonated, followed by the gathering of spiritual energy into a blade that sliced through Prince Ming's neck, severing head from body. Your Highness, the spiritual masters of the Ming Manor, witnessing this gruesome scene, rushed to attack Ling Yi. Holding Prince Ming's head aloft, she nimbly evaded their strikes and flung the head towards the advancing spiritual masters. Don't rush. After I satisfy your lord's manner of death, I shall attend to you. With a swift sidestep, Ling Yi returned to Prince Ming's side, seizing his hands and delivering a powerful kick to his body, sending it flying. As she held onto his hands, they detached from the body with a spray of blood splattering across Ling Yi's face. Unfazed, she discarded the severed hands like refuse and turned her gaze towards the terrified spiritual masters. Now, it is your turn. With that, Ling Yi plunged into the throng, her hands akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, effortlessly harvesting lives. Yi Qingshuang stared in shock at the unfolding scene and nudged Lin Chengtian beside her. Ling Yi is extraordinarily formidable. Lin Chengtian remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. It was not mere strength, it was a display of bloodshed and savagery. This was not the disposition one would expect from a child raised in a village. The more he observed, the tighter his brows knitted. Cease at once. The returning spiritual practitioner beheld the carnage and shouted furiously, if you do not stop, I shall slay your parents. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi halted. Regarding the approaching figures, the spiritual practitioner, sensing her pause, darkened his gaze and charged at her, prompting the other spiritual masters to follow suit. Ling Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as she summoned a fiery circle with her spiritual energy. As they closed in, she vanished from sight, and the fiery circle erupted with a thunderous blast, sending all who were near hurtling away. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Ling Yi landed beside the spiritual practitioner, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground, tauntingly addressing the one who had threatened her. Old man, are you suggesting I cease? The practitioner, aware of Ling Yi's superior cultivation, was taken aback to see their comrades gravely injured before they could even approach her. Old man, he shouted, grabbing Lin Madam beside him, glaring at Ling Yi, release us, or I shall kill your mother. I want to release her. Will you truly murder her? Ling Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. That would be splendid. The tale of a mother's murder would be rather unsavory. If you wish to kill her, I needn't lift a finger. With a grin, she added, as a token of gratitude, I can ensure your companion's demise is particularly entertaining. Before the spiritual practitioner could retort, a ring of flame erupted from Ling Yi's arm, engulfing the practitioner in an inferno that expanded and consumed him. No, please, no. Save me. The agonized cries spilled from his throat as Ling Yi released him, allowing him to collapse to the ground. Struggling to escape, he was swiftly pinned down by Ling Yi's foot. Ah, you will kill me, you will kill me. With his voice free from restraint, the practitioner shrieked, pleading with Ling Yi, end my life, end my life. How could that be? Ling Yi replied leisurely, this is the manner of death your companion proposed for you. You cannot thwart his wishes, you must relish it. Ah, Ling Yi, I shall not spare you even as a ghost. Then wait until you become a ghost to seek me out. Ling Yi retorted, turning to the elder. Old man, are you satisfied with my token of gratitude? You, the elder trembled with rage, gripping his weapon tightly as he witnessed the torment of his comrade. Ling Yi, you are a devil. Ling Yi exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she regarded the elder. Old man, you are truly remarkable. You can perceive my essence through mere appearances. You, old man, although you are impressive, save your breath. Ling Yi interjected, I have offered my token of gratitude. Why do you not strike? If you do not act against her, I shall do so myself. The elder looked at her in disbelief. She is your mother. Mother, Ling Yi scoffed, ask her if she is worthy. The elder turned to Lin Madam, exasperated, what have you done to incite such hatred in her? If the Lin family were of any use, your comrade would not have perished. She is a devil. Lin Madam regarded Ling Yi with a cold smirk. What have I done? I too wish to understand what I did to evoke such murderous intent in her. Lin Madam raged. Ling Yi, it was not I who swapped you with Lin Zhuyu. When you were reclaimed, I was unaware of Lin Zhuyu's identity. After all, I raised her for 16 years. 16 years of kinship cannot be so easily cast aside. She pertains to the honor of the Lin family. Is it wrong for me to treat her with kindness? You returned to the Lin family, and while they may have treated you poorly, did you lack for food or clothing? Lin Madam continued. No one sought your life, yet you took the life of your own brother. What else could you be but a devil? I am a devil, but the Ling Yi of your was not. Ling Yi gazed at Lin Madam. When she first returned, she was sincere towards you all, yet what did you offer in return? Coldness, disdain. She never sought your favoritism, yet you could not even treat her with basic decency. Do you not deserve death? Ling Yi turned her attention to the elder old man. If you do not act, I shall proceed myself. With that, Ling Yi raised her hand, coalescing her spiritual energy into a bow. Her fingers knocking an arrow that pointed directly at Lin Madam. Seeing Ling Yi genuinely poised to slay her own mother, the elder gasped and released his grip on Lin Madam, with the spiritual arrow aimed at her. Lin Madam shouted, Ling Yi, filial piety is paramount. You would slay your brother and mother, and meet a dreadful end. Mother, cease your words. At that moment, Lin Qingze rushed in, positioning himself before Lin Madam. Ling Yi, we were wrong. We wronged you, and we acknowledge our mistakes. Please spare mother. Ling Yi regarded Lin Qingze coldly. Step aside, Ling Yi, she is our mother. Lin Qingze's eyes brimmed with tears. I cannot watch her die. If you cannot bear to watch, then you shall die alongside her. With those words, Ling Yi released her grip, and the arrow shot forth with astonishing speed, evading all escape. Yet someone intervened, positioning themselves before Lin Qingze in the split second before the arrow struck. As Ling Yi recognized the figure, her pupils constricted. Chapter 29. I shall show no mercy. Lin Chengtian met Ling Yi's gaze, a smile gracing his face to eye. In the next instant, the spiritual arrow hurtled toward his heart. However, just as it was about to pierce, a hand emerged from Lin Chengtian's chest, grasping the arrow and crushing it to dust. Ling Yi's face reflected astonishment as she swiftly materialized before Lin Chengtian, reaching for the hand at his heart, but it vanished in an instant, leaving her grasping at air, her hand landing on Lin Chengtian's chest instead. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian spoke softly, you need not show me mercy. I would willingly trade my life for Qingze's mercy. Ling Yi's gaze was icy as she regarded him. She believed he had deliberately thwarted her arrow, but he remained unaware of what had transpired moments ago. Ling Yi scrutinized Lin Chengtian with a frigid stare. You are mistaken. I will not display mercy. Lin Chengtian, oblivious to the hand that had intervened, noticed the normal expressions of those around him, who seemed entirely unfazed, as if they had not witnessed the astonishing event of a hand emerging from a heart. Had they not seen, or were they simply incapable of seeing? Suppressing her bewilderment, Ling Yi coldly addressed Lin Chengtian. You survived that arrow, but your luck will not hold. If you wish to avoid death, step aside. Lin Chengtian stood firm. Ling Yi, for anyone else, I would not intervene, but for Qingze, I would trade my life. Elder brother. Lin Qingze gazed at Lin Chengtian's retreating figure, his voice laced with anguish. You need not act this way. I am unworthy. Lin Chengtian offered no reply, his eyes fixed on Ling Yi. Chengtian, is this truly the beloved sister you insisted on taking away? In the ensuing silence, Madame Lin spoke once more. You should have heeded your father's counsel back then and killed her. Had you done so, we would not be facing such calamity today. Now she seeks not only our deaths but yours as well. Mother, Lin Qingze cried out in despair. Please refrain from speaking. Unperturbed, Madame Lin continued, but before she could utter another word, Ling Yi appeared beside her. The sudden proximity startled Madame Lin, and in the next instant, Ling Yi seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Ling Yi, no, please. Lin Qingze grasped Ling Yi's hand, pleading, if you must kill, then take my life instead. Spare my mother, Ling Yi, I implore you. Even as her life hung by a thread in Ling Yi's grasp, Madame Lin's eyes remained filled with loathing. To her, Lin Juyu was a daughter she had nurtured for 16 years. It was not something one could simply forsake. Fearing Lin Juyu would feel inferior, she had treated her estranged daughter with disdain. Yet now, knowing the truth, her heart no longer favored Lin Juyu, but Ling Yi had taken her son's life, rendering her own son as if he were not human at all. Of this hatred never wavered until her last breath. And what of Ling Yi? What did she represent in Madame Lin's heart? A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and Madame Lin ceased her struggles. Mother, Lin Qingze beheld the motionless form of Madame Lin engulfed in torment. Ling Yi released her grip, allowing Madame Lin's body to fall. Mother, Lin Qingze caught her lifeless body, calling out repeatedly, yet the warmth of life had departed. Ling Yi, you. Before Lin Qingze could finish his words, his body collapsed backward. Lin Chengtian reached out to catch him and then turned to Yi Qingshuang. Assist me. Yi Qingshuang glanced at Lin Chengtian and then at Ling Yi, approaching cautiously. What is it? Without a word, Lin Chengtian entrusted the unconscious Lin Qingze to her, then lifted Madame Lin's corpse. Let us go. Though Yi Qingshuang wished to inquire about their destination, she remained silent upon witnessing Lin Chengtian's expression. Following him into the depths of the estate. Stop them, a practitioner of spiritual arts commanded. The Lin family poses no threat to Ling Yi, but these two do. Upon hearing this, the spiritual masters immediately advanced toward Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingshuang. Seeing the oncoming attack, Yi Qingshuang instinctively prepared to fight, but with one hand occupied, her response was delayed. And before she could act, Ling Yi had already sent an assailant flying. Thank Why Yi Qingshuang's words were cut short as Ling Yi vanished, and one by one adversaries fell, leaving Yi Qingshuang in awe of Ling Yi's formidable prowess. Ling Yi was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Why Yi Qingshuang hesitated to leave, longing to witness more, yet Lin Chengtian had already moved a considerable distance ahead, compelling her to follow while supporting the unconscious figure. Chengtian, Lin Tianlian called out as he pursued, you cannot abandon father. Changtian, Lin Changtian did not look back, but Yi Qingshuang cast a glance over her shoulder. Lin Tianliang, his hand severed and racked with pain, had lost significant weight, appearing gaunt and fragile. After a few steps, he stumbled over a fallen body, collapsing to the ground, a pitiful sight. Why Yi Qingshuang averted her gaze, unwilling to witness further, lying on the ground. Lin Tianliang listened to the anguished cries around him, feigning death. Time passed, and the screams gradually faded. Lin Tianliang remained motionless, praying Ling Yi would overlook him, yet the shadow of death loomed ever closer. Ling Yi observed the prostrate Lin Tianliang, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Did you think this charade would allow you to escape? Realizing his ruse had failed, Lin Tianliang quickly pleaded, Ling Yi, considering I am your father, and you have already severed my hands, please spare me this once. Ling Yi regarded him, finding his words utterly ironic. Lin Tianliang, seemingly oblivious to the coldness in Ling Yi's gaze, continued, Ling Yi, I acknowledge my wrongs. I should not have treated you so. Please show mercy this one time. You think you deserve to be called my father. Ling Yi delivered a forceful kick to Lin Tianliang, sending him tumbling before stepping onto his chest. Where is Lin Zhuyu? Zhuyu. She is in her own courtyard. Lin Tianliang stammered. Ling Yi, it was Zhuyu's mother who devised this plan, not my own intention. Spare me. A scream escaped Lin Tianliang as blood gushed from his mouth. Ling Yi withdrew her foot and turned to walk towards Lin Zhuyu's courtyard. Lin Tianliang collapsed, his chest caved in, his gaze growing increasingly vacant until it became devoid of life. In the Lingyu courtyard, Ling Yi entered from the main hall, where red silk adorned numerous areas, yet the Lingyu courtyard where Lin Zhuyu resided remained starkly devoid of any celebratory color, exuding an eerie desolation. Ling Yi proceeded directly to Lin Zhuyu's chamber. The door stood ajar, and upon entering, Ling Yi beheld Lin Zhuyu lying on the bed, her complexion pale. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Lin Zhuyu's prior disdain had vanished, replaced by a gentle expression. You've come, please take a seat. Ling Yi halted beside her bed. Lin Zhuyu gazed at Ling Yi. I know you have come to kill me, given my current state. There is no escaping. May I have a moment? Ling Yi regarded her. What do you wish to do with that time? Lin Zhuyu smiled softly. I merely wish to converse with you. Chapter 30. What crime is there? Ling Yi regarded her with a frigid tone. Yet I have no desire to listen. With those words, Ling Yi waved her hand, and a silver flash cut across, leaving a blood mark upon Lin Zhuyu's neck. Lin Zhuyu stared at Ling Yi in disbelief, her mouth moving to speak, yet no sound emerged. Ling Yi cast her a cold glance before turning to exit the room. As Ling Yi stepped out, Lin Zhuyu collapsed back onto the bed. Exiting Lin Zhuyu's room, Ling Yi made her way towards the estate's entrance. There are many people outside. Tianyan's voice echoed. The more, the better. Ling Yi replied. I forgot to count how many I killed earlier. How many are there? Tianyan responded. Including the Lin family members, there are a total of 55. Ling Yi's spirits lifted. That means I can unseal 5 more. What do you wish to unseal? Let us hold off for now. I will consider it after dealing with those outside. Understood. As the gates of the Lin estate slowly creaked open, the gathered crowd beheld Ling Yi's emergence, and she in turn spotted the soldiers stationed outside. Ling Yi stepped forth, her gaze settling upon the third prince seated in a wheelchair. Your Highness, today marks your wedding day. Is it appropriate to bring these people for the ceremony? These individuals are not here for a wedding, a young man standing beside the third prince declared solemnly. Ling Yi, you have murdered Prince Ming. We are here to apprehend you. Ling Yi burst into laughter. You lot, wishing to kill while claiming the moral high ground. How utterly tedious. Ling Yi, the young man glared at her, demanding, do you confess to your crimes? Confess it. Ling Yi chuckled lightly. What crime have I committed? Murdering Prince Ming is indeed a crime. Is that truly the definition of a crime? Ling Yi retorted with a smile. If he sought to kill me and was instead slain by my hand, how could that be a crime I would admit to? Since you refuse to confess, the Crown Prince. Crown Prince? Ling Yi regarded the man, an ironic smile gracing her lips. Come to silence me? If you had not come, I would have had no desire to speak, but your demands are truly revolting. Ling Yi continued leisurely. In that case, I shall take a moment to converse with you properly. About what? As she finished speaking, Yi Qingshuang emerged from the estate, and upon seeing the figures before her, she remarked, Isn't this the groom and the Crown Prince today? Ling Yi interjected. I am preparing to engage them in conversation. Do you have a stool in your storage artifact? Standing while talking is rather tiring. Yi Qingshuang shook her head, then replied, wait for me. With that, she dashed back inside. Moments later, Yi Qingshuang returned, producing 2 stools. Now we have them, thank you. Ling Yi pulled one stool closer and seated herself. Now allow me to present a performance. Yi Qingshuang followed suit. I am ready. Ling Yi turned her attention to the Crown Prince and the third prince, noting their expressions had darkened further than before. Enveloped by a barrier, they were powerless against the 2 within the estate. Your Highness, before the third princess' legs were broken, you must have felt insecure in your position. Yes, Ling Yi spoke languidly. The third prince is betrothed to the Prime Minister's daughter. If you possessed any foresight, you would not have felt at ease. What now? To eliminate him, but failing to succeed, only to end up with broken legs. Ling Yi continued, without the bone regeneration pill. The third prince will never recover, he is now but a cripple. How can he compete with you? You have rendered the third prince a cripple, yet you still desire the support of the Lin estate. Coincidentally, Lin Tianliang witnessed the third prince's downfall. Regardless of the cause, the third prince's fate as a cripple is sealed. He will seek another ally, and that ally is you. Both parties hold intentions. Thus, Lin Tianliang arranged for Lin Juyu to meet you in secret. Why secretly? Because she is still betrothed to the third prince and named. It is unclear whether this was your intention or Lin Juyu's. Or if it was Lin Tianliang's directive. However, this interaction has become rather intimate. Lin Juyu has become pregnant, yet she remains bound to her engagement with the third prince as the wedding date approaches. What shall be done? Although the third prince has been rendered crippled, he is still a prince. To dissolve the engagement during his disability and marry your daughter to the crown prince, would that not invite scorn? Desiring to annul the engagement while simultaneously wishing to preserve his reputation, Lin Tianliang was struck by a thought. He had a daughter. However, this revelation would cast Lin Juyu's identity into disarray. If she were not the daughter of the chancellor, what reason would the crown prince have to marry her? Lin Tianliang could only inform the crown prince that Lin Juyu was indeed his daughter, assuring him that should he marry her, he would lend his full support to the crown prince. Nonetheless, her identity must remain undisclosed, necessitating alternative arrangements. Yet, prior to such arrangements being made, he needed to retrieve the swapped daughter. How could he explain this to his wife? Thus, the wet nurse who had facilitated the child exchange was dismissed. Ling Yi spoke slowly, recounting how Lin Tianliang, after confiding in his wife, had summoned her back with a singular purpose: to have her substitute for Lin Juyu in marrying the third prince. As for why the third prince consented to such a swap, Ling Yi cast a cold smile at the third prince. To use another to fulfill your affection for her is truly repugnant. The third prince agreed to the exchange, with the understanding that once I married him, arrangements would be made for Lin Juyu to marry him in due course, as if everything were perfectly orchestrated. Yet here I stand unwilling to comply. Before the wedding, the third prince had already subjected me to indignities. What good could possibly come from such a union? My reluctance to marry is entirely justified. Yet the Lin family treats me as less than human, compelling me to this state of affairs. The Lin family resents me, the third prince resents me, and having slain the heir of the Ming prince, I have incurred his hatred as well. Those who harbor animosity towards me wish for my demise, leading us to this moment. Ling Yi gazed at the crown prince. The Lin family vilifies me as a demon. Yet you too have shown a lack of humanity, for if I were to perish, the wedding would proceed, and Lin Juyu, who once bore your child but was forced to terminate the pregnancy due to Lin Tianliang's inadequacies, would proceed to marry the third prince as planned. Tell me, what do you suppose the third prince would do upon discovering Lin Juyu's predicament? He would despise you, yet powerless to act against you. He would detest Lin Juyu. With Lin Tianliang incapacitated, the Lin household could offer her no protection, and her fate is all too predictable. Ling Yi rose and approached the crown prince. Though you lack the backing of the chancellor's residence, should Lin Tianliang perish, no one else will benefit either. When this play concludes, the one who incurs no losses will be you, the crown prince. In truth, had you not come to silence me today, I would have remained silent. Moreover, even if I spoke, Lin Juyu's death would leave no witnesses. You could easily deny it, yet you have chosen to come intent on silencing me, and even to repulse me, which means I cannot let you go unpunished. Therefore, Ling Yi stepped beyond the protective barrier, raising her hand to unleash a surge of power. Chapter 31. One must walk her own fate as that force surged towards the crown prince. Several elders simultaneously appeared before him, coalescing their power to counter Ling Yi's assault. Boom! The clash of energies erupted as Ling Yi's force shattered the elders' barrier, exploding before them and sending all within proximity flying. In an instant, Ling Yi appeared beside the crown prince. Before he could react, her hand plunged into his chest, seizing his beating heart and crushing it. The crown prince, his expression one of terror, gazed at Ling Yi yet found himself immobilized. Withdrawing her hand, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In but a moment, the crown prince was slain, and the elders looked upon Ling Yi with a mixture of shock and rage. Yet Ling Yi paid them no heed, raising her hand to form a seal of flames swiftly spread from her center, consuming the soldiers around her, while the elders, possessing superior cultivation, hastily fled in various directions to evade her pursuit. Observing their escape routes, Ling Yi unleashed several fiery chains that shot forth, swiftly catching up to them. The chains ensnared their waists, dragging them back into the inferno, where they were bound tightly, left to endure the agony of being consumed by flames until death claimed them. Having dealt with the crown prince's entourage, Ling Yi returned to the side of the third prince. When she released the flames, she deliberately avoided harming him, hence, he remained unscathed amidst the conflagration. The third prince gazed at Ling Yi as she approached. Yearning to speak but rendered mute by the depth of her inky black eyes, Ling Yi addressed the third prince. Do you understand why I did not execute you as I did them? Why? The third prince asked. Ling Yi replied. Because she took her own life. I have slain everyone, and there must be one who faces her fate. Ling Yi raised her hand, transforming the flames into a serpent that slithered toward the third prince's heart. He attempted to struggle, but the moment he moved, Ling Yi pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile, forced to witness the serpent burrow into his chest, feeling it wrap around his heart. As the fire serpent completed its encirclement, waves of searing pain radiated from his heart. Ling Yi leaned in, whispering in the third prince's ear, "The agony of the fire serpent will intensify with each passing day. If you wish to avoid this suffering, you know what choice to make." With that, Ling Yi released her grip and stepped away from the flames. "Ling Yi," the third prince called out, "what did you mean by your earlier words? You said you killed others." But she is. His unfinished thought was interrupted by a surge of excruciating pain in his heart. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Ling Yi paused, glancing back. "Oh, my memory fails me. I neglected to inform you not to utter words that should remain unspoken, for once they are thought, they will sting you as they just did. Do not think that writing them down is a solution. I warned you, once thought, you will feel it, for it resides within your body." After saying this, Ling Yi turned her back on the third prince and walked out of the flames. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Qingxuang, witnessing Ling Yi emerge, raised her hands in applause. "Impressive, truly remarkable." Before Ling Yi could respond, Yi Qingxuang continued, "Ling Yi, your actions against the Ming prince and the Lin family pose no significant issue, but you have slain the crown prince. Are you not concerned about the emperor seeking retribution?" Ling Yi smiled mischievously. "I could not desire anything more." Ling Yi regarded Yi Qingxuang. "Are you fearful now?" "Fearful of what?" Yi Qingxuang replied. "At worst, we could flee." Ling Yi chose not to elaborate, returning to her seat, watching the flames dance while simultaneously contacting Tianyan. "How many were there just now?" 106, Tianyan replied. "In total, 161 were involved, unlocking 16 abilities. However, the system has imposed new regulations regarding you." Ling Yi paused, inquiring, "What regulations? If their hostility towards you does not reach 30%, their deaths will not be counted." Tianyan elucidated. "Of course, there will be no reverse sealing." "Wow," Ling Yi replied with a smirk, "such a flexible system, introducing new rules after just 16. Had I known, I would have eliminated every passing dog. For such fortuitous events are fleeting." Tianyan responded with a hint of exasperation. 01. "Let the new regulations be," Ling Yi stated. "As long as I am not restricted from killing," Tianyan continued. 01. "Due to system changes, compensation in the form of one ability will be provided." Ling Yi queried, "Can I not choose for myself?" "This compensation can only be determined by the system," Tianyan stated. As he spoke, a book materialized in Ling Yi's mind. The pages turned, revealing the first page adorned with 4 seals, 2 of which were illuminated, the water and fire seals, both marked with the number 1. Ling Yi glanced at it, and in the next moment, the pages began to flutter furiously until they settled on an unknown page. On this page, she discovered the healing ability, raising an eyebrow, before she could utter a word. The seal representing the healing ability glowed, and simultaneously Tianyan's voice resonated. "Healing ability unlocked, current level 1. Ordinary wounds will heal within 3 seconds, Ling Yi exclaimed. "But why grant me this? I could have acquired it for free." Tianyan replied, "Healing sooner prevents prolonged pain, but I could have acquired it for free," Ling Yi insisted. Tianyan retorted, "Why do you assert such a thing so confidently?" Ling Yi, exasperated, looked skyward, refusing to respond. Seeing this, Tianyan had no choice but to take a step back. "I will compensate you with 10 premium water spirit stones." "Agreed," Ling Yi replied instantaneously. Tianyan asked, "You have 16 uses. Will you employ them now?" Ling Yi gazed at the flames. "It burns too slowly. I will enhance the fire element 10 times. This will expedite the burning process." "Understood," Tianyan responded. The book swiftly returned to the first page, and as Ling Yi watched, the number on the fire seal transformed from 1 to 10. Once it reached 10, the color of the fire seal changed, along with the flames surrounding it. "What is happening?" Yi Qingxuang remarked, her expression one of astonishment as she felt the intense heat radiating from the now deepened flames. "Ling Yi, have you strengthened the fire? How can I feel the heat even through the barrier?" Ling Yi, surprised by the unexpected strength of the 10th level, remarked, "I don't know, perhaps it mutated." Before Yi Qingxuang could respond, Tianyan's voice interjected, "Indeed, it has mutated." Chapter 32, A Normal Person. Tianyan said, "The flames of the fire ability initially manifest as ordinary flames. Upon reaching the highest ordinary level, which is level 10, they undergo a transformation. However, without the infusion of a fire seed, they remain merely transformed flames. If it is introduced, they will ascend in accordance with that." Ling Yi responded, "I understand. To facilitate its further advancement is necessary." Tianyan replied, "Indeed, take your time." Ling Yi was not in a hurry, stating, "This is sufficient for now." Tianyan also refrained from pressuring Ling Yi into a 12-hour cycle, as he felt Ling Yi's current state was quite satisfactory. "Shall we save the remaining 6 cycles?" Tianyan inquired. Ling Yi answered, "Let us keep them." "Very well," Tianyan acknowledged, not elaborating further. Once the flames subsided, Ling Yi stood up, declaring, "Everything has been resolved. It is time to return. Are we not waiting for you to meet?" Yi Qingxuang began to ask. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ling Yi's gaze turned towards her, prompting her to amend her words. "Are we not waiting for Lin Chengtian?" Ling Yi glanced back at the Lin residence. Recalling the inexplicable hand that had appeared, lowering her gaze to conceal the cold glint in her eyes, she replied indifferently, "There is no need." As they began to depart, Yi Qingxuan posed a question. "What if someone comes to capture him?" Ling Yi reassured her. "The barrier will not dissipate anytime soon. Even if it does, he will not perish." Although she was unaware of that hand's limits, the fact that it could intercept her spiritual arrows indicated that it could protect Lin Chengtian from death. Despite her current level of cultivation, Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further as they exited the barrier. Yi Qingxuan remained stationary for a moment, glancing at the Lin residence and then at Ling Yi, before ultimately deciding to follow her. As they passed by the third prince, his expression was filled with venomous rage directed at Ling Yi. Strangely enough, the more intense his hatred, the more acute the pain in his heart became. To alleviate this suffering, he could only suppress his animosity and summon someone to assist him. Upon returning to the palace, news of Ling Yi's actions against the Lin residents and the incidents involving the Ming prince and the crown prince spread rapidly. The emperor was furious, as were the crown prince's supporters, yet, the third prince felt a strange sense of satisfaction in revealing such matters, when Ling Yi accused the crown prince of causing his leg to be broken. His elder brother had not denied it. Now that he was destined to die before him, how could he not feel a sense of gratification? With this thought, the third prince's hatred for Ling Yi diminished somewhat. As the true culprit behind his current predicament was none other than the crown prince, upon learning of these developments, the emperor immediately sought to send people to apprehend Ling Yi, but was thwarted by the cabinet ministers. The Ming prince had brought 2 first-level spirit generals to eliminate Ling Yi, while the crown prince had 5 first-level spirit generals by his side, yet, none of these 7 first-level spirit generals managed to return. Ling Yi alone had been able to contend with them. Sending ordinary soldiers and spirit masters would be utterly futile. What about dispatching the remaining spirit generals? In the realm of Ling Yang, nurturing a spirit general cultivator is no simple task. The royal family had invested considerable effort to cultivate a batch of spirit generals, and now, having lost 1/3 of them to Ling Yi, sending more would considerably weaken the royal family's power, a precarious situation. The cabinet ministers supported the crown prince, and while they too were angered by his death, they had broader concerns to contemplate rather than merely seeking revenge. However, the emperor was unwilling to accept the loss of his child and the significant number of spirit generals who had perished. Though he struggled to swallow his resentment, he ultimately had no choice. Upon receiving word that Ling Yi had already returned to the academy, he realized that the capital academy had rules in place. No external forces were permitted to enter the academy to capture individuals. Not even the emperor himself. After all, the capital academy nurtured the children of ministers and noble families. Strict adherence to these rules was essential to prevent adversaries from sending people into the academy to harm their offspring. Furthermore, the head of the academy was a second-level spirit general, previously the highest-ranking individual in Lingyanji. As for why he was now referred to as previously, it was due to the emergence of Ling Yi. Ling Yi's ability to handle 7 first-level spirit generals indicated that she was either a second-level spirit general or possessed even greater cultivation. The emperor, still reluctant, reached out to the head of the academy, hoping for assistance. After a prolonged silence, the head finally spoke. "Your Majesty, do you wish for the academy to appoint a new head?" The head was well aware of the events surrounding the Lin residence. Not only had he heard of it, but the entire academy, students and teachers alike, were aware. The fact that Ling Yi could easily deal with 7 first-level spirit generals suggested that she could potentially handle him as well. If he were to perish, the academy would undoubtedly require a new head. The emperor attempted to articulate further, but the head interjected. "In half a month's time, the quota competition will commence, with Ling Yi's formidable cultivation. She is bound to secure a spot to represent the capital academy in the imperial competition, with a substantial chance of claiming first place. Your Majesty, allow me to speak candidly, within Lingyang, there is no one capable of contending with Ling Yi. Even if there were, what could you offer to incentivize anyone to risk their life against her? Your Majesty, it would be wise to reconsider. If you do not, there may be even more casualties at Ling Yi's hands, and I trust that this is not what you wish to witness." "He killed my child," the emperor exclaimed in fury. "As the sovereign of a nation, my child has perished, and yet I cannot avenge him. You must allow me." "Your Majesty," the head interrupted, "have you forgotten what kind of world this truly is?" This statement left the emperor speechless. The head continued, "In the Tianhuan continent, strength reigns supreme. Your Majesty, I recall that the elders whom the royal family nurtured had relatives involved in a notorious incident of abduction, yet at that time, did you impose any punishment? That incident had indeed caused quite a stir, and how had those elders responded?" "Strength reigns supreme. If they had persisted in their grievances, they could have easily eradicated that family as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Do you believe that the royal family is now in a position akin to that of that family back then?" The head gazed out the window at the sky. "You may act arrogantly and with impunity due to your strength, and you may declare strength reigns supreme when bullying those weaker than you. However, in entertaining such thoughts, one must also be prepared for the possibility of being treated as vermin and exterminated. For indeed, there are always those stronger than oneself. After delivering this admonition, the head severed communication before the emperor could respond. The room fell into a profound silence, and after a considerable pause, the head turned to an elderly man behind him. Old Mu. I have yet to meet Ling Yi. Having seen her, what kind of person do you think she is? Teacher Mu replied, she is a normal person. The head was taken aback by this response. What do you mean? Teacher Mu explained, on the day she went to the Lin residence to kill, Qing Shuang accompanied her. I learned about the events of that day from Qing Shuang. When Ling Yi killed, her methods were brutal and bloody, and her ties to kinship were rather weak. However, this was due to the Lin family's overwhelming disappointment in her. Despite her ruthless and bloody methods, she did not involve the Lin residence's servants. There was no indiscriminate killing. She pays attention in class and diligently cultivates at the academy. As long as she is not provoked, there will be no issues. However, once provoked, there is a high likelihood of death. At present, she does not take the initiative to commit evil, but she will not show mercy either. Teacher Mu looked at the head. Isn't that just a normal person? Chapter 33, second in the competition. First in survival. After hearing Teacher Mu's words, the head of the academy felt reassured. In that case, everything will proceed as usual. Teacher Mu nodded and, as he was about to leave, posed a question. Head. What if Ling Yi were to cause trouble? Trouble, you say? The head sighed. If she were indeed a troublemaker, the academy could not harbor her. If she were a reckless killer, I would not hesitate to intervene, even at the cost of my own life. After hearing this, Teacher Mu smiled. Fortunately, she is not a troublemaker. Indeed, the head concurred, nodding with relief. Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang returned to class for 3 days. Yet Lin Chengtian had not made an appearance. He wouldn't just not come back, would he? Yi Qingshuang remarked during lunch. Ling Yi was unconcerned and remained silent. Noticing Ling Yi's indifference, Yi Qingshuang chose not to press further. In the days that followed, the two of them attended classes and returned to the dormitory daily. Ling Yi's cultivation level progressed from level 4 to level 5. Why Yi Qingshuang was quite perplexed. Ling Yi could kill first-level spirit generals, implying her cultivation was certainly beyond level 5. Yet, her measured cultivation level remained so low. How peculiar. On the 10th day following the incident with the Lin family, students began to return from their vacations. Ling Yi learned from the returning students that the third prince had been lamenting severe chest pains ever since the incident at the Lin residence. The emperor had just lost the crown prince, and although the third prince was crippled, he did not wish to lose another child so soon. Consequently, he dispatched numerous alchemists and imperial physicians to tend to the third prince. Yet none could alleviate his suffering. Ultimately, the third prince, unable to endure the pain any longer, took his own life. After hearing this, Ling Yi departed, while the academy's students, upon learning of the news, expressed even greater admiration or fear. As for those who were envious, they only dared to harbor their jealousy in silence, not daring to show it outwardly, whether it be fear, admiration, or something else entirely. Ling Yi remained indifferent. On the day the students returned to class, the academy announced that the quota competition would take place in 5 days. On their way back to the dormitory after class, Yi Qingshuang remarked to Ling Yi, only 5 days remain. If he doesn't return within this time, he won't be able to participate in the quota competition. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi halted. Why Yi Qingshuang, noticing her sudden stop, was about to inquire when she raised her eyes to see Lin Chengtian standing outside the dormitory. After 10 days, Lin Chengtian appeared considerably thinner, and one couldn't help but wonder what had transpired during that time. You've returned, he said as he approached, looking at Yi Qingshuang. I have something to discuss with Ling Yi. In the past, Yi Qingshuang would have surely exchanged barbs with Lin Chengtian, but seeing his current state, she felt a moment of compassion. Alright, you two chat. With that, she swiftly made her way back to the dormitory. Once Yi Qingshuang had left, Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengtian and asked, what is it that you wish to discuss? Lin Chengtian inquired, is everything alright? I merely wish to ask if anyone has been causing you trouble during this period. Ling Yi cast a glance at him and responded, are you unaware of the academy's regulations? I am aware. Lin Chengtian nodded, then refrained from seeking conversation where none exists. Ling Yi declared before preparing to depart. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian called out, the Lin residence is empty. Ling Yi turned to look at him, are you not? Nor is Lin Xingzi. Lin Chengtian gazed at Ling Yi and said, you know that is not my intent. I have no interest in such matters. After saying this, Ling Yi returned to the courtyard. Lin Chengtian stood still, watching Ling Yi's retreating figure for a long while before he finally turned to leave. 5 days later, the selection tournament commenced. The eligibility for the selection was open to those aged 15 to 22, with the victors advancing to subsequent rounds, gradually eliminating competitors until 3 individuals were chosen to represent the Dongyang Empire in the Imperial Grand Competition. Although the selection limited age, it did not restrict cultivation levels. However, most students from the ordinary academy chose not to participate. Occasionally, a few entered with merely the intention of sparring with the first academy's students. Never truly intending to win, the first academy, however, was a different story, as its students boasted a minimum cultivation level of 3, with Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingshuang at the top, despite knowing their levels were insufficient. Everyone aspired to test their mettle in the Imperial Grand Competition, thus the first academy had all its members register. 1 day after the registration deadline, the competition officially began, prior to Ling Yi's enrollment. The capital's academy speculated who would claim the third spot in the selection tournament. Why only guess the third spot? It was obvious. Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingshuang had both reached level 5. Far exceeding their peers, thus the first two spots were undoubtedly theirs. However, following Ling Yi's entrance, the third spot was no longer a mystery. Ling Yi dominated every match, and while most accepted this with admiration, a few harbored discontent, lamenting that had Ling Yi not come to the academy, they might have had a chance at a spot. Yet, within a month of her arrival, she claimed it for herself. Those who admired Ling Yi scoffed at such sentiments, asserting that even without her those individuals would still not have secured a position. It was far more beneficial to focus on their training than to engage in idle gossip. The selection tournament was lively for 3 days before concluding, with the 3 victors being as expected, Ling Yi, Yi Qingshuang, and Lin Chengtian. Their triumph not only secured their places in the Dongyang Empire's grand competition but also earned them rewards from the academy. With the grand competition scheduled for 2 months hence, the academy announced the selections early because the following month and a half would be dedicated to training the trio under the guidance of the vice principal and instructors. Throughout this extensive training period, the vice principal and teachers often found themselves at a loss for words, as they realized that Ling Yi's mastery over the manipulation of water and fire was so profound that she required no specialized instruction. Additionally, during this month and a half, Ling Yi advanced 2 levels, progressing from a level 5 Spirit Master to a level 7 Spirit Master, although they all understood that her true capabilities far surpassed a mere level 7. The Spirit Stone's readings were irrefutable evidence of her growth. While Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian also leveled up, moving from 5 to 6. Among the younger generation of Lingyang Kingdom, their cultivation levels were already among the most distinguished. Yet they paled in comparison to the resources available to the Empire. Thus, on the day of departure, the vice principal addressed the 3 with heartfelt seriousness. Second place in the competition is commendable, but survival comes first. Know when to hold back. Do not push yourselves recklessly. While we desire you to achieve commendable rankings, we prioritize your safety above all. Yielding in the competition is not a disgrace. Nothing is more precious than your lives. The vice principal looked at the trio. Do you understand? The 3 responded in unison. We understand. Good, he affirmed. After ensuring their understanding, the vice principal turned to the 2 students fortunate enough to accompany them to the Empire. Go witness the Imperial Grand Competition and return to train diligently. You are merely accompanying us, so do not cause any trouble. Should anyone treat you poorly, bear with it. Their instructions reflect on you as well. Survival is paramount. The vice principal did not wish for the students to be bullied and yet be forced to endure, but the reality of the world was such. They were merely a small kingdom, unable to contend with the Empire. If the students acted rashly and resorted to violence, they might still negotiate with fellow citizens of small nations, but if they provoked someone from the Empire, what recourse would they have? This logic was understood by all, and the 2 accompanying students nodded. Rest assured, vice principal, we are fully aware and will not instigate trouble. Very well, the vice principal concluded, then turned to Teacher Mu, who was leading the group. Let us depart. Teacher Mu nodded, stating, the flying beasts are prepared. Let us ascend. Since they were headed to the Dongyang Empire, the academy had released its 2 highest level flying beasts. The level 4 Bayou birds, level 4 beasts require a level 8 Spirit Master to control, thus one was managed by Teacher Mu while Ling Yi, Yi Qingshuang, Lin Chengtian, and another instructor boarded. The second beast, previously managed by Teacher Su, was now under the control of the head of the Beast Taming Institute, who accompanied the 2 fortunate students and 2 alchemists. Vice principal, we are setting off, Teacher Mu called out. The vice principal replied, go, we will await your return. The Bayou birds flapped their wings, taking to the skies towards the Dongyang Empire. The vice principal and the instructors watched them depart until they were no longer visible. And then the group left the Beast Taming Institute to return. On the way back, the vice principal suddenly chuckled, prompting curiosity from a nearby teacher. Vice principal, what brings you such joy? The vice principal smiled broadly this time. The academy may very well achieve a commendable ranking in the Imperial Grand Competition. Before the others could inquire further, the vice principal continued, they will never expect that we have Ling Yi on our side. Contemplating Ling Yi's cultivation level, the other teachers chuckled in agreement. That is indeed plausible, but what is the matter with Ling Yi? The Spirit Stone readings only indicate her as a level 7 Spirit Master. Yet she can single-handedly defeat a level 1 Spirit General. It's quite perplexing. I too find this curious, yet I cannot ascertain the reason, thus I shall leave it be, the vice principal remarked, though Ling Yi's cultivation is enigmatic. Her age is indisputable. The Imperial Grand Competition, like the selection tournament, only restricts age, not cultivation level. As long as Ling Yi can participate, we need not concern ourselves with anything else. Indeed, the teachers echoed, and the group continued on their way. Chatting and laughing. On the back of the flying beast, Lin Chengtian conversed with Ling Yi. To reach the Dongyang Empire from the Lingyang Kingdom, we must traverse through a nation called Ruoshui. Ruoshui is comparable in size to our kingdom. Yet due to its proximity to the Dongyang Empire, its resources are somewhat superior, which is why the students from Ruoshui's academy deliberately stir up trouble whenever they see us. Ling Yi remains silent. Yet did not silence Lin Chengtian. Noticing her engagement, Lin Chengtian continued. The journey from Lingyang's capital to Ruoshui's capital, accounting for the flying beast's rest periods, takes about 5 days. This means we shall encounter Ruoshui's team in 5 days. At this juncture, Yi Qingshuang interjected, the people of Ruoshui are truly vexatious. They are closer to the Dongyang Empire and could easily set out earlier to avoid rushing, yet they deliberately wait for us to arrive at their capital before departing. Preferring to hurry just like us to antagonize us. With a wry smile, Ling Yi retorted, if they are so bothersome, let us eliminate them. Her single statement rendered both Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian mute. Chapter 34. Anticipating trouble for Ling Yi, the accompanying instructor shook his head. That is unwise, Teacher Mu. Observing the serious expression of the accompanying instructor, jested. Ling Yi was merely joking. Ling Yi shot a glance at Teacher Mu. Remaining silent, she was not jesting, but the adversaries had yet to appear, and they had not truly provoked her, so there was no need for immediate action. On the evening of the 5th day, the team arrived at Ruoshui's capital. After resting for a night, they continued their journey. Shortly after their flying beast took flight, 2 other flying beasts pursued them. Why? Yi Qingshuang exclaimed excitedly, they're here. Lin Chengtian frowned at Yi Qingshuang's exuberance, questioning why the excitement. In previous years, upon encountering the Ruoshui team en route, Yi Qingshuang would typically wear a cold expression. Why the change this year? Yi Qingshuang explained, this year is different. If they dare to act impudently again, they will face dire consequences. Lin Chengtian glanced at Ling Yi, recognizing her unyielding demeanor, and found himself unable to counter her. The Ruoshui team did not disappoint Yi Qingshuang. They drove their flying beasts to closely tail the team. Flying too close in the air, which could lead to complications. Despite knowing the risks, they persisted, deliberately provoking them, confident that the Lingyang side would avoid confrontation. As anticipated, Teacher Mu did not wish for trouble. And when the Ruoshui flying beasts closed in, he maneuvered their beast away. However, this only encouraged the Ruoshui side to become more audacious, and their instructor allowed the students to behave recklessly without intervention. Amid the pursuit, the flying beasts became less stable, causing Ling Yi, who had been resting with her eyes closed on the back of the flying beast, to open her eyes upon seeing Ling Yi awake. Yi Qingshuang's excitement intensified. Had she been munching on seeds, she would have surely started cracking them open. Teacher Mu shot Yi Qingshuang a glare, then turned to Ling Yi. We are traveling now. The flying beast's stability is compromised. Would you like to rest a bit longer? Given that Ling Yi had single-handedly defeated 7 level 1 spirit generals, Teacher Mu knew the Ruoshui individuals were no match for her, yet he preferred to avoid escalating the situation. Ling Yi stood up. Teacher Mu's eyelids fluttered, calling out, Ling Yi. The accompanying instructor also stood ready to intervene should Ling Yi take action. Ling Yi glanced at Teacher Mu. I will not strike. Upon hearing the words, Teacher Mu had yet to utter a response when Ling Yi had already soared into the air. Teacher Mu grew anxious. Had she not expressly stated not to resort to violence? Lin Chengtian hastily called out. Ling Yi. Yi Qingshuang's face was alight with excitement. Were Teacher Mu not present, she might have applauded. While Teacher Mu and the others were in a state of distress, Ruoshui's side, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. Someone had abandoned their flying beast. Could it be they were coming our way? If they do, what is there to fear? In previous years, Ling Yang's side had always kept their distance. What audacity do they possess this year to approach? I am familiar with Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian, but the other is unfamiliar, perhaps a newcomer. Someone remarked, it's her first time here. She is unaware of the rules, then we must impart some etiquette to her. Very well. Just as the students of Ruoshui engaged in their self-indulgent discussions, Ling Yi appeared before them. And the next moment, an intense heatwave surged forth, startling Ruoshui's flying beasts. The students had not anticipated such an event, and they fell to the ground. Had it not been for a teacher catching one, they might have plummeted. Once they steadied themselves, their expressions were grim. Before they could voice their thoughts, flames gradually coalesced into the shape of a dragon before their eyes. The fire dragon let out a roar, soaring through the sky before gently descending, hovering steadily before them. Although it was a manifestation of spiritual energy rather than a true dragon, the heat it emitted was undeniably real. And the flying beasts, aware of their inferiority, dared not approach. Ling Yi sat atop the dragon's head, allowing the fire dragon to glide before them. When the flying beasts attempted to change course, the fire dragon followed suit. It was not an affinity for proximity, but rather an unspoken challenge. Ruoshui soon realized that the individuals from Lingyang were deliberately attempting to provoke them, yet they had not initiated any attack. Moreover, they had previously encroached upon Lingyang's flying beasts, leaving them at a loss for words. However, this was merely one reason. Another was that the teacher leading Ruoshui discerned that the flames of the fire dragon were not ordinary, and the ability to manifest such a colossal form through spiritual energy indicated an unknown level of cultivation. They had no one capable of such feats on their side, and should a clash occur, They would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage ignoring it was their only recourse, as they had previously instigated trouble with Ling Yang, but this year, Ruoshui found themselves on the receiving end. The teachers from Ling Yang concealed their joy behind stoic expressions. Teacher Mu, seeing that Ling Yi had indeed refrained from attacking, chose not to call anyone back, instead seizing the opportunity to distance their flying beasts from Ruoshui, wishing to hasten their departure. Found the fire dragon gliding smoothly ahead. One willing to yield. To accelerate their pace would equate to a collision, and one need only use their imagination to deduce who would be the unfortunate one should a true beast collide with flames. Ruoshui could only endure, watching helplessly as Ling Yang's group receded into the distance. Moments after Ling Yang's party vanished from sight, the students of Ruoshui beheld the woman atop the dragon's head rise to her feet. Ling Yi faced Ruoshui's individuals, making a slicing gesture across her throat. The students felt a wave of humiliation wash over them, their faces darkening. Yet, what could they do? The teachers remained silent. What could they possibly achieve? After issuing a warning to Ruoshui's people, Ling Yi turned around, her fire dragon erupting into a crimson streak as it soared away, disappearing from Ruoshui's view in the blink of an eye. With no sight of her left, Ruoshui's students finally spoke. How arrogant! Let us see if she dares to act so brazenly in the Dongyang Empire. Enough, the lead teacher said with a frosty expression. Everyone quiet down. The students were disgruntled. Did the teachers not share in their displeasure? The affront had been directed at all of them, and in past years, they had always been the instigators, while this year the roles had reversed. The teachers were naturally displeased, though they chose to keep their feelings to themselves. As the teacher spoke, the students, noticing the teacher's grim demeanor, fell silent. Another accompanying teacher commented, I cannot gauge that woman's cultivation. She may well surpass me. The lead teacher's face darkened even further upon hearing this. She is clad in Ling Yang Academy's attire, a participant in the competition. Should that be the case? This student from Ling Yang might indeed prove to be a dark horse. The accompanying teacher sighed. Ling Yang is bound to make a grand impression this time. Last year was uneventful, but I wonder where they found such a student this year? To possess such high cultivation at such a young age, if only one of Ruoshui's students had such talent, they could shine in the imperial competition. The lead teacher shot a glance at the accompanying teacher. Speaking coldly, do you think making a grand impression is a good thing? The top few positions each year are filled by students from the 4 great empires. If she breaks through, it will only bring the imperial students down upon her. The empire is not ours to contend with. The lead teacher's heart simmered with jealousy, and his words were naturally harsh. If she were to temper her demeanor, she might remain unscathed, if not. Just wait and see, this imperial competition is bound to be lively. The accompanying teacher, upon hearing this, found some merit in the argument, feeling less regretful, yet soon reconsidered. But this year's lead teacher is old Mu. He is competent and should be able to offer counsel. Let us hope he can prevail, the lead teacher replied. With her display earlier, it is evident she is a tough nut to crack. If he cannot persuade her, who knows what kind of chaos may ensue? The students, overhearing the teacher's conversation, felt no anger. Rather, they hoped for Ling Yi to encounter misfortune in the imperial competition, which would bring them satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ling Yi urged the fire dragon to catch up with her team, and as they neared, she leaped back onto the back of her flying beast, causing the fire dragon to dissipate upon her departure. Upon her return, Yi Qingshuang gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. The faces of those Ruoshui people were as dark as ink. It was truly gratifying. Ling Yi felt no joy in the matter and sat beside Yi Qingshuang. Cautioning, be wary, they may seek trouble with you upon reaching the Dongyang Empire. Yi Qingshuang replied, then I shall bind myself to you, accompanying you for 12 hours straight. Ling Yi quipped, even to the laboratory? Yi Qingshuang responded, what of it? You need me, and I could even warm your bed. Ling Yi retorted, spring has arrived. That is unnecessary. Yi Qingshuang insisted, it is precisely because spring has arrived that it is the right time. Ling Yi, somewhat lacking, the 3 bystanders seemed to have lost their hearing. What on earth were they discussing? Teacher Mu cleared his throat, interjecting, Ruoshui has suffered this humiliation. They will undoubtedly spread the word upon reaching the Dongyang Empire. With such proclamations, trouble is sure to find them. You all must be cautious. Yi Qingshuang remarked, teacher, this advice is more suited for Lin Chengtian and me than for Ling Yi. If they truly confront us, it is they who should be wary. Do not speak recklessly, Teacher Mu admonished, turning to Ling Yi. The depth of the empire is not something we small nations can compare to. The dean's cultivation is the highest in Lingyang. But within the empire, it is quite ordinary. Ling Yi, based on the strength of past participants, your capabilities are more than sufficient against the empire's students. However, in the imperial competition, there are not only students but also the need for discretion. Understood, Ling Yi replied, yet whether she would temper her demeanor was known only to herself. Teacher Mu could tell from Ling Yi's expression that she would not heed the warning, having already stated it once. Repeating it would yield no different results, so he chose to remain silent. Only through hardship would one learn the bitter truth, yet, considering the matter of the Lin family, he felt that Ling Yi had endured enough suffering. Why had she not changed? On the morning of the 15th day since their departure from Lingyang, the group arrived at the capital of the Dongyang Empire. All flying beasts were required to land at the city gates for identity verification. Those who disregarded the rules and attempted to force their beasts into the city would be met with hostility, a measure taken for the safety of the capital's citizens, following the verification of their identities. Someone approached them. It was a representative sent by the Dongyang Empire to assist with their reception. The attendant inquired whether they wished to proceed to their accommodations first or to the area designated for their flying beasts. Each time the imperial competition took place, the host empire arranged living quarters for participating students, designating a specific area for unified management. This area was reserved for the students' rest, as allowing flying beasts to enter would lead to disturbances. Should any of the beasts call out, the entire area would be awakened, making restful repose impossible. Thus, the resting area was off limits to flying beasts. To address the issue of beast accommodation, the empire had also designated a separate area for this purpose. Ensuring that the two zones remained undisturbed, previously, it had been Teacher Mu and Teacher Su who managed the arrangements, familiar with the locations. However, this year, the head of the Beast Taming Academy was unfamiliar with the area. Leading them to decide to prioritize the accommodation of the beasts, the attendant guided them to the designated area. Upon verification, the flying beasts were permitted to enter, albeit only to their specific destination. Without lingering elsewhere, once they arrived at the accommodation site, assistance was provided, and the arrangement was swiftly completed. However, the head of the Beast Taming Academy opted to remain behind to care for the beasts. This place was staffed with caretakers who tended to the animals, ensuring they received adequate nourishment without mistreatment. Yet, Ling Yang had two flying beasts that posed difficulties, and the head of the Beast Taming Academy was reluctant to part with them. Opting instead to oversee their care personally, Teacher Mu understood the head's sentiments and acquiesced. The attendant then led them out of the accommodation area, where numerous carriages awaited. The reception teacher rented one to transport them to South Street. Inside the carriage, the attendant kept the atmosphere light, engaging them in casual conversation. With the flying beasts settled, one cannot possibly walk to the living quarters, hence, we must take a carriage, therefore, at this time each year. The host empire sees the most carriages for beast accommodation. The distance between the north and south is considerable, making it quite profitable. The attendant continued, aside from the fare for the carriage, one may occasionally receive a gratuity. As the attendant conversed with them, Teacher Mu naturally reciprocated, engaging in the dialogue. Laughter and lively chatter ensued, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, before long, the conversation shifted to Ling Yi. This young lady in student attire is one of this year's participants? The small nation possesses only 3 slots, yet within the carriage are 5 students. The host deliberately singled out Ling Yi, as he could not discern the depth of Ling Yi's cultivation, dressed in student attire. Ling Yi's prowess was so profound that it eluded the host's perception. If he was not there to compete, was he merely a companion spirit? The host was well aware of the implications. Yet his intention to highlight Ling Yi was to compel Teacher Mu and the others to clarify Ling Yi's background. After all, the host nation was also participating in the grand competition. Besides welcoming guests and arranging accommodations, the host bore a hidden task: to gauge the cultivation levels of students from various nations. Thus, the individuals assigned as hosts were drawn from prominent families. Each a minimum of a first-level spiritual general, capable not only of discerning the students' cultivation but also of intimidating the visitors from smaller nations to prevent any trouble. The host's mention prompted Teacher Mu to respond. With a smile, the host remarked, "I never anticipated that Ling Yang Nation would harbor such a highly skilled student. This year's top 10 will undoubtedly include a representative from Ling Yang Nation." To which Teacher Mu replied, "Ling Yi only possesses 7th level cultivation. He is unlikely to qualify." 7th level cultivation, the host teased. "Is he a 7th level spiritual general?" Teacher Mu hurriedly clarified, "No, he is a 7th level spiritual master." 7th level spiritual master, the host's expression turned slightly cold. If Teacher Mu does not wish to disclose, it is better not to deceive. Aware of the host's suspicion, Teacher Mu was about to explain when the host interjected. "If he truly is a 7th level spiritual master, how could I possibly be unaware?" Just as Teacher Mu was about to protest in defense, Ling Yi spoke up. "If you do not believe, you may test him with the spirit testing stone." Seeing the involved party respond thus, the host's demeanor grew serious. "Is he truly a 7th level spiritual master?" "Indeed," Ling Yi replied calmly. The host pondered. "If he is indeed a 7th level spiritual master, how can I, with superior cultivation, fail to perceive it? I do not know." The host, still skeptical, led Teacher Mu and the others to a location in the city where the spirit testing stone was available for testing their cultivation levels. The spirit testing stone, upon absorbing spiritual energy, would reveal an individual's cultivation. Attempting to suppress one's level before the stone was only feasible if one's power exceeded the stone's testing limits. The quality of the spirit testing stone in Ling Yang Nation was of the lowest grade. Capable of testing from 1st level spiritual master to 10th level spiritual general. In contrast, the stones used by the empire were of mid-grade quality, testing from 1st level spiritual master to 10th level spiritual sovereign. In simpler terms, Ling Yi could not conceal her cultivation before the Empire's spirit testing stone unless she had reached the level of spiritual saint, which would be unlikely for someone participating in the Empire's grand competition. When the spirit testing stone revealed that Ling Yi was indeed only a 7th level spiritual master, although the host still found it astonishing, he ceased to doubt and proceeded to guide the group to their designated living quarters. The living quarters were divided into 2 main areas. The first area, occupied by the Empire, covered half of the land but only contained 4 residences, 3 of which were reserved for the other 3 major empires. With the remaining 1 allocated for the host nation, this arrangement was made to avoid appearing inhospitable during exchanges among the 4 great empires. Therefore, when the grand competition commenced, the host's team would reside there. The second area, nearly equal in size to the first, had 20 residences, giving it a somewhat cramped appearance. The host led the group to the second residence, opened the door, and stated, "Before your arrival, all rooms have been cleaned. During the competition, as you may have outsiders, we will not assign anyone to attend to you, so you will need to prepare your own meals." Teacher Mu responded, "We understand. After all, it was not their first visit." The host continued, "I am aware that you all comprehend the rules, but they must be reiterated each year. I hope you do not find it tedious." Teacher Mu smiled, "Of course not, we are here to listen." Once the host finished explaining, he handed them the keys and added, "The official competition begins in 5 days. Please ensure that the list of participating students is submitted within these days. Do not forget." Teacher Mu nodded, understood. The host said nothing further and departed. After the host left, Teacher Mu turned to the accompanying teacher and instructed, "Prepare the information list for the 3 of them. I will accompany you to the Empire Academy to submit it." The accompanying teacher nodded, understood. Teacher Mu then glanced at the 2 alchemists, who were elderly and could not bring their apprentices due to the limit on the number of participants. He decided to let them rest first. Assuring them that he would arrange for someone to procure food later, the 2 alchemists acknowledged and proceeded to their designated resting quarters. The reason for returning to the same quarters as in previous years was due to the fixed nature of the residences. For Ling Yang, being the 3rd nation closest to the Dongyang Empire, their designated residence was the 3rd house. In contrast, Ruoshui, the nation nearest to the Dongyang Empire, occupied the 1st house in the small nation's area. Also the closest to the Empire's region, the further back one went, the more distant they were from the Dongyang Empire, bordering the territories of other major empires. The residences were fixed, and the 2 alchemists had visited several times. Naturally choosing familiar rooms, as the students changed yearly, yet it was unlikely they would contend for rooms with the 2 elder alchemists. After the 2 alchemists departed, Teacher Mu instructed Yi Qingxuang to accompany Ling Yi to select a room while Lin Shengtian took the other 2 accompanying students to choose their quarters. Soon, everyone had dispersed. Ling Yi selected a room adjacent to Yi Qingxuang's, pushing the door open to find everything pristine and new. After returning to her own room, Yi Qingxuang emerged with a basin and knocked on Ling Yi's doorframe. "Ling Yi, shall we bathe?" Ling Yi glanced at the basin in Yi Qingxuang's hands and then took the basin and toiletries prepared in her room. Stepping out, "Let us go." The 2 went to the bathing area to clean up. And upon their return, the others had also finished their preparations. Teacher Mu and the accompanying teacher approached and, upon seeing that everyone was ready, stated, "Li teacher and I will go to the Empire Academy to submit the information list for the 3 of you. The round trip may take some time. If you are not practicing, feel free to head to the tavern and purchase some food. Should you wish to cultivate, let the other 2 go." Ling Yi remained silent. Her attendance was inconsequential. "I will take them both," Lin Shengtian offered. "During the grand competition, the tavern will be bustling with business. If we do not pre-order, we may have to wait a while. It would be better to buy ingredients and cook ourselves. The meat and vegetables can be stored in the spatial realm without spoiling. We can procure them all at once and retrieve them when it's time to cook." After Lin Shengtian finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yi. "You can stay here to rest or cultivate." "All right." Ling Yi nodded. Lin Shengtian said no more, calling the other 2 students and departing with Teacher Mu. Once Lin Shengtian and the others left, Ling Yi turned back to her room. "Tianyan, I am now in the Dongyang Empire." "I know," Tianyan replied. "Believe that you will soon find the mountain river mirror." Ling Yi chuckled lightly. "Do not mislead me. Even if I find it, it will merely be fragments, and I currently have no leads on the mountain river mirror." Tianyan remained silent. Ling Yi stated, "You know why I sought you out. You asked me to find something, and I do not believe you have no clues at all." Tianyan replied, "Clues must be purchased with spiritual stones." Ling Yi responded, "The only spiritual stones I possess are those you provided. If you want me to use them to buy clues, isn't that merely returning what I owe you? Regardless, I must repay you, so why give them back to me?" Tianyan replied, "I gave them to you as compensation. It is a rule that clues must be purchased with spiritual stones." As for why he compensated with spiritual stones, it was obviously because he knew Ling Yi would inevitably seek clues later. Since clues required spiritual stones for purchase, how could Ling Yi buy them without any? However, each time he provided her with more than enough stones for buying clues, she would not need that much. Allowing her to keep some. Ling Yi sneered coldly. "I will not give them." Tianyan stated, "If you do not provide spiritual stones, I will not give you any clues." Ling Yi was left speechless. Tianyan firmly declared, "You cannot take advantage of the system without payment." Fine. Recognizing Tianyan's seriousness, Ling Yi understood she could not exploit the situation this time and inquired, "How many spiritual stones for a clue?" Tianyan did not fall for the bait. "There is only one clue for the mountain river mirror, and it requires one spiritual stone." Upon hearing that only one stone was needed, Ling Yi smiled brightly. "The price is quite fair, I will buy it." Tianyan added, "As for the Dongyang mirror, I cannot retrieve more clues." "Understood," Ling Yi replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The Dongyang mirror, with the limited clues provided by Tianyan, she would have to search for more on her own. With this thought, Ling Yi left her room and knocked on Yi Qingshuang's door. Yi Qingshuang opened the door and, upon seeing Ling Yi, asked Ling Yi, "What is it?" Ling Yi replied, "I wish to go out for a stroll, just wanted to inform you to avoid any worries from others when they return and do not find me." Upon hearing that Ling Yi intended to go out, Yi Qingshuang said, "I will accompany you." Ling Yi, intending to seek news about the Dongyang mirror, did not want Yi Qingshuang to follow her and was about to refuse when Yi Qingshuang added, "I saved quite a bit of money before coming, let us go to the gambling house to place some bets." At the gambling house? Yes, Yi Qingshuang nodded. Every year during the grand competition, the gambling house opens up for betting. If one bets on an underdog to take a top 3 position, it could yield significant returns. In previous years, I always bet on the stronger contenders, but this year, I am betting on you. Yi Qingshuang put her arm around Ling Yi's shoulder. "I will wager all my savings on you. Am I not loyal?" Ling Yi intended to say that she would keep it for herself, but before she could utter a word, she noticed Yi Qingshuang's expression suddenly turn grave. "Ling Yi, I mean it. I truly believe in you. If you can secure a place in the top 10, not only will you receive substantial rewards, but you will also have the opportunity to enter the Dongyang mirror for 10 days of cultivation." You cannot fathom the significance of the Dongyang mirror. "Dongyang mirror," Ling Yi interjected, seeking clarification. Yi Qingshuang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the Dongyang mirror." Ling Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. She had assumed she would need to venture out to gather information, yet here was Yi Qingshuang already in the know. "What a poor memory I have," Yi Qingshuang chided herself, lightly tapping her forehead. "It's your first time in the Dongyang Empire and your inaugural participation in the imperial competition. Yet you are unaware of the Dongyang mirror. No matter, I shall explain it to you." Eschewing any mention of the gambling house, she pulled Ling Yi back to their quarters to discuss further. Ling Yi poured 2 cups of water and slid one towards Yi Qingshuang. "Go on." Yi Qingshuang began. 21 years ago, a mountain range appeared in the skies above the Dongyang Empire. It was not a true mountain range, merely an illusion, yet it caused a tremendous uproar. The Dongyang Empire dispatched numerous individuals to investigate, but being merely an illusion, it could be seen but not touched, rendering any exploration futile. However, neglecting it was not an option. No one could rest easy knowing that if it were to manifest, it could spell disaster for the Dongyang Empire. Consequently, the imperial family remained vigilant, assigning personnel to monitor it around the clock. Given the vast and elongated nature of the mountain range, many were tasked with this oversight. After a year of anxiety, the mountain range remained an illusion, and gradually the empire began to relax its tension. Yet, just as they started to ease, a door appeared within a section of the mountain range. Upon discovering this development, the supervisors promptly reported it to the empire, which swiftly assembled a team for further investigation, including the head of the Imperial Academy. The investigation team entered the door, venturing to an unknown place. When the door reopened, everyone except the head had perished. Yi Qingshuang recounted, "After the head emerged, the door closed, and the mountain range vanished." Everyone inquired about what had transpired, but the head remained tight-lipped, merely stating it was not a place for them to tread. Though the head was reluctant to elaborate, the inhabitants of the Dongyang Empire had ventured into such a peculiar realm, prompting the other 3 major empires to send representatives to glean information. The 3 empires pressured the Dongyang Empire, compelling the imperial family to request a statement from the head. Aware of the royal family's predicament, the head ultimately divulged one detail. Upon entering the mountain range, they witnessed a youth clad in white confronting a colossal serpent with 3 heads. The serpent exhaled a dark mist that blotted out the sun, and those who merely brushed against it were reduced to mere pools of blood. The head was also affected, but as he began to dissolve, the white-clad youth tossed him an object. Grasping it caused him to lose consciousness, and when he awoke, he found himself in a realm of utter darkness. In that void, there was nothing. He could not ascertain how long he lingered there until a voice resonated. The voice identified him as the individual who had faced the 3-headed serpent, explaining that the serpent's venom would cause dissolution. Left with no choice, he was confined within the mirror, where time was chaotic, able to halt or accelerate. Upon entering the mirror, time ceased for him, halting his dissolution. However, once he departed the mirror, the process would resume. The head was terrified. He was among the foremost experts in the Dongyang Empire, yet upon entering that place, he fell prey immediately. The fear of becoming a mere puddle of blood haunted him, along with the dread of the mountain range collapsing and releasing its contents. Subsequently, the youth informed the head that although the serpent's venom was potent, if one severed the afflicted area immediately upon being poisoned, They would be unharmed. Their slow cultivation level had hindered their response, leading to their rapid demise. The youth assisted the head in severing the afflicted hand before escorting him out of the mirror. Yi Qingshuang continued. The youth proclaimed that he and the head were destined to meet and thus gifted the head the mirror, imparting some of its capabilities before guiding the head out of the mountain range. While many suspected there was more to the tale, the head insisted on sharing only that particular incident, and his hand was indeed severed. Despite further inquiries, nothing more could be extracted. The three major empires, left with no choice, shifted their focus to the mirror, inquiring about its functions. The head informed them that the youth had configured the mirror to serve as a cultivation space. Yi Qingshuang added, however, there are restrictions on cultivation levels. Only those of Spirit Master rank and below level 10 Spirit Generals may enter. Despite these limitations, the mirror's time flow differs from that of the outside world. 10 days of cultivation within equates to merely 1 day outside. A month within equals 3 days outside. It is essentially a sanctuary for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the other three empires were intrigued, desiring it for themselves, yet the Dongyang Empire could not relinquish it. Moreover, the youth had stated that he was destined to meet the head, and should they attempt to seize it, none could ascertain the consequences of such an act. The three major empires, wary of this uncertainty, refrained from theft but were unwilling to allow the Dongyang Empire to monopolize the mirror, knowing that it would lead to their ascendancy. The four empires began to negotiate, and after 2 weeks of deliberation, a satisfactory resolution was finally reached, bringing an end to the contentious discussions. Chapter 37. The pauper Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. So the top 10 of the imperial competition will have the chance to enter the mirror for cultivation? Yi Qingshuang nodded. Exactly. The Dongyang Empire had suffered significant losses of high-ranking cultivators. If they did not acquiesce to the demands of the three empires, the mirror would not remain theirs. Yi Qingshuang continued, however, the three major empires also made a concession to demonstrate their sincerity. They acknowledged that the mirror rightfully belonged to the Dongyang Empire, which had suffered greatly for it prior to the agreement's commencement. They permitted the Dongyang Empire to send 30 individuals into the mirror for 3 months of cultivation. The 30 individuals corresponded precisely to the number sent by the Dongyang Empire's investigation team. Yi Qingshuang elaborated, with the three major empires making concessions, the Dongyang Empire naturally had to show its sincerity as well. After all, they merely agreed on the mirror's usage. Its placement had yet to be determined. Regardless of where it was situated, no empire would feel entirely secure. To retain the mirror within its borders, the Dongyang Empire had no choice but to concede, allowing each empire to dispatch 2 experts to reside within the Imperial Academy, safeguarding the Dongyang mirror alongside Dongyang Empire personnel. In this manner, each empire would be informed of the mirror's status and could prevent any unauthorized access by Dongyang cultivators, with the Dongyang Empire voluntarily yielding. The three major empires ceased their entanglement, and the arrangements concerning the mirror's placement and usage were established. At this juncture, Yi Qingshuang sighed. Ling Yi, while I wish for your victory in the competition, I am acutely aware of the challenges ahead. The Dongyang mirror had been in existence for 20 years, and every year, individuals from the major empires managed to break into the top 10. Although 10 days of cultivation within equated to only 1 day outside, securing a place to cultivate for that duration was tantamount to 3 months of training outside, were it not for one's cultivation nearing the level of a 10th tier spirit general. It would be improbable to reach that rank in merely 3 months, provided that those who entered the mirror did not exceed the mirror's restrictions. It was likely that the majority of participants in the next year's imperial competition would be those from the previous year. Though their cultivation levels might not meet the restrictions, they had nonetheless entered the mirror, granting them an advantage over their peers of the same age as long as they did not surpass the age limit for the competition. They could continue to participate, thus rendering the allocation of spots relatively fixed in recent years. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi chuckled. This year, there will be changes. She had come specifically for the mirror and was determined to enter. So confident, Yi Qingshuang remarked, then I shall await the outcome. Ling Yi remained silent, and once the discussion regarding the Dongyang mirror concluded, Yi Qingshuang clamored to venture out. Initially, Ling Yi had no intention of leaving, but Yi Qingshuang insisted that the gambling house could yield valuable information. The rationale was that those gamblers, desperate to win, would probe various aspects of the major empire seed candidates' circumstances to place informed bets. Having participated in the previous year's competition, Yi Qingshuang was familiar with the majority of the candidates' statuses. However, a year had passed, and changes were inevitable. During the imperial competition, the major empires would safeguard participants' information rigorously, making it challenging for her to gather intelligence. Yet, gamblers were different. Before the competition, participants must compete in their respective empires for a chance to qualify. To secure a spot, they would exert themselves to the fullest. Given the number of spectators during the Academy's qualifying matches, it was impossible to conceal their performance. The gamblers, driven by profit, would gather information from various sources, weaving intricate networks to uncover snippets of crucial information. To prevent anyone from discovering their absence, the two left a note on the table. The largest gambling house in the capital was the Sea of Fortune, after Yi Qingshuang paid the entrance fee for both. She eagerly pulled Ling Yi inside. Crossing the threshold, they ventured not 10 paces before entering the grand hall, where they were greeted by a sea of bustling humanity, a cacophony of discussions and debates swirling around them. Ling Yi turned to exit, but Yi Qingshuang tugged her back. "Sister, I have already paid. We cannot waste this," Ling Yi replied. "I shall reimburse you." Why? Yi Qingshuang regarded her with a smirk. "Do you possess any money?" Ling Yi contemplated claiming she did, but her mouth opened and closed in silence. Observing Ling Yi's embarrassment, Yi Qingshuang laughed heartily. "I know you all too well. When dealing with the Lin family, you had no thought of accumulating wealth upon returning to the academy. You were either attending classes or in your dormitory, never considering finances. Your purse is empty. You are now a pauper." Ling Yi could only stare in silence, unable to refute her claim. "All right, accompany me inside," Yi Qingshuang teased before softly adding, "Look at this place, so crowded and chaotic. Could you bear to leave me here all alone?" Ling Yi replied, "If you let go of me, you will know whether I can bear it or not." She could not be more resolute in her refusal. Unfazed, Yi Qingshuang grasped Ling Yi's hand and led her inside. As soon as they entered, they drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Fortunately, they had changed into their academy attire prior to arriving, so no one would suspect that they were among the students participating in the competition. Here to gather intelligence. Yi Qingshuang pulled Ling Yi towards the betting area for the Imperial Grand Competition, where they noticed the names of 8 contestants from the Dongyang Empire displayed by the gambling house, accompanied by a note. "The lists from the other 3 empires have yet to be submitted. Most contestants have not yet registered. If you wish to place a bet, please return 2 days before the official competition." Yi Qingshuang and Ling Yi exchanged glances before retreating to a corner. Although they did not see the names of the contestants from the other 3 empires, they had spotted those from the Dongyang Empire. However, their purpose for coming was not to place bets but to gather information. Sighing, Yi Qingshuang jested, "Ling Yi, I wish to spend money on you, but the gambling house won't allow it." Ling Yi did not even glance her way, replying, "Did you not know that the gambling house only displays the names of imperial contestants?" Yi Qingshuang replied, "I did know." Ling Yi retorted, "Then why speak nonsense?" Yi Qingshuang chuckled, "I am not deceiving you. I genuinely wanted to place a bet on you. However, without the names displayed, there is no way to do so. Otherwise, I could wager that you would make it into the top 20 in profit." Ling Yi chose to remain silent. "But there is still a way for me to spend money on you," Yi Qingshuang continued. "Once I am eliminated, I will return to the gambling house to place my bets. As long as you face off against a contestant from an Imperial Academy, the gambling house will open the betting. They won't know you, and will undoubtedly bet on their own contestants. I, however, will bet all my possessions on you." Ling Yi glanced over. "Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Yi Qingshuang replied, "When it comes to spending money on you, I fear nothing." Ling Yi's lips twitched, but she said nothing more. The two remained in the gambling house for about half an hour before Ling Yi decided to leave. Finding the raucous voices of the gamblers more grating than the wails of zombies and mutated beasts, upon returning, they discovered that Lin Chengtian and the others, along with Teacher Mu, had not yet returned. Yi Qingshuang picked up a note left on the table and tore it. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Chengtian and the others returned. "Where's Ling Yi?" Lin Chengtian inquired upon seeing Yi Qingshuang but not Ling Yi. Chapter 38, The Imperial Grand Competition. One in the room, Yi Qingshuang responded. "Why did you take so long?" "We bought a few more things," Lin Chengtian replied, glancing at the other two. "You two can go rest. I'll call you when it's time to eat." "Brother Lin, we're not tired," the two replied. "There's nothing else to do right now." They exchanged glances. "Then we will go back to rest for a bit. Brother Lin, call us if you need help with cooking. We can lend a hand." "Sure." Lin Chengtian nodded. The other two felt relieved and left. After they departed, Lin Chengtian approached Ling Yi's room and knocked on the door. When Ling Yi opened it, she looked at Lin Chengtian and asked, "Is there something you need?" "I bought you some things," Lin Chengtian said, pulling out several small boxes from his space. "These are a few boxes of pastries. I saw they were selling well while passing by, so I bought some. Each box has a different flavor. You should try them." "I don't want any," Ling Yi replied. Lin Chengtian looked at her. "You will need them." Ling Yi felt an inexplicable sensation upon seeing Lin Chengtian's earnest eyes. She truly would need them. Unsure why she felt this way, she accepted the pastries. Lin Chengtian handed her 2 banknotes, saying, "The competition is still a few days away. If you don't want to practice during these days, you can go out and explore. You don't have any money on you, so take this." Ling Yi glanced at Lin Chengtian before accepting the money. "I will go prepare lunch. You can read or practice," Lin Chengtian added before leaving. Ling Yi returned to her room, holding the boxes of pastries, while Yi Qingshuang returned to her own room. During the time Lin Chengtian was cooking, Teacher Mu and Teacher Li returned. After gathering everyone together, they discussed some important matters to note and shared information regarding the contestants from their empire. Once they finished talking, Lin Chengtian had just finished preparing the meal, and 2 students helped bring the food to the table. As a wooden basin was placed on the dining table, everyone in the room fell silent. Yi Qingshuang stood and looked inside, discovering that the basin contained rice. with the meat and vegetables chopped and stir-fried together. If only the vegetables had been a bit more vibrant and the meat had been seasoned, the dish would have looked quite appetizing. Unfortunately, the vegetables had been cooked too long, turning a deep green and becoming mushy. The meat appeared to have been boiled and then cut into the stir-fry without any additional seasoning, leaving it pale and unappealing. Blending with the darkened greens and pure white rice. Yi Qingxuan glanced at it before sitting down and asked Ling Yi, "Have you eaten your pastries?" "I haven't eaten, I bought them," Ling Yi replied. Yi Qingxuan realized then why Lin Shengtian had said she would need them. Lin Shengtian placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. "It's cooked. As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. Otherwise, you can go and make something yourself." Yi Qingxuan silently picked up the bowls and chopsticks. If she were to cook, it would surely be something entirely different, not the blandness before them, but rather something dark and unrecognizable. However, she could not blame them. They spent most of their time on cultivation and had no opportunity to hone their culinary skills. Teacher Mu urged, "Go ahead and eat." The others at the table remained quiet, each serving themselves a bowl. Aside from the salt, there was no discernible flavor, but the texture was soft, which suited the two alchemists. Teacher Li ate a small portion before setting down his bowl and looking at Lin Shengtian. "Shengtian, you are a contestant. You should rest well these days. Leave the cooking to the teachers. You don't need to worry about it." Yi Qingxuan added, "That's right, we should all take this time to prepare well." Hearing this, Lin Shengtian was about to respond when he noticed Ling Yi had already finished her meal and was serving herself another bowl. It wasn't that Ling Yi was particularly hungry. Rather, the bowl was rather small, and at 16 she was still growing and needed more sustenance. "Are you actually fond of this flavor?" Yi Qingxuan asked Ling Yi. "It's quite good," Ling Yi replied. The others at the table were taken aback by her response. To be frank, Lin Qingtian's cooking could only be described in two words: edible. Of flavor, color, and aroma were not to be expected, yet they did not know that Ling Yi's previous world had been one of apocalypse, where food was precious, and as a former test subject, she had been provided only with nutrient solutions in the laboratory. The nutrient solution met her bodily needs without concern for taste. In comparison, Lin Qingtian's cooking was indeed quite good. Though Ling Yi found it satisfactory, the others did not share her opinion, and they swiftly revoked Lin Qingtian's cooking privileges, banishing him from the kitchen for the next few days. Teacher Li took charge of the meals. While he was no chef and his cooking could not be deemed exceptional, it was already a delicacy compared to Lin Qingtian's offerings. Yi Qingxuan, upon her first taste, served herself an extra bowl, while Ling Yi still only managed two. Her standards for fullness were different. Teacher Mu would occasionally step out, returning with bits of news, all directed towards Ling Yi, for in Teacher Mu's eyes, Ling Yi was the sole individual with a chance. Thus, the days passed swiftly until the day of the official competition arrived early in the morning. Teacher Mu and Teacher Li called everyone to rise, and after washing up and having breakfast, the 10 of them rented a carriage to the Imperial Academy. Upon their arrival, they found that the Academy had set up 3 passageways, one for students and attendees from noble families and the royal palace, and the other 2 for checking the identities of imperial contestants and accommodating the representatives from smaller nations. The division was quite clear. Arriving early, Ling Yi and her group found the Academy grounds to be nearly deserted, allowing them to pass through the checks and enter the Imperial Academy swiftly. Once inside, they were guided towards the plaza. At this moment, a large portion of the plaza had transformed into a competition area, with the central platform serving as the competition stage. Surrounded by tiered spectator seating, the audience was divided into 4 sections, each representing one of the 4 empires, while the positions of the contestants from smaller nations were aligned with their corresponding imperial areas. The Lingyang nation was situated in the Dongyang Empire section. However, the front row was entirely occupied by the elders of the Dongyang Empire Academy, a precaution to swiftly intervene should any issues arise during the students' battles. The second row was reserved for the royal family and academy teachers, the third for the contestants from the empire, followed by an empty row to emphasize the disparity between the empire and the smaller nations, ensuring no unfortunate incidents occurred by seating them too closely. The 5th row was designated for the officials and nobles of the empire who came to observe. Starting from the 6th row, students were arranged, with Ruoshui seated in the 6th row and Lingyang in the 7th. The 8th and 9th rows were allocated to 2 smaller nations closer to the Dongyang Empire, while the 10th row was reserved for imperial students observing the matches, and the 11th and 12th rows were sold to interested spectators. After speaking with Ling Yi, Yi Qingxuan asked, "Are you feeling nervous?" Ling Yi replied, "There's nothing to be nervous about." Teacher Mu added, "It's important to maintain a good mindset. As for winning or losing, just do your best." Chapter 39, the Imperial Grand Competition 2. As a discussion ensued, more teams entered and took their respective seats. Gradually, the platforms filled with spectators, yet the seats directly in front of the platforms remained conspicuously empty. Yi Qingxuan remarked, "Truly, they must showcase their differences in every aspect." Although she did not specify who she referred to, everyone understood she was alluding to those few empires. In truth, the time was nearly upon them. Yet none of the teams from the four major empires had arrived. Their actions are merely an attempt to arrive later, allowing both other teams and spectators to gather, thereby making their entrance a spectacle of attention. If neither of us enters, we merely prolong the wait. If there were no consequences, it could be overlooked, but alas, there are E.at times, they even exceed the stipulated time for smaller nations. This breach could lead to disqualification from the grand competition. As for the empire, they might simply claim their carriage was delayed, a rather lackadaisical excuse that cannot be genuinely pursued. After venting her frustrations, Yi Qingxuang sighed, but what can we do? After all, they are the empire. Ling Yi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. After a while, the representatives from Ruoshui nation arrived. Upon seeing Ling Yi and the others, their expressions soured. Recalling prior events, the Lingyang team paid no heed to Ruoshui. Remaining focused on the empire's position. As time passed, all the smaller nations entered, and many spectators had gathered. Only the representatives from the four great empires were yet to arrive. Yi Qingxuang glanced at the sky and whispered to Ling Yi, "We're nearing the designated time. If they delay any longer, they'll have to enter." Ling Yi smiled but remained silent. As Yi Qingxuang predicted, as the stipulated time approached, the empire's team began to enter. The team in red academic robes belonged to the Xian Empire. Yi Qingxuang, aware that it was Ling Yi's first time here and that he was unfamiliar with the empire's teams, explained. The second team, clad in pure white academic robes, is the Baiming Empire. The team in teal belongs to the Nanyuan Empire. As Yi Qingxuang spoke, she turned her gaze toward the approaching team and lowered her voice. "The sky blue one is the Dongyang Empire." Ling Yi acknowledged. "Understood." Yi Qingxuang continued. "The Xian Empire's team has 4 familiar faces from last year and 4 new selections. Ling Yi, if you face any of the Xian Empire's contestants, be particularly cautious of those 2 red-haired competitors." Ling Yi observed the Xian Empire's team and spotted the 2 red-haired individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The male stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a stern visage and a robust physique. The female, around 5 feet 7, possessed a strikingly beautiful appearance. Just as Ling Yi was scrutinizing the woman, she sensed his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, and she flashed him a radiant smile full of warmth. Unfazed at being caught staring, Ling Yi slowly averted his gaze and inquired of Yi Qingxuang, "What is significant about the red hair?" Yi Qingxuang explained. "The Xian royal family possesses unique flames, but only those with pure bloodlines can wield them. The symbol of a pure bloodline is red hair. In other words, they both possess unique flames?" Yi Qingxuang nodded. "Indeed." Ling Yi then asked, "What about the other 3 great empires? Surely, it can't be that only the Xian Empire possesses unique flames." Yi Qingxuang praised, "As expected of you, quite astute." Ling Yi remained silent. Yi Qingxuang elaborated, "The white-haired contestant from Baiming Empire has dual attributes of ice and water, but her ice and water are peculiar, capable of extinguishing unique flames. The girl from Nanyuan Empire with dark green eyes may appear diminutive and charming, but the vines she summons are anything but adorable." Ling Yi waited for a moment, noticing Yi Qingxuang had ceased speaking, and asked, "Is that all?" Yi Qingxuang replied, "That's it." Ling Yi pressed, "What about the Dongyang Empire?" Yi Qingxuang responded, "Surprisingly, they do not have any. Given this distribution, shouldn't all 4 great empires have unique flames?" Noticing Ling Yi's silence, Yi Qingxuang remarked, "While the Dongyang Empire lacks uniqueness, its members are still quite formidable. Last year, all 3 representatives made it to the top. As they conversed, the rules of the grand competition were announced. The task ahead was to draw lots, with 20 smaller nations, each having 3 slots. A total of 60 participants would compete. The 4 great empires each had 8 slots, summing up to 32 participants. In total, there would be 92 individuals competing in one-on-one matches, totaling 46 bouts. The academy prepared 2 boxes, each containing wooden plaques numbered 1 to 46. Contestants drawing the same number would be opponents, and exchanges were not permitted. As the drawing commenced, the teacher overseeing the process stated, "Though there are 2 boxes, this does not imply that the numbers within are separate. For instance, there may be 1 plaque numbered 1 in each box, or both could be in a single box. So do not harbor any false hopes of avoiding empire contestants by following their lead. It is simply not feasible." The drawing began, and those who drew their lots reported to the teacher for recording, after which they could return to await their turn. Yi Qingxuang casually picked a plaque and, upon inspection, revealed it to be number 3. My goodness, with so many ahead of me, how did I manage to draw such an early number? After recording her lot, Yi Qingxuang stood aside, waiting for Ling Yi and Lin Chengtian to return. Upon their arrival, Yi Qingxuang asked Ling Yi, "What did you draw?" Ling Yi showed her his plaque, 40-6. Yi Qingxuang exclaimed, "Goodness, one of us is near the front, while the other is at the very back. It seems we must stay and watch every match before we can leave." After saying this, she turned to Lin Chengtian. "What did you get?" Lin Chengtian displayed his plaque, 21. "You're in the middle, and he's at the back. We're spanning the entire event," Yi Qingxuang remarked. The 3 exchanged glances, each unwilling to speak further, and returned to their seats. Soon, everyone had drawn their lots. 60 participants from the smaller nations and 32 from the empires meant that a significant number of smaller nation contestants would be eliminated in the first round. However, this was to be expected. Such grand competitions were primarily a means for smaller nations to participate in a showcase. Once everyone returned to their seats, the competition commenced. In the first match, 2 contestants with number 1 plaques were drawn, one from the Nanyuan Empire and one from a smaller nation. The first match concluded in under 3 minutes, with the Nanyuan Empire emerging victorious. Yi Qingshuang commented, "This can hardly be termed a defeat. It was a complete rout." As the second match began, it remained a contest between an empire and a smaller nation. With the Dongyang Empire securing victory. Yi Qingshuang felt a surge of anxiety. The first 2 matches have been empire versus smaller nation. I hope I won't end up the same way. If it's the empire, I might as well concede to save myself the trouble of going back and forth. Teacher Mu, exasperated, retorted, "What defeatist talk is this? Even if you lose, you must still compete." Just as Yi Qingshuang was about to retort, the teacher announced the next matchup, Ling Yang Nation versus Ruoshui Nation. Hearing it's against Ruoshui Nation, Yi Qingshuang no longer quarreled, immediately standing up and urging the Ruoshui representatives. "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Ruoshui representatives, feeling the pressure, realized that had they known they would draw this matchup, they would have avoided provoking them on the way here, although they ultimately suffered the consequences. The Lingyang representatives were sure to hold a grudge, with no choice but to proceed. The Ruoshui contestants went to test their cultivation levels. The results were surprising. Yi Qingshuang had reached level 6. Hadn't she only been level 4 during last year's competition, she had advanced 2 levels in a year, while he had only progressed by 1. After testing, the two were compelled to enter the arena. Upon entering, Yi Qingshuang relentlessly pursued the Ruoshui contestant, showing no mercy, as though they had been feuding for centuries, eagerly awaiting revenge. Ultimately, the Ruoshui contestant could not withstand the onslaught and conceded defeat. Lingyang Nation emerged victorious against Ruoshui. As they exited the arena, the fourth match began, featuring an exciting bout between Nanyuan Empire and Dongyang Empire. This match extended longer than the previous ones. Yet after 15 minutes, the Nanyuan Empire faced defeat. The 5th, 6th, and 7th matches followed, predominantly featuring contests between smaller nations or between smaller nations and empires, with no occurrences of empire versus empire. After the 20th match concluded, Yi Qingshuang turned to Lin Chengtian. "You're up next." He responded, remaining silent. Yi Qingshuang continued, "They haven't announced yet. We don't even know if you're facing an empire or a smaller nation." Lin Chengtian replied, "It's all the same." Regardless of whether he faced an empire or a smaller nation, he would give it his all. Just after Lin Chengtian spoke, the teacher announced, "Yuan Wuxin from Xi'an Empire will face Lin Chengtian from Lingyang Nation." As the teacher's words echoed, the Xi'an Empire contestant stood up. It was the very woman who had previously caught Ling Yi's attention with her smile. "Oh no," Yi Qingshuang exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. "Yuan Wuxin, Lin Chengtian, you're up against Yuan Wuxin. You're doomed." Yuan Wuxin was known to possess unique flames. Lin Chengtian paid no mind to Yi Qingshuang's words and proceeded toward the competition stage. Yuan Wuxin followed suit. And as they met on the field, both were required to test their cultivation levels. The results revealed Lin Chengtian to be a level 6 spirit master, while Yuan Wuxin was merely a level 3 spirit general. To be eligible to compete at such a young age, Yuan Wuxin could not be over 20-2. Such a young age being a level 3 spirit general was remarkable. Their academy director, at a century old, was only a level 2 spirit general. With such a vast disparity in skill, Yuan Wuxin smiled at Lin Chengtian and remarked, "Little brother, shall I go easy on you?" Before Lin Chengtian could respond, Yuan Wuxin continued, "The little girl sitting beside you seems quite charming. If you could persuade her to smile at me, I might just let you off lightly." Knowing Yuan Wuxin was referring to Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian, though perplexed by when Yuan Wuxin had developed an affinity for her, firmly stated, "That won't happen." "Why not?" Yuan Wuxin asked. "It's merely a smile from that girl. You could have an easier time." Lin Chengtian replied, "I don't need that." After declaring this, he strode toward the competition stage. "How dull," Yuan Wuxin murmured, then blew a playful kiss in Ling Yi's direction, her smile bright and radiant, eliciting a chorus of sighs from the Xi'an section. A voice rang out, "Your Highness, you have flown into the wrong area." Yet, Yan Wuxin paid them no heed and turned to ascend the platform. Yi Qingshuang glanced at Yan Wuxin and then at Ling Yi. "She just performed that action toward you, didn't she? Why would she do that on your first visit?" Ling Yi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Perhaps it was because I caught her gaze." Yi Qingshuang was left speechless. As the competition commenced, she set aside her inquiries and focused intently on the match. On the stage, Yan Wuxin regarded Lin Chengtian, and with a mere flick of her hand, flames danced around her. "Little brother, if you don't allow that young girl to smile at me, I shall be quite disheartened." Lin Chengtian was at a loss for words and could only take the initiative to attack. As he charged towards Yan Wuxin, she raised her hand and sent forth a blazing fireball. The speed of the flames was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it reached Lin Chengtian, singeing a portion of his hair before it even made contact. Should he be caught in the flames, his visage would be irrevocably altered. Unable to withstand Yan Wuxin's onslaught, Lin Chengtian could only mitigate the damage. However, their disparity in cultivation was too great, despite his efforts to minimize the harm. He was still struck, causing him to cough up blood, cough, cough, cough. After sustaining just one hit, Lin Shengtian found himself repeatedly spitting blood. As he struggled, Yan Wuxin conjured another fireball in her hand, asking, "Little brother, will you concede? If not, this fireball shall return." Lin Shengtian looked up at Yan Wuxin, but his gaze was not fixed on her face, rather it was drawn to the fireball. In the next instant, he grasped his sword and charged forward. Yan Wuxin clicked her tongue, hurling the fireball at him, yet Lin Shengtian swiftly altered his trajectory, evading it just as it reached the spot where he had stood moments before with a decisive strike. He cleaved the fireball in two. At that moment, Yan Wuxin had yet to form a second fireball, and Lin Shengtian seized the opportunity to advance. Yan Wuxin observed as he approached, a flicker of crimson light flashing in her dark pupils. As Lin Shengtian lunged with his sword, she effortlessly pinched the blade between her fingers. "Little brother, I did offer you the chance to concede. If you refuse, do not blame your sister for being ruthless." As she spoke, a fierce red flame erupted from her hand, engulfing the sword and melting it away. With the sword dissolved, she struck Lin Shengtian with her palm, sending him hurtling through the air. As he spun through the air, facing downwards, it appeared as though he would crash to the ground, but Ling Yi could see clearly that a hand emerged to catch him, with that hand supporting him. Lin Shengtian landed gently. Yan Wuxin continued to watch him, sensing something amiss about his landing posture. Before she could scrutinize further, Lin Shengtian rose to his feet once more. "Are you serious?" Yan Wuxin muttered. "What are you trying to achieve, little brother? It's just a competition. It's hardly worth your life." Lin Shengtian replied resolutely. "I must win." Why? Yan Wuxin inquired. He offered no response, instead charging towards her again. "That if you do not concede voluntarily, I shall have to send you off the competition stage," she declared, summoning her otherworldly flames. Yet, just as the flames coalesced and were about to be unleashed upon Lin Shengtian, she noticed a shadow emerging behind him, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. The moment she met their gaze, it felt as if a hand had grasped her throat, rendering her breathless as the shadow of death enveloped her. Chapter 41, the imperial competition for the otherworldly flames dissipated. Yan Wuxin reached for her neck as if attempting to undo some unseen constraint. The spectators from the Western Flame Empire stood in disbelief, watching the scene unfold on the competition stage. What is happening? Has Yan Wuxin fallen? A 6th-level spiritual master has defeated her? Impossible. Their cultivation levels are worlds apart. How can this be? Yan Wuxin has fallen. The entire arena was stunned by the spectacle. Only Ling Yi understood what was truly transpiring. Indeed, Lin Shengtian housed another entity within him, one of considerable power, but why was it residing within him? Yan Wuxin seemed to be in dire straits. As Ling Yi pondered these matters, Yi Qingxuang's voice pierced the air. He suppressed his thoughts and turned his attention back to Yan Wuxin. She was indeed on the brink of collapse. However, in a competition of this nature, one could concede if unable to continue. Wait. Upon noticing the mark on Yan Wuxin's neck, Ling Yi comprehended why she had not conceded. She was rendered speechless. Frowning, Ling Yi stood and directed her gaze towards Lin Shengtian. "Lin Shengtian, release her." Her clear and piercing voice traversed the barrier, echoing in Lin Shengtian's ears. He abruptly turned to face her, and as he did, the shadow behind him shifted to confront her as well. Apart from those blood-red eyes, no other features were visible. As their gazes locked, Ling Yi perceived the displeasure within those crimson irises, yet she remained unfazed, meeting their intensity without yielding. Gradually, the blood-red eyes closed, and the shadow dissipated. As the crimson gaze vanished, so too did the constriction upon Yan Wuxin. Allowing her to breathe freely once more, she erupted into a fit of violent coughs. Once her coughing subsided, she stood and gingerly touched her neck, wincing at the pain. "Damn that wretched man," she seethed, turning her gaze upon Lin Shengtian. "Are you trying to kill me?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Shengtian turned to face her, meeting her eyes with indifference. "Concede? What was that just now?" Yan Wuxin demanded. Lin Shengtian appeared taken aback. "You could see it?" "Of course I could," she retorted sharply. "What were those eyes?" Lin Shengtian lowered his gaze. "No comment." Yan Wuxin attempted to voice more, but the pain in her neck intensified after her earlier exertion. Lin Shengtian regarded her seriously. "Concede, or you may very well perish." Why would she say that? Had she seen something? How could she have seen? Yan Wuxin felt a surge of frustration at Lin Shengtian, believing he had not triumphed through his own strength but rather through the power of those eyes. Yet a loss is a loss. Despite her irritation, she was not one to linger on matters. Turning to her teacher, "I concede." The teacher, oblivious to the events that had transpired between the two, announced her concession. "The Lingyang nation has triumphed over the Western Flame Empire. Lingyang emerges victorious. No one had anticipated that one of the seed competitors from the Western Flame Empire would be eliminated in the first round. While everyone was astonished, a hidden sense of joy blossomed within them. With such a formidable opponent as Yan Wuxin eliminated by a representative from a smaller nation, they would not have to contend with her. As for the one who had eliminated Yan Wuxin, they would not face him in the second round. They would strategize during the intermission. The 21st match concluded, and the 22nd commenced, until the final match. Ling Yi faced off against another contestant from a smaller nation, emerging victorious with ease due to her 7th-level spiritual mastery. With the first round of the competition concluded, 92 participants advanced to 46. The Dongyang Empire had 8 entrants, with 2 eliminated. The Nanyuan Empire had 8 entrants, with 3 eliminated. The Western Flame Empire had 8 entrants, with 2 eliminated. And the Beiming Empire had 8 entrants, with 2 eliminated. The 4 great empires collectively advanced 23 participants, while the remaining 23 were from smaller nations. Following the first round, a 3-day break was granted, with the second round set to commence in 3 days. After the teacher made the announcement, each team began to exit. Teacher Mu stood up. "Let us depart." Ling Yi and the others followed suit, preparing to leave. The members of Ruoshui had initially intended to depart as well. But upon seeing the Lingyang team, they sat back down, allowing them to leave first. After witnessing Lin Qingtian's handling of Yan Wuxin, they were now far more cautious around the Lingyang participants. As Teacher Mu led them down from the viewing platform towards the exit. Members of the Western Flame Empire approached. Yan Wuxin dashed directly to Ling Yi. Little sister Ling Yi took a step back, wishing to maintain distance, but Yan Wuxin embraced her. "Little sister, thank you for saving me." She nuzzled against Ling Yi's cheek. Ling Yi pushed her away, replying coolly, "Killing you would bring us no benefit." With that, she walked past Yan Wuxin, who did not attempt to impede her further. "Regardless, the fact remains that you saved me," she remarked. Ling Yi did not pause. As Lin Chengtian walked by, Yan Wuxin's expression turned icy. "I shall surely break your ability." Lin Chengtian said nothing, following the others as they left. Upon exiting the Imperial Academy, Teacher Mu declared, "To celebrate that all 3 of you have advanced, we shall dine out today instead of at home." With Teacher Mu treating, "We must order something extravagant," Yi Qingshuang remarked with a smile. Teacher Mu chuckled, "Order away. I fear not your appetite." After making this statement, he glanced at Lin Chengtian and Ling Yi, noting their somber expressions, and sighed inwardly. After dining at the restaurant, the group returned to their residence. "Chengtian, come with me," Teacher Mu instructed. "I wish to discuss the next round of the competition." "All right," Lin Chengtian replied, following Teacher Mu as he departed. The others busied themselves with their own matters, leaving only Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang still in place. Yi Qingshuang gently nudged Ling Yi. Teacher Mu is looking for Lin Chengtian to discuss the competition. The defeat of a level 6 spirit master by a level 3 spirit general certainly warrants a discussion. Ling Yi turned to Yi Qingshuang and remarked, "Rather than worrying about him, why not focus on yourself? You might face an imperial contestant in the next round." Yi Qingshuang replied with a smile. "The numbers are evenly split between the empire and the smaller nations. If luck is on our side, I might still be matched with a contestant from a lesser nation. Then let us hope fortune favors you," Ling Yi said, before turning to head to her room. Yi Qingshuang followed suit, saying, "If things don't go well, it's no matter. If I get eliminated, I shall place a bet on you." Ling Yi cast her a glance but chose to remain silent. Chapter 42, transformed into a 3-year-old form. Knock. A gentle rapping at the door stirred Ling Yi from her thoughts. She opened the door to find Lin Chengtian waiting. "May I have a word with you?" he inquired. Ling Yi stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Once inside, she closed the door and conjured a small soundproof barrier within the room. Taking a seat at the table, she regarded Lin Chengtian, who remained standing. "Are we to converse while you stand?" she inquired. Lin Chengtian sat across from her without uttering a word, pouring herself a glass of water. She observed his prolonged silence and set the cup down. "Are we not here to talk? How can we converse if you remain silent?" Lin Chengtian hesitated before voicing his inner turmoil. "Ling Yi, when you urged me to release Yan Wuxin, did you see something?" "See what?" Ling Yi responded with a question of her own. "Did you not see those eyes?" Lin Chengtian pressed. "Were they merely eyes?" Ling Yi replied coolly. "Was it not a swirling mass of black mist accompanied by those eyes?" "Indeed, you are capable of seeing." Lin Chengtian sighed ruefully. "So what now?" Ling Yi inquired, locking her gaze onto him. "What is the issue with having seen them? Did not Yan Wuxin also witness them?" Lin Chengtian shook his head. "It's not the same. Yan Wuxin could see them because she was attacked. Regardless, seeing it means it's seen." Ling Yi scrutinized him. "Yan Wuxin is backed by the entire Western Yan Empire. As long as she desires, she can uncover any trace. Then why did you insist I let her go?" Lin Chengtian looked at her earnestly. "If I were to kill her, she would have no means to seek revenge." "Indeed, should you kill her, they would not pursue her any further," Ling Yi replied methodically. "However, they would directly eliminate you following the competition." "How long can your level 6 physique withstand the presence of that individual within you? Once your body can no longer endure, it will be your demise." Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Lin Chengtian. "Or do you believe that killing the Western Yan princess would elicit no response from them?" Lin Chengtian regarded her intently. "So, you are concerned for my safety, prompting you to urge my release of her. You think too highly of yourself." Ling Yi denied outright. My insistence on your release was merely to prevent your affairs from hindering mine. After all, should the imperial princess perish at your hands, they may very well direct their wrath toward us. Troublesome, Ling Yi added. I see, Lin Chengtian conceded, so it was not concern for me after all. Ling Yi questioned, "Is this what you came to discuss with me?" Lin Chengtian shook his head. "Not exactly. I thought you might be curious about the entity residing within me. I am indeed curious," Ling Yi admitted. "Will you divulge the details?" Lin Chengtian fell silent for a considerable time before finally responding. "I know little about her myself. The first moment I became aware of her existence was that night at the Lin household. Lin Qingtian's gaze bore into Ling Yi's. During the night you killed my parents, I refrained from intervening, but when you turned your hand against Qingze, I could not stand idly by. One reason was that my parents would never repent. And the other was that Qingze understood his mistakes. I have wronged you and Qingze, he continued. When I was 3, Qingze was born. I had already assessed my spiritual roots and talent, and my father fixated on me. Scarcely sparing a glance at Qingze, when I turned 5, my mother gave birth to twins and entrusted Qingze to the household servants, devoting her entire attention to the twins. Qingze became ensnared in the middle. Deprived of my father's regard and my mother's affection, Lin Shengtian appeared lost in recollection. Whenever I returned home, Qingze was always left alone. Each visit, aside from patting his head and exchanging a few words, I could not play with him, for my father constantly reminded me that I was the hope of the Lin family and urged me to cultivate diligently lest I become complacent. If Qingze insisted on playing with me, he would face punishment from my father. To prevent that, I could not indulge him. As the twins grew and made friends, I mistakenly thought he would no longer be so lonely, yet I was wrong. Children invariably vie for affection, and with my father's focus on me, the twins sought to monopolize my mother's attention, intentionally ostracizing Qingze. One time, I returned home, and the wet nurse approached me, asking me to check on Qingze. Lin Shengtian recounted. I went to see him, and he had been punished, lying on his bed in tears. Upon inquiry, I learned that he envied the food my mother had prepared for the twins. Wanting some for himself and not wanting to ask the twins, he took a piece, prompting Qingyu to wail that his second brother had stolen his food. My mother scolded Qingze, and he, having endured too much injustice, finally unleashed his frustration and fought with Qingyu. When my father learned of this, he chastised Qingze for not yielding to his younger siblings and for engaging them in a fight, deeming it highly improper. And he punished Qingze severely. From that moment on, Qingze changed entirely, becoming docile and self-effacing, always prioritizing his younger siblings. Lin Qingtian's expression darkened with discomfort. For 18 years, he has been accommodating. Upon your return, the family favored you, and he refrained from speaking with you, always putting the family's choices first, unable to stand alone. Later, when you killed Lin Qingyu, he realized you were serious, that he wished to save the others in the Lin family. So he mistakenly spoke to our parents, hoping they would apologize to you, but they failed to understand him and did not grasp that he sought to save them. His error is an unchangeable truth, and I have no standing to beseech your forgiveness on his behalf. I can only exchange my life for his, but he cared too much for our parents, knowing they were in the wrong. Aware you would surely kill them, yet he wished to save them, but he has always longed for their approval, particularly that of our mother, who, right until her death, refused to grant him any. Lin Shengtian continued. Had she finally listened to him and apologized to you, even if you never forgave her, it would have counted as a moment where she acknowledged his words. He would have perished alongside her. Qingze cared deeply for our mother, but with her demise, I shudder to think how he will awaken to find himself changed. Will he harbor hatred towards you, leading to his own demise? Will he go mad? Or will he direct his ire towards me? All these outcomes are conceivable. Lin Shengtian spoke slowly. Yet none of this is what I wish to witness. I only wish that he could return to his childhood, to a time when he had yet to form any memories. How splendid that would be. If he were to revert to childhood now, I would have already matured, able to protect him, but I know all of this is merely a fantasy. Yet, at that moment, I heard her voice. Lin Shengtian recounted. She said she could fulfill this wish of mine. Initially, I did not comprehend, but soon after, I witnessed Qingze transform, reverting to the appearance of a 3-year-old. Chapter 43, Time Reversal. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Ling Yi's face. There are myriad ways to diminish a person's stature: elixirs, rare treasures, and then there is time. Lin Shengtian did not mention elixirs or any artifacts, leaving only the notion of time. A reversal of time, utilizing time reversal on Lin Qingze to restore him to his youthful form. Thus, as time progresses, Lin Qingze would gradually mature once more. Unlike elixirs or artifacts which may carry side effects, time reversal is indeed a captivating ability. However, Ling Yi regarded Lin Shengtian. You are 21 this year? Lin Shengtian, taken aback by the shift in topic to his age, nodded. Yes. 21 years, and the Dongyang mirror also emerged 21 years ago, intertwined with time. A coincidence? Ling Yi pondered. This was not Lin Shengtian's first participation in the imperial competition. Yet he had never before felt such a pressing desire to win, indicating that the entity within him had not manifested previously. Did her attack awaken it, or was it due to some other reason? Did Lin Qingze not only revert in age but also lose his memories? Ling Yi casually inquired. Lin Shengtian affirmed, yes, he has no recollections whatsoever. Ling Yi found herself at a loss for words. Previously at the Lin household, Lin Qingze had been a being she could choose to eliminate or spare. Now that he had survived, Lin Shengtian would take care of him. Did she grant your wish without demanding anything in return? Ling Yi questioned. Lin Shengtian shook his head. No. Before Ling Yi could utter another word, Lin Shengtian continued. However, upon arriving in the Dongyang Empire, she appeared once, insisting that I must win the competition to gain entry into the Dongyang mirror. She desires to enter the Dongyang mirror. Ling Yi's tone turned assertive. Did she provide any reason for this? Lin Shengtian shook his head. I inquired, but she did not respond. I understand. Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further. Lin Chengtian, comprehending her implication, rose. I shall take my leave, do rest well. With that, he exited the room. After Lin Chengtian departed, Ling Yi called out, Tianyan, do you have anything you wish to discuss with me? As her words lingered in the air, Tianyan's voice resonated. 01, the system is unable to detect the presence within Lin Chengtian. Unable to detect, Ling Yi smiled slightly, finding the situation rather intriguing. The Lin family had 4 children, and within Lin Chengtian's body resided an unknown entity. Ling Yi's physical form harmonized with her soul, resulting in an abnormal 2 versus 2 scenario. How could it not be fascinating? Unfortunately, Lin Tianliang and Madame Lin had already passed away, leaving no opportunity to inquire about any past occurrences. However, upon further reflection, there were still avenues to explore, for both she and Lin Chengtian were very much alive. What mysteries lay within the Dongyang mirror? Ling Yi's curiosity intensified as she eagerly anticipated the conclusion of the competition to uncover the secrets hidden within the Dongyang mirror, both for the entity residing within Lin Chengtian and for Tianyan as well. 3 days swiftly passed, and the second round of the competition commenced. Teacher Mu set out early with the participants, and upon their arrival at the Imperial Academy, Yi Qingshuang appeared disheveled, leaning against Ling Yi as if devoid of bones. This sight prompted Teacher Mu to shake his head in disapproval. Let us show some spirit, Yi Qingshuang protested. How can one be spirited at such an early hour? Teacher Mu replied, it's not that early. Everyone else is already here. Ignoring this, Yi Qingshuang continued to lean against Ling Yi, her comfortable demeanor making Ling Yi contemplate pushing her away. After half an hour had passed, the second round officially began. With 46 participants advancing from the first round, the teacher produced a box. The method for determining opponents in the second round is the same as in the first. Let us draw lots. Those who draw the same number will be opponents. Once the teacher finished speaking, he pulled out a record book and began announcing names in the order of their advancement from the first round. With Yi Qingshuang being third, she reached in and drew a lot, revealing the number 1. Instantly, she felt as though the sky had fallen. Damn it, third in the first round, and now first in the second. Couldn't it be delayed just a bit for me to catch some more sleep? Upon returning, Yi Qingshuang appeared dispirited, and when the teacher called out 21, Lin Chengtian stepped up to draw, only to also reveal number 21. When he returned, Ling Yi inquired, what number did you draw? 21, he replied. Yi Qingshuang, surprised, asked, the same number from the first round? Ling Yi remarked, it seems we are quite fated. Lin Chengtian was at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. As Ling Yi had been the last to compete in the first round. She was the final one to draw today. After the first 45 participants had taken their turns, only one lot remained in the box. Without any choice, Ling Yi took it out, revealing a large, bold number 1. Ling Yi thought, if this number were in someone else's hands, I would have no idea who my opponent was until the teacher announced it, but since it is in our possession. After completing her registration, Ling Yi intended to leave when the teacher declared, you are the first combatant in this round, there's no need to return. Once all preparations were made, the teacher announced, in the first match of the second round, Yi Qingshuang from Lingyang Kingdom faces Ling Yi from Lingyang Kingdom. Upon seeing Ling Yi remaining on stage, Yi Qingshuang felt an ominous premonition. Hearing the announcement, she abruptly stood. Damn it, my luck can't be this terrible. With only 3 spots available, having survived the first round, they were now set to face each other internally. Could she defeat Ling Yi? During their training prior to this, she had sparred with Ling Yi numerous times and knew she was no match. Yi Qingshuang ascended the stage, and they both began to test their cultivation levels. Once the assessment concluded, the teacher shouted, the match begins, and stepped aside. Why? Yi Qingshuang glared at Ling Yi. Shall we fight? Ling Yi replied. Do you wish to fight? Yi Qingshuang shook her head vigorously. I can't win, so why bother? This way, Ling Yi wouldn't have to exert herself, maintaining her full strength for the next round. Then let us not fight. Ling Yi stated, just concede. Why? Yi Qingshuang immediately turned to the teacher. Teacher, I concede. The teacher was taken aback. He knew that some students would concede when matched against their own, but most would at least pretend to spar for a moment. This was the first time he had witnessed someone concede so readily without any pretense. Though the teacher was speechless, he announced, in the first match of the second round, Ling Yi from Lingyang Kingdom emerges victorious. After the announcement, both competitors exited the stage. Why? Yi Qingshuang wore a broad smile, showing no hint of disappointment, which caused the onlookers to raise their eyebrows in disbelief. As the first match concluded, the subsequent matches commenced. Most of the day's competitions involved matches between the empire and smaller nations, with few encounters among the smaller nations themselves. By the time of the 21st match, Lin Chengtian took the stage against a contestant from a small nation in the Nanyuan region. Winning effortlessly, the following 2 rounds concluded swiftly, and after the 23rd match, the teacher announced the names of those advancing to the next round. Upon finishing, some began to tally the results. In the second round, 1 contestant from Dongyang Empire was eliminated in the 6-5 matches, 2 from Nanyuan Empire in the 5-3 matches, 2 from Xi'an Empire in the 6-4 matches. and 2 from Biming Empire in the 6-4 matches. In total, 16 contestants advanced from the 4 major empires, while the remaining 7 came from smaller nations, with Ling Yi claiming 2 spots among the 5 allocated for smaller nations. The third round of competition was scheduled for 3 days later. After the conclusion of the second round, the group returned to their residence, but they had hardly settled in before someone knocked at the courtyard door. Teacher Li opened the door to find Yan Wuxin accompanied by a man. Yan Wuxin addressed Teacher Li, "I'm here to find Ling Yi to play." Without asking if she was present, Teacher Li felt compelled to comply and went to inform Ling Yi. Before long, Ling Yi arrived in the front courtyard and asked Yan Wuxin, "Teacher Li mentioned you were looking for me. I guess there's something you need? Is it not permissible to seek you out for no reason?" Yan Wuxin replied, "We are not that familiar." Ling Yi countered, "That is precisely why we should play together. Through play, we can grow closer." Yan Wuxin insisted. Ling Yi turned to leave, but Yan Wuxin stepped forward to block her path. "Must you be so cold? Grant me some courtesy." Ling Yi regarded her. "I have a competition in 3 days. I have no time for leisure." Yan Wuxin retorted, "You plan to train throughout these 3 days? I don't believe that." "That is your concern," Ling Yi said, and she maneuvered around Yan Wuxin to head back. Ling Yi, as she returned, Yi Qingxuang approached and, glancing at Yan Wuxin, suggested, "Since Ling Yi is occupied, why don't we play together?" Yan Wuxin inquired, "What do you enjoy playing?" Yi Qingxuang candidly replied, "To be honest, if you and come, I plan to visit the gambling house." Yan Wuxin raised an eyebrow. "What business do you have at the gambling house?" Yi Qingxuang responded, "I intended to place a bet on Ling Yi." Chapter 44, the third round of competition. Upon hearing that Yi Qingxuang wanted to place a bet on Ling Yi, Yan Wuxin immediately took her arm. "Let us go." "All right," Yi Qingxuang replied with a smile. Yan Wuxin turned to the man beside her. "Third brother, let us be off." The man nodded in agreement. Yan Wuxin introduced him. "This is my third brother, Yan Wuluan. I see," Yi Qingxuang acknowledged as she walked alongside Yan Wuxin. "I've participated in the competition several times, so I'm familiar with you all." "Is that so?" "Indeed." As the three of them gradually distanced themselves, their voices faded into the background. Teacher Li, witnessing Yi Qingxuang leading them away, felt a sense of relief. Ling Yi's cold demeanor was alleviated by Qingxuang's presence. Otherwise, one could only imagine how the Xian Empire would react to such treatment. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the third round of competition began. This time, it was not Teacher Li calling the names, but Yi Qingxuang. Ling Yi looked at Yi Qingxuang, who had roused her from her slumber. "So early, and you seem so lively. Have you taken some medicine?" "Not at all," Yi Qingxuang replied, as she prepared Ling Yi's clothes and fetched water for her to wash up. Ling Yi observed the bustling Yi Qingxuang, bemused. Usually she would not be able to rise at this hour, yet today she appeared full of energy, claiming she hadn't taken any medicine after fetching the water. Yi Qingxuang heated it with her spiritual energy and called out to Ling Yi, "Hurry and wash up. I brought breakfast from outside that I've already eaten, so it's all good with that." She made to leave. Ling Yi stopped her, asking, "How much did you wager?" Yi Qingxuang smiled, "Not too much, just my entire worth. I guarantee you'll place in the top 3. Ling Yi responded, "Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Yi Qingxuang replied confidently, "How could that be? I believe in you." Before Ling Yi could respond, Yi Qingxuang added, "Actually, it's not just me. Yan Wuxin has also placed a bet." Ling Yi said, "All right, go wash up. I'll wait for you outside." After Yi Qingxuang exited the room, Ling Yi tidied herself. By the time she emerged, the stone table in the courtyard was laden with food, and everyone else was present. After breakfast, the group headed towards the Imperial Academy. Upon reaching the academy, they took their seats in the designated area. After half an hour, the teacher arrived and announced the commencement of the third round of competition. In this round, there were a total of 23 participants, with students from the 4 major empires making up 16, and students from smaller nations 7. Given this ratio, the Imperial Academy was expected to face off against more contestants from the empire, resulting in greater eliminations than in the previous 2 rounds. Consequently, the seats reserved for nobility and officials were filled to capacity. Among the 23 participants, there was one blank wooden token in the box, which represented a buy, thus drawing that token would allow immediate advancement to the next round. Upon the teacher's announcement, he began to call names to draw tokens. Everyone hoped to draw the buy token. As Ling Yi had been the first to advance in the previous round, she was the first to draw this time. Why Yi Qingxuang clasped her hands in prayer, earnestly hoping Ling Yi would draw the buy token. Ling Yi approached, casually selecting a token, and upon revealing it, she found it was 11, again, the lowest number for today. After showing the teacher, she returned to her seat as the others took their turns drawing. During the 10th draw, the participant drew a blank wooden token. The teacher immediately announced, "From the Western Yan Empire, Yan Wulua has drawn a blank wooden token and is exempted from participating in this round." Advancing directly to the next, upon hearing this, the audience erupted into cheers and lamentations. Some were elated while others wore expressions of despair. The cheers came from supporters of Yan Wulua, while the disappointed were primarily students from smaller nations. With only 7 students remaining from the smaller nations, drawing a blank token would have allowed them to progress further, and even if eliminated in the next round, the rewards would be significantly different. Unfortunately, it was an Imperial student who drew the blank token. Those with grim expressions were the Imperial students themselves. Yan Wuluo was a formidable opponent, and by not participating in this round, he would remain unscathed. While they would not, the competition was inherently challenging, and facing him in the next round would be even more daunting. Soon, the drawing of tokens was completed, and the match officially commenced. In the first match of the third round, the Eastern Yang Empire's contestant, Luo Yi, faced off against the Western Yan Empire's contestant, Wen Giki. Both ascended to the competition stage to gauge their cultivation, revealing themselves to be second-level spirit generals, with the teacher's command to start. They immediately engaged in fierce combat. Flames and water intertwined, clashing against each other. The audience fervently cheered for their favored contestants, with one side raising their voices, prompting the other to respond with even greater fervor in an attempt to outshout the opposition. Yi Qingxuan leaned closer to Ling Yi and inquired, "Ling Yi, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Ling Yi observed the two combatants on the stage for a moment and replied indifferently. When Giki Luo, he seemed to have recently entered the second level of Spirit General, while When Giki exuded a formidable spiritual power, clearly having been at this level for some time and on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, When Giki's movements were akin to a ghostly apparition. Although he lacked special flames, his solid cultivation combined with his agility was more than sufficient to secure victory over Luo He. Indeed, as soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, When Giki swiftly knocked Luo He off the stage. The teacher announced, in the first match, When Giki from the Western Yan Empire is the victor. As the first match concluded, the second match commenced with the contestants Bei Qianqing from the Northern Underworld Empire and Mu Huai from the Southern Kite Empire. Upon hearing their names, Yi Qingxuan remarked, if it were Mu Sheng Yuan, he could at least compete with Bei Qianqing, but Mu Huai stands no chance. Ling Yi remained silent as the two competitors ascended the stage to test their skills. Bei Qianqing was a third-level spirit general, while Mu Huai was merely a first-level spirit general. On the stage, Bei Qianqing adeptly manipulated both ice and water attributes, quickly cornering Mu Huai to the edge of the arena. Yi Qingxuan commented, if it were Bei Qianqing against Mu Sheng Yuan, we would witness the distinct characteristics of their spiritual roots. However, in this match Bei Qianqing is not utilizing his special ice and water, so Ling Yi cannot closely observe him. Ling Yi quietly watched as the second match concluded with Mu Huai conceding defeat. As the third match began, Yi Qingxuan and Ling Yi turned their attention to Lin Chengtian. Lin Chengtian rose to descend the stage, and at that moment, the two realized his opponent was a contestant from a smaller nation. The two teachers and their accompanying students breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that dealing with a student from a smaller nation posed no challenge for Chengtian, the match concluded swiftly, with Lin Chengtian emerging victorious in the third round. The competition progressed to the fourth match, where Dongfang Jibai of the Eastern Yang Empire faced off against Su Zichen, also from the Eastern Yang Empire. After testing their prowess, Su Zichen conceded defeat, resulting in Dongfang Jibai's victory. This round concluded even more rapidly than the previous ones. As the fifth match commenced, Mu Shangyuan from the Southern Kite Empire faced Bai Qingqing from the Northern Underworld Empire. Yi Qingxuan stated, Bai Qingqing cannot defeat Mu Shangyuan. Ling Yi remained silent, merely observing. Both competitors ascended the stage to test their skills. Mu Shangyuan was a fourth-level spirit general, while Bai Qingqing was a second-level spirit general. Mu Shangyuan was the highest-ranked contestant in this competition, and her vine-like abilities proved nearly insurmountable, resulting in a decisive victory. As the competition reached its midpoint, each of the four major empires had advanced one contestant, while one contestant from a smaller nation had also progressed. The teacher glanced at the roster and began announcing the contestants for the sixth match. The sixth match pitted Bai Jiao from the Northern Underworld Empire against Lai Jiao from the Western Yan Empire. Yi Qingxuan quipped, both are wines, I wonder which one is stronger. It must be the stronger wine, remarked Teacher Mu playfully. Yi Qingxuan laughed even more heartily amidst their banter. Bai Jiao and Lai Jiao took to the stage to assess their cultivation levels. Bai Jiao was a third-level spirit general, while Lai Jiao was a second-level spirit general. It seems the Northern Underworld's wine is indeed stronger, Yi Qingxuan noted. Their cultivation is higher. Teacher Mu chuckled, a one-level difference in cultivation does not necessarily guarantee a victory. Qingxuan, you've been frequenting the gambling house these days, why not place a bet with me? Yi Qingxuan immediately waved her hands, no way, I'm out of money. She had wagered all her funds on Ling Yi finishing in the top 3. Hearing this, Teacher Mu burst into laughter. While they conversed, the two competitors had already engaged in combat on the stage, with frost and flames engulfing the arena. Previously, the matches lacked excitement, perhaps due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels or the contestants conserving their energy. However, the sixth match was different. As soon as Lai Jiao entered the arena, he ignited the entire stage, forcing Bai Jiao to extinguish the flames with ice water in order to gain a foothold. The interplay of cold and fire created a stunning visual spectacle. While those of higher cultivation might find it unremarkable, the lower-ranked spectators were exhilarated, fervently chanting the names of both competitors to cheer them on. In the Western Yan Empire section, Yan Wuxin watched Lai Zhou's fire techniques and suddenly stood up. Yan Wuluwa, seated beside him, admonished, "Wuxin, sit down." Yan Wuxin gazed at Yan Wuluwa in shock. "Third brother, do you know? The explosive fire technique can temporarily enhance one's cultivation but causes immense harm to the body. It is a forbidden technique that their teacher has always prohibited, yet Lai Zhou has employed it. During their joint training sessions, he had initially refused under the pretext of needing to strengthen his body. The teacher had initially disagreed, but it was your intervention that led to the teacher's consent. Did he learn the explosive fire technique during that time? Yan Wuxin looked at Yan Wuluwa. "Third brother, you know the harm that the explosive fire technique inflicts on the body. Why did you agree? This is endangering him." Unfazed by his sister's accusations, Yan Wuluwa's expression remained impassive as he replied, "This is what Lai Zhou requested." He requested, Yan Wuxin murmured. Yan Wuluwa added, "I will explain after the competition ends." Suppressing her anger, Yan Wuxin sat down, continuing to watch the match. On the stage, flames enveloped the entire arena, obscuring everyone's view. It was nearly impossible to see any frost. The audience murmured, "Has Bai Zhou lost? That can't be, his cultivation is higher than Lai Zhou's." Yet, the frost was nowhere to be seen. "Let us wait a moment. It's not certain until the teacher announces it." On the competition stage, Bai Zhou was shrouded in a layer of cold energy that isolated the flames. Stepping forward toward Lai Zhou knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the floor, enduring immense pain. The explosive fire technique drained spiritual power at an alarming rate, and excessive use had left his body marred with cracks, flames flickering within them. As the fire dissipated, terrifying scars remained. Bai Zhou crouched down, extending her hand, a gentle chill enveloping Lai Zhou's injured body, extinguishing the flames within the cracks. Lai Zhou was taken aback by Bai Zhou's unexpected assistance and looked up at her. "Why are you helping me?" Bai Zhou's eyes were strikingly beautiful, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice her gaze lacked focus. Lai Zhou stammered, "You can't see." Few practitioners were sensitive to such nuances. Had he merely glanced at Bai Zhou before ascending the stage, he would have realized that his opponent was unable to see. However, consumed by the desire to defeat his rival, he had overlooked this detail and failed to notice that the person aiding him in his moment of agony was visually impaired. Bai Zhou smiled gently. "What I see is different from what you perceive. The fiery ropes entwined around you may appear beautiful, but they inflict great pain." She continued, "From your energy, I sense profound sorrow and anger. You are in great distress. Could you share with me the reason?" Lai Zhou remained silent. Bai Zhou persisted, "Yan Wuluwa and Yan Wuxin are not the kind of people who would resort to unscrupulous means to win. With them in your team, you would not have been able to learn the explosive fire technique without their permission, yet you managed to persuade them. What transpired? If you feel the need to win, I can concede defeat. Just do not employ such forbidden techniques again, otherwise, your body will ultimately crumble, and you will be left unable to accomplish anything." Upon finishing her words, Bai Zhou reached out her hand toward Lai Zhou. Lai Zhou looked at her outstretched hand, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Strangers from different empires were willing to extend a helping hand, while his own uncle had ordered the murder of his parents and younger brother. The elders of his clan dismissed him, claiming his uncle had greater capability than his father and could lead the Lai family to greater heights. Thus abandoning him, his parents and brother were left to die. Their bodies never recovered. Had it not been for his father's subordinates risking their lives to protect him, he might not have even returned to the academy. Yet he yearned for revenge, but he lacked the strength. The only way to rapidly enhance his power was to enter the Eastern Yang Mirror for training, even if only for 10 days. It was better than training outside. Thus, he sought the third prince for the explosive fire technique. He knew all too well the damage such forbidden techniques could inflict on the body, yet he felt he had no other options. If he needed to express his pain, he might as well cry it out. Bai Zhou gently reassured him, "This space is just you and me, no one else will know." After speaking, Bai Zhou waved her hand, and 4 towering ice walls sprang up around the competition stage. As the ice walls emerged, the flames gradually subsided, yet the match continued, leaving the audience in the dark about the situation on stage. The ice walls obstructed their view, and Bai Zhou cast a soundproof barrier, preventing any sounds from being transmitted. Within the small sanctuary created by the ice walls, Lai Zhou could no longer hold back and began to weep upon receiving the news of my parents' demise. "I was deceived by the elders and brought back to the Lai family, only to be besieged and nearly slaughtered by those treacherous individuals. In the end, it was my father's subordinates who risked their lives to rescue me and help me escape back to the academy. Throughout our flight, one by one, my father's loyal men fell to their demise. Ultimately, one of them intercepted me outside the imperial capital, declaring that the game of cat and mouse was at an end. He possessed the capability to eliminate me at any moment, yet he refrained, leisurely trailing behind, observing our desperate escape and compelling me to witness the sacrifice of those around me who perished in their attempts to protect me. When I was left utterly alone, the game reached its conclusion. Had it not been for the third prince's fortuitous arrival, I would have met my end at that man's hands. I was consumed by hatred. Yet, as he so callously stated, I was merely a cornered mouse, devoid of the means to safeguard myself, let alone seek vengeance. Chapter 46. A farewell embrace. Bai Zhou remained quietly by my side. After a prolonged period, I ceased my weeping and turned to Bai Jiu, asking, "Why do you wish to assist me?" "Because you require the opportunity to cultivate within the Dongyang mirror far more than I do." Bai Jiu replied softly, "However, I can only aid you up to this point. Whether you can advance in the next round is beyond my capacity to influence. Nevertheless, I must advise you, regardless of the adversaries you face in the subsequent round, refrain from resorting to explosive measures. Should your body sustain damage, you will be rendered incapable of action." I was taken aback by how deeply he considered my plight and frowned. "Are you conceding? Will the people of the Baiming Empire not blame you?" "They will not," Bai Jiu reassured me. "They are all fine individuals. However, unlike me, they cannot sense emotions. Had they the ability to feel, they too would wish for your victory. For you need it more than any of us." Upon concluding his words, Bai Jiu extended his hand towards me, signaling that it was time to part ways. After a moment of silence, I placed my hand atop his. Bai Jiu helped me to my feet and produced a handkerchief, offering it to me. "Wipe your tears." I accepted the handkerchief but hesitated to use it, instead tucking it close to my heart and hastily wiping my face with my palm. Once I had composed myself, Bai Jiu lifted his hand to dispel the ice wall, stating, "I concede." The ice wall concealed all from view. The spectators remained oblivious to the events transpiring within. Bai Jiu's concession solidified the outcome of the sixth round. With Li Jiu of the Xian Empire emerging victorious, Bai Jiu descended from the competition platform and rejoined his teammates. Before he could speak, Bai Qianning inquired, "What transpired to compel you to concede?" "I did not divulge," Bai Jiu replied, "but I sensed his profound suffering." "Jianning, I apologize," Bai Jiu expressed. "My concession means we have one less slot available." Bai Qianning regarded him. "What you relinquished was your own opportunity. As for the rewards offered by the Dongyang Empire, Baiming has no need for them. You need not apologize." "Indeed, Jiu," Bai Qingqing added in consolation, "were it not for Bai Han's reckless pursuit of beasts in the snowy wilderness, you would not have been summoned to fill a spot. You were merely here for enjoyment, as we stated beforehand. There is no need for apologies." Bai Jiu smiled faintly, his dimples emerging. Bai Qingqing couldn't resist the urge to poke at them. And even Bai Qianning's usually impassive expression softened with a hint of a smile. "Such a beloved one," Yi Qingshuang remarked, observing the camaraderie among the Baiming group with envious tears. Ling Yi merely cast a glance before resuming his focus on the competition. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th rounds concluded swiftly, primarily due to the matchups between empires and smaller nations. When it was Ling Yi's turn, his opponent was also a student from the Empire. In the third round, the 11th match pitted Dongyang Empire's Dongfang Yi against Lingyang Nation's Ling Yi. Dongfang Yi's cultivation was assessed at the 2nd level of Spirit General, while Ling Yi was measured at the 7th level of Spirit Master. After the assessments, the match commenced. Dongfang Yi regarded Ling Yi. "It is rare for Lingyang Nation to produce a high-level student. I do not wish to harm you. Kindly concede." Previously, in his 2 matches, Ling Yi had faced students from smaller nations and his compatriot Yi Qingshuang, who had conceded outright. Thus, no one had witnessed Ling Yi's true prowess, and they doubted his ability to contend with a spirit general. Ling Yi met Dongfang Yi's gaze and replied resolutely, "I will not concede." "Spare me your words. Let us fight. Since you refuse my goodwill, I shall not hold back," Dongfang Yi declared, drawing his sword and launching an attack towards Ling Yi. As Dongfang Yi advanced, Ling Yi shifted his form and appeared directly behind him. Startled, Dongfang Yi swiftly turned, thrusting his sword towards Ling Yi. However, Ling Yi easily evaded the attack and struck out with a palm towards Dongfang Yi. Though Dongfang Yi attempted to dodge, the proximity between them rendered it impossible. Ling Yi's palm connected with Dongfang Yi, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. As Dongfang Yi was propelled away, he managed to twist his body mid-flight, preventing a direct fall but causing him to land and cough up a mouthful of blood. Staring at the crimson liquid, disbelief filled his eyes. How could this be? He had been injured by a mere 7th-level Spirit Master. While Dongfang Yi grappled with his shock, a fiery whiplash towards him. Hearing the sound, he looked up just in time to see it approaching and swiftly retreated to evade the strike. However, as he moved back, Ling Yi advanced, appearing once again behind him. The whip's tip was poised before him, and the wielder had already encircled him from the rear. In an instant, both ends of the whip ensnared Dongfang Yi. Binding him tightly, Dongfang Yi struggled against the fiery whip with all his might, but his efforts were in vain. Ling Yi stepped forward, declaring, "Concede." Dongfang Yi glared at Ling Yi. "You are employing deceit." Ling Yi regarded him with a cold, indifferent gaze. Dongfang Yi continued, "You are merely a 7th-level Spirit Master. Our cultivations are worlds apart, yet you have ensnared me. You must be concealing your true power." The other participating students, teachers, and spectators exchanged glances, bemused by his accusations. What was the nature of the Spirit Testing Stone? It was designed to reveal hidden cultivations. The Imperial Spirit Testing Stone could measure from 1st-level Spirit Master to 10th-level Spirit Sovereign. For Ling Yi to conceal her cultivation in its presence, she would have to be at the level of Spirit Saint, which was utterly implausible. Who among the Spirit Saints would deign to represent a small nation in an imperial competition? If her cultivation were revealed, not just one empire but 4 would scramble to offer her resources. Why would she need to participate in the imperial competition for rewards, in the face of Dongfang Yi's accusations? Ling Yi remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. After his outburst, Dongfang Yi realized he had misspoken, yet he could not fathom why he had lost to a 7th-level spirit master. Ling Yi inquired. Will you concede? Dongfang Yi was reluctant to concede. To surrender to a 7th-level spirit master would be a blow to his pride. Seeing his hesitation, Ling Yi chose not to press further, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the competition stage. The 11th match concluded, the instructor began announcing the names of those who advanced. In the initial 2 rounds, the Dongyang Empire had the most qualifiers, with 5 participants advancing. However, this round saw 3 eliminated due to internal conflict. Leaving only Dongfang Jibayan the victor from the small nation, the Nanyuan Empire retained 3 participants from the previous rounds but lost 1 to the Baiming Empire this round, leaving them with 2. The Xian Empire, having started with 4, preserved all 3 participants this round, including Yan Wuluo, who had a bye, maintaining their position as the empire with the most qualifiers. The Baiming Empire had 4 remaining after Bai Zhou's concession and Bai Qingqing's elimination. Leaving them with 2.as for the small nation S students, only Ling Yi and Lin Shengtian remained after the 3rd round, combining the students from the 4 great empires with Lin Shengtian and Ling Yi. There were 12 competitors in total, set to compete in the final round in 3 days. After the instructor declared the conclusion, everyone began to disperse. On the way back to the dormitory from the Imperial Academy, Ling Yi felt a surge of power within, and upon returning to the academy, she retreated to her room to begin her advancement. The others stood outside her door, sensing the spiritual energy emanating from within. Yi Qingxuang exclaimed, "Is she truly advancing already? What has Ling Yi been up to these days? She has been in her room following each match. Has she been cultivating the entire time? Goodness, while she has been diligently training. I have been indulging in gambling, and now the gap in our cultivation is widening." Yi Qingxuang felt disheartened. The others, although astonished by Ling Yi's rapid advancement, felt joy upon realizing her breakthrough to the 8th level of Spirit Master. At 16, being an 8th level Spirit Master may not be remarkable in the context of the empires, but in Lingyang Nation it marked her as a prodigy. Once the excitement subsided, Teacher Mu expressed a hint of sadness. In Lingyang Nation, even an 8th level Spirit Master could assume the role of a teacher. Should Ling Yi continue to remain in Lingyang Nation, we would have little to teach her. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxuang and Lin Shengtian turned to Teacher Mu with apprehension. Are you suggesting that Ling Yi should not return to Lingyang Nation? Does this mean she should stay? Lin Shengtian asked, his voice trembling. Remaining in the Dongyang Empire would afford Ling Yi access to superior resources, and as her elder brother, he was pleased for her, yet his own cultivation was too low to accompany her, leaving him uneasy. Nevertheless, if Ling Yi wished to stay, he would not stand in her way. Why? Yi Qingxuang suddenly knelt, crying out, "Oh heavens, what shall we do?" Teacher Mu regarded her, his lips twitching in amusement at the unfolding drama. Inside the room, Ling Yi meticulously channeled and refined her spiritual energy, ultimately achieving her advancement before ceasing her efforts. Rising, she exited her room. Outside, apart from Yi Qingxuang and Lin Shengtian, the others had busied themselves with their own affairs. Upon seeing Ling Yi emerge, Yi Qingxuang opened her arms wide, gazing at Ling Yi. "Come, let us share a farewell embrace." With a subtle twitch of her eyelid, Ling Yi glanced at Lin Shengtian, questioning, "What is she up to now?" Lin Shengtian, unusually not at odds with Yi Qingxuang, replied, "It's not quite madness." Ling Yi regarded the two of them, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Yi Qingxuang sighed, her expression heavy with worry. "You are now an 8th level Spirit Master. Teacher Mu mentioned that at this level, you can teach at the capital academy, and they can no longer impart anything further to you. They are considering allowing you to remain in the Eastern Yang Empire for your studies. Is that so? Ling Yi looked at them both. It is understandable for the teacher to think that way, not just me. You two cannot stay in Lingyang indefinitely. Have you never considered leaving? Yi Qingxuang replied. It is indeed impossible to remain in Lingyang forever, but not at this moment. You must reach your current level of cultivation before you can depart, and we believe it will take you quite some time to achieve that. Then focus on your training, refrain from wandering aimlessly in gambling houses, Ling Yi stated and turned to head towards the kitchen. No, don't go. Yi Qingxuang grasped Ling Yi's arm, her face pleading, "Don't leave me alone." Ling Yi, at a loss for words, replied, "Be reasonable." Why? Yi Qingxuang insisted, "Unless you promise me that once you leave, there will be no one else by your side." Ling Yi. Lin Shengtian. Chapter 47. I do not wish to hurt you, Ling Yi. With an expressionless demeanor, removed Yi Qingxuang's hand and coldly stated, "After leaving you, I will find many more companions." With that, she turned and walked away, showing no signs of attachment. Why? Yi Qingxuang reached out in an attempt to stop her, but could only watch as the fabric of Ling Yi's sleeve slipped through her fingers, her face now clouded with deeper sorrow as she cried out, "You heartless woman, I will never forgive you." Ling Yi, initially walking, upon hearing those words instantly utilized her teleportation ability. Lin Shengtian observed the theatrics of Yi Qingxuang and silently turned to leave, cautious not to linger lest he be entangled. Once the courtyard was devoid of people, Yi Qingxuang returned to her usual demeanor, murmuring, "They are all leaving. Should I also find an excuse to depart?" 3 days swiftly passed, and the Imperial Grand Competition reached its 4th round. Today's competition comprised 2 rounds. In the first, opponents were drawn randomly by selecting wooden tokens, resulting in 6 out of 12 advancing. The victorious 6 would then compete for the top 3 positions through a contest for the spirit ball. In the second round, amongst the 6 eliminated in the first round, 4 would be chosen to enter the top 10, earning a chance to cultivate in the Eastern Yang mirror this year. After the teacher announced the rules, everyone took turns to draw their wooden tokens. Upon returning from the draw, Lin Shengtian revealed his token, which bore the number 2. When it was Ling Yi's turn, the people of Lingyang prayed fervently that she would not draw a 2, for that would mean a battle amongst their own. Soon enough, Ling Yi returned. Yi Qingxuang, unable to contain her excitement, asked Ling Yi, "What number did you draw?" Ling Yi displayed her token, 1. The people of Lingyang collectively sighed in relief. After Yan Wulua finished drawing, the token selection was complete, and the teacher began calling names for the first match of the 4th round of the Imperial Grand Competition. Beiming Empire's Bei Qianning will face Lingyang's Ling Yi. With the teacher's announcement, the audience erupted into a lively buzz. Bei Qianning is sure to win. Not necessarily. That student from Lingyang defeated Dongfang Yi yesterday. But Bei Qianning is certainly stronger than Dongfang Yi, yet that Lingyang student has kept her abilities hidden. She may not necessarily lose. We shall see. Bei Qianning is bound to win. Amidst the discussions, the 2 competitors took to the stage. Bei Qianning first assessed her cultivation level, and as the measuring spirit stone came to a halt, gasps echoed from the audience. 4th level, Bei Qianning is a 4th level spirit general. Wasn't she a 3rd level just 3 days ago? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. She leveled up in just 3 days? Heavens! Teacher Li frowned, remarking Bei Qianning is already formidable, and now her cultivation has improved. Just do your best, Teacher Mu advised. Even if Ling Yi were to be eliminated in this round, she still has another opportunity to enter the top 10. Yi Qingxuang watched the competition stage. Bemused, Teacher Mu was correct. Even if Ling Yi were eliminated now, she still had a chance to enter the top 10, but that would result in her losing everything, as she had bet on Ling Yi making it to the top 3. Yet, despite the prospect of losing everything, she still hoped for Ling Yi's safety. If I must lose everything, then so be it. On the competition stage, after Bei Qianning's assessment, it was Ling Yi's turn. 8th level Spirit Master. When the teacher announced Ling Yi's cultivation level, although the audience was not as fervent as when Bei Qianning's promotion was revealed, discussions erupted nonetheless. She has advanced too. How old is she again? 16. A student from a small nation, achieving 8th level Spirit Master at 16. Her talent is quite impressive. If she were a student of the Eastern Yang Empire, her potential would undoubtedly exceed her current level. It is no small feat for a small nation to produce such a student. They must have allocated resources accordingly, yet, no matter how resources are allocated, it cannot compare to the resources of the empire. That is true. Both Teacher Mu and Teacher Li felt a twinge of shame upon hearing the discussions. They had not extended any resources specifically to Ling Yi. On the competition stage, Bei Qianning regarded Ling Yi. Given your age and origins, attaining such a level of cultivation is quite remarkable. Ling Yi replied, "Thank you for your compliment, Ling Yi. You should concede." Bei Qianning said, her gaze steady, "I do not wish to harm you." Ling Yi possessed considerable talent, and Bei Qianning's strength was overwhelming. Should she injure Ling Yi's spirit root, it would adversely affect her future cultivation. Bei Qianning genuinely cared for Ling Yi's well-being. A sentiment Ling Yi could sense, but Ling Yi glanced at the audience. If I concede, someone will surely cry. Bei Qianning furrowed her brow. On the competition stage, your primary concern should be your own safety. Ling Yi looked at Bei Qianning. This is my first time participating in the Imperial Grand Competition. They all say your ice water is unique, and I wish to witness it. Realizing Ling Yi was unwilling to concede, Bei Qianning ceased to press further. If you wish to see, then you must first compel me to use it. With that, Bei Qianning launched an attack towards Ling Yi, not wishing to harm a promising talent. She opted for close combat, intending to force Ling Yi off the stage without causing any lasting damage. Bei Qianning's intentions were noble, yet once the actual combat commenced, she was taken aback. Ling Yi's south prowess in close combat was formidable. Bei Qianning hailed from Beiming, a realm perpetually enveloped in ice and snow. Many had remarked that those from Beiming possessed robust physiques. Bei Qianning did not dispute this, for their training was conducted in such harsh conditions, making it essential to possess strength. However, the moment she engaged with Ling Yi, she felt an overwhelming pressure, as if she were battling a ferocious beast upon the snowy plains rather than a fellow competitor. Yet, even beasts have their weaknesses. Some are swift but lack strength, while others possess tremendous power yet are slow. There are always ways to counter them, but Ling Yi seemed devoid of such weaknesses. She wielded tremendous power, her body agile and swift. Once grasped, she slipped away like a fish, and just when one believed her to be merely a nuisance, she would strike back with devastating force, making it all too easy to break bones if one wasn't careful. Bang! The two fists collided, and both retreated a few steps to regain their balance. When Ling Yi noticed Bei Qianning's gaze upon her, she slightly moved her hand that had just collided, feeling a twinge of pain. Bei Qianning glanced down at her own hand. Wincing from the pain, both competitors locked eyes. Bei Qianning remarked, "I intended to force you off the stage through close combat, but now it seems impossible." Ling Yi responded, "Then let us change our approach. Bei Chen-ning raised her hand to form a seal, summoning countless sharp ice spikes that shimmered with a cold light, all aimed at Ling Yi. With a clap of her hands, the ice spikes shot forth. The spikes were densely packed, leaving no room to evade except for behind Bei Chen-ning. However, the instant the ice spikes were launched, Ling Yi vanished from her spot simultaneously, for ice walls rose behind Bei Chen-ning. And in that very moment, Ling Yi reappeared. And the next instant, Bei Chen-ning leaped into the air, a massive block of ice materializing beneath her hands, which she then pressed down upon the 4 ice walls, sealing them. Chapter 48, The source of the strange ice frost. Upon landing atop the ice, Bei Chen-ning addressed Ling Yi from within. If you concede, I will let you out. The voice of Ling Yi echoed from within the walls. I refuse to concede. Bei Chen-ning frowned. Ling Yi, do not be stubborn. Remaining inside for too long will harm your body. This level of cold will not injure me. Ling Yi raised her hand against the ice wall, and immediately, the cold energy began to entwine around her, seeking to encase her in frost. Yet, in the next moment, flames erupted from Ling Yi's hand, dispelling the icy grip before more cold energy could ensnare her. The flames deepened in hue. Ling Yi clenched her fist, channeling her power into her hand, and struck down forcefully. With a resounding boom, a hole appeared in the ice wall. Bei Chen-ning was startled. Diving down to inspect the hole. As she raised her hand to seal it, she was caught off guard when a large opening suddenly appeared in the ice wall above, and Ling Yi soared through. Looking down upon her, Bei Chen-ning, is this sufficient for you to demonstrate your unique ice water? Bei Chen-ning gazed up at Ling Yi, her brows elegantly arched, her dark, luminous eyes akin to exquisite pearls. As she spoke, her beautiful lips curved into a slight, mischievous smile, captivating all who beheld her. The smile held a hint of playfulness. Bei Chen-ning was reminded of the snow foxes she had once chased across the snowy plains. Small in stature, lacking in strength, yet swift as lightning and astutely clever, always evading capture. If a pursuer fell behind, the fox would pause to watch with its bright eyes, its face often appearing to smile, leading those who were outpaced to feel as though the fox were grinning mischievously at them. Just like Ling Yi now, a gust of wind swept across the competition stage, tousling Bei Chen-ning's hair. A chilling breeze emanated from Bei Chen-ning's body, intertwining with her white strands of hair, causing an instinctive disregard among onlookers. Yet, Ling Yi perceived it with startling clarity. In the next instant, Bei Chen-ning stood before Ling Yi, an unbearable coldness enveloping him. Reacting swiftly, Ling Yi distanced himself, his gaze betraying a flicker of delight. Concurrently, the voice of Tianyan echoed in his mind, exotic frost source, level 2. Before encountering the rare fire, he had first come across the rare ice. Ling Yi regarded Bei Chen-ning and conveyed to Tianyan, to unlock her ice attribute, it must reach level 10 for a mutation. To become exotic ice, one requires an exotic ice seed. If I were to extract her spiritual root, would that count as an exotic ice seed? Tianyan replied, you intend to take her spiritual root? While evading Bei Chen-ning's attacks, Ling Yi responded, does it count? Tianyan stated, it does, but that suffices. Upon concluding his statement, Ling Yi ceased to evade and confronted Bei Chen-ning head-on. Ling Yi's fire attribute had advanced to level 10. Presently, it manifested as mutated flames. Without an exotic fire seed, it could not be deemed as exotic fire. Normally, he would be at a disadvantage against exotic ice. Yet Ling Yi's body had unsealed at 0.5. The combined strength of mutated flames and his physical resilience was sufficient for him to withstand Bei Chen-ning's exotic ice. Unbeknownst to Bei Chen-ning, the Ling Yi who had previously been evading was now remarkably formidable, his speed and strength having multiplied several times. Had it not been for the protective exotic ice, she felt certain she would have been overwhelmed. It was too peculiar. Such strength was not characteristic of an 8th-level spiritual master. Yet, the spiritual testing stone was infallible. If it were indeed accurate, was Ling Yi truly a spiritual saint? No, if he were a spiritual saint, what would it matter if she possessed exotic ice? One strike could obliterate her. Yet Ling Yi did not possess that capability. What was the true nature of Ling Yi, as Ling Yi continued his relentless assaults? Coupled with Bei Chen-ning's repeated use of exotic ice, her internal spiritual energy began to dwindle. After deflecting another of Ling Yi's strikes, Bei Chen-ning's gaze fell upon his hands, noting the sharpened, blackened nails that exuded an ominous aura. With disapproval, she regarded Ling Yi. Are you using poison? To which he replied with a smile, merely a part of my physique. With that, Ling Yi struck again, forcing Bei Chen-ning to retreat once more. Simultaneously, Tianyan communicated with Ling Yi, 01, extracting her spiritual root in this situation would be detrimental to you. I do not wish for you to encounter misfortune. The extraction of a spiritual root is an exceptionally cruel act. Should Ling Yi truly extract Bei Chen-ning's spiritual root on the competition stage, he would undoubtedly invite the wrath of all spectators. Ling Yi remained silent, advancing steadily towards Bei Chen-ning, 01. Tianyan called softly, the frost source is not an exceptional ice seed. We will have better options in the future, so do not fixate on hers. Ling Yi continued to remain mute, charging at Bei Chen-ning once more. With her energy nearly depleted, she could no longer conjure exotic ice to impede Ling Yi and could only watch helplessly as he approached. his poisonous hand reaching out towards her just as Bei Qianning braced herself for a potentially fatal encounter. Ling Yi's hand halted mere inches from her face. In that moment, she heard Ling Yi's voice. Are you at ease now? Ha, Bei Qianning was perplexed. At ease about what? Ling Yi cast a glance at her before returning to converse with Tianyan. I merely stated that it suffices. I never mentioned I would extract her root. You disrupt me while I engage in combat. What if I were to sustain an injury because of your interference? Tianyan, I apologize. Ling Yi, is an apology sufficient? Tianyan responded thoughtfully. I am willing to compensate. With 10 premium fire spirit stones and 10 premium water spirit stones. Consider yourself forgiven, Tianyan. What? Concluding his communication with Tianyan, Ling Yi withdrew his hand and gazed at Bei Qianning. Can we continue fighting? If not, you ought to concede. Bei Qianning regarded Ling Yi. Your strength is not that of an 8th level spiritual master. The spiritual testing stone reported as such, Ling Yi replied, rather than overthinking these matters. It would be more prudent to conserve your energy for the elimination rounds. Bei Qianning nodded slightly before declaring, I concede, although the supporters of Bei Qianning felt regret having witnessed the entire match. They recognized that she had indeed exerted herself to the utmost. Ling Yi's close-quarters combat was undeniably formidable. How could anyone possess such physical strength, rendering them unafraid of exotic ice? Furthermore, her flames were peculiar. Neither resembling exotic fire nor ordinary flames. What kind of student was this from Lingyang Nation? Where had they discovered such an extraordinary individual? As the audience engaged in fervent discussions, the teacher announced the results. In the first round, Ling Yi from Lingyang Nation triumphs. Victory, victory. Yi Ching Shuang, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Lin Changtian. He stiffened momentarily, caught off guard, and before he could respond, Yi Ching Shuang spun around to hug Teacher Li, who mirrored her exuberance, having never before entered the top 10 in their numerous participations. The triumph of Ling Yi over Bei Qianning was a cause for celebration. How could they not feel elated? Ling Yi returned from the competition stage only to be enveloped by Yi Ching Shuang. Had she not swiftly evaded, her face would have received an unwelcome kiss. Chapter 49. Do you disdain me? Yi Ching Shuang, noticing Ling Yi's evasion, accused. You disdain me, Ling Yi? That is not the case. With that, he turned his attention to Lin Changtian. It is your turn. Shifting back to the matter at hand, Yi Ching Shuang regained her composure and encouraged Lin Changtian. Go on, give it your all. A Teacher Mu and Teacher Li also cheered for him, advising him to maintain a calm mindset and not to feel anxious. Lin Changtian nodded and made his way to the competition stage, but after taking a few steps, he paused and glanced back at Ling Yi. She had already taken her seat and, upon noticing his gaze, raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Lin Changtian replied. If something akin to last time occurs, awaken me. Ling Yi did not respond, merely gesturing dismissively. Lin Changtian said no more and proceeded to the stage. His opponent was Li Yulin from the Eastern Sun Empire. Once they arrived at the competition stage, they began testing their cultivation levels. Li Yulin was a 2nd-level spiritual general, while Lin Changtian was a 6th-level spiritual master. Following the cultivation tests, the match officially commenced. Although Lin Changtian's cultivation was significantly lower, Li Yulin dared not let down his guard in the face of Lin Changtian, lest he meet the same fate as Yan Wu Xian. As both possessed fire attribute spiritual roots, the moment they engaged, flames engulfed the arena. Ling Yi narrowed her eyes slightly as she observed Lin Changtian on the stage. His speed and strength far exceeded what one would expect from his cultivation level. Likely due to the presence within him, yet, it was still insufficient. The disparity between him and Li Yulin's cultivation was vast, and to secure victory under such circumstances, the inner presence would inevitably manifest. Indeed, just as Ling Yi contemplated this, a black mist began to seep from Lin Changtian's body once more, but this time, his opponent could not perceive it as Li Yulin had. As Li Yulin unleashed a fiery assault towards Lin Changtian, a terrifying pressure descended, pinning him to the ground, enveloping him in a chilling dread of death. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he nearly shouted, I concede. In an instant, the suffocating fear of death receded like a tide. Realizing the pressure had lifted, Li Yulin exhaled in relief. Though he desired victory, he would not wager his life for it. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely felt he was on the brink of death. With the oppressive force dissipated, Li Yulin rose from the ground, casting a deep glance at Lin Changtian before departing the stage without uttering a single word. Was that it? What had just transpired? Hadn't Li Yulin been attacking Lin Changtian with fire magic? How had he ended up on the ground? Having fallen, he simply conceded. Li Yulin had bested Yan Wu Xian. So it was not surprising that he lost, yet how had he lost? The students from Lingyang Nation this year were all rather peculiar, but what of the peculiarity? Winning was what mattered. The conversations among the spectators did not hinder the progress of the next match. After Lin Changtian and Li Yulin exited the stage, the teacher announced the next combatants: Dongyang Empire's Dongfang Jibai against the Western Flame Empire's Wen Guiqi. Upon their arrival on stage, they tested their cultivation levels. Dongfang Jibai was a 3rd-level spiritual general, while Wen Guiqi was a 2nd-level spiritual general from the first round of the grand competition to this point. The Dongyang Empire had only one representative left should Dongfang Jibai lose, although there would be one more opportunity to enter the top 10, relying on such a method to achieve it would be somewhat disgraceful. Thus, prior to taking the stage, the teacher had admonished Dongfang Jibai to secure a victory at all costs. Once victorious, he need not contend for the top 3. The second prince must win. The second prince must win. In the home ground of the Dongyang Empire, Dongfang Jibai, as a prince, was met with a chorus of cheers as he took the stage. In contrast, the supporters of Wen Guiqi, having traveled from afar, rose to rally behind him, unwilling to be outdone. Unfortunately, their numbers were too few to compete with the volume of the crowd. Wen Guiqi chuckled, then turned to Dongfang Jibai. Brother Dongfang, go ahead and suppress me completely. Dongfang Jibai, handsome and charming, wore a warm smile that seemed to pierce through the darkness like a beam of light, eliciting shrieks from the spectators of the Dongyang Empire. Brother Wen, you just… Dongfang Jibai reached for a weapon, summoning a long sword into his grasp, and in the next moment, directed the sword at Wen Guiqi. Brother Wen, let us begin. Wen Guiqi, no longer inclined for banter, also retrieved a long sword and engaged Dongfang Jibai in combat. In their initial exchange, both relied on their swordsmanship without resorting to magic. Dongfang Jibai's strikes were swift and unpredictable, leaving Wen Guiqi struggling to defend himself, prompting him to employ magic. Flames enveloped his long sword, and with a sweeping motion, the flames surged forth, only to be severed by a fierce beam of sword light. As dawn broke in the east, Dongfang Jibai stood resolutely with his sword, a chilling aura gradually enveloping the blade. After severing his opponent's attack, he swept his sword, unleashing a beam of sword light infused with frost. Upon witnessing the oncoming sword light, Wen Guiqi raised his sword to defend, feeling a numbing shock resonate through his hand upon impact. Suddenly, two more beams of sword light surged forward, joining the previous ones and striking Wen Guiqi, who was then sent flying, crashing against the barrier before landing on the ground the moment he touched down. Wen Guiqi swiftly sprang to his feet to evade, as the two beams descended upon the spot he had just vacated. As Wen Guiqi exhibited signs of exhaustion, the sword light continued to manifest, and at this juncture, evading the onslaught became an arduous task, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate against Dongfang Jibai. The outcome was all but certain. Wen Guiqi recognized his impending defeat, yet he refused to concede until he had completely depleted his stamina and spiritual energy. Using Dongfang Jibai's relentless attacks as a means to hone his own speed, he vowed that one day he would bring Dongfang Jibai to his knees. It was only when he was utterly exhausted that Wen Guiqi finally admitted defeat. As they exited the arena, the instructor announced the competitors for the fourth match: Jimaya from the Baiming Empire against Yen Wulua from the Xian Empire. The clash of the northern snow against the fiercest flames of the west. This promised to be a spectacle. Yi Qingshuang observed the two contestants atop the platform, clicking her tongue in regret. What a pity it isn't Bei Qianning. Had it been Bei Qianning against Yen Wulua, the battle of exotic ice versus exotic fire would have been even more thrilling. Ling Yi remained silent, watching intently. As the two competitors took the stage to assess their cultivation levels, Jimaya was identified as a second-tier spirit general, while Yen Wulua was a third-tier spirit general. Upon their entrance, Jimaya immediately unleashed his spell. Yen Wulua, with that imposing physique, would be insane to engage in close combat after fortifying himself with exotic fire. As the ice manifested, Yen Wulua refrained from forcing a confrontation and instead unleashed his own exotic fire. The collision of ice and fire ignited the arena, transforming the scene into a mesmerizing display of frost and flames for the audience. After several exchanges, Jimaya was overwhelmed by the oncoming exotic fire and was sent tumbling off the arena. The moment he fell, the exotic fire surrounding him dissipated, showcasing Yen Wulua's formidable control over it. However, having been scorched by the exotic fire, Jimaya grimaced in pain as he touched the injured area. With the conclusion of the fourth match, the instructor announced the fifth round's contestants: Zhou Ruren from the Nanyuan Empire versus Li Zhou from the Xian Empire. Upon hearing the names, Bai Zhou's expression softened slightly. Bai Qingqing teased, "Zhou, are you feeling more at ease now?" Indeed, Bai Zhou nodded. Given Li Zhou's strength, he can contend with Zhou Ruren, but against Mu Shengyuan he stands no chance. I said, Bai Zhou, while you're busy worrying about others, why not spare a thought for me? Jimaya remarked, reclining in his seat as the alchemist applied medicine to his injuries. Bai Qingqing was about to retort when Jimaya suddenly yelped, springing up and glaring at the alchemist. "Teacher, are you trying to kill me?" The alchemist, who was administering the treatment, pressed him down. "If you can't handle a little pain, what sort of man are you?" Jimaya replied, "It's easy for you to say. This is an injury from exotic fire. I see you favor Bai Zhou. It's no wonder you increased the pressure when I mentioned him." Bai Qingqing chimed in. "You brought this upon yourself." Jimaya wanted to argue further, but the match commenced, and the previously silent Bei Qianning spoke up a silence. "Let us watch the match." Upon her command, everyone else fell silent. Zhou Ruren was a first-tier spirit general, while Li Zhou was a second-tier. As they clashed, Zhou Ruren narrowly avoided being engulfed by flames several times, ultimately succumbing to the heat and conceding. After their exit, The instructor declared the sixth match, Mu Shangyuan from the Nanyuan Empire against Yang Muzhou from the Xi'an Empire. As they took the stage to assess their powers, Mu Shangyuan was identified as a fourth-tier spirit general, while Yang Muzhou was a second-tier spirit general. After the assessment, the match commenced. Yang Muzhou eyed Mu Shangyuan. "You won't send me flying with one move, will you?" Mu Shangyuan tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "What do you think?" Just as Yang Muzhou was about to respond, a vine as thick as his arm suddenly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring him and rendering him powerless. In the next moment, the vine hurled Yang Muzhou off the stage. Mu Shangyuan stepped to the edge of the arena, looking down at Yang Muzhou. "That was indeed one move." Yang Muzhou managed a wry smile. "I underestimated you." Mu Shangyuan continued to smile and then directed her gaze towards the Dongyang Empire section, her eyes settling on Ling Yi. Ling Yi did not flinch, their eyes locking, revealing the hidden danger within her dark green irises. Mu Shangyuan was undeniably adorable, yet her heart was equally dark. Yi Qingshuang remarked, "She's a white-skinned, black-hearted dumpling." Ling Yi said nothing, but Yi Qingshuang added, "She is a formidable contender for the top 3." Ling Yi casually replied, "You may be aiming for the top 3, but I'm not vying for first place, so I won't compete with her." Yi Qingshuang pondered for a moment and agreed, second or third would suffice. If Mu Shangyuan wanted first, let her have it. As they conversed, the instructor announced the results of the fourth round. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian, Dongfang Jibai, Yan Wuluwat Lijiu, and Mu Shangyuan advanced to the top 6, earning the right to compete for the top 3. Bei Qianning, Li Yulin, Wengiki Ujimayet Zhou Rorin, and Yang Muzhou were eliminated in this round and would compete in the consolation match for a chance at the top 4, aiming for the top 10. Now, the final competition of the Imperial Grand Tournament, the battle for the top 3, was about to commence. After the instructor's announcement, a spirit orb soared onto the arena, hovering above the stage. The instructor glanced at the orb and continued, "Now, I invite the top 6 to the stage to vie for first place." As the instructor's words echoed, all 6 competitors ascended to the arena. The instructor regarded them, stating, "Whoever secures this spirit orb shall be declared the champion of this tournament." The match begins. With the instructor's command, he stepped down from the platform. The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the 6 competitors, eager to see who would make the first move and claim the championship. Silence enveloped the arena. After the instructor exited, no one dared to initiate action. With Mu Shangyuan present, the others had no intention of competing. In such a scenario, it would suffice for Mu Shangyuan to seize the spirit orb. Yet she remained passive. Yan Wuluwa, unwilling to wait any longer, lunged toward the spirit orb. "Big guy." Upon seeing Yan Wuluwa's movement, Mu Shangyuan swiftly positioned herself before him, raising her hands as 2 vines shot forth to intercept. "Not for you." Yan Wuluwa waved his hand, igniting his exotic fire around the vines, but in the next instant, the vines sprouted massive green leaves, extinguishing the flames. Yan Wuluwa seized the vines and yanked them, propelling Mu Shangyuan toward him. Yet as she approached, she delivered a swift kick. In that moment, the crowd beheld sharp wooden thorns emerging from her foot, glistening with a dark sheen that hinted at poison. An exotic fire barrier arose, blocking Mu Shangyuan's attack, and Yan Wuluwa retaliated with a punch, ensnaring her with the vines and swiftly pulling her out of harm's way. Standing atop the vines, Mu Shangyuan gazed at Yan Wuluwa. "Why do you show no mercy? A sister Shinshin is far kinder than you." Yan Wuluwa offered no response, continuing his offensive. Li Jiu, no longer observing, dashed toward the spirit orb. A cold glint flickered in Mu Shangyuan's dark green eyes as a vine shot forth, targeting Li Jiu. The latter, unwilling to confront Mu Shangyuan's vine head-on, retreated to Yan Wuluwa's side, stating solemnly, "Your Highness, allow me to delay her." With an explosion, Yan Wuluwa's voice darkened. "You've already entered the top 10. There is no need." But there are no buts. Li Jiu had no choice but to relent. Mu Shangyuan turned her gaze toward the individuals below, her eyes landing on Dongfang Jibai. "Brother Jibai, will you just stand by and watch them bully me?" Dongfang Jibai smiled slightly. "What I observe is you bullying them." Mu Shangyuan huffed, "Brother Jibai won't lend a hand. I'll report you to father when I return." Regardless of Mu Shangyuan's protests, Dongfang Jibai remained steadfast and unmoving. At this juncture, his involvement would only invite attacks from either Yan Wuluwa or Mu Shangyuan, yielding no benefit. With Dongfang Jibai remaining still, Mu Shangyuan turned her attention to Ling Yi. "Could you assist your elder sister?" Ling Yi regarded Mu Shangyuan. "My cultivation is low. It would be inappropriate for me to aid you. I shall assist them instead." With that, Ling Yi suddenly appeared before Mu Shangyuan, launching an attack. In that instant, countless slender vines materialized around Mu Shangyuan, swirling toward Ling Yi, their tips sharp and menacing. Ling Yi, observing the vines, recalled Yi Qingshuang's description of Mu Shangyuan, a white-skinned, black-hearted dumpling, a fitting remark, evading the onslaught of vines. Ling Yi's nails sliced through the tendrils. As Mu Shangyuan witnessed this, her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ling Yi's hand. "You can actually sever my vines." Ling Yi remained silent, launching another assault against Mu Shangyuan. Mu Shangyuan's gaze was fixated on Ling Yi's hand, no longer regarding her face. Upon noticing the sharpness of Ling Yi's hands, Mu Shangyuan, undeterred by danger, inched closer. "What is the secret behind your hands?" Could you share it with your sister? Ling Yi countered with a strike, but Mu Shangyuan nimbly evaded. Just then, a force surged from behind, and as Mu Shangyuan dodged, she turned to face Lin Qingtian's dark eyes. Lin Qingtian regarded Mu Shangyuan with an icy detachment. She is not your sister. Refrain from calling her that. Mu Shangyuan raised an eyebrow. She is younger than me. Is it wrong to call her sister? Lin Qingtian pointed his sword directly at Mu Shangyuan. You may address others as you wish, but not her. Why? Because she is my sister. With that, Lin Qingtian launched an attack against Mu Shangyuan. Surprised, Mu Shangyuan dodged Lin Qingtian's strikes while retorting. Your surnames don't even match. How could she possibly be your sister? Undoubtedly those words struck at Lin Qingtian's heart, intensifying his assault. From behind Mu Shangyuan, two tendrils sprang forth, one aimed at Lin Qingtian, while the other lunged towards Ling Yi. Initially, Ling Yi intended to seize the spirit orb amidst their conflict, but unexpectedly, the white-skinned, black-hearted Tang Yuan observed everything and noticed his approach. The tips of the tendrils were razor-sharp, and in an instant, as they flew by, Ling Yi grasped one forcefully and yanked it. Mu Shangyuan, perched upon the tendril, glanced over, and in the next moment, countless delicate tendrils sprouted from the one Ling Yi held. Writhing towards his arm, Ling Yi flung the tendril away and leapt upwards, only to have the tendril pursue him relentlessly. He redirected the tendril downwards, aiming for Mu Shangyuan. The tendril continued its fervent chase, and just as it was about to near Mu Shangyuan, Ling Yi vanished in a flash, causing the tendril's tip to hurtle directly towards Mu Shangyuan's face. Upon seeing the tendril, Mu Shangyuan's dark green eyes seemed to flicker momentarily, and the tendril abruptly halted, vanishing from sight. Mu Shangyuan looked up to see Ling Yi advancing once more towards the spirit orb, only this time, the individual obstructing him was Dongfang Jibai, who had been a mere spectator until now. I thought you were merely here to watch, Mu Shangyuan remarked as he too soared towards the spirit orb. How could that be? A Dongfang Jibai chuckled softly. Let each rely on their own skills. With those words, the arena descended into utter chaos. The stage was engulfed by tendrils, sword lights, and flames, creating a dazzling display that obscured any clarity about who was closer to the spirit orb. Spectators could only watch as just when someone seemed poised to touch the orb, it would be sent flying away. Those who drew near to the spirit orb found themselves besieged by all. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Boom, flames collided, erupting violently. Mu Shangyuan's tendrils pierced through the flames, racing towards the spirit orb, as he swiftly approached while treading upon them. Yet, just as he was about to reach the orb, the speed of the winds surrounding him suddenly decelerated, and Mu Shangyuan could feel his own pace slowing in that instant. Before he could fully comprehend this sensation, the winds howled past him, restoring everything to normal, as if that fleeting moment of deceleration had been merely an illusion. If it had been anyone else, they might have dismissed it as a mere figment of their imagination. But Mu Shangyuan was not so easily deceived. The moment normalcy returned, he lifted his gaze to see Ling Yi grasping the spirit orb. The outcome was determined. However, Mu Shangyuan did not linger on this sight. Instead, he swiftly turned his attention to the few individuals below. Lin Qingtian was half kneeling on the ground, uncertain if he had sustained injuries from the blast. Yan Wuluan's condition was also far from ideal. This was the final round, and with no further matches to follow, all were exerting their utmost. Dongfang Jibai's expression was also less than favorable. This was not the first time Mu Shangyuan had battled alongside Dongfang Jibai and Yan Wuluan. She did not believe that the momentary deceleration had been caused by them. Her gaze flitted past Lin Qingtian and returned to Ling Yi. Who among the two possessed the ability to slow time? Who wielded such a formidable power? Ling Yi landed with the spirit orb in hand, taking a few steps forward to stand before Lin Qingtian. Looking down at him in silence, the teacher announced, the first place in this imperial competition is awarded to Ling Yi of the Lingyang Kingdom. As soon as the teacher proclaimed it, Yi Qingxuan leaped to her feet, exclaiming, Ling Yi, you are the greatest. The other participants from the Lingyang Kingdom were equally exhilarated. In stark contrast to the excitement of the Lingyang Kingdom's teachers and students, the other regions fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that a student from a small nation would claim first place in this imperial competition. After a brief pause, the competitors from other small nations began to applaud Ling Yi. He had triumphed, proving that students from small nations could excel as well. For many years, no participant from a small nation had breached the top three. Yet now it had happened. Although not from their own countries, Lingyang Kingdom was akin to them, a small nation, and they ought to celebrate her victory. Ling Yi had demonstrated to the four great empires that even small nations could boast exceptional students, and that they too could achieve first place. Amidst the fervent applause and cheers, a second spirit orb materialized on the competition stage, and the teacher declared, the contest for second place in the imperial competition begins now. Upon concluding this statement, the teacher turned to Ling Yi, saying, Ling Yi, you may step down first. Ling Yi grasped Lin Qingtian, who was half kneeling, and addressed the teacher. Teacher, Lin Qingtian forfeits the contest for second and third place. The teacher, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Qingtian. Do you wish to forfeit? If not for Ling Yi's grip, Lin Qingtian would have collapsed. He nodded. I forfeit. Mu Shangyuan's gaze fell upon Lin Qingtian. Could it be him? If you forfeit, then step down, the teacher remarked. We will leave now, Ling Yi concluded, pulling Lin Chengtian down from the stage. As the two descended, the remaining four began their contest for second place. Ling Yi supported Lin Chengtian as they returned. And Teacher Mu took Lin Chengtian from Ling Yi's grasp, inquiring with concern, "Are you injured?" The two accompanying alchemists immediately stepped forward to examine Lin Chengtian. Yi Qingxuang chimed in, "Ling Yi, congratulations on securing first place." The two accompanying students echoed her sentiments, their faces alight with joy. Ling Yi regarded them, suppressing her coldness and offering a smile. Yi Qingxuang declared boldly, "Once the competition concludes, I'll treat everyone with Ling Yi's victory." She had struck it rich. Everyone was aware that Yi Qingxuang had wagered on Ling Yi, and thus they felt no hesitation in their responses. Only Ling Yi, the central figure, cast her gaze downward towards Lin Chengtian. After the alchemists completed their examination of Lin Chengtian, they informed Teacher Mu, "He has some external injuries and is also suffering from exhaustion, but there are no other issues, the competition has concluded. Do not administer any recovery pills," Teacher Mu advised. "Take time to recuperate." The alchemists concurred, administering a hemostatic pill to Lin Chengtian before treating his external wounds. Once the alchemists had finished their tasks and returned to their places, Ling Yi took a seat beside Lin Chengtian. Just then, the contest for second place concluded, with Mu Shengyuan claiming the second position. As she stepped down, Dongfang Jibai, Yan Wuluan, and Lai Jiu vied for third place. Lai Jiu persisted, refusing to withdraw. By the third round, the Western Yan Empire had two participants on the field, while the Eastern Yang Empire had only Dongfang Jibai. The outcome was evident. As expected, Yan Wuluan secured third place. The top three of the imperial competition were officially determined. First place went to Ling Yi, second to Mu Shengyuan, third to Yan Wuluan, fourth to Dongfang Jibai, fifth to Lai Jiu, and sixth to Lin Chengtian, who had voluntarily withdrawn. With the top three established, the competition transitioned to eliminate 6 participants down to 4. Chapter 52, Does killing her count as a tally? The 6 eliminated individuals took the stage to contest for the first of the top 10 slots. The first slot was claimed by Bei Qianning, who entered the top 10 with a 7th place ranking. Following her was Wengiki, obtaining the second slot and placing 8th. After Wengiki came Yang Muzhou, who was dispatched off the stage by Mu Shengyuan with minimal effort, securing 9th place. Liu Linijiamoya and Zhou Ruren competed for the final slot. Zhou Ruren, being the weakest among them, could not possibly claim the last slot and thus chose to assist Li Yulin in obstructing Jiamoya. Ultimately, Li Yulin achieved the last slot, entering the top 10 and ranking 10th. With the top 10 of the imperial competition confirmed, the contest officially concluded. Subsequently, the awards were to be distributed. The first place reward consisted of 20 mid-grade spirit stones, a manual corresponding to 1's spiritual root attribute, a mid-grade weapon of common quality, and a single training session in the Eastern Yang Mirror. Ling Yi gazed silently at the rewards presented by the teacher. After all her toil, 20 mid-grade spirit stones, she had received superior grade spirit stones from Tianyan. The spiritual root attribute manual was not a commonplace one, yet it was hardly exceptional. And as for the mid-grade weapon of common quality, the text delineates that weapon grades are classified as common, spiritual, and sacred, each further divided into 3 tiers, low, mid, and high. The measuring stone of the Eastern Yang Empire is classified as a mid-grade common item. Thus, this mid-grade common weapon was the most sincere offering, yet it was precisely what Ling Yi most did not require. After accepting the rewards, the teacher began distributing awards to the remaining participants. Once the top 10 rewards were dispensed, all contestants gathered to claim 5 mid-grade spirit stones based on their attributes, which served as the so-called participation prize. Mid-grade spirit stones were common within the empire, yet rare in small nations. Receiving 5 for participating thrilled everyone. Once the participation rewards were distributed, the teacher announced loudly, "The imperial competition concludes here. You are granted 3 days to recuperate." After 3 days, the Eastern Yang Empire Academy will activate the Eastern Yang Mirror, allowing students who placed in the top 10 to train within it. The entrance is officially at the Chen hour. Do not be late. After delivering this statement, the teacher shared some encouraging words, motivating the students who had not qualified this year to strive harder next year and so forth. Upon concluding, the various empires and small nations began to depart. Teacher Mu intended to leave, but individuals from the Eastern Yang Empire detained him, citing urgent matters to discuss. It was clear to all what this urgent matter entailed. The Eastern Yang Empire sought personnel. Teacher Mu had contemplated this matter previously. It would eventually require discussion, thus, he accompanied the Eastern Yang Empire representatives, instructing Teacher Li to take everyone out for a proper celebration. After Teacher Li agreed, he led the group away from the Imperial Academy. Initially, they intended to celebrate at a tavern, but Ling Yi declined the suggestion. Teacher Li regarded Ling Yi. "Are you tired?" "Yes," Ling Yi nodded slightly. "I wish to rest for a while. It just so happens that Teacher Mu is not here. Once he returns, we can celebrate together in the evening and enjoy the night scenery of the imperial capital." Teacher Li found this agreeable and consented. Leading the group directly back to their residence, upon returning, Teacher Li set about cooking, while the two accompanying students assisted him. Why Yi Qingxuang did not return with them, heading to the gambling den to collect her winnings. The two alchemists retreated to their own quarters for cultivation, leaving only Lin Chengtian and Ling Yi in the courtyard. With no outsiders present, Ling Yi's gaze towards Lin Chengtian lost its veil of concealment. Turning notably cold, is controlling time useful? In that fleeting moment on the competition stage, it was not only Mu Shengyuan who sensed the deceleration, Ling Yi felt it too. At that time, she was closer to the spirit orb and thus less affected than Mu Shengyuan. Consequently, when the slow effect dissipated, she managed to seize the spirit orb before Mu Shengyuan's attack could reach her. Observing Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian inquired, "Ling Yi, are you worried about me?" Ling Yi scoffed, "What dreams are you weaving in broad daylight? I simply do not wish for you to ruin my plans." Ling Yi gazed at Lin Chengtian. "I do not believe you are unaware of the trouble your abilities' exposure could bring." Mu Shengyuan had already begun to perceive that she was not as innocuous and endearing as her exterior suggested. If one were to investigate earnestly, traces would undoubtedly be uncovered, and at that point, no one would remain unscathed. Lin Chengtian furrowed his brow and replied, "I understand. I will refrain from using it carelessly in the future." Ling Yi cast him a glance, choosing not to elaborate further, and relinquished all the rewards she had earned that day to Lin Chengtian. "Why not keep them?" he asked. "They are of no use to me." She responded, "You lack a suitable weapon. This mid-tier mundane weapon is worth retaining. And those spirit stones could aid your cultivation. I have no need for them. You should keep them," Ling Yi stated before turning to enter her quarters. Lin Chengtian stood still, cradling the items, and only made his way back to his own room once Ling Yi had entered hers. After returning to her room, Ling Yi carried a basin to the bathing chamber, preparing to cleanse herself before reviewing the records of the Dongyang Empire, only to unexpectedly encounter Mu Shengyuan. Ling Yi was aware that Mu Shengyuan would pursue her, but she did not anticipate her arrival would be so swift. Had she not even gone to celebrate, Sister Yi, upon seeing Ling Yi, Mu Shengyuan's face instantly brightened with a smile, with her round face and almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, revealing a pair of dimples, making her exceedingly adorable and endearing. Ling Yi regarded her. "Why are you here at this hour instead of celebrating with the team?" "Sister Yi, I missed you," Mu Shengyuan replied, her demeanor more carefree than Yi Qingxuang's, as she continued, "Aren't you going to invite your sister inside for a visit?" Ling Yi pushed the door open, and Mu Shengyuan promptly followed. Closing the door behind her with a sense of propriety, Ling Yi set the basin down and turned to Mu Shengyuan. "Speak plainly if you have something to say." At her words, Mu Shengyuan's expression shifted from cherubic to serious in an instant. "Since Sister Yi has requested it, I shall not beat around the bush." "The deceleration on the competition stage today, was it you or your brother?" Before Ling Yi could respond, Mu Shengyuan added, "Ling Yi, you may deny it, but I trust my instincts. Should you and your brother refuse to acknowledge it, I shall not relent in my pursuit of the truth, which may inadvertently reveal this matter to others. The four great empires do not possess such techniques. If others were to discover this, we both know the consequences it would entail." Ling Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, inwardly consulting Tianyan. "Would killing her count towards my tally?" Tianyan replied, "It does not count. She harbors no malice towards you." Ling Yi clicked her tongue in mild frustration. Mu Shengyuan's curiosity about Lin Qingtian's secret was a ticking time bomb. While killing her might not count, it would still pose a risk. Ling Yi extended her right hand towards her left but withdrew it just before contact. Mu Shengyuan's presence implied that someone must know of her visit. If Mu Shengyuan did not return, then the people from the Nanyuan Empire would surely come. It was not the right time. Ling Yi regarded Mu Shengyuan and answered the question. "It was I." Mu Shengyuan smiled. "You were so forthright in your admission. I find it somewhat hard to believe." Chapter 53. Entering the Dongyang mirror, the two locked eyes, a coldness permeating their gaze. Ling Yi poured herself a glass of water, and with a flick of her hand, the cup filled with water flew toward Mu Shengyuan. Mu Shengyuan reached out to catch it, but in that instant, the familiar deceleration reoccurred, only to vanish in a heartbeat. Steadying herself, Mu Shengyuan caught the cup, her gaze towards Ling Yi deepening. "After drinking, I will take my leave," Ling Yi remarked indifferently. "I have no time to entertain you." Meeting Ling Yi's indifferent eyes, Mu Shengyuan chuckled and drank the water entirely. "Sister Yi, do not be upset. I merely sought to satisfy my curiosity, nothing more." Ling Yi stared at her with an expression devoid of warmth, remaining silent. With a flick of her fingers, Mu Shengyuan returned the cup to the table. "My curiosity has been satisfied. You need not worry, this matter will remain between us. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again in 3 days, Mu Shengyuan added, and as she exited, she closed the door with a sense of understanding. All while Ling Yi observed her departure. Once alone, Ling Yi addressed Tianyan. "Thank you." Tianyan's gentle voice replied, "No need for thanks." Ling Yi reclined on the soft couch, casually stating, "Had it not been for your intervention, she would not have believed me." Tianyan responded, "You possess the ability to manipulate time." "Indeed," Ling Yi sighed, "but that power has been sealed away. Would you be willing to unseal it for me?" Tianyan replied, It cannot be done without compensation. Ling Yi chuckled lightly. Then what is there to discuss? Tianyan fell silent, and Ling Yi too ceased her words. That afternoon, Teacher Mu returned and summoned Ling Yi to discuss her remaining in the Dongyang Empire. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi hesitated before responding. Noticing her silence, Teacher Mu continued, Ling Yi, the instructors here in the Dongyang Empire have assured me that they will provide you with the best resources to aid your cultivation. I am aware, teacher, Ling Yi replied, harboring no doubts about this, but her reluctance to immediately agree stemmed from uncertainty. After contemplating, Ling Yi said, Teacher, I will provide my answer after the cultivation concludes. Teacher Mu, sensing Ling Yi's intent, began to speak but was interrupted as Ling Yi continued, I wish to evaluate the results of this cultivation before making a decision. With Ling Yi's words, Teacher Mu refrained from further comment and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, early in the morning, the top 10 students, accompanied by their respective instructors, arrived at the Dongyang Empire Academy. The 10 gathered in the square, and subsequently, the teacher from the Dongfang Empire led them to the location of the Dongyang Mirror. Sister Yi, upon seeing Ling Yi, Mu Shengyuan approached, exclaiming, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Having not seen you for 3 days, I truly miss you. Ling Yi lifted her eyelids, giving her a nonchalant glance. Do you? Mu Shengyuan blinked. Of course. We will be together for the next 10 days. There is no need to dwell on it, Ling Yi responded with an expressionless remark. Mu Shengyuan smiled, I have been eagerly anticipating this. Ling Yi chose not to reply, and Mu Shengyuan fell silent as well. The group remained quiet until they entered the Elders' Hall, where the Dongyang Mirror was housed. Standing before the Dongyang Mirror, the silence was finally broken. The teacher guiding them stated, the 8 elders will now activate the Dongyang Mirror. Once you enter, you may cultivate for 10 days. When the time is up, the Dongyang Mirror will expel you. The teacher continued, I wish you all the best in achieving the progress you seek. After finishing, the teacher addressed the 8 elders responsible for overseeing the Dongyang Mirror. Please, esteemed elders, activate the Dongyang Mirror. The 8 elders nodded and simultaneously channeled their power into the Dongyang Mirror to initiate its activation. As their energy flowed into the mirror, ripples appeared on its surface, prompting the teacher to announce, the entrance is now open, you may enter. According to their rankings, Ling Yi was first, so she stepped forward first. Ling Yi took a few strides, standing before the mirror, reaching out to touch its rippling surface. Only for her hand to pass straight through. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and stepped inside without hesitation. Following her was Mu Shengyuan, and the others entered in order of their ranks, passing through the rippling surface. Ling Yi found herself in a peculiar space. Although it was not daylight, it was not entirely dark either. The sky was filled with stars, their light illuminating the expanse around her. Mu Shengyuan appeared beside Ling Yi and, noticing her stationary stance, explained, this is the place for cultivation. You may choose any spot to practice. Is it truly that simple? Ling Yi inquired. Mu Shengyuan nodded. Sister Yi, it is just as I said. If this place were genuinely so basic, then where resided the Dongyang Mirror? Ling Yi doubted that it could be so straightforward and resolved to venture further to assess the situation. Mu Shengyuan observed Ling Yi's figure and recalled her earlier words. Following suit, Sister Yi, are you suggesting that it should not be this uncomplicated? As Ling Yi walked while surveying her surroundings, she remarked, based on the origins of the Dongyang Mirror, it cannot merely serve this singular purpose. Understanding Ling Yi's implication, Mu Shengyuan sighed. However, the Dean of the Dongyang Empire has stated that it only serves this function, so for us, it is indeed limited to this. Mu Shengyuan added, Sister Yi, you do not intend to use this opportunity to investigate the Dongyang Mirror, do you? It would be futile. Others have attempted this before, yet uncovered nothing. Mu Shengyuan asserted. We cannot exit this space. Even as Mu Shengyuan spoke, Ling Yi remained undeterred, continuing her advance. As they progressed, the remaining participants entered as well. Upon entering, Lin Shengtian instinctively searched for Ling Yi and, upon spotting her moving forward, swiftly pursued her. Ling Yi, where are you going? Ling Yi turned to look, and not only Lin Shengtian but the others also cast their gazes in her direction. Ling Yi replied, it is my first time in this place. I am curious and wish to explore. You should focus on your cultivation, do not mind me, she added before turning to depart. However, at that very moment, the space trembled violently. The intensity of the tremor was so great that several unprepared individuals nearly toppled over. And upon regaining their composure, they steadied themselves immediately. What is happening? Li Yulin, also entering for the first time, asked nervously, why is there shaking? Not only was Li Yulin anxious and perplexed, but the others also wore expressions of vigilance and confusion. Uncertain of the circumstances, Dongfang Jibai spoke in a grave tone, such events have never occurred before, so why is this happening now? Upon hearing that such a situation had never transpired, Li Yulin's anxiety intensified. Could it be that there is an issue with the Dongyang Mirror? This was also the first time Dongfang Jibai encountered such a scenario, leaving him equally perplexed and unsure of how to respond. Li Yulin suggested, perhaps we should exit first. Chapter 54, The Fear of Her Death. There is no time. Li Jiu interjected, once we all entered, the entrance sealed shut. The elders will only reopen it after 10 days, unless they are aware of an incident inside and decide to let us out. Otherwise we are left to wait. A sharp, cracking sound suddenly pierced the air, causing Li Yulin's already taut nerves to snap. What was that? What broke? Be silent. At that moment, Mu Shengyuan ceased to feign cuteness. Snapping sharply and casting wary glances around. As everyone remained alert, Ling Yi looked up at the starry sky. She observed that the distance between the stars was widening, and the heavens above were fragmenting and falling. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them vanished, and everyone began to plummet downwards. In the instant they began to fall, they attempted to use their strength to stabilize themselves, but the dark void below exerted an overpowering gravitational force that rendered their efforts futile, leaving them to descend into the abyss, consumed by panic. As her body soared through the air, Ling Yi called out, "Tianyan, 01, I'm here." Tianyan's voice resonated, but as Ling Yi descended, it became intermittent, 01. Time is chaotic, healing things. Soon, Tianyan's voice faded into silence. "Tianyan," Ling Yi shouted again, but received no reply. Realizing she had lost contact with Tianyan, she continued to fall, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy. No one knew what awaited them next. Losing consciousness at this moment was akin to awaiting death. Ling Yi contemplated inflicting pain upon herself to remain awake but found her powers unavailable. Rendering her attempts futile, with no other option, she resorted to the simplest method, biting her tongue. The metallic taste of blood spread through her mouth, gradually sharpening her dulled senses, but in the next moment, a tempest of power surged forth, engulfing everyone in the fall. Within the maelstrom, all perception of the outside world was severed in an instant. Fortunately, the storm dissipated quickly, and as it subsided, everyone continued their descent. Ling Yi bit her tongue once more and, upon regaining her senses, discovered that daylight had returned. The oppressive gravity and disorienting force had vanished. Ling Yi immediately summoned her strength to steady her falling body. While the others continued to descend, looking down, she noticed that everyone else had lost consciousness. Observing this, Ling Yi furrowed her brow and waved her hand, conjuring a chain of water that ensnared each individual, preventing a fatal fall from the heights. After bringing the 9 unconscious individuals to the ground, she gathered the water chain and surveyed her surroundings while calling out to Tianyan once more. Receiving no response and still unable to establish contact, Ling Yi frowned, recalling Tianyan's last words, "Time is chaotic, healing things." The first part lacked a reference, leaving Ling Yi uncertain about the nature of the chaos. As for the latter two, she examined her healing abilities and found they had advanced from level 1 to level 7, significantly enhancing her healing prowess. Having allocated all 6 of the healing points Tianyan had left her to this ability, Ling Yi wasted no time in healing her tongue's wound. Once healed, she inspected the space and discovered that Tianyan had left her numerous items, medicinal pills, spirit stones, and magical artifacts, all life-saving. With the spirit stones comprising equal parts of water and fire attributes, both of high quality, the magical artifacts were all defensive in nature, clearly indicative of Tianyan's concern for her safety. With such a bounty at her disposal, Ling Yi felt a surge of elation. After reviewing Tianyan's provisions, she glanced at the still unconscious individuals and, seizing the moment, removed her outer robe to don the fiery silk dress left by Tianyan. Once dressed, she adorned herself with a hairpin earrings, bracelets, and shoes. After changing, her defensive capabilities increased significantly. Although she was uncertain of the extent of protection this attire could offer against attacks, it was evident that Tianyan would not leave her with anything subpar. However, this also underscored a critical point. Their current predicament was perilous, otherwise Tianyan, who often remarked one must not exploit the system, would not have left behind such an array of defensive items. Ling Yi? Just as Ling Yi contemplated her situation, Lin Chengtian awakened, immediately calling out her name. Ling Yi approached him looking down from her elevated position. "You're awake?" Lin Chengtian, taken aback by Ling Yi's vibrant attire, struggled to comprehend the sight before him. From their first meeting, Ling Yi had always worn ordinary clothing, and even after entering the academy, she had donned the academy uniform. This was the first time he had seen her in such a striking dress, which was both beautiful and radiant, rendering it impossible to look away. Noticing Lin Chengtian's speechlessness, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "Are you dazed?" Finally snapping back to reality, Lin Chengtian inquired. "Are you injured?" "No," Ling Yi replied coolly. "Rather than worrying about my well-being, you should assess your own condition." Upon hearing this, Lin Chengtian conducted a self-examination and discovered serious internal injuries. He was at a loss regarding the cause. However, Ling Yi recognized that it was likely due to the tempest that had engulfed them. Had the storm dissipated even slightly slower, the injuries sustained by those present would have been the least of their concerns. They could have faced death instead. After Lin Chengtian regained consciousness, the others remained unresponsive. Ling Yi turned to him. "The presence within you seemed eager to enter the Dongyang mirror. Now that we are here, why hasn't it stirred?" Lin Chengtian shook his head. "It hasn't." Ling Yi stated plainly, contacted. Although she lacked further information about the Dongyang mirror due to her severed link with Tianyan, Lin Chengtian's internal presence might provide some clues. Lin Chengtian complied and attempted to reach out to the presence within him. But after a considerable time, there was still no response. Observing his silence, Ling Yi arrived at a conclusion. If it cannot be reached, there is no need to pursue it. After entering this ominous place, She had lost contact with Tianyan, so it was unsurprising that Lin Qingtian's inner presence was also unreachable. Lin Qingtian ceased his attempts, sitting up to survey their surroundings, which appeared to be a valley. Where they had landed in a clearing. While he was examining their surroundings, Ling Yi remarked, "Now that you're awake, I shall take my leave." She intended to search for the Dongyang mirror. Lin Qingtian immediately interjected, "You're going alone?" Ling Yi affirmed, "Yes, that is unacceptable." Lin Qingtian replied with concern. "We have no knowledge of this place. I cannot allow you to venture alone." Regardless of the circumstances, they could not escape the ominous title of Dongyang mirror. Having said this, Ling Yi advanced forward. Lin Qingtian, who had been seated, stood abruptly upon seeing her movement. The sudden action drained him, and his face turned pale. By the time he regained his composure, Ling Yi had vanished from sight. Chapter 55. The three-headed python. Ling Yi. Lin Qingtian called out to the empty path ahead, but no one appeared to respond. Ling Yi had set off alone. A sense of loss flickered in Lin Qingtian's eyes. In her heart, she still did not regard him as her elder brother. After over 3 months of companionship, it would be a lie to say he felt no sorrow. Yet sorrow did not equate to surrender. Lin Qingtian found a spot to rest, determined to regain his strength before searching for her. Just then, a murmur emerged from the crowd, prompting Lin Qingtian to look over and see Mu Shengyuan awakening. Following Mu Shengyuan's revival, the others began to stir as well. "Where are we?" Li Yulin queried, gazing around. "Why are there still trees?" After speaking, she turned to Dongfang Jibai. "Your Highness, what on earth is happening?" "Let us not panic," Dongfang Jibai replied, though he too felt uncertain. Yet, the more uncertain he felt, the more he knew they must remain calm. Panic would hinder rational thought. Previously, entering the Dongyang mirror led to the space we had seen. There was nothing else. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Let us set aside the situation for now. Mu Shengyuan glanced around, his voice heavy. "We are missing one person." Hearing this, Dongfang Jibai immediately scanned the group, only to realize Ling Yi was absent. Concern for her weighed heavily on Bei Qianning's heart. Could she have fallen elsewhere? The others, recalling the prior descent, shared the same thought. It made no sense for everyone to be present while Ling Yi was missing. After Mu Shengyuan spoke, he turned to Lin Qingtian. "You awakened when we did, yet you seem unfazed by Ling Yi's absence. Do you know where she has gone?" "She has left," Lin Qingtian replied. "Once I recover a bit, I will go find her." "You need not worry." "Left? How reckless," Bei Qianning exclaimed, her tone stern. "We do not even know where we are. What if she encounters danger? What can we do?" Li Yulin responded. "She is not a child. She is aware of the potential risks." Bei Qianning shot a cold glance at Li Yulin, who fell silent under her gaze. Returning her attention to Lin Qingtian, Bei Qianning inquired, "Which direction did she head?" "Sister Ning," Mu Shengyuan interjected, raising an eyebrow at Bei Qianning's question. "Are you planning to search for her?" "Indeed," Bei Qianning stated firmly. "She is too vulnerable alone. I cannot bear the thought of her being in danger." Mu Shengyuan was somewhat surprised. Bei Qianning, usually distant with others, surprisingly showed great concern for Ling Yi. "I will accompany you." Mu Shengyuan glanced at the others, adding, "In times like these, I suggest we stick together. We know not where we are, and acting separately poses greater danger." He continued, "Even if we do not seek Ling Yi, we cannot remain here indefinitely. It would be prudent to follow the direction she departed. However, if you prefer not to search for her, we may have no choice but to split up." He noted. "After all, both Ning and I intend to look for her. Lin Qingtian will surely join as well, meaning a third of us shall go upon finishing." Li Zhou declared, "I will follow the Crown Prince's lead." When Giki and Yang Muzhou echoed, "We are all in accord with the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince they referred to was Yin Wuluan, who, among the top 10 in the Imperial Grand Competition, had 4 representatives from the Xian Empire. Yin Wuluan said, "Let us find her." With his agreement, the other 3 followed suit, thus the number of those determined to seek Ling Yi grew to 7. Leaving only Dongfang Jibai and Li Yulin yet to voice their intentions, Dongfang Jibai chuckled, "Since you all are going, I shall naturally join as well." As for Li Yulin, he was reluctant to search for anyone. But with 8 out of 9 choosing to go, he realized that opting out would leave him entirely alone, an avenue he would never select. After reaching a consensus, the 9 set forth, emerging from the valley. Ling Yi looked up at the tree canopy that obscured the sun and glanced down at the carpet of fallen leaves. Years of accumulation had formed a thick layer. Stepping upon it inevitably produced sound. Accompanied by lang of scents, the fragrance of the trees, the odor of decaying leaves, and the musk of various woodland creatures, all mingling together to create a dizzying effect upon prolonged inhalation. As Ling Yi surveyed her surroundings, she ventured deeper into the forest. The crackling of leaves beneath her feet startled the inhabitants of the trees above. Sounds of rustling overhead indicated something was drawing near. Soon, she sensed a gaze fixed upon her. However, as the creature remained still, Ling Yi chose not to act, feigning ignorance. As she proceeded onward, the gaze continued to follow her. As she advanced, the rustling above resumed, revealing that it was shadowing her movements. Realizing this, Ling Yi's expression darkened slightly. Was it waiting for an opportunity or for something else, regardless of its intentions, since it had chosen to track her? Ling Yi was determined not to be a passive recipient. "How long do you intend to follow me?" A rustling sound emerged from the treetops, and soon a large pitch-black serpent revealed its head. Fixated on Ling Yi below, little girl, you are quite bold, it hissed up. It had deliberately created those sounds, expecting her to be frightened, only to find her utterly unfazed. Upon hearing the serpent speak, Ling Yi's expression grew more serious. According to the records of Tianhuan continent, beasts were classified into 3 tiers, mortal, spirit, and saint levels. Mortal creatures possessed little intelligence, merely a step above ordinary animals. Spirit level beings could exhibit intelligence akin to a child, while saint-level beings possessed human-like wisdom but could not speak human language. The serpent before her, capable of articulating human speech, must be above the saint level, yet what lay beyond that, Ling Yi was uncertain. It was not detailed in the texts. Noticing Ling Yi's silence, the serpent continued, with such paltry cultivation yet adorned in earth-grade defensive artifacts, little girl, who bestowed these upon you? The serpent's gaze was greedy as it regarded Ling Yi. Tell me, and I may spare your life. Earth-grade defensive artifacts, Ling Yi mused. She knew weapons and artifacts existed in mortal, spirit, and saint grades, but earthgrade was a new term for her. The fact that this serpent was curious about her possessions indicated their value. Spare my life? Ling Yi scoffed, the greed in your eyes is almost palpable. If I were to divulge this information, I fear you would not hesitate to pursue those behind me. The serpent chuckled ominously. If you refuse to speak, I shall devour you immediately. Very well, Ling Yi replied with a smile, but I wonder whether your attack on me will attract the one who specializes in dealing with your kind, the 3-headed python. The serpent's gaze sharpened, a flicker of trepidation crossing its eyes. How do you know of this? It had only revealed one head. Ling Yi responded, I do not know. I merely sought to bluff you. Yet it appears I struck a nerve. Chapter 56, Mirror Spirit. The 3-headed python, now somewhat irritated, spoke with an ominous tone. Knowing who I am, you dare not comply? Comply with what? Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. You are not the ruler here. What if the true master of this place comes seeking me? The 3-headed python sneered. Master, the mirror spirit is no longer what it once was. It added, otherwise, it would not merely have sealed me. Mirror spirit, Ling Yi's eyes flickered momentarily, her expression remaining composed. If what you say is true, that the mirror spirit is diminished, why then are you still trapped here? It suggests you are still unable to best the mirror spirit. If the words of the python held truth, then the white-clothed youth seen by the dean over 20 years ago must have been the mountain river mirror spirit. But why had the mirror spirit entrusted fragments of the mountain river mirror to the dean? Hearing Ling Yi's remarks, the 3-headed python's gaze turned more sinister. Little girl, do not provoke me. I may be temporarily unable to defeat it, but wait a while longer, and as its power wanes, I shall effortlessly escape this place. The python looked at Ling Yi, a sinister smile creeping across its face. As for you, it cannot come to your rescue. With that, the 3-headed python lunged at Ling Yi. In an instant, its gaping maw loomed before her. A foul stench assaulting her senses, Ling Yi had no time to think and instantly used a blink technique to create distance. The python, witnessing Ling Yi vanish, scoffed futile. In the next moment, its tail swept toward the spot where Ling Yi had been. Bang! Ling Yi was sent flying. She rode the momentum, stabilizing herself as she landed. When the force abated, the 3-headed python coiled around a tree, looking down upon her. Your artifacts are indeed fine, but alas, your cultivation is too low. How many strikes can these artifacts withstand? The python slowly advanced. You might as well abandon resistance. It would spare you some suffering. As soon as the words left its mouth, the 3-headed python charged at Ling Yi once more. She quickly used her blink technique to evade, but against such overwhelming strength, the blink proved ineffective. The python Ling Yi did not disappear instantaneously but rather moved in a predictable manner. Slow and deliberate, this allowed the python to accurately gauge her landing point and strike before she could evade, landing several blows upon her. Fortunately, her defensive artifacts absorbed the damage, leaving her with minor injuries. However, as the python had stated, this was not a sustainable strategy, and the commotion was far too loud. She had noticed that Lin Chengtian had awakened when she departed. It wouldn't be long before the others followed suit. Given Lin Chengtian's character, he would certainly not abandon the search for her. If they were to arrive now, Ling Yi's expression darkened as she quickly pressed onward. The 3-headed python pursued closely behind. Ling Yi chose not to evade the python's attacks. Each time she was struck and sent flying, she promptly regained her footing and pressed forward. You cannot escape, the python taunted, slithering before her. Watching intently. No one will come to save you. Ling Yi remained unfazed, using her blink technique to maneuver past the python and continue onward. As the python prepared to follow, it suddenly turned its head sharply. Detecting human sense, not just one. Its serpentine eyes narrowed as it glanced back at Ling Yi, quickly realizing the situation. No wonder she pressed forward. It seemed she had companions. The artifacts on that little girl were troublesome. With such protection, it would take time to deal with her. It wondered if her companions possessed similar artifacts. Resolving to investigate, the 3-headed python turned back. After running a short distance, Ling Yi noticed the python had ceased its pursuit and halted abruptly. Had the serpent given up on her? After such a lengthy chase, what had prompted its sudden withdrawal? Ling Yi felt something was amiss, yet given the python's formidable nature, perhaps its abandonment was a blessing. She seized the opportunity to search for the mirror spirit. With this thought in mind, she turned and pressed forward. Bei Qianing observed the leaf-laden ground, There were signs of footsteps. Ling Yi had gone this way. What are we waiting for? Li Yulin urged. Let us hurry after her. He began to advance. Wait. Mu Shangyuan raised a hand to halt him, his gaze wary as he peered ahead to eye in the next moment. Mu Shangyuan shouted, run, turn back, run. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Shangyuan pivoted and fled. The others, confused, saw the terror in his expression and instinctively followed suit. Ignoring his injuries, Mu Shangyuan pushed himself to his limits. Observing Mu Shangyuan's desperation, the others mirrored his efforts. Bei Qianing strained to keep pace with him, asking, what did you sense? Something terrifying is approaching. Mu Shangyuan's voice quavered. If we do not flee, we will surely perish. She sensed a deathly aura emanating from the vegetation, a dreadful presence indeed. At that moment, a shadow darted swiftly from behind them. Before the others could comprehend, a massive serpentine body blocked their path. The black serpent's head lowered, its eyes fixed upon them, hissing ominously. Mu Shangyuan skidded to a halt just in time to avoid colliding with it, and the others followed suit. The 9 stood together, eyes wide with terror as they stared at the colossal serpent before them. The black serpent coiled menacingly, its body weaving past them, its tail encircling behind, effectively trapping them. Wait a moment, the 3-headed python mused. Observing the group before it, these individuals lack Earth-grade defensive artifacts. Speak, speak, Li Yulin exclaimed in terror as he gazed upon the colossal serpent. Before turning to flee, the 3-headed python narrowed its eyes for a moment. And in the next instant, its tail struck down, sending Li Yulin hurtling towards its maw. The 3-headed python opened its jaws wide, ready to devour its prey. The swiftness of the attack left the onlookers paralyzed with shock. Unable to intervene as they helplessly witnessed Li Yulin being consumed, after swallowing one, the 3-headed python's gaze fell upon Mu Shangyuan. Your cultivation is the highest among them, you shall be next. As the 3-headed python finished speaking, it raised its tail high, poised to strike. Suddenly a series of thuds echoed through the air. The python halted its movement, its gaze shifting to Lin Chengtian. The sound of a heart pounding resonated clearly, audible not only to the 3-headed python but also to the others present. Under the shadow of death, the 8 individuals were gripped by fear, their hearts racing, yet none could match the clarity of Lin Chengtian's heartbeat. It was as if that heart were on the verge of bursting forth from his chest. Your heart seems rather peculiar, the 3-headed python remarked, leaning closer to Lin Chengtian. Allow me to pierce your chest and take a look. With that, the python's tail darted towards Lin Chengtian with lightning speed. The sheer force and swiftness of the strike rendered the others immobile, unable to assist, forced to merely watch in helpless despair. Just as they all believed Lin Chengtian was doomed, a flash of white light surged forth. Chapter 57, A Method to Slay the Gods. Clang, a white bone dagger materialized in front of Lin Chengtian. Intercepting the descending tail, the scales of the python's tail collided with the bone dagger, producing a shower of sparks. Though Ling Yi's hand gripping the dagger grew numb from the impact, he did not retreat an inch. The 3-headed python, observing the sudden appearance of Lin Yi, narrowed its serpentine eyes. Did you not flee? Why have you returned? Lin Yi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The python, noting this, increased the pressure of its tail, forcing Lin Yi to use both hands to maintain his grip on the dagger. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the python chuckled menacingly. An Earth-grade defensive artifact may shield you from external wounds, but it cannot save you from your own demise. As it spoke, the python intensified the force of its tail once more, causing Lin Yi to cough up blood. With a sweeping motion of its tail, the 3-headed python sent all 9 individuals flying. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chengtian reached out to catch Lin Yi, shielding him as he collided with a tree. The sound of bones cracking resounded, and Lin Chengtian let out a muffled groan, glancing down at Lin Yi in his arms. You shouldn't have returned. Lin Yi pushed away Lin Chengtian's hand, rising to his feet, coldly stating, Did you think I returned to save you? Lin Chengtian smiled faintly, offering no reply, merely reiterating, You shouldn't have returned. Lin Yi spoke no further, resolutely advancing towards the 3-headed python with the bone dagger in hand. Little girl, you truly fear not for your life? The python observed, inching closer to Lin Yi. Your blood is intoxicating. Who exactly are you? The python's gaze traveled from Lin Yi's face down to the bone dagger she wielded. The dagger, having withstood the force of its tail, remained unbroken, not even a single crack appearing. It must be a weapon of at least Earth-grade. This girl, seemingly weak as an ant, yet surrounded by such powerful artifacts of the 3-headed python, felt a flicker of trepidation. The presence behind her must be formidable if it provided her with so many artifacts. If it were to slay her here, it could go unnoticed, but should there be any means of pursuit, it would surely not escape unscathed. The 3-headed python felt a wave of agitation. Lin Yi fixed her gaze upon the 3-headed python. Have you ever seen a god? A god? The python was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a cold laugh. The divine race has long been extinguished. There are no gods left in this world. Is that so? Lin Yi smiled, her lips curving upwards. But I have seen one, and she even revealed a secret to me. Is that so? The 3-headed python dismissed Lin Yi's claims with skepticism, chuckling mockingly. What did that god tell you? She told me there exists a method to slay the gods. With that, Lin Yi twisted her wrist, plunging the bone dagger directly into her own chest. The dagger pierced through her chest. Crimson blood beating along the pristine blade. Just as it was about to drip, the bone dagger absorbed it. Boom! In an instant, the heavens darkened and thunder roared. Die in the Dongyang Empire's residence, Yi Qingxuang, who had been resting with her eyes closed, removed the book covering her face, gazing up at the cloudless sky, murmuring, "The weather is changing." Beside her, teachers Mu and Ling, engaged in conversation, turned at her words. "The weather is changing? Where? The sky seems perfectly fine." Yi Qingxuang smiled faintly. "I must have been drowsy, just rambling." Teacher Mu sighed in resignation. "Qingxuang, you and Cheng Tian were once equal in cultivation, now that Cheng Tian has entered the Dongyang mirror for training, if you do not exert yourself, the gap between you will only widen." Yi Qingxuang responded earnestly. "Teacher, I understand. I will strive to improve. You need not worry. Oh, you." Teacher Mu shook his head, choosing not to press further with Yi Qingxuang. Instead, turning to Teacher Li beside him, "I wonder how Lin Yi and Cheng Tian are faring in the Dongyang mirror." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxuang covered her face with the book once more. Everything happening now was unlike before. It should be fine, right? In the Tianhuan mountain range, hundreds of celestial beasts soared through the clouds towards the mountains, their impressive formation stunning all who beheld. It is the Tian family. The Tian family, someone remarked. I recall the last time the Tian family patriarch appeared, it was not with such grandeur. Who is departing this time? The display exceeds even that of the patriarch. Latest news, the one departing this time is the young master of Tianyan. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in exclamations. The young master of Tianyan has awakened. It is indeed the young master of Tianyan. This is disastrous. Calamity is sure to follow. Do not fret. Trust in the young master. Indeed, over the years, the young master has averted many disasters. This time shall be no different. Exactly, with the young master present, there will be no trouble. A gust of wind carried the voices from below the clouds, and the youth, hearing them, turned to gaze at the man within the cloud carriage. The man's complexion was pale, and fatigue was evident in his eyes. While the world prayed for the young master's protection, none were aware that each time he acted, he was burning his own soul. Perhaps the youth's gaze was too intense. As the man slowly opened his eyes, "What is it?" The youth lowered his head. "Young master, it is nothing." Seeing that the youth was unwilling to speak further, the man did not press. The celestial beasts flew swiftly through the clouds, approaching the Tianhuan mountain range, eventually halting at the designated spot indicated by the man. An elderly figure clad in white approached the cloud carriage. Bowing respectfully, "Young master, we have arrived." The man stepped out of the cloud carriage, taking a single stride into the mountains, accompanied by dozens of white-robed elders. Upon reaching their destination, the man produced a star compass, his slender fingers manipulating the pointers, causing the surrounding space to warp. As the man adjusted the compass according to the degree of spatial distortion, a fissure large enough for one person to pass through appeared before him. "Wait for me here," he instructed, stowing the compass and stepping into the rift. Once he entered, the fissure swiftly sealed, as if it had never existed. The three-headed python glanced at the suddenly darkened sky, its instinct for danger igniting a surge of agitation within it. It glared at Lin Yi, demanding, "What have you done? How could someone of such low cultivation cause the heavens to change?" The python fixed its stare on Lin Yi, who gripped the dagger and withdrew it from her chest. The bone dagger, having absorbed sufficient blood, transformed from its original white hue to a sinister red. Lin Yi, holding the dagger, lifted her gaze to the three-headed python. Her once pitch-black eyes now glowed an eerie red. The three-headed python met her gaze, a jolt of fear coursing through its heart. Before it could comprehend the situation, Lin Yi charged at it, dagger in hand. Had this been a moment prior, the python would not have been concerned. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi moved with the swiftness of lightning, eluding the python's perception. By the time the python turned to face her again, Lin Yi had already appeared before it, striking down with the bone dagger, inflicting a deep wound upon its body. The python, astonished to see its proud scales breached, was gripped by panic. She had wounded it. Without a moment's hesitation, the python unleashed its other two heads, launching a coordinated attack against Lin Yi. One head breathed fire, another exhaled ice, while the third spewed toxic mist, aiming to subdue Lin Yi instantly. However, Lin Yi remained undaunted by the flames or the toxic vapors, boldly swinging her dagger in retaliation. The bone dagger cleaved through the center head of the three-headed serpent, severing it in half, and its foul blood combined with the poisonous mist splattered across Lin Yi's face. Yet she remained unfazed, striking again to sever the remaining half of the three-headed python. Writhed in agony, its body twisting as it thrashed against the ground, while the other two heads glared at Lin Yi in a mix of fury and astonishment. "You are not afraid of my poison? How can this be?" Its poison was indeed lethal. Even the oldest of beings would suffer if they fell victim to it, not emerging unscathed, unless she possessed a more potent source of poison. At that moment, the shimmering blade of the dagger flashed once more, and two additional wounds appeared on the python's body, oozing smoke and refusing to heal. "You truly possess a more formidable source of poison." The three-headed python glared furiously at Ling Yi, its body swelling in size. The two intact heads unleashed flames and ice more potent than before, spreading in all directions. Yet, Ling Yi disregarded the inferno and frost. Instantly appearing above the three-headed serpent, before the creature could react, he struck down with his blade, crimson blood splattering as one of the fire-breathing heads fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 58. No one cares about Ling Yi. The three-headed python writhed in agony, the remaining head unleashing a barrage of icicles toward Ling Yi before it hastily turned to flee. Ling Yi evaded the icy projectiles and swiftly pursued it. Although the three-headed python was fast, it was soon a mere blink away from the battlefield. After fleeing for some time, it finally came to a halt, not out of desire, but due to the excruciating pain. With two of its heads severed, the agony was indescribable. It was unbearable. Had it not been for the instinct to survive, it could never have endured such torment to escape this far. In a fit of pain, the three-headed python lashed its tail, snapping smaller trees in half. In its agony, it was oblivious to its surroundings, twisting and rolling in distress. Suddenly, it stopped, its serpentine eyes narrowing in terror as it beheld a figure. Ling Yi stood upon a tree before the python, observing it with an enigmatic gaze. Meeting Ling Yi's otherworldly red eyes, the python disregarded its pain and attempted to flee once more. This time, however, Ling Yi would not grant it the opportunity. Gripping his bone dagger, he leaped down, launching an attack on the three-headed serpent. In the instant he approached, the dagger, imbued with formidable force, cleaved through the air, and the last head of the python tumbled to the ground. The serpent's body collapsed with a resounding crash. Ling Yi touched down, plunging the bone dagger into his left hand, or it vanished from sight. As the dagger disappeared, the crimson light in Ling Yi's eyes faded, and his consciousness plunged into darkness, his form falling backward. Just as he was about to succumb, a pair of hands reached out, catching him and swiftly vanishing from the spot. Seeking death again, a vexatious voice resounded. Do you think that by seeking death you can escape marrying the third prince? I assure you, even if you were to perish, you would still have to marry. Seeking death, the third prince? Ling Yi furrowed his brow, recalling that the third prince was supposed to be dead. I am also your daughter. Why do you treat me this way? The heart-wrenching cries of a young girl echoed, a sound Ling Yi had never heard before. Under the weight of that voice, he opened his eyes. As Ling Yi gazed upon the scene before him, he was taken aback. This was the day he had leaped into the pond, yet it was different from his experience. He had not perished but had been saved by Lin Xingzi. Madame Lin reprimanded the rescued Ling Yi sharply, and he tearfully inquired why she treated him so harshly. Accusations, scoldings, no one cared for Ling Yi. Upon witnessing Ling Yi's desperate attempt at self-harm, Madame Lin dispatched two matrons to keep a close watch over him, ensuring he would not attempt to take his life again. Moreover, to compel Ling Yi to marry willingly, Madame Lin instructed Lin Xingyu to fetch Ling Yi's parents from Ling family village. As long as they held sway over Ling Yi's parents, she was certain that Ling would not dare to rebel. However, upon arriving at Ling family village, Lin Xingyu learned of the tragic demise of Ling Yi's parents, slain by beasts. With their passing, Lin Xingyu had no choice but to return home and inform Madame Lin. Upon hearing the news, Madame Lin ordered Lin Xingyu to keep it a secret from Ling Yi, forbidding her from ever learning of her parents' death. Ling Yi remained oblivious to her parents' fate, desperate for life. If she were to discover the truth, she would surely be driven to despair, and thus it was imperative that she never learned of it. They intended to use the threat of her parents against her to ensure her compliance. Indeed, after Madame Lin wielded this threat, Ling Yi ceased her rebellion, yet remained unaware of her parents' demise. Meanwhile, the villagers from Ling family village, upon hearing of the tragedy, sent someone to the capital in search of Ling Yi, hoping to persuade her to return for her parents' funeral. However, they were intercepted by the Prime Minister's residence, which informed them that Ling Yi was now the daughter of the Prime Minister and would soon marry the third prince, making it impossible for her to return for the burial. They were advised to simply bury her parents. When asked whether it was the Prime Minister's orders or Ling Yi's wishes, the messenger was met with a beating. With no other recourse, he departed, yet he could not believe that Ling Yi could be so unfilial. Once his injuries healed somewhat, he returned to the Prime Minister's residence, only to encounter Lin Xingzi. Upon learning of the death of Ling Yi's parents, Lin Xingzi instructed the man to wait, promising to inform Ling Yi of the matter. Lin Xingzi intended to seek out Ling Yi, but was intercepted by Lin Xingyu, who had received news of his actions. Lin Xingyu took Lin Xingzi to Madame Lin's quarters, where she acknowledged the plan as her own. She demanded to know whether Lin Xingzi valued her as his mother or preferred the sister he had only recently recognized. From a young age, Lin Xingzi had yearned for Madame Lin's affection, his greatest concern being her approval. Faced with her ultimatum, he chose her, refraining from divulging this matter to Ling Yi. Instead, he and the messenger went to Ling family village to handle the funeral arrangements for Ling Yi's parents. After completing this task, Lin Xingzi locked himself in his room. His parents, brother, and sister all harbored disdain for Ling Yi, their biological sister, and he shared that sentiment, yet he had not intended for things to be so extreme. Yet Lin Xingzi felt trapped. He could not defy his mother's demands. He attempted to hypnotize himself, but no one could remain under such a spell indefinitely. When he went to see Ling Yi, he found her courtyard guarded, and the guards would not allow him entry. He could only stand at the gate, gazing inside. He observed Ling Yi sitting on the threshold, staring vacantly into space, her expression devoid of life. In that moment, Lin Xingzi felt his heart shattered. An impulse surged within him. He wanted to tell Ling Yi to take her away, however, his plan was thwarted before it could take flight. Lin Qingze looked at Lin Qingyu, who was responsible for watching over him, and in anguish demanded, "Why do you treat Ling Yi this way? She is your true sister." Lin Qingyu's expression remained cold. By marrying the third prince, she will become a princess. What is so wrong with that? But she does not wish for this. She a brother in a family such as ours. What choice do we have? Lin Qingyu retorted. A father has stated that the third prince is useless and cannot marry our third sister. Yet we cannot break the engagement either. The third prince is fond of our sister and is willing to let us exchange her for another. That is already a concession. We cannot send no one at all. Can we let Ling Yi marry the third prince, and our third sister marry the crown prince? It is for the benefit of everyone, including the Lin family. Lin Qingyu added, "Brother, why can't you see the bigger picture? Fortunately, mother knows you are soft-hearted and has kept a close watch on you, otherwise, you would have caused a disaster." Lin Qingyu continued, "Have we not enjoyed the food, clothing, and care provided by our parents as we grew up? Why must you oppose them for someone you have only recently recognized and caused them distress?" Lin Qingze gazed at Lin Qingyu in disbelief. "I ask this how you all truly feel. Everyone thinks this way." Lin Qingyu stated. Lin Qingze fell silent. No one would pity Ling Yi, just as no one would see him, save for his elder brother. Lin Qingze lowered his gaze, speaking coldly. "Leave. I do not wish to see you." Lin Qingyu shrugged. "Very well, but do not think about leaving. Mother has decreed that until Ling Yi is married off, you are to reflect upon your actions in the courtyard." With that, Lin Qingyu departed. Once he was gone, Lin Qingze contemplated how he might reach his elder brother. The only one capable of saving Ling Yi was him, yet with the current circumstances, their parents would undoubtedly not inform his brother. How could he make his brother aware of the situation? If it had been before today, he could have used a communication stone, but after his plan failed, their mother confiscated it, leaving him unable to contact his brother. Madame Lin had placed Lin Qingze under strict surveillance, and he found no opportunity until Ling Yi's wedding, at which point she finally withdrew the guards watching over him. Lin Qingze was finally free to leave. But it was too late. Ling Yi had already married. He went to the academy and found Lin Chengtian, sharing with him all that had transpired in the Lin household during this time. Lin Chengtian was generally aloof but treated Lin Qingze well. After hearing his account, Lin Chengtian asked, "Do you still wish to save her?" Lin Qingze nodded, then shook his head. "It is too late. She is already married." Lin Chengtian regarded him intently. "As long as you wish to save her, and she desires to escape, it is not too late." Lin Qingze remained silent for a long while. Rescuing her from the third prince's residence is not the same as doing so from home. The Lin household. Qingze, Lin Chengtian called. "If you do not rescue her, you will live with regret for the rest of your days. I do not want you to dwell in guilt." Lin Qingze offered no response. Lin Chengtian urged, "Go see her, ask if she wishes to leave. If she does, we will save her. In the end, Lin Qingze did go. He assumed that even if the third prince did not care for Ling Yi, he would not be excessively cruel, yet, to his horror, he found Ling Yi battered and bruised. What was the cause? On their wedding night, when Ling Yi was meant to attend to the third prince's needs, she resisted, prompting him to whip her mercilessly, leaving her flesh torn and not permitting anyone to tend to her wounds. Determined to take her away, Lin Qingze was immediately obstructed by the third prince's men, who informed him that the third prince had summoned him back to the prime minister's residence. Upon learning of Lin Qingze's actions, Lin Tianliang punished him severely. Lin Chengtian, upon hearing of this, infiltrated the third prince's residence and rescued Ling Yi, then returned to the Lin household to retrieve Lin Qingze, intending to flee with them both. However, news of Ling Yi's disappearance could not remain concealed. The third prince soon learned of it and promptly came to the prime minister's residence demanding her return. It was then that Prime Minister Lin realized Lin Qingze was also missing, leading to an explosive rage as he dispatched men to pursue them. The third prince summoned royal elders to intervene, and they quickly located Lin Chengtian and the others. Lin Chengtian, burdened with 2 injured individuals, was unable to move swiftly, and among the pursuers were royal elders whom he was ill-equipped to confront. Soon, he was grievously wounded. The third prince sent men to capture Ling Yi, who was unconscious after sustaining injuries. Lin Qingze clung desperately to her, unwilling to release her, and it was at that moment that the comatose Ling Yi regained consciousness. However, before Lin Qingze could express his joy at her awakening, he received a brutal punch to the back of his neck, resulting in a sickening crack, causing him to spew blood onto Ling Yi's face. Ling Yi's vacant gaze began to sharpen, yet before she could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Lin Qingze was forcibly removed from her side, and she was hurled before the third prince. It was then that someone discovered Lin Qingze had perished. While Lin Chengtian was engaged in combat with the royal elders, upon learning of Lin Qingze's death, he resolved to self-destruct, intending to take everyone with him, yet, there were those whose actions were swifter. The awakened Ling Yi drew a bone dagger from her left hand and, in the blink of an eye, eliminated all of Lin Chengtian's adversaries. The third prince, Lin Qingxiang, and the royal elders, none were spared by Ling Yi's wrath. Lin Chengtian was taken aback by Ling Yi's transformation, but what truly pained him was the loss of Lin Qingze. He sought a secluded spot to bury Lin Qingze with his own hands. As Lin Shengtian prepared a resting place for Lin Shengze, the royal family received word of the third princess' demise and dispatched wave after wave of individuals to capture Ling Yi. Armed with her dagger, Ling Yi returned to exact her revenge upon the prime minister's residence, the third princess manor, and the royal palace, leaving a river of blood in her wake. Chapter 59. The calculating scheme. Ling Yi had committed patricide and matricide. Slain a prince, and trespassed into the royal palace. To the onlookers, each act was a grievous sin, and no one cared for the suffering she had endured, they could only see her bloodthirsty cruelty. The royal decree called for Ling Yi's execution, yet those sent against her were no match for her, all falling victim to her might. Ultimately, the entire nation mobilized to confront her, resulting in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Ling Yi traversed the sea of bodies, extinguishing Ling Yang, ultimately allowing the flames to consume everything. Of the fire illuminated Ling Yi's visage as she stood outside the blaze, watching her own figure stride into the flames. Gradually vanishing from sight, when that figure completely disappeared, everything before her began to blur. As consciousness returned, Ling Yi felt enveloped by a warm current. Upon opening her eyes, before she could survey her surroundings, a gentle voice greeted her. "You have awakened." Hearing that voice, Ling Yi's long curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a glimmer of darkness flashed in her half-lowered gaze. She then controlled her body to sit up. Focusing on the speaker, before her stood an individual with sharp brows and starry eyes, a noble nose above thin lips. The angular contours of his face lent it a fierceness that overshadowed its delicacy. It was an extraordinarily handsome visage, albeit overly pale, rendering the man an aura of chilling beauty, akin to frost and moonlight, beautiful yet untouchable. Lest one incur injury, Ling Yi found herself in the water. While the man remained on the shore, under his watchful gaze, she swam to the bank, her hands clasped for support, resting her head on her arms as she gazed at him. "Who are you?" The man regarded Ling Yi, noting her wet hair and dress clinging to her form, the damp strands adhering to her porcelain skin. Her pitch-black eyes, when fixed upon him, rendered it impossible for him to divert his gaze. "Ji Yanji," he replied, observing her closely. "What is your name, fair maiden?" "Ling Yi," she replied, her eyes narrowing as she studied Ji Yanji. "Where is this place?" "This is my domain," Ji Yanji responded, examining her intently. "You are gravely injured, and the spiritual spring within this realm can heal your wounds, which is why I brought you here." "Domain?" Ling Yi pondered. "A spatial pocket." Ji Yanji nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. We are strangers, yet why did you save me?" Ling Yi inquired, her tone curious. "You risked bringing me into your space without fear of my potential treachery." Ji Yanji lowered his gaze to meet hers. "The three-headed python has wreaked havoc for far too long. You vanquished it, removing a significant threat. How could I stand by idly?" "You know of the three-headed python?" Ling Yi asked, recalling its claim that this place was devoid of others except for it and the mirror spirit. "How could you be aware of this? Were you an accidental intruder, or are you the mirror spirit?" Ji Yanji queried, his eyes fixed upon her. "I did not stumble in by chance, nor am I the mirror spirit," he clarified. "I have been seeking the three-headed python." "The three-headed python originated from the Sea of No Worries," Ji Yanji explained. "After departing, it spread chaos and harmed many. My family bears the duty of protection. Thus we resolved to eradicate it." The python fled to the Tianhuan mountain range, intruding upon the mirror spirit's space, where it became ensnared. I attempted to enter the mirror spirit's realm previously but was unsuccessful. Only recently did I learn of its instability, allowing me entry. Ji Yanji continued. "I came here to deal with the three-headed python, but to my surprise, you had already accomplished that." "Miss Ling, how did you manage to slay the three-headed python?" "I simply did," she replied nonchalantly. Didn't fight back." Ji Yanji's gaze deepened. "Miss Ling, your cultivation is vastly inferior to the python's. Under normal circumstances, you would not be able to defeat it." "I killed it at an abnormal time," Ling Yi stated casually. "I did it. You are rid of a problem, why concern yourself with its demise?" "Your reasoning is sound," Ji Yanji conceded. "Indeed, there is no need to dwell on how it perished. You eliminated it, and I brought you here to heal as a token of gratitude for your deed." Ji Yanji gazed at Ling Yi. "Since you have awakened, it is time for you to depart." "Are you sending me away so soon after I've just awakened?" Ling Yi sighed. Ji Yanji, "It is not easy for someone of my cultivation to have slain it." Ji Yanji inquired, "What would you like to do?" "I wish to rest a while longer." "Very well." Ji Yanji acquiesced without objection. Ling Yi fell silent, content to soak in the water. Ji Yanji sat on the shore, equally quiet. Time passed, and Ling Yi finally spoke. "Ji Yanji, I am hungry. You wait here for me," Ji Yanji instructed before rising to depart. Ling Yi watched Ji Yanji's retreating figure, her expression inscrutable. Once he was out of sight, she submerged herself, contemplating the events that had transpired since her arrival. This space was the mirror spirit's domain. She had slain the three-headed python, and once she found the mirror spirit, all would be resolved. Yet that dream, was it truly a dream? Ling Yi felt an instinctual certainty that it was not. But if it was not a dream, then when did it occur? Why did she possess no memories of it? Why dream of it without any recollection, prior to the severance of the connection? Tianyan had mentioned temporal chaos. Could that dream have been a consequence of the mirror spirit's realm? It was becoming increasingly intriguing. "Miss Ling," Ji Yanji returned with food, noticing her submerged state. Ling Yi emerged from the water, attempting to ascend the bank. However, as she exerted herself, a sharp pain shot through her wound. The unique nature of the bone dagger rendered the injuries it inflicted not easily healed by the spiritual spring alone. Much of the recovery relied on her own healing, which required time. Unable to rely solely on her strength, Ling Yi considered using her spiritual energy, but upon attempting it, she found herself utterly depleted. With both avenues blocked, she turned to Ji Yinji. I cannot get up. Ji Yinji regarded her silently, his expression impassive. As she had mentioned, they were strangers, and given her disposition, she should not have acted this way. Ji Yinji remained still, and Ling Yi showed no urgency, merely watching him. Ultimately, it was Ji Yinji who relented, setting down the food and lifting Ling Yi from the spiritual spring, simultaneously using his energy to dry her clothes and hair. Thank you, Ling Yi expressed gratefully as she settled on the bank and began to eat. Ji Yinji observed her with a calm demeanor, though his heart stirred with ripples of thought. Ling Yi's attitude was unusual towards him. Did she somehow know? That should not be the case. Ji Yinji suppressed his thoughts and, once Ling Yi finished eating, spoke. Miss Ling, it is time for you to leave. I must depart as well. Ling Yi looked at him. Ji Yinji, I aided you. Why do you persist in sending me away? Ling Yi's demeanor was off, and Ji Yinji could not discern her thoughts. He intended to leave upon confirming her well-being. Yet in the face of her words, he found himself unable to articulate a reason, merely stating, Miss Ling, the mirror spirit's realm is extremely hostile to those of high cultivation. I should not linger, lest I incur the wrath of the mirror spirit. Is that so? Ling Yi acknowledged, understanding. Then please escort me out. Upon hearing this, Ji Yinji led her out of the domain. Upon exiting, Ling Yi found herself in an unfamiliar place. Devoid of the three-headed python's remains or any other individuals, the exit was not ideal. She would need to walk to find others. After escorting her out, Ji Yinji said, Miss Ling, farewell. Ling Yi gazed at him. Ji Yinji, will we meet again? Ji Yinji's eyes held a depth of thought unknown to anyone. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Ling Yi nodded, indicating her understanding. Ji Yinji said nothing further and departed from her side, quickly vanishing from sight. Once Ji Yinji was completely gone, Ling Yi softly murmured, we are indeed fated. Ling Yi rested against a tree for a moment, discerning her direction before setting off at a leisurely pace. However, she had not ventured far when she spotted Lin Shengtian. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Lin Shengtian hurried toward her. Ling Yi, how are you? Your complexion looks dreadful. Are you injured? Is it serious? His voice was laced with urgency, and his eyes were filled with concern as they scrutinized her. Ling Yi looked at Lin Shengtian, recalling the dream. In the dream, she had slain many, but she doubted she would turn against him. What happened after that? If it were not a dream, would Lin Shengtian remember? Ling Yi pondered the existence within Lin Shengtian. Could it be related to that dream? Ling Yi gazed at Lin Shengtian and said, I had a dream. Lin Shengtian inquired. What dream? Ling Yi continued, in the dream, I married the third prince, who mistreated me. You took me and Lin Xingzi away from the princess residence, but we were soon pursued. Lin Xingzi died, and you contemplated self-detonation to take them with you, but I killed those people first. I not only killed the third prince and Lin Tianliang, but many others, so many that in the end, I simply annihilated Ling Yanji. As Ling Yi recounted the dream, there was neither hatred nor satisfaction nor any remorse after killing. She was merely curious as to why she had no memory of it. After listening to Ling Yi, Lin Shengtian remarked, that was merely a dream. Ling Yi looked into Lin Shengtian's eyes and replied, I do not believe it was just a dream. They exchanged glances, and Lin Shengtian retorted, but you did not marry the third prince, and Xingzi is alive. Ling Yi employed the truth spell as she regarded Lin Shengtian. If he knew the truth, he would speak candidly. His silence indicated he truly did not know. Indeed, Ling Yi murmured, it is different. Perhaps it truly was just a dream. Ling Yi, it has already passed. Lin Shengtian offered a word of comfort, then asked again, are you injured? Is it serious? I am injured, Ling Yi replied as she walked. Quite seriously. If we encounter any further dangers, we might as well wait for death together. Lin Shengtian interjected, I will not let you die. Ling Yi cast a glance at him but remained silent as they returned to the place where the others lay unconscious. The others were still in a state of unconsciousness, and Ling Yi, experiencing severe pain from her wound, sought a spot to sit and tend to her injury. Lin Shengtian quietly kept watch beside her, and it was at that moment that the others began to awaken. Chapter 60, The Mirror Lake. Upon regaining consciousness, the group recalled the events leading to their fainting, their faces reflecting a sense of panic as they surveyed their surroundings. The three-headed python was no longer present. Ling Yi was tending to her wounds, recalling the scene before their unconsciousness. After a brief silence, Lai Zhou inquired, was it Ling Yi who dealt with the three-headed python? Though the others remained silent, their gazes directed at Ling Yi spoke volumes. They had all fainted. Who else could it be but Ling Yi? Before losing consciousness, it was indeed Ling Yi who had intercepted the python's attack on Lin Shengtian. As they breathed a sigh of relief knowing Ling Yi had vanquished the three-headed python, their thoughts inevitably turned to Li Yulin. Li Yulin was gone. Among the 10, only Dongfang Jibai was familiar with Li Yulin. The rest had limited acquaintance with him, leading to a tinge of sadness, but not overwhelming grief. More prevalent was a sense of helplessness against a formidable enemy, despair, and the terror stemming from Li Yulin's demise. A heavy silence enveloped the group, and after an indeterminate amount of time Mu Shengyuan spoke. Though I am unaware of our current circumstances, the spiritual energy in this place is denser than that in the previous cultivation space. We should seize this opportunity to cultivate. Having witnessed the power of the three-headed python, everyone grew increasingly aware of their own insignificance. They yearned to grow stronger, to face danger head-on instead of being powerless as they had been today. And thus resolved to cultivate diligently. After Mu Shengyuan's proclamation, the others promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to draw spiritual energy into their bodies for cultivation. As Ling Yi paused her healing, the others were engrossed in their cultivation. While only Lin Shengtian remained motionless beside her, Ling Yi regarded him. This is a rare opportunity. Are you not going to cultivate? Lin Shengtian shook his head. There is no rush for this moment. Ling Yi shot him a glance and stood. I wish to explore. You stay here. Lin Shengtian rose in response. I will accompany you. Ling Yi replied indifferently. If you have a clue, you may follow me. If not, then do not. Lin Shengtian fell silent. As Ling Yi turned to leave, just a few steps away, Lin Shengtian's voice reached her. I do have one doubt. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi turned back to ask. What clue do you have? Lin Shengtian approached quickly. The mirror lake. Ling Yi looked at Lin Shengtian, her eyes deep as night. Did we not lose contact? Have you re-established it? Lin Shengtian, unfamiliar with the contents of this place during his first visit, was aware that the entity within him was drawn to the Dongyang mirror, so it was not surprising. Ling Yi was astonished that Lin Shengtian had reconnected with the being inside him. While Tianyan remained inactive, intermittently Lin Shengtian added, it is not as convenient as outside. As long as there is a connection, Ling Yi remarked. Did she mention the location of the mirror lake? Lin Shengtian replied. The Dongyang mirror is the mirror lake. The Dongyang mirror is the mirror lake. Ling Yi began to contemplate. The phrase Dongyang mirror is the mirror lake. If taken literally without further implications, Ling Yi seated herself on the ground and closed her eyes. Observing her actions, Lin Shengtian remained vigilant by her side. Dongyang mirror is the mirror lake. They were situated within the Dongyang mirror, hence within the mirror lake, which meant the mirror spirit was nearby. As her mind became one with her spirit, a gentle breeze caressed her face, and upon opening her eyes, the scenery around her had completely transformed. There were no towering ancient trees, no verdant flora or colossal stones, nor any other individuals. Ling Yi cast her gaze downward, finding herself upon a water surface as smooth as a mirror, with wisps of white mist rising from the water, coalescing together. When the gathered white mist dissipated once more, a figure appeared before Ling Yi. Chapter 61. Two past lives. A golden pattern traced a glimmer across the forehead of the mirror spirit, and then it opened its eyes. Their gazes met. And Ling Yi spoke first. Mirror spirit. Ling Yi. The mirror spirit accurately called her name. Ling Yi was not surprised that the mirror spirit knew her name. Just as she was about to explain her intentions for coming, she noticed the mirror spirit raising its hand. Seeing this, Ling Yi halted her words. The mirror spirit waved its hand, and the placid water surface revealed numerous images. Ling Yi looked down, witnessing a newborn being cradled by a midwife. Crying loudly, she saw the infant swaddled, not receiving a single glance from its mother before being taken away. With just one glance, Ling Yi understood what the images in the water depicted. The scenes flowed swiftly, and within a mere quarter of an hour, Ling Yi had witnessed the entirety of Ling Yi's life. When the images reached the moment of Ling Yi jumping into the water, she did not see herself awakening in the water, pulling Lin Xingyu down with her in an attempt to kill him, only to be rescued by Lin Xingzi. Instead, Lin Xingzi directly saved her. The moment of her pulling Lin Xingyu into the water was absent. Ling Yi recalled the dream and was about to articulate something when she saw the images in the water being split apart by a force, dividing into 2.1/2 depicted Ling Yi being rescued after jumping into the water, kept under watch by someone sent by Lady Lin. Continuing forward in the narrative, the other half transformed into the scene of Ling Yi jumping into the water, eyes opening beneath the surface. This latter half became a blank void after Ling Yi opened her eyes. While the former continued onward, the latter half progressed to the moment Ling Yi opened her eyes in Lin Xingzi's embrace, again turning blank after her awakening. The mirror spirit raised its hand once more, and the blank images returned to the appearance of the water surface. The mirror spirit gazed at Ling Yi, frowning. How can there be two past lives, indeed not merely a dream? Ling Yi responded with profound meaning. I too am quite curious. The mirror spirit scrutinized Ling Yi, attempting to discern the truth, yet found nothing. After a long pause, the mirror spirit retracted its power, looking at Ling Yi. What is it that you seek me for? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. You know I am looking for you. Why did you not appear to deal with the three-headed python? The mirror spirit replied. It is not that I did not wish to appear, but rather that I am no longer able to manifest directly. If I could appear, I would not have allowed you to face death without assistance. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi recalled what Yi Qingshuang had told her about events 21 years ago. Why? Ling Yi inquired. The mirror spirit explained, my power has been gradually depleting, were it not for this space being the embodiment of my essence. With my current strength, I fear I would struggle to maintain even this space. Once my power is fully exhausted, I will fall into slumber. The mirror spirit's expression grew serious. Once I slumber, the three-headed python will be able to escape this place. Ling Yi regarded the mirror spirit. You and the three-headed python are both entities that should not exist within the Dongyang Empire. 21 years ago, you witnessed those who intruded here. You must understand the disparity between you and them. Thus, I wish to know why you appeared here. Was the opening of that door related to you? You concealed yourself within the mirror given to the director, departing from that intangible mountain range. Why, after over 20 years in this space, have issues arisen this year? With 3 questions thrown out, the mirror spirit fell into complete silence. Ling Yi remained unhurried, patiently waiting. After a lengthy pause, the mirror spirit spoke. What benefit do I gain from telling you? Ling Yi replied, no benefit. The mirror spirit questioned, why do you seek me? Before Ling Yi could respond, the mirror spirit continued, as long as you tell me this reason, I can answer all your previous inquiries. Ling Yi articulated, someone showed me a painting. The first image depicted a mirror, and I was told it was the mountain river mirror, and that I should seek it out. The mirror spirit's tone grew urgent. Who was that person? Ling Yi smiled slightly, remaining silent. Understanding her reluctance to divulge, the mirror spirit shifted its inquiry. May I see that painting? Certainly, Ling Yi agreed, extending her hand. And an image manifested within her palm, followed by her unfolding the scroll. The foremost image depicted a mirror, with a blank space behind it. Ling Yi had previously surmised that the contents behind it would only appear once she gathered the mountain river mirror. The mirror spirit could not penetrate the image but felt a surge of reassurance upon seeing the scroll. May I touch it? The mirror spirit asked. Ling Yi slightly nodded. Upon witnessing this, the mirror spirit reached out to touch the mirror image on the scroll. As the mirror spirit's finger made contact with the mirror's surface, it transformed into a radiant light, penetrating into the mirror's image. Ling Yi's eyelids twitched at this scene, and instinctively she attempted to retract the scroll. But her efforts were in vain. The scroll would not fold. The mirror spirit glanced at Ling Yi and said, wait for me. Once I enter the image, you should be able to stow it away. Ling Yi regarded him with a frigid expression. Am I unaware of that? Indeed, she was not aware. Had she known, she would never have permitted the mirror spirit to touch it. The mirror spirit observed Ling Yi. You must not know. Otherwise, your expression would not betray such concern. Ling Yi remained silent. She was contemplating the possibility of destroying both the mirror spirit and the scroll. Urgently, she demanded a response, unable to prevent the mirror spirit from entering the scroll. Ling Yi could only prompt him to speak swiftly. Sensing her distress, the mirror spirit cut to the chase. I appeared here due to a summoning, yet I have no recollection of the events leading up to that summons. The reason I hid in the mirror was to seek the entity that called upon me. The mirror spirit continued swiftly. At that time, I was in a dire state, but should I find the one who summoned me? I might regain my strength, however, once outside. The constraints of the external world were too great, leading me into a slumber, during which I felt no summons and thus remained asleep. Not long ago, I sensed that summoning power. Awakening from my slumber, yet my condition was too poor to pursue it immediately, and then you all arrived. The one who possesses that summoning power is among you, which is why the illusory space collapsed, allowing you to fall into the true realm of the mirror spirit. Who is that person? Ling Yi pressed directly. Don't tell me you have no idea. You awakened before we entered. I had been struggling with the three-headed python for quite some time. Although you could not appear directly, you surely know who that person is. The mirror spirit looked at Ling Yi. It is you. Ling Yi stared back. Are you certain? Without waiting for a response, she interjected, since you have witnessed my past, you should know that 21 years ago, I was not yet born. How could I summon you? The mirror spirit's expression grew complex. It was I who chose you. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The mirror spirit explained. There are 2 sources of summoning power. One emanates from you, the other from the man you saved. The summoning power from you is more intense and brighter, while that from the man named Lin Tian is weaker and darker. I prefer the summoning power that flows from you, which is why I chose you. I have been following you. The mirror spirit added, when I saw you wound yourself, I wanted to intervene, but I was too weak. I witnessed you defeat the three-headed python. You were formidable. Afterward, you fell unconscious, and I intended to guard you. Yet an overwhelmingly powerful force emerged, causing me to fall into a deep slumber until you summoned me again. Ling Yi, taken aback by the revelation, immediately inquired, 21 years ago, was the summoning power you sensed from Lin Tian? The mirror spirit, now with only half of its face yet to fully etherealize, attempted to respond but fell silent, merely nodding before completely transforming and entering the mirror image. As the mirror spirit did so, the once dull mirror image illuminated partially. Ling Yi observed the scroll without taking action. As the mirror spirit vanished, the surrounding scenery shattered into fragments, resembling a fractured mirror. The space began to collapse. Ling Yi folded the scroll, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, beheld Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly urged, follow me. Without delay, he grasped Ling Yi's hand and sprinted toward the valley, the place they had fallen. Ling Yi understood that if the space collapsed, that would serve as the exit. However, she had not anticipated that Lin Tian was also aware of this. Had he been informed by the entity within him? Considering the mirror spirit's mention of 2 pasts and the summoning, Ling Yi's gaze deepened towards Lin Tian. Compared to her, who had merely emerged as a summoner, Lin Tian was the one who had compelled the mirror spirit into existence. making him the more pivotal figure. As Lin Changtian pulled Ling Yi toward the valley, others followed suit, unaware that the valley was the exit. They trailed behind Ling Yi, motivated by the impressive feat she had displayed against the three-headed python. Faced with the overwhelming situation of the collapsing space, they felt utterly helpless and could do nothing but follow her. As they neared the valley, a brilliant white light appeared, starkly contrasting with the dim sky. Lin Changtian and Ling Yi were the first to enter the white light, with the others closely behind. Once they entered, Ji Yanji, who had departed earlier, appeared nearby. It was only when the white light began to fade. Confirming that Ling Yi had exited, that Ji Yanji vanished from sight. The Imperial Academy, the Council of Elders had guarded the Eastern Sun Mirror for 20 years, but today, it shattered as if struck by a tremendous force. Witnessing this, the 8 elders were stunned. Once they regained their composure amidst the chaos, they swiftly approached the shattered Eastern Sun Mirror, contacting the Dean to ascertain the cause of this calamity. The shattering of the Eastern Sun Mirror was unstoppable. The elders examined it thoroughly, yet could discern no apparent issues. If it was not the result of external forces, then there must be an internal problem within the mirror itself. Concerned for the students trapped inside, the elders feared their own actions might have led to the mirror's destruction. In the midst of the turmoil, before the Dean could arrive, the Eastern Sun Mirror exploded with a loud bang. Shards flying in every direction, the elders hastily conjured a protective barrier to shield themselves from the shards, and just then, a burst of white light appeared, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Before the elders could investigate, the white light vanished, revealing 9 individuals sprawled on the ground. Seeing them, the elders rushed forward to assist the fallen. What happened? Only 9 individuals. One elder noted the discrepancy in numbers and quickly questioned, "Where is the other person? Do you know why the Eastern Sun Mirror shattered?" The elders bombarded them with inquiries, but the 9, just emerging from the mirror, were still dazed and unable to respond immediately. The more silent they remained, the more anxious the elders became. At that moment, the Dean, Vice Dean, and several instructors arrived, along with 3 other instructors from different empires and 1 from Lingyang country, all hurrying to the academy. Upon arrival, the Dean first glanced at the shattered Eastern Sun Mirror, then instructed the elders to give the students space to recover. As the cacophony subsided, the 9 gradually regained their senses. The Dean, Dongfang Jibai, shook his head. Upon confirming the Dean's identity, he called out. The Dean replied, "Do not rush. Take your time." Dongfang Jibai nodded and then turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi appeared unaffected, merely observing as the others struggled to regain their composure. After a few moments, the Dean began to inquire. Once they appeared steadier. As the primary student, Dongfang Jibai, took the lead in narrating the events that transpired within. Upon hearing of their encounter with the three-headed python and Li Yulin's demise, the expressions of the Dean and elders shifted dramatically. When informed that Ling Yi had heroically withstood the three-headed python's onslaught to save Lin Changtian, the Dean managed to maintain his composure. While the elders were left in disbelief, the elite warriors dispatched by the Eastern Sun Empire could not withstand the three-headed python's assault. How could Ling Yi, hearing Dongfang Jibai's account of Ling Yi slaying the three-headed python? Even the Dean's composure faltered as he gazed at Ling Yi. "You killed the three-headed python." Indeed, Ling Yi acknowledged, unashamed of her actions. She would not deny her achievement, and considerations of strength and capability mismatches were not her concern. It had taken considerable effort for her to defeat the three-headed python. Lin Changtian interjected, "She was gravely injured." Upon hearing this, the Dean and elders finally noticed Ling Yi's pale visage. Initially, they assumed her pallor was a result of their exit, as others also appeared unwell, but now, understanding that Ling Yi had sustained injuries, they recognized that her condition was far worse than the others. "Ling Yi, you are remarkable," the Dean expressed genuine gratitude in his voice. "Had it not been for you, we would all have perished inside." Ling Yi looked back at the Dean. "There's no need for mere words of gratitude." Implicitly, she was suggesting something more tangible. The Dean chuckled. "That is assured." An elder interjected, "Dean, this is not the crux of the matter. The Eastern Sun Mirror has been destroyed." The Dean turned to the elder. "The young man who entrusted me with the Eastern Sun Mirror once stated that it could not exist indefinitely. It has served us for 20 years, if it is shattered, so be it. It is fortunate that Ling Yi was present." The Dean interrupted the elder's discourse. "In the secret realm back then, that young lad had advised me that if the Dongyang mirror showed signs of shattering, we must retreat at once, for upon its destruction, the three-headed serpent would emerge, a foe we could not contend with. However, the youth also vowed to exert every effort to contain the three-headed serpent, striving to prevent its emergence." After finishing his statement, the Dean turned to Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, have you ever encountered that young man?" Ling Yi nodded in response. "Indeed, after the demise of the three-headed serpent, he departed, mentioning that the Dongyang mirror would vanish upon his leaving, urging us not to dwell on it." The Dean addressed the elders. "Is there any lingering doubt?" The 8 elders remained silent. Within the 10 students who had entered, each empire was represented, and they would not conspire to conceal the truth for Dongfang Jibai, thus validating his claims. Yet, the elders still found it hard to accept the loss of such a valuable artifact as the Dongyang mirror. Given the circumstances, even if they were reluctant to believe, they had no choice but to accept the truth. The Dongyang mirror was destroyed, their opportunity for cultivation had vanished. How were they to address this? An elder inquired. The disappearance of the Dongyang mirror was unforeseen, and the academy could only offer compensatory measures as best as it could. The dean turned to several students. Spirit stones, ordinary weapons. Techniques, what are your thoughts? Such compensation was indeed commendable, and the students expressed no dissent. After the students acquiesced, the dean instructed a teacher to escort them to rest until their respective mentors arrived for them. Having given these instructions, the dean turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, would you care to converse with me? 21 years ago, the dean had encountered the mirror spirit, and perhaps he could share some insights. With this thought, Ling Yi nodded. Very well, then follow me, the dean replied, turning to lead the way outside. Ling Yi followed, and although Lin Shangtian felt concerned, the dean had only invited Ling Yi, making it inappropriate for him to accompany. So he departed with the others. After exiting the elder's residence, the dean led Ling Yi to his dwelling. Arriving approximately 15 minutes later, upon entering, the dean closed the door and established a soundproof barrier. Then looked at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, having met that young man, did he reveal anything to you? Ling Yi hesitated before answering. The dean's inquiry. Could it be that he too had seen something? What exactly was the dean referring to? Ling Yi inquired in return. The dean met Ling Yi's deep, dark gaze and, without beating around the bush, stated plainly, after that young man saved me, he temporarily sheltered me within his space. Later, he entered that space and asked how I had come to such a perilous place with my cultivation level. I informed him of the circumstances outside, and upon learning the truth, he remarked that we were fated to meet and offered to predict a danger. So I might devise a strategy before peril struck. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, yet I declined it. The dean's side, the empire dispatched its most formidable practitioners to explore the mountains, yet aside from myself, they all perished within. A significant blow to the empire. More than my personal future, I was concerned for the empire's fate, hence I asked him if he could instead predict the future of the empire. He consented, the dean continued. Under his guidance, I glimpsed the future of the empire. At this juncture, the dean's expression grew particularly grave. The imperial capital was obliterated. I could not even discern how the capital met its end. Reminiscing about the visions he had witnessed, the dean's countenance darkened with sorrow. What I could see was merely the capital transformed into ruins, littered with corpses. I could not accept this. The dean recounted. I asked him why this would come to pass, yet he was unable to provide an answer. He could not even tell me when the empire would face its ruin. The dean lamented. This matter was too horrific, prompting me to leave that place and remain silent about it. Later, I conveyed this information to His Majesty, who inquired how we might resolve it. Should we fabricate a reason to relocate the capital, or inform the populace, subjecting them to perpetual anxiety? From that moment onward, the destruction of the capital would not spare any other cities of the empire. Relocating was impractical, and revealing the truth beforehand would only instill fear. This information could not reach the ears of the empire's citizens, nor the three other great empires. His Majesty's intent was clear, to bury this matter deep within. The dean stated. Let us act as if this incident never occurred. Life should proceed as usual. At the very least. Before destruction arrives, we can still live in peace. After the dean concluded, he turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, what did you witness within? I beheld your past. Ling Yi responded coolly. As for my future, there were no images whatsoever. The dean, taken aback, queried. How could that be? Quite naturally, Ling Yi replied, just as he allowed you to witness the capital's destruction without revealing how it was destroyed. A blank slate can be a blessing, Ling Yi remarked nonchalantly. If one were to foresee unfortunate events in the future, they might attempt to avert them, yet who can guarantee that, in avoiding one calamity, another will not arise? You do have a point, the dean sighed. However, the destruction of the capital is not something that can be altered by a mere decision, yet this disaster has not yet transpired. The dean understood Ling Yi's implication and sighed again. You are correct, a blank slate may not necessarily be a detriment. Let us not dwell on this. The dean regarded Ling Yi. Beyond this matter, there is another issue. Pray, speak. Dean. Ling Yi, the instructors at the Imperial Academy have conferred with teacher Lingyang, and given your current cultivation level, they believe remaining at Lingyang will yield no further benefit. They wish for you to transfer to the Imperial Academy, the dean stated. The Imperial Academy is quite eager for your presence, yet presently. The circumstances have changed. Ling Yi, having slain the three-headed serpent, questioned whether he truly required the teachings of the Imperial Academy. Aware of the dean's hesitance, Ling Yi remarked, my ability to defeat the three-headed serpent was a gamble with my life. But I cannot always stake my life. I still require cultivation. Thus, are you willing to attend classes at the Imperial Academy? The dean looked at Ling Yi with joyful anticipation. Indeed, Ling Yi nodded, though I cannot determine the timing. The dean smiled. Regardless of when you choose to come, the Imperial Academy shall await you. Very well, Ling Yi acquiesced, then added, Dean, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The dean requested that Ling Yi leave behind a communication stone imbued with his spiritual energy. advising, once you have made a decision, reach out to me, and I shall send someone to escort you. It is swifter than you're making the journey alone. Understood, Ling Yi affirmed before departing. The dean watched Ling Yi leave. And only when he was out of sight did the smile fade from his face. Ling Yi's willingness to attend the Imperial Academy was indeed a matter of joy, yet the destruction of the Dongyang mirror and Li Yulin's demise in the mirror brought forth a mix of emotions. Joy and sorrow intertwined. The dean sighed, then proceeded to contact the faculty to manage the aftermath. Upon exiting the dean's courtyard, Ling Yi reflected on all the information she had gathered thus far. Her two past lives, the Shanha mirror lacked memories from 21 years ago. Its appearance was prompted by a sense of summoning. Coincidentally, Lin Qingtian had just been born at that time. From this perspective, the Shanha mirror held a close relationship with Lin Qingtian. However, the Shanha mirror also claimed that she possessed her own summoning power, stronger than that of Lin Qingtian, and furthermore, the Shanha mirror mentioned that the initial summoning force she sensed originated from within Lin Qingtian. Both she and Lin Qingtian were capable of summoning the Shanha mirror. They could summon. Either a shared origin existed, or contemplating the person within Lin Qingtian. Ling Yi's gaze darkened considerably. I and her two past lives. What would the trajectory of the other life be? Lin Qingtian, Lin Qingze, an existence that eludes detection. Both possess summoning power over the Shanha mirror. Time rewinding. At that moment, as Ling Yi pondered these matters, the voice of Tianyan echoed in her mind. Upon hearing Tianyan's voice, Ling Yi suppressed her thoughts. Finally returned. Why did we abruptly lose contact? Tianyan explained. That space was too chaotic, which led to our disconnection. Did anything transpire thereafter? Anything happen? Ling Yi replied with a hint of playful sarcasm. You provided me only with Earth-grade defensive artifacts. I truly wonder what might have occurred. Tianyan, seemingly oblivious to Ling Yi's underlying meaning, clarified. When the chaos of space caused our connection to falter, the system deemed it highly dangerous. To ensure your safety, I temporarily lent you a set of Earth-grade defensive artifacts. Temporarily lent, is it? Ling Yi sighed, her tone growing somber. After your absence, indeed, some events transpired. Had it not been for the artifacts you provided, I fear I would have met certain death. Such perilous circumstances. Tianyan gently replied. It is fortunate that you are unharmed, Ling Yi remarked. I remain unscathed due to your artifacts. I was hoping that with this set I could face future dangers without fear. Yet you tell me it is merely a temporary loan. I find it quite distressing, Tianyan responded. I apologize, but I truly cannot provide you with the garments at this time. Sighing, Ling Yi's tone grew even more melancholic. The space that could enhance cultivation was destroyed when the mirror spirit entered the painting. The Academy's compensatory weapons, spirit stones, and techniques are all rendered useless, and now I am informed the garments are merely on loan. Ling Yi paused, releasing a long sigh, even knowing that Ling Yi was feigning distress. Tianyan could not bear it. I shall compensate you with 20 top-tier fire spirit stones and 20 top-tier water spirit stones. Shall that suffice? Alas, Ling Yi replied. Tianyan, 30, Ling Yi, sigh. Is it still not possible? Tianyan expressed a hint of helplessness, knowing that he could offer no more for the time being, and could only inquire. 01, is there something you desire? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi opened her mouth to speak, but Tianyan quickly interjected. What I can fulfill, I will certainly fulfill. What I cannot, there is no way around it. Ling Yi continued to sigh, such an insincere compensation. Tianyan, I apologize. Let's not make it difficult for you, Ling Yi remarked. Who asked you to be merely a system? Upon hearing this, Tianyan fell silent, choosing not to respond. Did 01 know something? Tianyan remained quiet, his demeanor evidently askew, yet Ling Yi seemed oblivious, continuing to converse with him. I have a few questions for you, you need only to answer. No compensation required, Tianyan immediately replied. All right. After pondering for a moment, Ling Yi spoke. You asked me to find the fragments of the mountain river mirror, and when I opened the scroll, the mirror spirit vanished. What is that scroll? And how can you be so certain that I would find the fragments, Tianyan? Because you possess heavenly fate. Heavenly fate, Ling Yi queried. And the scroll? Tianyan replied slowly. Heavenly fate is their rightful place. Since you possess the scroll of heavenly fate, within a certain range, they will sense you and come to seek you. As your cultivation grows, you too will gradually be able to sense them. Sense? Ling Yi's gaze flickered. Is it a form of summoning? Tianyan paused briefly before responding. One could say that. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled slightly as she continued. According to your earlier statement, the Heavenly Fate Scroll is the key. They can sense me because of this scroll. If someone else were to hold the Heavenly Fate Scroll, they too would be sensed. Is that the implication? 01, Tianyan's tone, usually gentle, turned exceedingly grave in that moment. Heavenly Fate possesses uniqueness. The reason I am bound to you is that you are the one chosen by fate. The bearer of heavenly fate can only be you. No one else. If you had not appeared, fate would not have made any choice. I do not believe it, Ling Yi replied casually. Hasn't fate chosen others before? 01, Tianyan asserted earnestly. Fate will not choose anyone other than you. Your words place a heavy burden on me, Ling Yi sighed, asking nonchalantly, may I inquire why? Faced with Ling Yi's nonchalant response, Tianyan found himself at a loss on how to convince her. And this question, I'm sorry, I cannot answer that. Then let me pose another question, Ling Yi remarked indifferently, fate will not choose anyone but me, meaning only I can mutually sense the mountain river mirror? Only you. Receiving this definitive answer from Tianyan, Ling Yi smiled. I see that it is only her indeed, yet Tianyan seemed unaware Ling Yi's thoughts whirled, and she suddenly said, Tianyan, after you vanished, I encountered a particularly formidable serpent. To deal with it, I sustained severe injuries, but fortunately someone intervened and stabilized my condition. Without waiting for Tianyan to respond, Ling Yi continued, it is quite serendipitous. That person shares a character from your name, Yan Yan. As in the continuation, Ling Yi restrained herself from revealing the truth directly. Tianyan's efforts to disguise were evident. He wished for her ignorance, and should she unveil it, his responses would yield no clues. Many share the same name. Having one character in common does not signify a connection. Tianyan felt that 01 knew something. Nevertheless, he deserves gratitude for his assistance. I too believe thanks are in order, Ling Yi sighed. Alas, he departed swiftly. However, he mentioned that fate would ensure we meet again. I feel that if we encountered each other in such a remarkable place, our bond cannot be weak, and we shall surely meet again, don't you think, Tianyan? What? He genuinely sensed that 01 was aware of something. Tianyan felt a pang of anxiety. If 01 knew, why not ask? Perhaps it was better not to inquire, for even if he did, he could provide no answers, so let it be. I do not know. Ling Yi chuckled softly. We shall surely meet again. When next we do, I will express my gratitude. All right. At this moment, Tianyan felt agreeable to anything, eager to conclude the topic. Very well, Ling Yi stated. You have answered all my inquiries. I am quite satisfied. No further compensation is needed. Tianyan understood. Noticing Tianyan's eagerness, Ling Yi suddenly felt a playful urge to tease him, but before she could voice it, she spotted Lin Chengtian approaching. Upon seeing Lin Chengtian, her thoughts dissipated, recalling Tianyan's responses. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyan fell silent. Lin Chengtian hurried forward. Teacher Mu and the others have arrived. Ling Yi replied. Let us go. All right, Lin Chengtian inquired. The dean is looking for you. What did he say? He asked if I would be willing to come to the Imperial Academy. Just that. Shouldn't there be other matters? I did not mean it that way, Lin Chengtian replied. I merely think that if it were only this, the dean need not have brought you here to inquire. It could have been addressed at the Elder Council as well. That is something you must ask the dean. I will not go. The two gradually walked away, their conversation fading into the distance. The news of the East Sun Mirror's destruction spread overnight across the four great empires. The other three empires had sent people to guard the East Sun Mirror alongside the East Sun Empire for the past 20 years. They were present when the mirror was destroyed and were aware of the situation. Though regretful, they could not place the blame on the East Sun Empire, with the East Sun Mirror gone. The significance of other rewards in the Imperial Tournament diminished considerably. However, to abandon the Imperial Tournament entirely would sever the connections among the empires, making it impossible to ascertain one another's strengths through the simplest means. Communication between empires is essential. Thus, the Imperial Tournament will still be held, yet they must negotiate new rewards before the tournament arrives next year. But these matters are for the Dean, Vice Dean, and teachers of the Imperial Academy to worry about. They do not concern the students. After receiving compensation from the East Sun Empire, the students set off for home, yet, as each empire departed, they left with two additional companions. The tale of the East Sun Mirror concluded. While the story of the Mountain River Mirror continues. On the back of the white feather bird, Teacher Mu gazed at Ling Yi, who was returning with them, and sighed. Ling Yi, if you wish to stay at the Imperial Academy, why return with us? Teacher Mu remarked. The journey back and forth takes a month. What a wonderful opportunity for cultivation. Chapter 64. You are indeed my sister, teacher. I have some matters to attend to, Ling Yi asserted. As for cultivation, I will not fall behind. With Ling Yi's assurance, Teacher Mu refrained from further comment. Half a month later, the white feather bird halted at the capital's academy. Teacher Mu observed as Ling Yi and the others dismounted from the bird. Ling Yi, since you have matters to attend to, go ahead. Just inform us when you leave. Ling Yi nodded. After Teacher Mu spoke, he turned to Yi Qingxuang and Lin Chengtian. You both have worked hard this time. I shall grant you 3 days off for proper rest. Yi Qingxuang immediately exclaimed. Teacher, you are the best. Let us not dwell on such matters. Teacher Mu waved his hand. Disperse now. All right. The three bid farewell to Teacher Mu and departed. Yi Qingxuang asked, Ling Yi, are you returning to the dormitory or heading somewhere else? Ling Yi glanced at Lin Chengtian before responding. I will not return to the dormitory. Very well. Yi Qingxuang's expression turned somewhat melancholic. I did not expect we would part so soon. Once you leave, I shall be all alone again. Ling Yi replied softly. Cultivate diligently, reach the standards of the Imperial Academy, and you will be able to attend. Yi Qingxuang nodded. Certainly, I will train hard and find you as soon as possible. Ling Yi affirmed, and upon reaching the fork in the road, she headed toward the academy's exit while Lin Chengtian followed, and Yi Qingshuang went toward the dormitory. Exiting the academy, Ling Yi turned to Lin Chengtian beside her. Where is he? Ling Yi. Lin Chengtian looked at her, his eyes betraying a hint of desperation. He no longer remembers. Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengtian in silence. Lin Chengtian continued, I am willing to exchange him. Ling Yi finally spoke. What are you afraid of? If I were resolute in killing him, he would have perished that day at the Lin residence. Lin Chengtian's eyes glimmered with a measure of hope. Ling Yi. You will not kill Chang Zhe? Not necessarily, Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. I may spare him, but should he recover his memory one day and seek vengeance, would I not have to kill him then? Ling Yi had presumed that Lin Chengtian would find this troubling, yet unexpectedly, he breathed a sigh of relief. He will understand. No one can guarantee that. Ling Yi replied flatly. Take me to see him. Very well, Lin Chengtian did not hesitate this time. The two rented 2 horses and set off toward the outskirts of the capital. As night fell, Lin Chengtian halted before a mountain. At the mountain's foot lay a village. But Lin Chengtian did not head toward it. Instead, he ascended the mountain. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a hillside, where, bathed in moonlight, they beheld a somewhat dilapidated thatched cottage. The half-open window let through a faint glimmer of light. And Ling Yi cast her gaze towards the courtyard, where she spotted a small child sitting at the door of the main house. The child was a diminutive figure, exquisitely delicate, with round, glistening eyes brimming with bright stars. At that moment, those eyes were filled with anticipation, gazing towards the entrance of the courtyard, as if waiting for someone. Lin Chengtian, hidden in the shadows, lowered his voice and spoke to Ling Yi. This is what Qingze looked like as a child. He once held the same kind of hope. Longing for his father's recognition and for his mother's affection, yet his father did not see him, and after his mother had Lin Yuzhu and Lin Zhuyu, she ceased to pay him any attention, and he became the least noticeable child in the household. From the moment he became aware, he accompanied his younger siblings in play, enduring their bullying, which they inflicted upon him. Emboldened by their mother's favoritism, this was the only way he could be seen by her. Qingze made mistakes, but he was not inherently bad. He simply cared too much for his mother and his siblings. Believing that only by doing so could his mother commend him for being a worthy older brother, and his siblings would genuinely call him second brother, that was his only means of feeling a semblance of existence. Ling Yi listened quietly, offering no response. Observing the small figure, she recalled Lin Chengze from her previous life, who had not been particularly close to her, yet ultimately sacrificed himself for her sake. Do you intend to leave him here indefinitely? Ling Yi inquired. Lin Chengtian replied, it is unavoidable. After that day with the Lin family, you returned to the academy. They could not reach you, so they sought to use me and Qingze as leverage against you. I had no choice but to take Qingze and flee the Lin residence, ending up here. The inhabitants of this place are those whom Qingze once rescued when she was young and ill. Her family, unwilling to treat her due to her being a girl, allowed her to survive but damaged her voice, rendering her mute. When her family intended to sell her, a young Qingze implored his wet nurse to purchase her with his own silver. The wet nurse, feeling for Qingze, complied. The mute girl was immensely grateful to Qingze and wished to follow him back to his home, but he was reluctant to take her. Lin Chengtian continued, a second young master who holds no significance in the eyes of his parents. Even the favored maidservants of his younger siblings would scorn him. If he were to bring the mute girl back, she would undoubtedly be bullied. Qingze understood this well, which is why he did not wish to take her home. However, since she was sold by her family and had nowhere else to go, it was ultimately the wet nurse who, wishing to spare Qingze further distress, pointed her to this place. In earlier years, while the wet nurse was still alive, the mute girl occasionally sent food she had grown to the wet nurse, who relayed this to Qingze. After the wet nurse passed, Qingze instructed the mute girl to cease sending things, which she did, yet she remained concerned for him, leading me to bring Qingze here after the incident. Although Qingze was over 3 years old when he saved the mute girl, he was still a child. Easily recognized, Lin Chengtian had initially intended to claim she was Qingze's child to deceive the mute girl. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Qingze, she immediately recognized him. Though she could not speak, her anxious expressions conveyed her worry. Was Qingze unwell? How was it possible that, after all these years, he had not only failed to grow but had actually shrunk? Lin Chengtian was at a loss for words, ultimately telling her the truth. Qingze was indeed gravely ill, and he needed to find a doctor for him, asking her to look after Qingze for a while. He also informed her that something had transpired within the Lin family, and there were individuals searching for Qingze, making it unsafe for him. Thus, he would leave Qingze here and instructed her to minimize contact with others until he returned. The mute girl promised to take good care of Qingze, and Lin Chengtian left behind provisions and some silver, sufficient for them to remain there for half a year without descending the mountain before departing. Before he left, Lin Chengtian assured Qingze that he would return for him as quickly as possible. At 3 years old, Qingze was already aware of his surroundings. Although he had lost his past memories, he still remembered those around him, recognizing Lin Chengtian as his elder brother. Thus, after Lin Chengtian's departure, Qingze eagerly awaited his brother's return. Bringing him here was due to circumstances beyond his control, and although that matter had since been resolved, it remained inconvenient for him to keep Qingze by his side. Lin Shengtian regarded Ling Yi. The entirety of the capital is aware of the Lin family's extensive connections. If I were to reclaim him, it would inevitably be discovered by others, and should it reach Qingze's ears, I would have no way to explain. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi comprehended Lin Shengtian's intentions to leave Qingze where he was. When do you plan to take him away? Ling Yi asked Lin Shengtian. When you fulfill the requirements of the Dongyang Empire and are prepared to journey there, I shall bring him along, he replied with a nod. And the Dongyang Empire is aware of the Lin family. And once there, Qingze will no longer need to hide. However, it remains uncertain when you will attain that level of cultivation, Lin Shengtian stated. It is unavoidable. I will take him away first, Ling Yi responded. This, Lin Shengtian struggled to find the right words. What is it? Ling Yi inquired, gazing at him. Are you afraid I will take him away and harm him? Not at all, Lin Shengtian replied. Ling Yi, I genuinely do not wish for Qingze to accompany you. But it is not out of fear that you would harm him. Since you have promised not to do so, I have no reason to doubt you. Then for what reason? Ling Yi inquired with a knowing smile. Lin Shengtian explained, Qingze is only 3 years old, he still requires care. Do you think I would personally attend to him? Ling Yi scoffed derisively. Lin Shengtian, are you out of your mind? Such matters can be entrusted to someone else. I do not have the time to waste. You need not worry about me mistreating him if I find someone to care for him. Ling Yi, you are not that kind of person. My reluctance to let him be with you is merely to avoid troubling you, since you say it is acceptable to find someone to take care of him. Lin Shengtian pondered for a moment. If Qingze is willing to go with you, let him do so. Very well, Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, not pursuing the matter further. After their discussion, Lin Shengtian stepped out from the shadows, deliberately making noise. Upon hearing the sound, Qingze, sitting outside the house, looked over and upon seeing Lin Shengtian, his eyes instantly lit up as he dashed towards him. Elder brother, Qingze exclaimed, halting in front of Lin Shengtian, clutching his robe and gazing up at him. Elder brother, are you here to take me away? Lin Shengtian crouched down, reaching out to ruffle Qingze's hair. Just as Ling Yi emerged, Qingze turned his gaze towards her and instinctively called out, sister. At this shocking address, Lin Shengtian froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be? Qingze's memories were clearly lost. He could not even recall Lin Shengtian, yet upon seeing Ling Yi, he exclaimed sister without hesitation. Ling Yi regarded Qingze with an impassive expression. And in the dim light, a fleeting glimmer of red flickered in her eyes as she looked at him. Why do you call me sister? Under the influence of the truth spell, Qingze, lacking the strength to resist, could only speak the truth. Soon, both Ling Yi and Lin Shengtian heard Qingze's reply, you are my sister. Chapter 65, Lin Xingzhe, I am older than you. Ling Yi's tone was indifferent. You, a little bundle. Call me sister. Qingze looked at her earnestly, but you are indeed my sister. Qingze could not articulate the reason, and under the truth spell, Ling Yi understood that he was not lying, yet, knowing this only left her at a loss. What was this? Intuition? If so, it was quite unhelpful. Lin Shengtian had not anticipated this outcome, but after some contemplation he accepted it. Although Qingze had shrunk, their relationship remained as such, there was no need for correction. Furthermore, it was rather nice that Qingze could call Ling Yi sister. Even if she did not respond, she would likely not hold it against the smaller Qingze. Qingze, do you like your sister? Ling Yi turned to Lin Shengtian. Clicking her tongue lightly, Qingze smiled. I do. I not only like my sister but also my elder brother. Then, are you willing to go with your sister? Lin Shengtian asked. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from the small child's face. His large dark eyes blinked rapidly as he looked between Lin Shengtian and Ling Yi, asking, elder brother, why must I go with my sister? Can we not stay together? Lin Shengtian explained, you will be together. But you and your sister will leave first. Once I finish my business, I will come to find you both. Qingze murmured, can't we stay here and wait for you to come with us? Lin Shengtian clarified, your sister must go to a farther place to study. I do not wish to delay her. So, are you willing to go with your sister? To conclude, he added, if you do not wish to leave just yet, that's fine too. However, it means you will have to remain here for a while longer, and once I am done, I will come to take you both to find your sister. Upon hearing that he would have to stay, Qingze quickly replied, I want to go with my sister. Lin Shengtian ruffled his hair. Very well, let us bid farewell to the mute girl. Okay, Qingze obediently replied. Lin Shengtian led Qingze to say goodbye to the mute girl while Ling Yi remained behind. Waiting for their return, the mute girl treated Qingze very well, and he adored her in return. However, as she could not speak and Qingze was still a child full of energy and longing for companionship, being on the mountain, unable to descend and without anyone to converse with left him feeling too lonely, which was why he wished to leave with his elder brother and sister. However, as the moment of departure approached, Lin Qingze found himself unwilling to leave. The mute servant gently patted Lin Qingze's head, casting a glance at Lin Shengtian and gesturing animatedly. The mute signs were swift, and though Lin Shengtian had not learned them, he comprehended their essence. After leaving some necessities and silver for the mute, Lin Shengtian took Lin Qingze away. The mute followed them outside, watching them depart. Descending from the mountain, Lin Shengtian and Ling Yi returned to the capital with Lin Qingze. Upon their return, no one mentioned the Lin family. Instead, they sought refuge in an inn in the capital. That very evening, Ling Yi contacted the director of the Dongyang Empire, who immediately dispatched someone to Lingyang Kingdom upon receiving the message. After reaching out to the director, Ling Yi washed up and retired for the night. Upon awakening, Ling Yi instructed Lin Chengtian to accompany Lin Chengzi while he himself headed to the academy to discuss his impending departure with Teacher Mu. Although Teacher Mu was reluctant to see him go, he understood that Ling Yi needed to leave in order to pursue greater heights. After conversing with Teacher Mu, as Ling Yi prepared to depart, Yi Qingshuang hurried after him, calling out, "Ling Yi." Ling Yi paused and turned back. Yi Qingshuang approached, saying, "When you go to the Imperial Academy, make sure not to forget me. I will come find you as soon as I can." Ling Yi nodded. "Is there anything else?" Yi Qingshuang looked at him and shook her head. "Nothing, goodbye." Ling Yi replied, "If you have something to say, feel free to tell me directly." Yi Qingshuang smiled. "Really, there is nothing." "Alright." Ling Yi said no more and turned to leave. Though it was evident that Yi Qingshuang had something on her mind, she was unwilling to share. After all, one cannot force another to speak. Ling Yi reined in his thoughts and departed swiftly. Yi Qingshuang stood still, watching Ling Yi's retreating figure, her eyes filled with myriad emotions. Lingyang Kingdom had not perished, it had found a new destiny. But what of Ling Yi? After leaving the academy, Ling Yi returned to the inn. Lin Chengtian and Lin Chengzi were absent, so Ling Yi did not seek them out, choosing instead to meditate in his room. The 3-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Chengtian had to return to the academy, he entrusted Lin Chengzi to Ling Yi. Before departing, Lin Chengtian handed Ling Yi a money card. Assuring him to use it freely, Ling Yi accepted it, and after exchanging a few more words, Lin Chengtian reluctantly left. Returning to the academy for classes, Ling Yi and Lin Chengzi remained at the inn. 5 days later, the emissaries from the Dongyang Empire arrived at the city gates. Upon receiving the news, Ling Yi took Lin Chengzi outside the city. As they exited the city gates, Ling Yi spotted a colossal bird soaring overhead. Wow! Lin Chengzi, who had been following closely, exclaimed, "Sister, that bird is enormous." Ling Yi did not respond. Instead, with a swift motion, she lifted Lin Chengzi into the air. Sister, Lin Chengzi cried out, wrapping his arms tightly around her. With a light push from her toes, Ling Yi flew onto the back of the great bird. Once settled, she prepared to set Lin Chengzi down but was taken aback by a familiar face. "Director." Ling Yi gazed at the elderly man on the bird's back, astonished. The director chuckled at her surprise, saying, "I've been in the academy for quite some time and rarely venture out. This time, I had no particular business, so I thought I'd accompany you for a look." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's astonishment faded, and she gently placed Lin Chengzi down. "Who is this?" the director inquired. A hint of confusion in his voice. A little burdened, Ling Yi replied expressionlessly. Lin Chengzi looked up at her. "Sister." The director observed the interaction between them. Perplexed, "Ling Yi, do you intend to take this child to the empire with you?" he asked. Ling Yi responded, "I will arrange for someone to care for him once we arrive." "Sister, can't I go with you?" Lin Chengzi pleaded, his eyes wide with anticipation. Before Ling Yi could answer, the director kindly interjected, "Little one, Ling Yi is going to the academy to cultivate. She cannot take you along." Lin Chengzi glanced at the director, then turned to Ling Yi, asking once more, "Sister, can you really not bring me with you?" "I don't want to be alone." Ling Yi knelt to meet his gaze. "You wish to accompany me?" He nodded affirmatively. "That is not possible." Ling Yi coldly rejected. Tears welled in Lin Chengzi's eyes. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, preparing to say something, but the director spoke before she could. "Ling Yi, how about letting him stay with me?" Ling Yi's eyes widened in surprise. The director continued, "My courtyard is serene and mostly devoid of visitors save for the teachers. Having a child around would bring some liveliness, and it would be more convenient for you to visit him at the academy." Ling Yi, contemplating the director's words, was about to respond when he added, "Do not feel troubled, you are exceptionally talented, and we want you at the Imperial Academy to hone your skills. If you have matters to attend to, it is only right to resolve them. Moreover, this arrangement is merely providing the child with a place to stay, it is not burdensome." Ling Yi considered his words. There has been no precedent for such an arrangement at the Imperial Academy. "If this sets a precedent, then let them witness just how remarkable you are." The director replied, "Exceptional individuals are occasionally granted certain exceptions, it is of no consequence." Ling Yi then turned to Lin Chengzi. "You are quite fortunate." The implication was clear. She had acquiesced. Lin Chengzi blinked, his tear-filled eyes gleaming. "Sister, I will be very well behaved." Ling Yi said no more, instead addressing the director. "Thank you, director. It is of no great concern." The director replied, observing Ling Yi with curiosity. "Why does this child call you sister, when he is older than you?" Ling Yi hesitated. "That is a question. He is a bit foolish. He only knows to call me sister." The director raised an eyebrow at her response. "He seems quite charming, especially those round, sparkling eyes of his. How adorable." Not foolish at all, however. The director did not linger on this matter and instead asked, "What is this child's name?" Ling Yi cast her gaze upon Lin Chengzi. Though they were departing for the Dongyang Empire, far from Lingyang Kingdom, they could still encounter familiar faces. Lin Chengzi's name would be easily uncovered in Lingyang Kingdom. A simple change of character would suffice. Should anyone suspect, they need only deny it. This was Lin Qingtian's idea, suggesting that Ling Yi think of a name for Lin Qingzi. Ling Yi had been disinclined to engage, urging Lin Qingtian to come up with one himself, but he had failed to do so before his departure, and now, with the director inquiring and Lin Qingtian absent, it fell to Ling Yi to respond. Lin Qingji, she stated flatly. Double with Lin, new vitality. Zhe having spoken, she lowered her gaze to the small figure beside her. This marked a new beginning. Chapter 66. They will come to you, sister. Lin Qingzi looked at Ling Yi, confusion flickering in his eyes. This was your elder brother's wish, Ling Yi replied. Oh, Lin Qingzi acknowledged, refraining from further questions. Although he did not understand why his name had changed, he was willing to heed his brother's wishes, especially since the new name was quite similar to his old one, which he liked. Xinjia, the director remarked with a smile. It is a fine name. Lin Xingjia's eyes sparkled with joy. 7 days later, the great bird arrived at the Imperial Academy, and the director accompanied Ling Yi to complete the enrollment procedures. Their first stop was the spirit testing hall to assess spirit root attributes and cultivation level. Water and fire dual attribute spirit root, 9th level spirit master cultivation, the director announced with a grin upon seeing the results. You left for the grand competition as an 8th level spirit master, and you've ascended so quickly. One must not be negligent concerning cultivation matters, Ling Yi responded. The director was even more pleased. Ling Yi turned to the director. Director, I would like Lin Xingji to be tested as well. The director nodded. Let us proceed with the test. At 3 years of age, it was indeed the appropriate time for testing spirit roots. They had spirit testing stones available, making it unnecessary to seek out other locations. After the director's consent, Ling Yi picked Lin Xingji up with one arm, instructing him, place your hand on the stone. Lin Xingji obediently placed his hand on it. Soon, a crystal representing the fire attribute illuminated. Fire attribute spirit root, the spirit testing recorder noted. No cultivation level detected. Thank you. Ling Yi expressed her gratitude to the spirit testing recorder before leading Lin Xingji and the director out of the spirit testing hall. As they walked, the director remarked, Ling Yi, your cultivation level is recorded as a 9th level spirit master, but I would like to assign you to the Spirit General Academy. What do you think? Ling Yi replied. Would that not be inappropriate? If it were anyone else, it would indeed be improper for a 9th level spirit master to enter the Spirit General Academy. However, you are not just anyone, the director insisted. You triumphed in the grand competition, your strength is well known, moreover, your rate of advancement is rapid. Even if we do not assign you to the Spirit General Academy now, you will ascend there sooner or later. It would be better to place you there directly. Ling Yi considered the director's words and replied, Director, you may arrange it as you see fit. I have no objections. Very well, the director affirmed. Leading Ling Yi toward the Spirit General Academy, the Spirit General Academy was divided into 5 levels. The first level courtyard housed students of 1st and 2nd level Spirit Generals, while the 2nd level courtyard contained students of 3rd and 4th level Spirit Generals. The 3rd level courtyard was for 5th and 6th level Spirit Generals, the 4th level courtyard for 7th and 8th level, and the 5th level courtyard was designated for 9th and 10th level, the director explained, although there are 5 levels established. There are currently no students in the 5th level courtyard. Ling Yi inquired, in all these years, has no one reached the 5th level? Some have. The director sighed. As one advances, progressing becomes increasingly difficult. Those who make it to the 5th level courtyard are generally older. By this time, few wish to remain at the academy for further studies. Many seek to explore the world in search of opportunities for advancement, and those who have long stagnated often abandon their original aspirations, seeking gain in other areas through their cultivation, ultimately losing their way. Ling Yi remarked, with higher cultivation comes longer life. Why worry about age? The director, the head of the Lingyang Kingdom Academy, was a 2nd level spirit general of 100 years. According to the Imperial Academy's standards, those who could enter the 5th level courtyard were spirit generals of 9th level or higher. Their lifespans would exceed that of the Lingyang Kingdom Academy's director. Age should not be an excuse. Their unwillingness to continue cultivating stemmed not only from obstacles in advancement but also from their own desires, power, wealth, and the adoration of others. The dean was acutely aware of the underlying truths, though he refrained from voicing them directly. Similarly, Ling Yi understood this as well. Ultimately, they were all choices made by individuals. With a sigh, the dean remarked, they can cultivate outside as well. The resources provided by the noble families often surpass those of the academy. Indeed, the resources offered by the noble families were exceptional, but they were not given freely. However, this was something they should have comprehended when making their choices. It was merely a matter of personal decision. Ling Yi, I intend to assign you to the 2nd level, 1st Academy, the dean announced. I am the 2nd level, 1st Academy, the majority are 3rd level spiritual generals, with only a handful being 4th level, considering your rate of advancement. Placing you in the 1st Academy would necessitate a reassignment within 2 months. Thus, the 2nd Academy is the most suitable option. Ling Yi replied, Dean, I have no objections. Please proceed with your arrangements. Very well. The dean responded, and then led Ling Yi to the second level, First Academy. The fact that the dean personally accompanied her underscored the value he placed on Ling Yi. The instructor in charge of the second academy dared not be negligent and swiftly organized everything for Ling Yi. Once the arrangements were complete, Ling Yi received her academy attire, spirit stones, and meal card before departing. Accompanying her was the teacher responsible for the dormitory. The Imperial Academy's dormitory consisted of 4 students per room. And since Ling Yi arrived late, the other 3 rooms were already occupied, leaving only the final one available. Typically, this last room was the least desirable, not due to poor furnishings, but because of its inferior location adjacent to other rooms. However, Ling Yi paid it no mind. After confirming her dormitory assignment, she led Lin Xinjie to the courtyard where the dean resided. As they left, Lin Xinjie kept glancing around, intending to memorize the path so he could find his sister whenever he missed her. Upon reaching the dean's courtyard, the dean, considering that Lin Xinjie was only 3 years old, arranged for him to have a room next door. This way, if any issues arose, he would be able to notice them immediately. Xinjie, you will stay here and live with Grandpa Dongfang from now on, is that alright? The dean inquired gently, looking at Lin Xinjie. The little boy nodded obediently, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa Dongfang." He understood that without Grandpa Dongfang, he would be further away from his sister. Such a good boy, the dean said, ruffling Lin Xinjie's hair before turning his attention back to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, with Xinjie staying here, he will be safe. If you miss him, feel free to come and visit. Ling Yi initially intended to refuse, but upon meeting Lin Xinjie's eager gaze, she found herself unable to voice her objections. Instead, she simply nodded. The dean added, "You will start classes tomorrow, so return early today to rest." "Understood," Ling Yi replied, casting a glance at Lin Xinjie before heading outside. Lin Xinjie immediately trotted after her, saying, "Sister, I'll see you off." Ling Yi coldly rejected him. "There's no need," returned Lin Xinjie, undeterred, insisted on escorting her out of the courtyard. "Sister," he cautiously asked once outside, "will you come to see me?" Despite his young age, Lin Xinjie could sense the emotions of those around him. His elder brother was very fond of him, and Grandpa Dongfang was kind as well, but his sister did not seem to like him, yet he wished to have a good relationship with her. Ling Yi turned back to see Lin Xinjie's cautious yet hopeful expression. Looking at him, she replied indifferently, "If I have time, I will come." Though her response was vague, it elicited an immediate smile from Lin Xinjie. "Sister, I will wait for you." Ling Yi acknowledged, preparing to leave, but before she departed, she added, "If anything happens, you can talk to the dean." Lin Xinjie nodded. "I understand. Goodbye, sister." Ling Yi said nothing further and quickly walked away. Lin Xinjie stood in place until he could no longer see her figure before turning back to the courtyard. The following day, Ling Yi had breakfast in the dining hall before heading to the second level. First Academy. Many students had already arrived, and upon seeing Ling Yi enter, their faces registered surprise. The previous day, the dean had brought Ling Yi directly to meet the head instructor of the second academy, bypassing the common areas, which left the students unaware of her arrival. Isn't that the student who triumphed in the Imperial Great Competition? Her name is Ling Yi from Lingyang Nation. I heard our academy's teachers were keen on enrolling her, but I didn't expect her to actually come. But even if she has come, isn't she an 8th level spiritual master? One student remarked. Shouldn't she be in the Spiritual Master Academy instead of here with us? I have no idea, another student chimed in. Perhaps it was the teacher's decision. If that's the case, does that mean she's taking advantage of connections? A disgruntled student interjected. She clearly hasn't reached the level of a spiritual general. Yet she's here. That is true, but we have all witnessed her strength. Her ability to defeat Bei Qianing speaks volumes. She doesn't truly qualify as having taken the easy path. How can it not be considered? The rules state that only those at 3rd level can be in our academy. A student countering the notion that Ling Yi had not taken advantage of her connections fell silent. If you're that unhappy, why not take it up with the teacher? Go confront Ling Yi directly. I'm merely stating facts. What is the need to argue with me? With this statement, the discontent in the academy began to diminish. Regardless, Ling Yi's ability to defeat Bei Qianing indicated her formidable strength. Facing her, they might not fare well. Moreover, even if they were dissatisfied, they were unwilling to be the ones to voice their objections. Preferring to observe quietly once the atmosphere settled, other students began to arrive in succession. With Ling Yi's addition, the second level, First Academy now boasted a total of 41 students. 30 were 3rd level spiritual generals, 10 were 4th level, and 1 was a 9th level spiritual master. The seats in the front of the classroom were designated for the 4th level students, with the 3rd level students behind them. With Ling Yi's current level, she could only take a seat at the very back. Ling Yi settled into a spot by the window, quietly listening to the discussions around her. The Shanhua mirror has shattered into 4 pieces, and we have only managed to locate 1. Can anyone provide clues regarding the other 3? Ling Yi was quite eager to gather the remaining pieces of the Shanhua mirror, as reassembling it would unlock the Devour ability, significantly accelerating her cultivation speed. As for the locations of the other 3 pieces, the system is also unaware. You will have to rely on your own efforts, Tianyan replied. You truly don't know? Ling Yi said slowly. How could I possibly believe that? It is the truth, Tianyan clarified. I can provide the first piece because that is where the mirror spirit resides. The other three do not contain the mirror spirit and are faintly present, making them difficult to detect. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi sighed. This meant that locating them quickly would be impossible. However, the mirror spirits have now been found. They will gradually make their appearances and will come to you once they do. There is no need to rush. Use this time to cultivate diligently at the higher your level, the greater the power you can wield. Chapter 67. So hello, alright, Ling Yi responded. At that moment, the instructor responsible for teaching entered the room. Cutting off her connection with Tianyan as class was about to begin. The Imperial Academy held 2 mandatory classes every morning. The first class, known as the diverse class, was scheduled from 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. lasting for 1 hour. This class was termed diverse because its content varied daily. Today it covered the theory of formations, while tomorrow might involve identifying herbs, and the day after could focus on knowledge of beast companions. The second class was the body refinement class, running from 8 to 11 o'clock a.m. for 3 hours. This course was unrelated to spiritual root attributes, and all students were required to attend. After the body refinement class, the morning's lessons concluded, and afternoon classes commenced at 1:00 p.m., with a 2-hour break for students to rest, wash up, and have a meal. In the afternoon, there was only one class that lasted from 1 to 5 o'clock p.m., all designated for cultivation. During this time, students with different spiritual root attributes followed various teachers for their lessons. Students with multiple attributes were assigned to different cultivation sessions. For instance, those with both water and fire attributes would practice in the Fire Academy one day and in the Water Academy the next. Typically, students with multiple attributes cultivated at a slower pace than those with single attributes, yet they had more options available, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. After the 5 o'clock p.m. class, students had dinner and rest time until 7:00 p.m. When evening classes began, evening classes were elective. Students with multiple attributes who wished to pursue paths such as alchemy or artifact forging could choose corresponding classes. Students with single attributes could not attend these classes and could opt for cultivation classes instead. Each evening class lasted from 7 to 9 o'clock p.m. and from 9:30 to 11:30 p.m. After the 11:30 p.m. class, all students were required to return to their dormitories within half an hour, specifically before midnight. Once back, they could choose to sleep or not, but they were not permitted to linger within the academy beyond that time. On this day, the first diverse class focused on knowledge of medicinal herbs. After the teacher concluded her lecture, she informed the students that she would randomly question them about the material during the next class, and those who could not recall the content would face consequences. The students all assured her that they would remember. After the first class, everyone began to rise, preparing to head to the Body Refinement Academy. As Ling Yi was about to leave, Dongfang Jibai approached her. Ling Yi glanced at him, her tone cool. Is there something you need? Dongfang Jibai, having interacted with Ling Yi before, understood her aloof nature was not directed at anyone in particular. I arrived a bit late this morning and didn't have the chance to greet you, he explained. Before Ling Yi could respond, Dongfang Jibai continued, since it's your first day of class and you haven't been to the Body Refinement Academy yet, would you like to join me? Although Ling Yi had indeed not been there before, with so many students around, she felt it sufficient to follow along. No need, she replied, proceeding to leave. Seeing Ling Yi walk away without further ado, Dongfang Jibai did not take offense. Rather, he followed her outside. Dongfang Yi got up to follow his older brother, saying, "Second brother, why must you be so?" Dongfang Jibai shot him an indifferent glance, prompting Dongfang Yi to immediately fall silent. Dongfang Jibai turned his gaze back to him. Do not harbor resentment towards her simply because you lost to her in the great competition. Dongfang Yi turned his head away, choosing to remain silent. As dawn broke, Dongfang Jibai chose not to linger on words and proceeded to the Body Refinement Institute. Upon arrival, all the students were required to change into their training uniforms. Ling Yi, having only received the academy's attire the previous day, lacked a training outfit and was on the verge of seeking out her instructor when the teacher arrived ahead of her. Ling Yi, here is your training uniform. A female instructor approached, handing over the garments. Ling Yi accepted them with a grateful, thank you. The teacher replied, the uniforms are all clean. Go change swiftly as class will commence shortly. Understood, Ling Yi responded, and then made her way to the women's changing room to prepare. Once she emerged from the changing room clad in her training attire, the female instructor was observing the students as they warmed up. Ling Yi stepped aside to begin her own warm-up. As class time approached, all the students gathered, and another instructor arrived, marking the official start of the Body Refinement class. After 3 arduous hours, the students lay exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat. The instructor surveyed them and remarked, "You all seem quite feeble. Would you like me to provide some elixirs to assist you?" One student, breathless, replied, "That would be great." Before the instructor could respond, another student interjected, "Teacher, why is the intensity increasing day by day?" "We need time to adjust," the instructor retorted coldly. "If I were to grant you time to acclimate, your opponents will not hesitate to strike with force that your bodies are unprepared to endure." While the others struggled to recover, they glanced at Ling Yi. Look at Ling Yi. It's her first time training, yet she doesn't appear to be affected like the rest of you, the instructor noted. At this, all eyes turned to Ling Yi. After the 3 hours of training, aside from the sheen of sweat on her face, she seemed no different from when she had arrived. The instructor beckoned her over. Come here. Ling Yi approached the teacher inquired, you seem stronger than the others. After training, you appear unscathed. Can you still fight? Ling Yi responded, I can, but there's no need. Why is that? The teacher pressed. Ling Yi swept her gaze over her classmates. They are all struggling. Who do you want me to spar with? Teacher, me, the instructor replied. Ling Yi countered, if I win, will I still need to attend class? This question left the teacher momentarily speechless. Ling Yi's words were not born of disrespect for the curriculum but reflected the reality of the situation. Although her body was not as it once was, it had achieved a strength level of 0.5, combined with her practical experience, making the instructor no match for her. If she emerged victorious, it would be awkward for both her and the teacher if she continued to attend classes. Forget it, Ling Yi has already exerted herself sufficiently today, Dongfang Jibai interjected. Unlike the others, Dongfang Jibai had witnessed the formidable prowess of the three-headed python and believed Ling Yi could indeed defeat the instructor. However, as she had stated, while she could fight, there was no necessity to do so. She was here as a student, not to overshadow her teachers. Very well, the instructor conceded. Hearing this, Dongfang Jibai exhaled in relief. Though his ease was short-lived as he listened to the body refinement teacher's words, the instructor turned to Ling Yi. You seem quite fatigued from class today. It would be unfair to spar with you. How about we engage in a friendly match tomorrow? Alright, Ling Yi agreed. Dongfang Jibai raised his hand to his forehead, realizing that after tomorrow, Ling Yi might no longer need to attend body refinement classes. That's enough for today, class is dismissed, the instructor announced, then turned to Ling Yi. Remember, you cannot take a leave of absence. Should you not attend, I will send someone to find you. I will definitely be here. Ling Yi assured. Then that's settled, the teacher replied, finally allowing the students to leave. After the training, all the students were drenched in sweat and chose not to change back into their academy uniforms but returned to the dormitory in their training attire. On the way back, Ling Yi learned that 3 others were also residing in the same dormitory. The trio hesitated, unsure how to approach her. As she appeared aloof and unapproachable, they decided against forcing a conversation, opting instead to remain undisturbed. Once back in the dormitory and after bathing, Ling Yi headed to the cafeteria. After finishing her meal, she noted it was only noon, with an hour remaining before afternoon classes. Initially intending to return and rest, she ultimately decided against it. In the courtyard of the academy, Lin Xinjia finished dining with the headmaster and began practicing stances in the small yard. Elder Dongfang had mentioned that he possessed spiritual roots and could cultivate. But before drawing spiritual energy into his body, it was essential to establish a solid physical foundation to better endure the influx of energy. Despite breaking a sweat quickly, Lin Xinjia continued without pause. Motivated by Elder Dongfang's words to train diligently to protect himself and those he cared for, his elder brother and younger sister, however, his small frame soon faltered, and he found himself sitting on the ground. A light laugh echoed as Ling Yi, arms crossed and leaning against the door, observed him with a smile. Having watched him for an unknown duration, sister, Lin Xinjia exclaimed joyfully, attempting to rise with his hands on the ground. But his legs had grown too weak to support him. Just as he began to lift himself, he collapsed back down. Seeing this, Ling Yi entered the courtyard, lifted him from the ground, and placed him on a nearby stone bench. Useless, she commented. Lin Xinjia, drenched in sweat and flushed, took no offense at her remark. Instead, he felt elated. Sister, you came to see me. He had anticipated a long wait for her visit, but her presence was a delightful surprise. Sister, I will work hard to cultivate, he declared. Ling Yi did not respond and asked, where is the headmaster? In the study, he replied. Ling Yi said nothing further, effortlessly carrying him to Lin Xinjia's room, where she filled a bath barrel with ample water, heated it, and unceremoniously tossed him in. After stripping him of his clothes, Lin Xinjia giggled and began splashing in the water. Ling Yi, not allowing him much time, swiftly cleaned him and lifted him out, using her spiritual energy to dry his hair and body before dressing him again. The once flushed and sweaty little boy was now clean and presentable. Stand aside, Ling Yi instructed, having tidied him up, and began to drain the water from the bath barrel. Just as she finished cleaning up, the headmaster arrived, and upon seeing Ling Yi, he was not surprised. With a smile, he inquired, how did class go today? It was alright, Ling Yi replied. The headmaster recognized that her alright hinted at a lack of satisfaction, but given her unique circumstances, he accepted it. After a brief conversation, Ling Yi took her leave. Having departed from the headmaster's quarters, it was still before class time, and Ling Yi, not wishing to return to the dormitory, decided to explore until it was nearly time to head to the second-tier academy. In the afternoon cultivation class, Ling Yi, possessing both water and fire attributes, was assigned to the fire academy for her training session alongside students with fire attributes. This training lasted 4 hours, and as she made her way back, she passed by a nearby courtyard when someone stumbled toward her. Chapter 68, A Life and Death Battle. Ling Yi sidestepped seamlessly, causing the individual to crash to the ground. Laughter erupted from a group exiting the courtyard. Su Zijie, just look at how poor your social standing is, the leader of the group remarked. No one is willing to help you up. Su Zijie hung his head, remaining silent. In that moment, he understood that any attempt to retaliate would only lead to further humiliation. Hey, you, the leader called, directing his gaze toward Ling Yi. Initially intending to question why she hadn't helped, he noticed she had already distanced herself from their spectacle. Feeling a twinge of irritation, he glanced at his companions, who immediately rushed toward Ling Yi. Hey, one of them confronted her, blocking her path with an arrogant tone. Our boss called for you, didn't you hear? Ling Yi regarded the individual with a cold, indifferent expression. If he calls me, must I heed his summons? He is your boss, not mine. Having said this, she attempted to walk past him. The person, affronted by her disregard, reached out to grab her, noticing the approaching hand. Annoyance flickered in Ling Yi's eyes. She seized the outstretched hand, twisting it sharply, resulting in a painful crack that elicited a scream from the assailant. The group waiting outside gasped in shock before converging on her. What are you doing? The leader glared at Ling Yi, his initial irritation morphing into fury. Do you know who I am for injuring my person? Ling Yi released her grip, fixing him with a cold, piercing gaze. Who you are is of no concern to me, the leader, incensed by her blatant disrespect, prepared to retaliate. However, just as he began to summon his spiritual energy, the instructor responsible for overseeing their training approached. What is going on here? The teacher asked, displeased as he regarded the leader. Dongfangyu, what do you mean by surrounding my student? Dongfangyu, undeterred by the presence of the second-tier academy instructor, retorted, your student harmed my person and speaks with such arrogance. What is wrong with me teaching her a lesson? Your person. The instructor glanced at the student nursing their injury, his voice icy. Let us not even discuss why my student harmed yours. Is it truly honorable for a third-tier student to be harmed by a second-tier student? As a student of the third tier, do you not feel ashamed to lead such a group? The instructor's voice turned sharp as he questioned, are you looking to engage in a group brawl? The words hung heavy in the air, causing the faces of the third-tier students to shift uncomfortably. Indeed, the highest cultivation of those from the secondary academy barely reaches the 4th level of Spirit General, while those from the tertiary academy start at a minimum of the 5th level. The IT is perplexing how Zhou Shan could have been injured by someone from the secondary academy, teacher, regardless of whether it is the secondary or tertiary academy. Those who harm others must be held accountable. Dongfangyu pointed at Ling Yi. Teacher Bai, do you intend to shield her? Teacher Bai ignored Dongfangyu and turned to Ling Yi. Do not be afraid. Tell me the truth, and with me here, they shall not harm you. Ling Yi felt no fear. Had the teacher not arrived, she would have confronted Dongfangyu as well, but now that the teacher was present, Ling Yi recounted the incident to the teacher. Upon hearing, Teacher Bai looked at Dongfangyu. Why are you calling upon secondary academy students to deal with your own affairs? Dongfangyu's group bullied Su Zijie, and Ling Yi merely avoided the situation, having no involvement whatsoever. Dongfangyu was simply displeased, yet this argument held no weight, which he could not openly express. She could have helped Su Zijie when he fell, yet she chose to walk away. Who would have thought she would be so arrogant? Zhou Shan's intention to stop her was merely to reason with her, yet she chose to retaliate. If it were not for Zhou Shan's unpreparedness. Do you truly believe someone from the secondary academy could injure one of us from the tertiary academy? Teacher Bai did not engage further with his words, merely stating, does Su Zijie's fall have any connection to Ling Yi? Dongfangyu replied with displeasure. Teacher Bai, you are being overly protective. It is a fact that she acted first. Even if Ling Yi had struck first, it was your people who provoked the incident. Teacher Bai regarded Dongfangyu. Do you need me to remind you of your group's reputation within the tertiary academy? At this remark, Dongfangyu's expression darkened further, yet he had no time to retort before Teacher Bai continued, you are correct. Under normal circumstances, students from the secondary academy are indeed no match for those from the tertiary academy. However, Ling Yi is no ordinary student from the secondary academy. Teacher Bai elaborated. Ling Yi was the first-place winner in the Imperial Grand Competition a month ago. Personally recruited by the dean, when the competition began, her cultivation was assessed at the 7th level of Spirit Master, and now, just a month later, her cultivation has already risen to the 9th level. Given her extraordinary talent and rapid advancement, it will not be long before she is transferred to the Spirit Master Academy. Therefore, based on her performance in defeating Bai Qianning in the grand competition, she was placed in the secondary first academy. Teacher Bai concluded, looking at Dongfangyu. Ling Yi's victory over Bai Qianning demonstrates her strength exceeds that of Bai Qianning. Do you truly believe Ling Yi is significantly inferior to you? Upon hearing Teacher Bai's words, Dongfangyu's expression turned ominous. The disdain he felt towards Ling Yi transformed into something more sinister. He had never been spoken of in such a manner by a teacher. Dongfangyu sneered, first place in the Imperial Grand Competition, no wonder she is so arrogant and indifferent to others. Teacher Bai's expression darkened further at this comment. Dongfangyu, I do not care what your standing is within the tertiary academy. The fact that your teachers do not restrain you does not mean we from the secondary academy will allow you to bully our students. This matter ends here. If you are dissatisfied, You may bring your teacher to discuss it with me. After saying this, teacher Bai turned to Ling Yi. You may return to rest now, and remember to attend class tonight. Understood, Ling Yi replied. Casting a brief glance at Dongfang Yu, a fleeting crimson glow passing through her eyes. As Dongfang Yu watched Ling Yi prepare to leave, he suddenly spoke, a student from a small nation. Assessed with a cultivation of only 7th level Spirit Master, even if she tested as an 8th level Spirit Master during her battle with Bai Qianning, she is still vastly inferior to a 4th level Spirit General. It is evident that those behind her have invested considerable effort to ensure her rightful entry into the Imperial Academy. With this statement, the faces of the Tertiary Academy students paled slightly. And Teacher Bai's gaze toward Dongfang Yu turned icy. Ling Yi halted, looking at Dongfang Yu. As Teacher Bai has stated, I was personally recruited by the Dean. Are you implying that the Dean manipulated the Imperial Grand Competition to ensure my entry into the Imperial Academy? At this moment, Dongfang Yu felt a surge of panic. The words he had just uttered were merely his thoughts, and he was bewildered as to why they had escaped his lips. Hearing Ling Yi's question, he wished to clarify that was not his intent, but as he opened his mouth the words came out. If that were not the case, how could a mere 8th level Spirit Master defeat Bai Qianning? What benefits do you think the Dean promised to the Bai Ming Empire? Dongfang Yu, Teacher Bai scolded. Do not speak nonsense. The students from the Tertiary Academy, now disregarding Zhou Shan, rushed to pull Dongfang Yu back. Boss, stop talking. Why should I not speak? Dongfang Yu retorted, yet he felt as though he had lost control over both his mind and body, unable to stop himself. Do you not find it strange? An 8th level Spirit Master claiming first in the Imperial Grand Competition. It is laughable. Ling Yi gazed at Dongfang Yu with a bemused smile. So, in your eyes, my first place was obtained through such means? It was always that way. TSK, Ling Yi replied. You wrong me. I wish not to say anything, but to wrong the Dean is excessive. To prove that my first place was earned through my own strength. Are you willing to compete with me? You are a student from the Tertiary Academy, and your cultivation is higher than Bai Qianning's. If I were to defeat you, you, and those beside you would surely believe me. Right? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu hesitated. This hesitation made him realize he could not answer recklessly. He immediately clarified, those words were not mine. The others, hearing this, were at a loss for words. Those statements had indeed come from Dongfang Yu's mouth, and they could not restrain him. He had spoken so fluently, yet now that Ling Yi proposed a competition, he claimed he did not say those things. If it was not him, then who said it? Ling Yi smiled. I understand. Since you are afraid, let us forego the competition. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu did not even offer an explanation, coldly retorting, am I afraid? What is your cultivation compared to mine? Why would I fear you? The fact that he had unwittingly disclosed his true feelings filled Dongfang Yu with irritation. With so many listeners, news of this would undoubtedly spread even if the teachers from the Tertiary Academy shielded him. The Dean would certainly impose punishment. Ling Yi had humiliated him so thoroughly, and he still dared to suggest a competition. Dongfang Yu sneered inwardly, thinking she was seeking her own demise, and he would oblige. Let us compete. Very well, Ling Yi replied with a smile. Upon hearing Dongfang Yu's agreement, Dongfang Yu, observing Ling Yi's cheerful demeanor, found it irritating. Just don't cry for help when you cannot handle it. With that, he cast a pointed glance at Teacher Bai. Ling Yi countered, if you are concerned about such a scenario, why not make it a life and death battle, with no holds barred, after signing the contract? No one shall intervene. How does that sound? Dongfang Yu, initially intending to teach Ling Yi a lesson, was apprehensive about the teacher intervening. Now that Ling Yi herself proposed a life and death battle, he had no lingering fears. Very well, Dongfang Yu chuckled. You all heard it. She seeks her own demise, not me forcing her. Teacher Bai looked at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, do not act recklessly. Ling Yi replied. Teacher Bai, I am not being reckless. I am serious, Teacher Bai stated. I do not agree, Dongfang Yu interjected. Teacher Bai, a life and death battle is voluntary among students. Even as a teacher, you cannot obstruct it. Chapter 69. The Light of Dawn. Teacher Bai realized that Dongfang Yu intended to take this opportunity to deal with Ling Yi. Yet he could neither dissuade Ling Yi nor restrain Dongfang Yu. Since she had agreed, they would proceed. Very well, Dongfang Yu acknowledged, leading a group towards the life and death arena. As they made their way, news spread, and more people followed. Upon arrival, Ling Yi and Dongfang Yu ascended the life and death platform and signed the contract. Once the two signed the life and death contract, it took effect, enhancing their strengths by 10% and enveloping the arena in a barrier that would not dissipate until one party was dead. After the barrier formed, Dongfang Jian rushed over upon receiving the news, glancing at Ling Yi through the barrier before turning to Dongfang Yu, unable to restrain himself from cursing, Fool! I in the Dongyang Empire. The Dongfang surname is royal, and anyone bearing this surname is either part of the royal family or a royal relative. Dongfang Yu, being older than Dongfang Jian, is considered his elder brother. Thus, despite disapproving of his cousin's actions, Dongfang Jian had never openly scolded him. However, now in front of other students, the usually gentle Dongfang Jian had directly insulted him. The other students were astonished. Dongfang Jian reprimanded his cousin for Ling Yi. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The students thought this because they could think of no other reason, as Ling Yi had just enrolled, and it was unlikely that a mere classmate bond could provoke such anger toward his cousin. They were unaware that Dongfang Jian's insult was literal. Ling Yi could slay three-headed pythons. Why would she fear Dongfang Yu? In Dongfang Jian's eyes, this act of Dongfang Yu was foolish and self-destructive. However, it was too late to discuss such matters now that the two had ascended the life and death platform. At that moment, the head teachers of both the secondary First Academy and the Tertiary Academy arrived with their students. Upon seeing the head teacher of the Tertiary Academy, Teacher Bai expressed his displeasure. When will the Tertiary Academy take responsibility for those who bully their classmates? The head teacher of the Tertiary Academy replied indifferently, we can manage within the academy. But what about outside? Even if we do not encounter them within the academy, we will still meet them outside, the head teacher continued. We can only manage temporarily, we cannot exert control indefinitely. This world is inherently ruled by the strong. Upon hearing the words, Teacher Bai contemplated a response, but the head instructor of the Third Academy interjected once more. Furthermore, those who are bullied possess choices of their own. If they do not seek assistance from their teachers, how can we advocate for them? Should a teacher intervene rashly, might it not provoke a more severe retaliation, leading the student to resent the teacher instead? In this world, one must either possess significant strength, have formidable backing, or be unafraid of death, the head instructor of the Third Academy continued. It is a choice between living a life of cowardice or choosing to stand resolutely even in death. The power of choice lies within oneself, and one should not expect assistance from others. You are indeed correct. This world respects the strong. However, I believe the academy is distinct from the outside world. If we intervene, the student may face even fiercer retribution once they step outside. Yet, if we cannot guarantee their safety and growth within the academy, how shall they protect themselves once they leave? The head instructor cast a deep glance at Teacher Bai. What you have witnessed in the past has likely been favorable, yet, now that you are a teacher, you will soon encounter a myriad of challenges within the academy. The world is not merely black and white, you will witness many things that are difficult to accept. If you cannot attempt to embrace them, it is best to keep your distance, the head instructor continued. Take Su Zijie. For instance, that he is without allies or support, having entered the academy solely on his own merit. He wishes to navigate his academic life in peace, thus opting for forbearance. Such patience can yield two outcomes. One may embolden the likes of Dongfang Yu, or it might render their bullying of such a person tedious, leading them to gradually lose interest. Conversely, there are those like Ling Yi, who confront their adversaries head-on, undeterred by the forces behind them. This defiance, preferring to stand and die rather than live on their knees, is commendable, yet I do not endorse it, for survival often presents more opportunities. Ultimately, whether one chooses to stand and die or kneel and live is a personal decision deserving of respect. Teacher Bai could not agree, yet with the impending life and death battle looming, her focus shifted to the competition, and she refrained from further discourse with the head instructor. The head instructor, in turn, ceased his commentary and turned his gaze toward the arena. As the barrier manifested, Dongfang Yu wasted no time in attacking Ling Yi. If Ling Yi were truly a mere level 9 spirit master, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade Dongfang Yu's assault. However, he was not. In an instant, as Dongfang Yu launched his attack, Ling Yi vanished from his original position, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena with a smile. Dongfang Yu, allow me to show you something. Dongfang Yu responded with a cold laugh. What is it? Do you wish for me to witness your kneeling plea for mercy? Alas, it is too late. Had you submitted earlier, I might have spared you. Not at all, Ling Yi replied with a smile, then extended his right hand toward his left, gripping something that began to emerge. Witnessing this motion, Dongfang Yu prepared a scathing retort, yet his expression froze the next moment. A white bone dagger gradually revealed itself in accordance with Ling Yi's movement. The spectators below the arena were taken aback. What the hell, did she just pull a knife from her left hand? That bone dagger is so smooth and gleaming, absolutely stunning. She must have a storage artifact on her left hand from which she retrieved it. I agree. How could anyone possibly draw a dagger from their hand? Just look at the length and shape of that bone dagger, it defies logic. I wonder what kind of mind thinks one can pull a dagger from their hand. The barrier was not soundproof. And Dongfang Yu heard the spectator's remarks, prompting him to scoff. What a charade! Ling Yi, undeterred, simply smiled and remarked, Dongfang Yu, have you ever seen the light of dawn? It's quite beautiful. Before Dongfang Yu could respond, Ling Yi swung the bone dagger. The blade shimmered bright as it sliced through the darkness, growing ever more radiant. Dongfang Yu squinted against the blinding light, yet before he could react, the brilliance vanished, followed by a resounding crash as the barrier behind him shattered. The barrier of the life and death arena was strengthened by the combined prowess of both combatants, yet Ling Yi's displayed power far exceeded what the barrier could withstand, resulting in its destruction by the dagger's light. Hearing the sound, Dongfang Yu turned to look, only to be met with a disconcerting sight. He could see the bodies of the spectators below, yet their heads were obscured. How could this be? He stood atop the arena, clearly higher than them, yet all he could see were their waists. Suddenly a shrill scream pierced the air, followed by a cascade of terrified cries as the crowd surged into chaos. Dongfang attempted to call out to them, but found himself unable to speak. Realization dawned upon Dongfang, his expression shifting to one of terror. He did not wish to die, yet the outcome was already sealed. Ling Yi sheathed the bone dagger and stepped forward. Dongfang lay lifeless, his countenance horrifying. Ling Yi let out a soft click of her tongue, having wanted to inquire whether the light was beautiful. But there was no opportunity left. Pain surged through her left hand, and as she glanced at it, before the blood fully soaked through, she addressed the crowd below. "It is over, you may handle it." With that, Ling Yi vanished in an instant. Ling Yi had severed Dongfang's head with a single stroke. It fell to the ground, the cut smooth and even, devoid of the expected spatter of blood. Yet it was far more chilling witnessing the head's descent. The students still in the academy could scarcely bear it, erupting in screams and nausea, causing a scene of bedlam. In truth, it was not only the students who were affected. Even the teachers were taken aback by the spectacle. They were astonished by Ling Yi's true strength as a level 9 spirit master, capable of effortlessly decapitating Dongfang, and equally shocked by her ruthlessness. The reasons behind their deadly confrontation were known to them through Teacher Bai. It was not particularly significant, yet Dongfang had previously failed to mention the stakes, relying on his superior power to teach Ling Yi a lesson, and had eagerly accepted the challenge upon learning of the life and death battle. However, Ling Yi was aware of her true capabilities. She knew Dongfang was no match for her. Her proposal for the life and death battle was a deliberate intention to kill him. And Dongfang, being no saint himself, had willingly walked into the trap. Ultimately it was Dongfang who sought death, yet Ling Yi's manipulation was undeniably merciless. Chapter 70. Indifference. The head instructor of the Third Academy bore a stoic expression, calmly instructing those nearby, remove the body and notify his parents to collect it. With that, he turned and departed. Ziyu, the head instructor of the Second Academy, called out to Teacher Bai, "Do you comprehend now?" Teacher Bai, still in a daze, looked toward the head instructor. "What do you mean?" The head instructor of the Second Academy sighed softly. S method of handling matters. Why do you think the head instructor of the Third Academy turned a blind eye to Dongfang's actions? Bai Ziyu responded, "His status and the power he represents." Precisely, the head instructor of the Second Academy affirmed Dongfang is of royal lineage, backed by the imperial family. No matter how much the head instructor of the Third Academy disapproves of his behavior, he cannot intervene excessively, otherwise, it is the students targeted by Dongfang who would suffer. Hearing this, Bai Ziyu fell silent. The head instructor of the Second Academy understood his thoughts. Ziyu, as the head instructor of the Third Academy, oversees the entire institution. He cannot afford to fixate on a single student, he must strive for balance. The other teachers of the Third Academy did not ignore Dongfang not out of fear, but rather for the sake of the other students. Bai Ziyu opened his mouth as if to speak, but the head instructor of the Second Academy continued, "Do not doubt it. Do you believe they care about Dongfang? If they truly did, would they remain so indifferent following his demise?" The head instructor of the Second Academy elaborated, merely instructed that the body be taken away and departed. As teachers of the Third Academy, having a student like Dongfang under their wing would have been a headache. Now that he is gone, they might even feel relieved. The head instructor of the Second Academy regarded Bai Ziyu. "Ziyu, your family possesses deep roots and harmonious connections, and they have shielded you well, sparing you from witnessing such distressing events. Yet, as stated, you will encounter increasingly more of such realities, although may appear cold. He is fundamentally just. He will not hold today's defiance against you. However, should you encounter someone with a less forgiving disposition, even if they do not show it, they will harbor resentment." The head instructor of the Second Academy spoke slowly. "The Bai family certainly has standing. Yet it is not a singular existence, you must also consider your family when navigating the outside world." After hearing this, Bai Ziyu fell silent, lost in thought. The head instructor of the Second Academy, noticing his silence, sighed, "I understand that it is difficult for you to accept all at once. You may reflect on this gradually. For now, go and check on Ling Yi." Bai Ziyu nodded. "All right." The head instructor of the Second Academy watched as Bai Ziyu departed, sighing inwardly. The young master of the Bai family had grown up in pampered surroundings, possessing a pure heart and a perspective intolerant of injustice. He was a good person, yet in this world those who fail to adapt seldom survive long. The Bai family sent him to the academy with the intention of tempering his character. He must not only enjoy the family's advantages but also remain vigilant and seek guidance when necessary. However, beyond this, his fate ultimately rests upon whether the young master Bai can come to terms with it himself. Olju, instead of worrying about the young master Bai, you should concern yourself with Ling Yi. A teacher who had observed the entire ordeal remarked with a heavy sigh. A single stroke, leaving no room for mercy. Such ruthless methods make her far more troublesome than the young master Bai. "I do not share that sentiment, teacher," you replied calmly. "I find Ling Yi's disposition rather admirable. At least, I believe it to be so." The speaking teacher, taken aback by this, found himself at a loss for words. On the other side, Ling Yi descended from the platform of life and death and returned directly to the dormitory. After closing the door to her room, Ling Yi rolled up her sleeves, and a faint green glow emerged from her palms, enveloping her left arm. Under the healing spell, the cracks that had appeared on her left hand began to mend, once the wounds were completely healed. She withdrew her hand. There came a knock at the door. Ling Yi opened it to find Bai Laoshi outside. Bai Laoshi, Bai Ziyu said, I came to check on you. Ling Yi stepped out of the room. Bai Laoshi, I am fine. Bai Ziyu had contemplated many things on his way here, and upon seeing Ling Yi, he voiced his thoughts. Ling Yi, did you know from the beginning that your strength could contend with Dongfang Yu? Thus leading him to the life and death battle with the intent to kill him. Bai Ziyu's question was direct, and so was Ling Yi's response. Yes, faced with such an unreserved admission from Ling Yi, Bai Ziyu fell into silence. He had thought that a student would, in the presence of a teacher, at least temper their thoughts, yet Ling Yi had straightforwardly acknowledged it. Bai Ziyu did not harbor any disdain. He simply remarked, after today's events, many students and teachers believe you to be cold-hearted. They may distance themselves from you due to their perceptions. Are you not afraid? They are nothing to me. Why should I concern myself with their opinions? Ling Yi replied leisurely. Moreover, my leading Dongfang Yu to his demise required his own willingness to engage. If he were unwilling, I could not force him to sign a life and death contract. Ling Yi continued. Bai Laoshi, to the uninformed, Dongfang Yu's cultivation certainly overshadowed mine. When he agreed to the life and death battle, what mindset do you think he had? He was intent on my death, was he not? Is he truly a good person? Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Bai Ziyu. He is not, yet he lost and died. I, the one who killed him, am labeled as cold-hearted. Bai Laoshi, do you believe their thoughts to be justified? Bai Ziyu shook his head. No, Ling Yi regarded Bai Ziyu. If it is unjustified, why should I concern myself? She added, furthermore, their fear of me, their trepidation, this to me, is quite favorable. Ling Yi spoke slowly. It helps eliminate a great deal of trouble. Bai Ziyu understood her implication and, after a long pause, said, they will perceive you as heartless because Dongfang Yu is dead. Ling Yi smiled faintly. A person who openly oppresses their peers has met their end. Yet they receive sympathy from the students. How utterly amusing. Bai Laoshi was at a loss for words. Ling Yi continued leisurely, regardless of how they think, I do not care. So, Bai Laoshi, please do not worry that I will be discomforted by their opinions. Bai Laoshi scrutinized Ling Yi for a long while before nodding. All right. With that, Bai Laoshi departed, leaving without uttering another word. The news of Dongfang Yu's death spread swiftly. Many had witnessed how Ling Yi had slain him, and through their accounts, the majority came to understand just how ruthless she was. Some found Ling Yi to be impressive and even admired her, while others considered her heartless and overly indifferent, thus harboring disdain. Yet, as Ling Yi said, she was indifferent to both admiration and disdain. The following day, during the physical training class, Ling Yi entered the training hall and approached the instructor. Shall we fight? The instructor looked at Ling Yi, hesitated, and eventually waved his hand in annoyance. Return to the group and prepare for physical training. It was clear that there would be no sparring. Ling Yi said nothing further and returned to the group to engage in training. Seeing Ling Yi return, the instructor followed suit. As Ling Yi trained, the instructor, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally spoke. Ling Yi, this course is of no use to you. Why do you still attend? Ling Yi replied, if you won't fight me, I cannot skip class without permission, and too many absences will lead the dean to speak with me. The physical training instructor twitched his lips at her words and then remarked, did the dean not speak with you yesterday? Ling Yi retorted, why would he need to? The instructor was about to explain when he noticed that the other students had unconsciously shifted closer to their conversation. Feigning indifference while straining to listen, the instructor snapped, stand properly. Do you wish to practice more? The students had no choice but to return to their original positions, but as long as the instructor did not pull Ling Yi aside, they could still hear. The instructor, aware of their curiosity, did not push them too hard and turned back to Ling Yi. The third-level academy has notified that Dongfang Yu's family will come to collect his body. When they arrive, they are likely to seek you out for vengeance. Oh, Ling Yi replied expressionlessly, I am not afraid of them coming. The instructor continued, they wish to settle scores with you, but they were stopped by Mo Wuhang, who sent them to the dean. I don't know how the dean will handle it. They left without further incident. I thought the dean would want to speak with you, but he did not. Ling Yi said, it is not a significant matter. The instructor replied, it's quite substantial, given that he is of royal lineage. If every royal relative were to seek revenge upon each death, the Imperial Academy would be in chaos. True, the instructor contemplated, but I still believe the dean will want to speak with you. Ling Yi glanced over. Do you have an obsession with the dean wanting to talk to me? The instructor retorted. What obsession? Forget it, you will know soon enough. Enough chatter. Focus on your training. After saying this, the instructor walked away. Ling Yi did not pursue the conversation further and began her training. After the morning class concluded, Ling Yi finished her bath and was preparing to head to the cafeteria when Bai Laoshi approached her, leading her to the dean's office. Upon arrival, Bai Laoshi looked at Ling Yi. The dean only mentioned seeing you. I will not enter. Understood. Ling Yi nodded. After Bai Laoshi left, Ling Yi stepped into the courtyard. As she did, a small cannonball came rushing towards her. Sister, Ling Yi halted, and the small cannonball collided with her foot. Sister, I missed you so much. Ling Yi replied flatly. We just saw each other yesterday. Lin Xinjie exclaimed. Seeing you once is not enough. I still miss you. Ling Yi pushed him aside and walked towards the dean. Lin Xinjia immediately followed her. Xinjia, could you fetch that book from Grandpa's study for me? Lin Xinjia glanced at Ling Yi and nodded. All right. He dashed off, but after just a few steps, he halted, turning back to Ling Yi. Sister, you have to wait for me. Without waiting for her response, he ran off. After Lin Xinjia left, the dean invited Ling Yi to sit and got straight to the point. Ling Yi, the reason I had Ziyu summon you is that you will soon be going out for training. Ling Yi looked at the dean. There is no need for special reminders regarding training. You called me here because of Dongfang Yu? Yes, the dean nodded. Dongfang Yu's father is the brother of the emperor. Although there are other children in the family, they have always placed great importance on Dongfang Yu. The situation between you and Dongfang Yu was of his own making, yet his parents will not see it that way. I am concerned that they may take action against you while you are out training. Ling Yi regarded the dean. Did you specifically inform me for my safety, or to encourage me to show mercy if the situation arises? Ling Yi did not forget that the dean's surname was Dongfang and that he was also of royal lineage. Faced with Ling Yi's candid question, the dean smiled wryly. They are my kin. Naturally, I do not wish for their demise. Ling Yi's gaze darkened slightly, but she did not rush to respond. The dean sighed and continued. However, I have done what I cannot if they refuse to heed my warnings and insist on seeking you out. Then there is little I can do. Ling Yi, I am not unreasonable, the dean said, looking at her. I know you are in the right. I do not wish for their deaths, but I will not ask you to spare them. After all, it is unjust for them to seek your life while I expect you to show them mercy. Ling Yi smiled. I trust the dean. The dean, wanting to say more, was interrupted as Lin Xinjia rushed in with a book in his arms. The dean could only briefly add, in any case, be cautious during your training. I will. Ling Yi replied to Grandpa. I brought the book, Lin Xinjia exclaimed as he handed it to the dean and then climbed onto a nearby stool to sit. The dean accepted the book, looking at Ling Yi. It is time for your meal. You may eat here without needing to go to the cafeteria. Ling Yi did not hesitate to comply and enjoyed her meal in the courtyard. The next day during the diverse courses, the head instructor of the second-level academy, Yu Yang, arrived to announce that they would be departing in 3 days for the spring country for a month-long training session. Upon the announcement, the students erupted in exclamations. The spring country? Why are we going so far? Isn't that a common training ground for students of the Southern Kite Empire? One student inquired. Will it be inappropriate for us to go there? Yu Yang replied. You need not worry, arrangements have been made with the Southern Kite Empire. You will only need to go. Dongfang Jibai asked, Instructor Yu. Why choose the spring country? In previous years, their training grounds had either been the Imperial Mountains or other cities within the empire. They had never ventured to a small country, and now they were headed to one that was an affiliate of the Southern Kite Empire. The spring country, as its name implies, experiences perpetual spring, with its lush vegetation making it particularly suitable for cultivating wood-type spiritual roots. Thus, the Southern Kite Empire had sent numerous students with wood-type spiritual roots to cultivate there. While the spring country welcomed students from the Southern Kite Empire, it only did so for their own. They were not students of the Southern Kite Empire. Instructor Yu's gaze fell upon Dongfang Jibai's face, because of Ling Yi. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in the courtyard were taken aback. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Teacher Yu remarked, an unusually dense aura of spiritual energy has manifested in the Changsheng Lake of Chunghua. Upon discovering this anomaly, the teachers left behind by the Southern Yuan Empire in Chunghua ventured into the lake for investigation, only to completely lose contact. Following this incident, the Imperial Academy dispatched 4 elders to investigate. Yet they too have vanished without a trace. Teacher Yu continued. After deliberation, the royal family and the empire decided to send Mu Shengyuan. The reason for choosing Mu Shengyuan is her possession of unique vines. However, upon entering the water, she lost her source of power. Teacher Yu slowly elaborated. According to Mu Shengyuan, there exists a force beneath the water that surpasses her vines, which has devoured her source of power, rendering her incapacitated. Upon hearing this, the students of the First Academy were astounded, filled with shock and dismay. Mu Shengyuan was the only individual in the Southern Yuan Empire with such extraordinary vines. And at a young age, she had already achieved the rank of a level 4 spiritual general. It was hard to believe how painful it must be for her to realize she had become a mere shell of her former self. Ling Yi also felt a twinge of surprise. Teacher Yu went on. The situation at Changsheng Lake is peculiar, yet the fact remains that it is rich in spiritual energy, which is conducive to cultivation. As long as one does not enter the lake, there should be no danger. Mu Shengyuan, under her status as a princess of the empire, has invited us to cultivate there on the condition that I relay this matter to you. Ling Yi. Teacher Yu then looked at Ling Yi and said, Mu Shengyuan believes that only you can resolve the situation at Changsheng Lake, but she will not impose this upon you, should you wish to lend your assistance. You may enter the lake. If you prefer not to, you can simply cultivate by the lakeside. Ling Yi, having heard this, had yet to respond when Teacher Yu added, Ling Yi, the Imperial Academy stands behind you. You need not worry about any coercion from them. Unless the Southern Yuan Empire wishes to engage in war with the Eastern Yang Empire, they would not dare to force you. Therefore, the Eastern Yang Empire is willing to travel to Chunghua. Such rich spiritual energy is a rarity, so why not seize the opportunity to cultivate for a month? Everyone else is going, so naturally, I shall accompany you. Ling Yi did not provide a concrete answer. Teacher Yu nodded. In that case, let us gather at the plaza 3 days hence at the hour of Chen. The students had not yet had a chance to respond when Teacher Yu added. There will also be 4 individuals from the Level 4 Academy accompanying you, but only 4 spots are available. One student inquired. According to your words, we can go because of Ling Yi, but why can those from the Level 4 Academy go? Another student questioned. If only 4 can go to cultivate in this rich spiritual energy, will the others from the Level 4 Academy willingly accept this? Most students from the Level 4 Academy were Level 7 spiritual generals, with a few being Level 8. However, there were certainly more than 4 Level 8 spiritual generals. If only 4 could go, the gap would widen, and the others would undoubtedly be unwilling. Teacher Yu replied calmly. That is why we are notifying them 3 days in advance, allowing them to make their own choices and finalize the participants. Upon hearing this, the students of the First Academy's eyes lit up. If they were to select, it would mean a competition. The clashes between Level 8 spiritual generals would undoubtedly be exhilarating. The students resolved to ascertain the competition schedule so they could attend. Teacher Yu paid them no mind. After making the announcement, she called Ling Yi outside. The courtyard was bustling, and Teacher Yu led Ling Yi outside and directly asked, "Do you intend to help?" Ling Yi pondered for a moment. I will help. Her willingness to assist was not merely for Mu Shengyuan, but rather. The mountain river mirror, Tianyan had not provided her with any other leads, yet it had indicated that they would come to her. But no one knew what form that would take. Perhaps it would manifest in a peculiar manner. It was worth investigating. Teacher Yu frowned. I personally do not wish for you to assist. Your choice to refrain from helping will not hinder your cultivation. Ling Yi replied, I am curious about what entity devoured Mu Xingyuan's source of power. Chapter 72. Why must Ling Yi be the one? Teacher Yu looked at Ling Yi, imparting a meaningful warning. Sometimes an excessive curiosity can be detrimental. Ling Yi understood Teacher Yu's implication, yet she found herself compelled to be curious. Regardless of whether she helped or not, she needed to be cautious. Teacher Yu remarked. The dean should have spoken with you about this. Do not fall into a trap. Ling Yi nodded, indicating her comprehension. Teacher Yu refrained from saying more and turned to leave, while Ling Yi returned to her lessons. 3 days swiftly passed. On the afternoon prior to their departure, Ling Yi concluded her cultivation class and went to see Lin Xinjia, informing him of her impending journey. The round trip, coupled with a month of training, meant she would be away for nearly 2 months. Upon learning that Ling Yi would be gone for 2 months, tears immediately welled up in Lin Xinjia's eyes. Sister, can you not take me with you? Ling Yi replied, I cannot. Very well, Lin Xinjia said, slightly dejected. Then you go, and I will miss you. Ling Yi looked at him. During my absence, do not venture out alone. Stay close to the dean, understand? Lin Xinjia nodded. Sister, I will be obedient. Ling Yi did not linger in conversation with Lin Xinjia. After exchanging farewells, she sought out the dean before finally departing. The following morning, the students of the Second Academy assembled at the plaza early. After confirming that all students from the First Academy had arrived, Teacher Yu turned to the teacher beside her. Have the Level 4 Academy members not yet arrived? The teacher replied hastily, I have already urged them. They are on their way. Teacher Yu expressed mild displeasure but refrained from further comment. After a brief wait, the 4 students from the Level 4 Academy, along with their accompanying teacher, finally arrived. Upon seeing Teacher Yu, the Level 4 Academy's teacher smiled and said, Volju, we apologize for our tardiness. Teacher Yu lifted her eyelids and glanced at the individual before her, speaking bluntly, if you know you are late, why did you not set off earlier? The Level 4 Academy's teacher was taken aback by her retort, offering an awkward chuckle without a reply. When the teacher remained silent, a student spoke up. Teacher Yu, our delay shouldn't hinder our departure, should it? Teacher Yu cast a flat gaze at the student who spoke, her expression unyielding. It is quite a delay. Receiving this response, the student bit their lip and muttered an apology under their breath. The other 3 students, witnessing this exchange, were immediately displeased. Just as the trio began to voice their thoughts, the Level 4 Academy's teacher shot them a fierce look, prompting them to hold their tongues. Teacher Yu regarded them with a detached expression. For the next month, you will cultivate in the same location as the students from the First Academy. Please introduce yourselves. Although the 4 were reluctant, they each took their turn to speak. The first to introduce himself was a tall, sturdy man named Ji Baiyu, a Level 4 Academy student with a fire attribute spiritual root and an 8th level spiritual general. Next was a handsome yet somewhat frail-looking man named Zhang Xianzhu, also a Level 4 Academy student, possessing a wood attribute spiritual root and an 8th level spiritual general. After Zhang Xianzhu's introduction, the third male spoke. Zhou Wenyu, Level 4 Academy student, Ice attribute spiritual root, 8th level spiritual general. Following Zhang Xianzhu's introduction, he gently turned to the girl beside him. Xiao Xiao, it is your turn. The girl smiled in response, then looked towards the students of the Second Academy and said softly, my name is Wen Xiao Xiao. You may call me Xiao Xiao or Sister Xiao Xiao. I am a Level 4 Academy student with a wood attribute spiritual root. After Wen Xiaoxiao's introduction, the tone of the Second Academy's students became increasingly peculiar, and those who remained silent wore expressions that were hard to decipher. Ling Yi cast a subdued glance at Wen Xiaoxiao. Her thoughts aligning, all 4 students from the Level 4 Academy boasted a minimum cultivation of Level 7 Spiritual General, yet Wen Xiaoxiao was only at Level 6. Typically, a Level 6 Spiritual General should be in the 3rd Academy. Yet she was a student of the Level 4 Academy. Given the students' tones and expressions, it was evident that Wen Xiaoxiao must have stirred quite a commotion to gain admission to the Level 4 Academy with her Level 6 cultivation. Furthermore, among the 4 students from the Level 4 Academy, 3 were 8th level Spiritual Generals, leaving only Wen Xiaoxiao as a 6th level Spiritual General, who would believe that there were no underlying circumstances? Ling Yi was aware of the intricacies but chose to remain indifferent, not expressing her thoughts. What do you mean by that? Ji Baiyu glared at the students from the Second Academy, his expression darkening. Are you looking for a fight? The students from the Second Academy were unfazed. What is wrong with us? What do you mean by that? Just as Ji Baiyu was about to respond, when Xiaoxiao tugged at his sleeve. Speaking gently, Brother Baiyu, I am fine. Please do not be angry. We are about to set off. Many students rolled their eyes at her words. Silence. Teacher, you uninterested in their theatrics, barked. We are ready to depart. Get on the backs of the flying beasts. For this external training expedition, there were 41 students from the Second Academy, 1 accompanying teacher, 2 alchemists, and 1 head teacher, totaling 45 individuals. 4 students from the Level 4 Academy and 1 accompanying teacher brought the total to 50. The Academy had prepared 10 second-tier, 5th level flying beasts, each accompanied by a beast trainer. Excluding the trainers, each flying beast could comfortably carry 5 individuals. Once all the students were mounted on the backs of the flying beasts, they took off, heading towards Chengyuo.in Changsheng Lake of Chenghua. Within the Southern Yuan Empire's tent, Mu Shengyuan sat cross-legged, attempting to absorb spiritual energy. This was not her first attempt, ever since the source of power within her spiritual root had been devoured. She had been unable to cultivate. Each attempt to absorb spiritual energy resulted in excruciating pain. In recent days, doctors and alchemists had been brainstorming solutions, yet none proved effective. With another failed attempt, Mu Shengyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, prompting the alchemists and Mu Huai, who were standing by, to rush forward. Princess, let us abandon this endeavor. If this continues, your body will not withstand it before your spiritual root has a chance to recover. 5th sister. Mu Huai gently dabbed the cold sweat from Mu Xingyuan's brow with a handkerchief, her half-lowered eyes brimming with compassion, yet she understood the reason behind 5th sister's relentless efforts. It was precisely this understanding that rendered her unable to easily persuade her to relent. Mu Shengyuan wiped the blood from her lips, remaining silent. How could she cease her attempts? She could not allow herself to become a burden. You both should return. Mu Shengyuan addressed the 2 before her. I need to rest for a while. 5th sister. Mu Huai called out in a tone laced with concern. Mu Shengyuan turned her gaze towards her. 3rd sister, I am fine. Mu Huai wished to say something, but upon meeting Mu Shengyuan's green eyes, she ultimately refrained, leaving with the alchemist instead. Once they departed, Mu Shengyuan resolved to try once more. However, just as she began to gather her strength, the tent flap was lifted, and a figure entered. You truly have no fear of death. Upon hearing the voice, Mu Shengyuan looked up to see a radiant face. Yuan Xan. Seeing Yan Wuxin, Mu Shengyuan attempted to rise but found herself utterly drained of strength. Yan Wuxin noticed this, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, and swiftly approached, sitting beside Mu Shengyuan. When I entered, I saw your 3rd sister in tears. It is I who has caused her worry. Mu Shengyuan replied, she is worried for you. Yan Wuxin observed, gazing at Mu Shengyuan. Is there truly no solution? Mu Shengyuan shook her head. I have tried every method. None have proven effective. How can this be? Yan Wuxin frowned. The spiritual root is still present. Logically, as long as the spiritual root remains, cultivation should still be possible. Mu Shengyuan let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps this is the downside of possessing an anomalous wood source. After saying this, Mu Shengyuan turned her gaze to Yan Wuxin. Wuxin, your fire source is also an anomalous flame. With my experience, you must exercise caution. Do not allow yourself to lose your anomalous fire source. Yan Wuxin looked at her. Do not worry about me. I heard you contacted the Dongyang Empire and invited Ling Yi here. Did the Dongyang Empire agree? Mu Shengyuan nodded. They have consented. Yan Wuxin inquired. Why is it imperative for Ling Yi to come? Mu Shengyuan explained. You did not witness the 3-headed python in Dongyang Mirror. It is truly terrifying. We were utterly defenseless, but Ling Yi could slay it. Regardless of her current cultivation level, it is evident that she possesses the strength to do so. With the elders missing, had it not been for the desperate efforts of the vines to send me away, I fear I would not have returned. I need someone capable to resolve this, and aside from Ling Yi, I cannot think of anyone else. However, while the Dongyang Empire has agreed to come, I am yet to ascertain Ling Yi's own intentions. Mu Shengyuan continued, whether she aids us or not, we must first have her come, only then can we decide. If she is willing to assist, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. If not, I shall not force her. Consider it a chance to forge a connection with Ling Yi. It is better to cultivate goodwill than enmity. Yan Wuxin shared this sentiment regarding Ling Yi, and after hearing Mu Xingyuan's words, She remarked, perhaps Ling Yi might be willing to help. Mu Shengyuan was uncertain about this and did not respond. Yan Wuxin asked, when will they arrive? Mu Shengyuan pondered, they previously indicated their departure would be today. If all goes well, they should arrive in 7 days, if not, it may take as long as half a month. We shall wait. After Yan Wuxin spoke, she turned her attention back to Mu Shengyuan, you are covered in blood and sweat. Do not think of cultivating. After you bathe, accompany me for a stroll. It is my first visit to the Spring Kingdom. Mu Shengyuan wished to decline, but Yan Wuxin did not afford her the opportunity. I saw you struggle to rise. Bathing will undoubtedly be difficult for you, so I shall assist you. Mu Shengyuan protested. No. Do not be shy, Yan Wuxin replied. Earlier, you were calling me sister with such enthusiasm. I am merely offering to help you bathe. There is no need to feel embarrassed. With that, Yan Wuxin stepped outside to summon someone to prepare the bathing water, and once it was ready, she unceremoniously scooped Mu Shengyuan up in her arms. Unable to resist, Mu Shengyuan could only acquiesce. 7 days later, the Dongyang Empire's delegation arrived, and the people of the Nanyuan Empire personally went to greet them, leading them to the Changsheng Lake upon their arrival. The students from the Dongyang Empire were struck by the richness of the spiritual energy in the lake, realizing that this place was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. Chapter 73, Ling Yi. The one and only genius in a locale where spiritual energy flourished, life thrived abundantly, and even the air felt more invigorating than elsewhere. One student inhaled deeply and exclaimed, such dense spiritual energy, this anomaly is a blessing. Why must we address it? I concur. Another student chimed in. Teacher, you cast a glance at the two students, his tone turning grave. When venturing outside, if you are unaware of what to say and what to keep silent about, it is best to remain silent. If this anomaly merely enhances the spiritual energy, the Nanyuan Empire would not need you to address it. They would handle it themselves, however, since all those dispatched to investigate the anomaly have lost contact. And even the only individual in the royal family with an anomalous spiritual source, Mu Shengyuan, has been rendered powerless. It is evident that the danger posed by this anomaly is significant. At this juncture, to refrain from finding a solution would be to wait for that entity to emerge from the water before taking action. We understand, the two students replied, chastened by Teacher Yu's reprimand. The individual who had come to greet them smiled and took over the conversation. The abundance of spiritual energy is indeed advantageous, and we wish for it to remain so. However, the unknown entity beneath the surface is far too perilous. Until it is resolved, none of us can find peace. Precisely, Teacher Yu acknowledged. The Nanyuan Empire's representative, witnessing Teacher Yu's silence, inwardly chastised him. They had come to discuss cultivation matters, yet there was no mention of any other issues. Though he silently cursed, the representative maintained a congenial facade. Teacher Yu, regarding Ling Yi, this matter can wait. Teacher Yu interjected before the representative could finish. Since everyone has just arrived, why not engage in cultivation for a few days before discussing further? The representative replied, Teacher Yu, this is not a matter I can oversee. Teacher Yu regarded the representative with a placid expression. When you conveyed the message, you mentioned that whether or not assistance would be rendered depended on Ling Yi's decision. The representative felt a pang of frustration. This line was not his own but rather the princess's. However, the princess did indeed intend for Ling Yi to make her own choice without coercion. Then let us cultivate for a few days before we discuss it, the representative conceded. He looked at Teacher Yu, but we cannot afford to delay this matter any longer. Teacher Yu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, there will be no further delays. The representative ceased his commentary and led the Dongyang Empire's delegation to their designated area. This is the cultivation venue. There are 20 tents in the back for bathing and dining. All prepared for your convenience. Very well, Teacher Yu replied. Thank you. The representative smiled. No need for thanks. If you require anything, feel free to seek assistance in the tents. I shall not disturb your cultivation and will take my leave. Returning in a few days, safe travels. Teacher Yu bid him farewell. Once the representative departed, Teacher Yu began organizing the students into groups. After everything was arranged, he approached Ling Yi. I know you are willing to assist. If you arrive and resolve the issue immediately, the spiritual energy may dissipate, rendering the others' efforts futile. However, if you cannot solve the problem, that is also acceptable. We can cultivate for a while longer. Ling Yi longed to dive into the water immediately. For upon her arrival, the section of the destiny map corresponding to the mountains and rivers mirror began to glow. After consulting Tianyan, she learned that the illumination indicated a connection to her other fragments, suggesting that the anomaly in Changsheng Lake was indeed tied to the shattered piece of the mountains and rivers mirror. Though she yearned to plunge into the water, she understood Teacher Yu's intentions and restrained herself. I understand, Ling Yi replied. Seeing that Ling Yi comprehended, Teacher Yu offered no further words, gesturing towards a secluded area. Go and cultivate. Ling Yi acknowledged, then proceeded to her cultivation. On the second day of Ling Yi's cultivation, her level advanced from 9th level Spirit Master to 10th level Spirit Master. At that moment, the other students regarded this as unremarkable, as Ling Yi had already cultivated in the Empire prior to arriving. making it expected for her to advance in such an energy-rich environment. On the 9th day of her cultivation, Ling Yi broke through to 10th level Spirit Master, achieving 1st level Spirit General. This time, the other students were not so calm. After all, it was astonishingly rapid, considering only 7 days had passed since her last advancement. Moreover, transitioning between stages was typically more challenging than usual, yet Ling Yi had accomplished it effortlessly. Not only were the students from the Dongyang Empire astonished, but the Spring Kingdom and Nanyuan Empire students, upon hearing the news, were equally taken aback and flocked to witness the spectacle. However, with Teacher Yu present, none dared to disturb Ling Yi. When the Nanyuan Empire's representative learned of Ling Yi's advancement, he made an appearance but was promptly turned away by Teacher Yu, who cited that the cultivation time had not yet elapsed. On the 15th day of Ling Yi's cultivation, the spiritual energy around her surged like crashing waves, flooding into her being as she advanced once more, from 1st level Spirit General to 2nd level. This swift pace of cultivation left the others thunderstruck, filled with envy and admiration. The representative, upon hearing of Ling Yi's 2nd advancement, rushed over with utmost urgency, not giving Teacher Yu a chance to decline. "Brother, you cannot refuse this time, can you? You previously stated a few days, then claimed the time had not yet elapsed. Now that it has, surely it is permissible." At that moment, Yu Yang felt elated, smiling as he replied, "I shall not refuse to." I inquired when Ling Yi advanced earlier, and she expressed her willingness to assist. However, she is currently engaged in cultivation. Once she advances again, she will help. How does that sound? What could the representative do? The princess had stated that she could not be coerced, and with Yu Yang agreeing to help, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well," the representative conceded, remaining behind to ensure he could solicit Ling Yi's assistance right after her next advancement. Yu Yang did not object and continued to guard Ling Yi as she cultivated. On the 20th day of Ling Yi's cultivation, she was greeted by yet another breakthrough. Upon witnessing Ling Yi's promotion once more, the supervisor gasped in astonishment. Has it truly only been 5 days since the last advancement? And yet she has ascended again. Yu Yang maintained an outward calm, yet within he was brimming with excitement. In a mere span of 20 days, Ling Yi had risen 4 ranks, a feat unparalleled by any other genius. The surrounding spiritual energy was continuously absorbed by Ling Yi, forming a small vortex of essence that drew in even more energy, relentlessly feeding it into her being. Even after her promotion, the vortex persisted until Ling Yi stabilized her power and ceased her cultivation, at which point it gradually dissipated. A 3rd level Spirit General. The supervisor stared blankly at Ling Yi in disbelief, recalling that just 20 days prior, she had been a 9th level Spirit Master. Once Ling Yi concluded her training, Teacher Yu approached her. "Ling Yi, splendid work." Ling Yi nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Observing this, Teacher Yu took the initiative to mention the matter of assistance. The supervisor, noticing Yu Yang's proactive stance, refrained from internally chastising him and looked at Ling Yi with eager anticipation. Ling Yi replied, "I need to assess the situation regarding Mu Shengyuan." Upon hearing this, the supervisor immediately responded, "No problem, I will contact the princess." With that, he moved aside to reach out to her. Teacher Yu regarded Ling Yi. "Had I known your cultivation speed would be so swift upon arriving here, I would have suggested waiting a month before assisting them." Ling Yi replied, "Resolving it sooner is preferable. Waiting a month, not only would the people of the Nanyuan Empire be anxious, but I would be as well." Just then, as Ling Yi conversed with Teacher Yu, 4 individuals from the 4th level academy approached. Upon hearing the term younger sister, Yu Yang felt a headache coming on and addressed the 4. "What are you doing here instead of cultivating in your own area?" When Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, "Teacher Yu, I have been diligently training, but my advancement has been slow. Seeing my younger sister progress so rapidly, I wish to consult her about her cultivation methods. If seeking advice on cultivation were truly effective, then everyone would cultivate as swiftly as Ling Yi. Yu Yang looked at Wen Xiaoxiao with a cold demeanor. "Ling Yi has matters to attend to and cannot spare time for you." Ji Baiyu, accompanying Wen Xiaoxiao, interjected with displeasure. "Teacher Yu, Xiaoxiao simply wishes to inquire about Ling Yi. You are not Ling Yi. Why not allow her to respond herself?" At Ji Baiyu's words, the others turned their gazes toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi shot a frigid glance at the group. "Leave." Yu Yang scoffed softly, realizing that their obstinacy would lead them to seek reprimand. "Quite foolish, Ling Yi, my younger sister," Wen Xiaoxiao said, her voice tinged with grievance. "If you do not wish to speak, I would not force you. Why must you humiliate me so?" Ling Yi, disinterested in engaging with her, reached her right hand toward her left. Yu Yang, having witnessed the match between Ling Yi and Dongfang Yu, recognized the stance immediately and swiftly restrained Ling Yi's hand, glancing at the 4th level academy's instructor in the distance. "Zhao Wenshu, if you do not come and escort them away, do not blame me for being unkind." Zhao Wenshu chuckled as he approached. "Old Ju, why so angry? Xiaoxiao merely wishes to understand Ling Yi's cultivation method, not to cause any trouble." As he spoke, he turned to Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, Xiaoxiao is curious. Would you mind sharing?" As Zhao Wenshu's words fell, Ling Yi broke free from Yu Yang's grip, the hilt of her bone knife emerging with a swift motion, though it had not fully drawn out when a chilling voice interrupted. "If she wishes to know, why must Ling Yi share?" Who does she think she is? Yu Yang, suddenly struck by inspiration, pushed Ling Yi's hand forward, causing the hilt to retract back into her grasp. Ling Yi, with an expression difficult to articulate, regarded Yu Yang. Yu Yang, wide-eyed with astonishment, realized, it truly is in her hand. During Ling Yi's previous battle with Dongfang, some had speculated that the knife was concealed in her left hand. Yet the majority deemed it impossible, believing it to be stored within a spatial artifact worn on her left. The notion of the bone knife being hidden within her left hand was indeed preposterous. Thus most had accepted the artifact theory, leading to little discussion afterward, but today, Yu Yang confirmed that the bone knife had indeed emerged from her left hand. Fascinating. Why? Yu Yang stared at Ling Yi's slender arm. How do you conceal such a large bone knife in that delicate frame? Ling Yi regarded Yu Yang with exasperation. Teacher Yu, you are invincible. Though Yu Yang did not comprehend the remark, he sensed it was not a compliment. Coughing lightly, he deflected the conversation. There is no need to argue with fools. With the bone knife returned to its hidden state, Ling Yi chose silence and turned her attention to the newcomers. Zhao Wenshu, feeling the sting of the confrontation, had initially sought to identify the culprit, lacking in perception. Upon turning, he spotted the Nanyuan Empire's supervisor approaching with Mu Shangyuan, accompanied by Yin Wuxin. Instantly, Zhao Wenshu's irritation vanished. Regardless of Mu Shangyuan's current condition, she remained a princess of the Nanyuan Empire, and her kin would not allow outsiders to bully their royalty on their home turf, especially with Yin Wuxin, the princess of the Xian Empire, closely allied with Mu Shangyuan. Present. To offend Mu Shangyuan would be to provoke two great empires simultaneously. Zhao Wenshu, albeit awkward, feigned humility. The princess is correct. I indeed misspoke. Mu Shangyuan cast a cold glance at him. This princess has important matters to discuss with Ling Yi. Unrelated individuals should leave. The implication was unmistakable. Zhao Wenshu, despite his displeasure, had no choice but to usher his group away. When Xiao Xiao and her companions, having performed their little display, left with feelings of resentment and embarrassment, however, given that they were on Mu Shangyuan's territory, and their teacher had yielded, what more could they do? As they departed, when Xiao Xiao wore a face of indignation, and the three men accompanying her shot Ling Yi hostile glances, Ling Yi met their gaze with a cold smirk, intensifying their animosity. Unfazed, Ling Yi inquired of Tianyan in her mind, have the remaining 6 treatments been utilized? How many more are needed to gather 10? Gathering 10 would allow for another unsealing. Tianyan replied, from the last count, 161 had an excess of 1, plus Dongfang, making 2 in total. We still require 8 more to achieve the unsealing. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, was about to respond when Tianyan interjected, a friendly reminder, the prerequisite for activation is that the malice from the killed individuals exceeds 30%. Ling Yi chuckled, do you truly believe those 4 fools harbor less than 30% malice toward me? Tianyan was rendered speechless, often perplexed by the thoughts of others. Was it that Ling Yi's method of dispatching Dongfang lacked intimidation? Why, knowing Ling Yi was not to be trifled with, would they still provoke her? It should exceed that threshold. I support you, Tianyan affirmed. Ling Yi continued in agreement. Since we are bound together, is your support merely verbal? Tianyan replied, the scenery of Changsheng Lake is quite pleasant. Do not focus solely on cultivation, remember to balance work and leisure, and take the time to appreciate it. With that, Tianyan withdrew. Ling Yi chuckled softly and then raised her gaze toward Mu Shangyuan. As Mu Shangyuan approached, she inquired, Ling Yi, the supervisor mentioned you are willing to assist, but wishes to meet me first. Are you interested in the situation beneath Changsheng Lake or in assessing my condition? Both. Upon seeing Mu Shangyuan, Ling Yi realized that Teacher Yu's claim of her being rendered powerless was indeed true, and thus she asked, how did you manage to return when others did not? Please recount what transpired after you entered the water. Mu Shangyuan nodded and began, logically, it should not have fallen to me to investigate this matter, but with the elders disappearing without a trace, it was determined that merely having higher cultivation would not suffice. After deliberation, it was decided that I would descend. Initially, I could perceive some things, but as I descended further, the depths grew increasingly murky, and I could see nothing at all. Despite my lack of visibility, my vines were constantly warning me of danger. I understood the risks, yet my purpose was to uncover the cause, so I could not leave empty-handed. However, the adversary struck, and in the pitch darkness, I was ensnared by something. My vines, in a desperate bid to save me, engaged with it, and in that struggle, they exhausted their final strength to bring me back to the surface. Upon emerging, I realized my essence had vanished, rendering me unable to wield spiritual power. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Mu Shangyuan felt a tinge of shame. My cultivation is limited. I could not discern anything useful. Yin Wuxin addressed Ling Yi. Little sister, Xiao Yuan did her utmost. Ling Yi glanced at the two but remained silent, for the sake of the mirror of mountains and rivers. This plunge into the water was necessary, but Ling Yi regarded Mu Shangyuan. If you seek my assistance, would the compensation merely be allowing us to cultivate here for a month? Upon hearing this, Mu Shangyuan immediately clarified, of course not, everyone here is training, and you are the only one offering assistance. How could that be considered compensation? If you can resolve this matter, I will provide further recompense. Ling Yi inquired, what kind of recompense can you offer? Mu Shangyuan replied, within the bounds of not harming the foundation of the Nanyuan Empire and within what I can afford. You may name your price, Ling Yi. Upon hearing this, intended to respond, but Mu Shengyuan preempted her. Ling Yi, coming from Ling Yang, you may not be aware of my standing in the Nanyuan Empire. My royal mother is the empress of the Nanyuan Empire. And I am the crown princess. I possess far more than you might imagine, so you need not worry about my ability to provide. Yes, that's so. Ling Yi smiled slyly. In that case, I shall rest easy. Upon concluding her words, Ling Yi proceeded towards the Eternal Life Lake. However, after just a few steps she halted, turning back to glance at Yu Yang and the others. That creature, having manifested in the lake, is capable of coming ashore, although I cannot fathom why it has yet to do so. I advise you to keep a safe distance from this area. Why? Yu Yang's expression shifted. Are you speaking the truth? Ling Yi replied, Teacher, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? With that, she resumed her journey towards the Eternal Life Lake. Mu Shengyuan turned to the person in charge, issue an immediate order for everyone to evacuate. The official, taken aback, inquired, Princess, are we truly retreating? There are cultivators at the Eternal Life Lake. Can we trust that what Ling Yi said about that creature coming ashore is accurate? I understand her concerns, but the others will undoubtedly harbor grievances. Mu Shengyuan's gaze fixed on the official. My cultivation may be diminished, but my status remains intact. Command them to withdraw immediately. Anyone who disobeys will face consequences. The official promptly affirmed. Understood. Once the official departed, Mu Shengyuan looked at Yan Wuxin. Sister Xinxin, please instruct your people to leave as well. Yan Wuxin nodded, of course, just as she retrieved a communication stone to contact her people. Mu Shengyuan added, Sister Xinxin, you should also depart. Yan Wuxin cast a glance at her, remaining silent as she directed her people to retreat. Once arrangements were made, she severed the connection and turned to Mu Shengyuan. You stubborn girl. Repeat what you just said. Mu Shengyuan, with a serious demeanor, looked at Yan Wuxin. Sister Xinxin, that creature can devour the essence of life. You possess the source, and I fear that remaining here could lead to an attack against you. I understand your reluctance to leave, but can I truly allow you to remain in such peril? I do not wish for you to come to harm. Yan Wuxin met her gaze. Mu Shengyuan, from the moment you rescued me from the 10,000 Serpents Cave, I vowed that should you ever be in danger, I would never abandon you. Thus, there is no need for further discussion. Listening to their exchange, Yu Yang was reminded of a certain incident, the joint training between the Western Yan Empire and the Southern Yuan Empire, during which Yan Wuxin had fallen into the 10,000 Serpents Cave. Her spiritual energy depleted and being consumed by snakes, only to be rescued by Mu Shengyuan. Chapter 75, Vines Devour Humans. Yan Wuxin's gratitude for Mu Shengyuan's unwillingness to leave was met with Yu Yang's admiration, mingled with a wish that she could be a little more selfish. After all, this was not her fight, and her presence here could very well lead to her demise, but that was merely his opinion. He did not support her decision, yet would not impede her, as it was ultimately her choice. After bidding farewell to the two, Yu Yang set about organizing the evacuation of the others. The area was rich in spiritual energy, and everyone was eager to cultivate here. Suddenly being informed of their departure left the students bewildered. Most were displeased, yet regardless of their discontent, they had to leave. As others departed in an orderly fashion, Ling Yi had already arrived at the edge of the Eternal Life Lake. Ling Yi, just as she prepared to enter the water, Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin caught up with her. Ling Yi turned to them. Is there something else? Mu Shengyuan urged Ling Yi, if there is no way to resolve this, come back up. Do not force yourself. Ling Yi said nothing further and turned back towards the water. As she plunged into the lake, Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin moved closer, standing at the water's edge to watch. The waters of the Eternal Life Lake were remarkably clear, allowing visibility upon entry. However, as Ling Yi descended deeper, their view became increasingly obscured until she was completely out of sight. Beneath the surface of the Eternal Life Lake, Ling Yi held her breath and sank swiftly. The further she descended, the dimmer her surroundings became, until her vision was entirely enveloped in darkness. Before reaching the bottom, she found herself engulfed in total blackness. Sensing something was amiss, suddenly she swiftly evaded to the side as a vine shot through the inky void. Had she not reacted in time, it would have struck her. The attack of the vine stirred the water, creating ripples that alerted Ling Yi to the danger. Though she had evaded the initial strike, the vine was unperturbed by the need for breath. While she remained in a state of breath-holding, making underwater combat an unsustainable endeavor. As she pondered how to counter the vine, a burst of white light suddenly erupted in the dark expanse. Blindingly bright and expanding rapidly. As the white light approached, Ling Yi prepared to retreat, but several vines shot forth from the brightness. Witnessing this, her mind stirred. The Shanha mirror had reacted, indicating its presence within the Eternal Life Lake. But the Shanha mirror was no vine. The darkness had obscured her vision, making the appearance of the white light comprehensible. The Shanha mirror, realizing this, Ling Yi did not retreat but instead advanced toward the vines, deftly dodging their attacks. In the next moment, she grasped one of the vines, which then pulled her toward the radiant light. Upon entering the white glow, Ling Yi distinctly felt her body pass through something Following that sensation, the light dissipated, and her surroundings grew dim once more, yet she found herself firmly on solid ground, no longer submerged in water. However, as soon as she landed, she felt a tug on her hand. Ling Yi stumbled slightly but quickly released the vine she had caught, which scurried away with a rustling sound. She glanced in the direction the vine had fled, suspecting it would soon return, and quickly surveyed her surroundings. Her intuition was correct. The white light was indeed emitted by the Shanha mirror, and this space was likely the realm of the Shanha mirror, with the vine playing a role akin to that of a three-headed python. With this realization, Ling Yi reached out to Tianyan. Does every shard of the Shanha mirror confine something? In previous communications with Tianyan, he would swiftly respond, but this time, there was silence. Recalling the previous incident when she had entered the Shanha mirror's interior, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Once again, she found herself disconnected. However, before the last disconnection, Tianyan had gifted her a defensive artifact. Yet this time, there was none. Did he believe it unnecessary, or was there another reason? Would the Ji Yen still manifest this time? Ling Yi pondered as she walked in the direction the vine had taken. Although the light here was dim, visibility was far superior to that underwater, and since the vines had originated from this space, she should be able to locate their source by moving forward. Just as she advanced, a series of coughs echoed in the air, prompting Ling Yi to narrow her eyes and halt, turning to see an elderly man emerge from the thicket where she had just stood. Ling Yi regarded the suddenly appearing elder with narrowed eyes. The old man waved his hand at her. "Young lady, do not proceed further. It is dangerous ahead, you should leave at once." "Is that so?" Ling Yi approached the elder. "Old sir, do you know what lies ahead? Is there no life force? Are they puppets or something else?" Stopping before the elder, she observed him closely. Suddenly, the elder lunged at her. Transforming in an instant into a mass of entwined vines, the vines coalesced into a humanoid shape, adorned with an illusion to attract Ling Yi, intending to ensnare her. Unbeknownst to it, Ling Yi had already discerned its true nature. Almost instantaneously, as the vines lunged towards her, flames erupted across Ling Yi's body, igniting the vines and sealing their fate. However, these vines were no ordinary flora. Even with her mutated flames, it took considerable effort to incinerate them entirely. After expending significant time to burn away the last remnants of the vine creature, Ling Yi did not rush forward. This vine creature was significantly weaker than the vines she had encountered earlier. If it took her such effort to burn it, the stronger vines would undoubtedly prove far more challenging. This posed a disadvantage for her. If she had access to the source, the situation would be more manageable. The source. There was one on the shore, but now that she was here, it was impossible to go back and fetch it. She decided to observe the situation first. With that thought, Ling Yi continued to move forward. As she progressed, she encountered an increasing number of vine creatures. Although burning them was somewhat taxing, they posed no real threat to her. Thus, Ling Yi found herself puzzled by the vine strategy. Why were they using these vine creatures instead of directly attacking her with the stronger vines? They had previously employed vines against her. It was hard to believe they were suddenly incapable of doing so. After dispatching another vine creature, Ling Yi lifted her gaze to the front, spotting a swaying mass of black. With her keen eyes, she could see that the undulating black shape was a tree woven from vines. If she wasn't mistaken, the thin figures swaying from its branches appeared to be human. More specifically, they resembled desiccated corpses. No, they were too thin. Even as corpses, they should not be this emaciated. Merely tattered clothing and human skin remained. These vines consumed humans. What they devoured were likely the teachers who had initially descended to investigate and subsequently went missing. Along with the four elders who followed, Ling Yi approached the vine tree, and as she drew closer, she could feel the intensity of its sway. Such a phenomenon should not occur unless, standing before the vine tree, she caught a glimpse of a vibrant force amidst the decaying aura. This power was familiar to her. She had encountered it before in combat. It was Mu Xingyuan's. It had been nearly a month since Mu Xingyuan's incident had been consumed a month ago. Now, it still retained some essence, though not much. If one were to argue it had some essence, it was trapped by the vines, unable to escape or retaliate. Conversely, if it had no essence, it would have been assimilated by now, unable to exert any influence over the ghostly vines. Ling Yi regarded the vibrant force. Do not struggle, you cannot retaliate against it. Being assimilated is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, the light of the dimmed momentarily, only to surge once more, as it responded through action, refusing to surrender even to eventual assimilation. Ling Yi addressed it. The ghostly vine could have escaped long ago. It is you who have trapped it? The slight flickered. Ling Yi continued. You have confined it for a month. Do you truly believe you can hold it for a year? Once it escapes, the people of Chengguo, those of the Southern Yuan Empire, and Mu Shengyuan, Ling Yi spoke slowly, will all be in danger. What determination do you have to persist until now? Ling Yi spoke slowly. Mu Shengyuan, do you not realize that without you, Mu Shengyuan has become a mere shell of her former self? Ling Yi continued. Before I descended, I overheard others from the Nanyuan Empire mention that Mu Shengyuan was originally the crown princess, poised to become the next empress of the Nanyuan Empire. Now that she has been reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, she lacks the qualifications for such a role. They plan to join forces with other factions to eliminate her. What use is your struggle against Guetang? you cannot protect Musheng Yuan. As Ling Yi's words fell, the light of the grew exceptionally intense. Yet Guetang was a fully matured vine. While it was still in its nascent stage, no matter how fierce it became, it could not retaliate. In fact, this backlash only compelled Guetang, which had initially intended to absorb slowly, to exert even greater strength, completely enveloping the witnessing this scene. Ling Yi could only respond with silence. Chapter 76. The chosen one of the provocation proved futile. There was no match for Guetang. However, Ling Yi cast her gaze upon the towering black tree before her, pondering what Guetang could accomplish for Musheng Yuan and in this desperate situation. Taking a step back, she spread her arms wide, and the vine surged forth, ensnaring her tightly before dragging her upwards to dangle from the tree's trunk. Once Guetang secured its grip on Ling Yi, it rose into the air, its tendrils surging like a tidal wave toward a particular direction. Where a blinding white light re-emerged, hanging from the tree, Ling Yi glanced toward the radiant light. It flickered momentarily, and a smile crept across her lips as she chose not to resist. And the next moment, the vines pierced through the white light, reappearing in the water below. As Ling Yi held her breath, she sensed the Guetang tendrils straining against her body, attempting to pierce her skin and siphon her flesh. Ling Yi relaxed her body and offered no resistance, allowing the Guetang tendrils to eagerly penetrate her being and begin their feast. However, it was not long before the tendrils recoiled as if sensing a terrifying presence. The Guetang, born amidst death and decay, was toxic, yet Ling Yi also harbored a poison far more fearsome than that of Guetang. Upon contaminating Ling Yi's blood, the Guetang tendrils began to rot, instinctively retreating from their meal, yet they were reluctant to release her and instead employed additional tendrils to ensnare her further. With a crash, the intertwining Guetang formed a tree that broke the surface of the water. Standing amidst the lake. As the black vines emerged from the water, they surged toward the nearby humans. Most of the onlookers at the banks of the Eternal Life Lake had already fled, but a few remained. Those who saw the appearance of Guetang instinctively wished to attack, yet their cultivation was woefully inadequate. Before they could make a move, the vines ensnared them. Ordinary people, unlike Ling Yi, bore no lethal toxins within them to deter Guetang. In an instant, the vines infiltrated their bodies, draining them entirely, leaving behind only a layer of skin. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the remaining onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. The others began to retreat, but those still present were primarily soldiers. Students could escape, but soldiers could not. Their responsibility dictated that they remained. If they fled, the vines would turn to assault others, thus, they stayed behind. Unable to contend with Guetang, yet hoping to buy time for others to escape, Ling Yi, Musheng Yuan was protected by soldiers as she retreated, yet upon raising her gaze, she spotted Ling Yi ensnared by the vines and halted abruptly. Yan Wuxin also noticed Ling Yi, giving Musheng Yuan a push as she commanded the soldiers, "You all protect the princess and leave." With that, Yan Wuxin summoned a longsword and sprang toward the Guetang tree. Aware that she was no match for Guetang, she unleashed immediately. Though her cultivation was insufficient against Guetang, there was a powerful force that Guetang dared not touch, granting Yan Wuxin the opportunity to approach Ling Yi. Without hesitation, Yan Wuxin swung her sword downward. However, the blade met the Guetang without leaving a mark, while they ignited along the vines but was swiftly extinguished by Guetang. Ling Yi regarded Yan Wuxin, stating, "The is effective, but your cultivation is inadequate." "Silence, you dead girl," Yan Wuxin retorted as she dodged an incoming attack from Guetang, scolding, "If you can't manage, then don't take on unnecessary risks. Now look where that has left you." In contrast to Yan Wuxin's anxious concern, Ling Yi remained as calm as a still pond. "You called me little sister before, now it's dead girl. How swiftly hearts change. Even now, you're still being glib," Yan Wuxin replied with exasperation. "You're truly unafraid, aren't you? But perhaps this is for the best." Raising her hand to form a seal, Yan Wuxin sent forth a ball of flame to counter the advancing vines, declaring, "I do not require comfort. You remain safe, and I shall find a way to rescue you." As soon as Yan Wuxin finished speaking, she saw the Guetang ensnaring her flames and hurling them back. Yan Wuxin's expression tightened as she quickly evaded, narrowly avoiding harm from her own power. After dodging the attack, she turned to Ling Yi and inquired, "Sha Yuan said you could contend with the three-headed python. How is it that you've become ensnared by these vines?" Ling Yi sighed. "To deal with the three-headed python, one only needs sufficient strength. To confront Guetang, one requires to eradicate it completely, and I lack." This statement was partially true, while Ling Yi did not possess. Her flames were no ordinary fire. Given sufficient strength, she could still incinerate Guetang, a fact unknown to Yan Wuxin. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Yan Wuxin continued to evade Guetang's attacks. "Is there truly no other way to deal with this Guetang?" "Other methods?" Ling Yi smiled lightly. "There is one. Have Musheng Yuan come over and take a few steps." "Absolutely not," Yan Wuxin immediately objected. "Sha Yuan currently possesses no cultivation. Approaching these vines would be tantamount to a death sentence for her." Yan Wuxin almost voiced, "Are you wishing for Sha Yuan's demise?" But the thought was quickly quelled. She believed Ling Yi was not that kind of person. "What am I?" Ling Yi asked, noticing Yan Wuxin's hesitation. Yan Wuxing dodged another attack from Guetang, replying nothing. Ling Yi regarded her thoughtfully, then explained the current status of the wish to protect Mu Shangyuan, persisting until now. She had employed a bit of provocation against it earlier, but it had proven ineffective. When the real person arrives, it should be different, Ling Yi continued. Only if they can restrain Guetang will you stand a chance to defeat it. Otherwise, not only you, but even the entire contingent of cultivators from the Spring Kingdom would be no match for it. Just because the restrains it, does that mean we can defeat it? Yan Wuxing questioned skeptically. Our strength 1T increase just because the is holding it back. I only have this one method. If you choose not to use it, I have no other options. Yan Wuxing was about to respond when a commotion arose from below. Princess. Glancing down, Yan Wuxing saw Guetang attacking a soldier. Mu Shangyuan, grasping the soldier's hand, flung him forward, pushing him aside as she faced Guetang. The rescued soldier yelled in panic, wanting to rush back to save her. But it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the vines approached Mu Shangyuan. Everyone expected Mu Shangyuan to be ensnared and consumed by the vines, yet as they reached her, they came to a halt simultaneously. Ling Yi clearly observed the vitality, previously shrouded in decay and death, re-emerging. The provocation method was indeed less effective than a real person. Do not touch Sha Yuan, then entangled with Guetang was acutely aware of the speed at which Guetang devoured flesh and blood. It understood that if the vines made contact with Sha Yuan, her demise was certain. This time, the retaliated with unprecedented intensity. As if expending its final reserves of strength to protect its master, the essence of Guetang, ensnared by the, could no longer properly control its vines to attack others. The tendrils that had ensnared Ling Yi began to slacken. Seeing this, Yan Wuxing immediately stepped forward, seizing the opportunity presented by Guetang's momentary laxness to rescue Ling Yi and return her to Mu Shangyuan's side. Are you both unharmed? Mu Shangyuan inquired anxiously upon their return. I am fine, Yan Wuxing replied, then turned to Ling Yi. And you? Ling Yi shook her head. I am unharmed. That is good to hear, Mu Shangyuan said. You both should leave this place, Yan Wuxing asked. Aren't you coming with us? Mu Shangyuan shook her head. I cannot leave. Before Yan Wuxing could express her thoughts, Mu Shangyuan continued. I can sense it. It resides within that tree. I cannot abandon it once more. It cannot hold out much longer. Yan Wuxing argued, it wishes for you to survive. Remaining here is not its desire. Ling Yi listened to their conversation, refraining from interjecting, lost in contemplation. Were these truly selecting their fated individuals at random? Excessive dosage of medicine could provoke adverse reactions, let alone that of a mortal's body could endure certain experiences after cultivation, yet they existed from the moment a child was born. How could an untrained mortal infant withstand it? Unless the individuals chosen by these were inherently different, she yearned to discover just what that difference was. Casting a glance at the two still embroiled in debate, Ling Yi instantaneously vanished, leaving them behind. Chapter 77. Unable to let go. Very well, since you wish to remain, I shall stay with you. As the argument intensified, Yan Wuxing declared, regardless, I cannot leave you here alone. Noticing Yan Wuxing's refusal to depart, Mu Shangyuan intended to implore Ling Yi to take her away, only to discover that Ling Yi had inexplicably vanished. Ling Yi, Mu Shangyuan called out, scanning her surroundings. Yan Wuxing then realized Ling Yi was missing. Murmuring, could it be? Yan Wuxing harbored a deep affection for Ling Yi, genuinely believing that he was not the kind of person who would abandon them in such dire circumstances, yet, the harsh reality was indeed otherwise. Leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. If it were anyone else, upon discovering their fear of death and subsequent silence and leaving, she would have felt revulsion. However, with Ling Yi, she could not summon such feelings. Her eyes told her that Ling Yi had chosen to let them go first, but her mind incessantly reminded her that he was not that sort of person. It was rather laughable. Yan Wuxing could not fathom why her mind placed such unwavering trust in Ling Yi. Stop calling out. He should have left by now. Yan Wuxing turned to Mu Shangyuan and asked, Ling Yi has already departed. Are you truly not going to leave? Mu Shangyuan shook her head resolutely. I cannot abandon my post. It was entirely reasonable for Ling Yi to retreat in the face of the ghost vine tree. But as a princess of the Southern Yu Empire, she could not leave so easily. She had become powerless. Her only role now was to buy time for others to escape. With this thought in mind, Mu Shangyuan addressed the soldiers. You must withdraw immediately. Inform those outside to retreat at once. The farther the better, Your Highness. The soldiers were reluctant to leave her behind. How can we abandon you? Mu Shangyuan's voice turned cold. This is an order. If you still recognize me as your princess, then follow my command. If you do not, you are free to disregard my orders. The soldiers found themselves in a dilemma. They did indeed acknowledge Mu Shangyuan as a princess. Ultimately, it was the squad leader who spoke up. We must obey the princess's command, retreat. With no other choice, the soldiers cast one last glance at Mu Shangyuan before withdrawing. Once they left, only Yan Wuxing and Mu Shangyuan remained by the Changshan Lake, both gazing at the ghost vine tree, which had regained control, its threatening aura now weakening. It was still too weak. Yan Wuxing turned to Mu Shangyuan. What will you do now? Mu Shangyuan's eyes were icy as she stared at the ghost vine tree. If we allow it to escape, I cannot fathom how many innocent lives will be lost. It must not leave this place. Yan Wuxing replied, this is Spring Country, not the Southern Yu Empire. You need not Xingxing Jia, Mu Shangyuan interrupted her, gazing earnestly. Spring Country is dependent on the Southern Yu Empire, and thus the Empire bears the responsibility to protect it. As a princess of the Southern Yu Empire, I have that duty. Yan Wuxing found herself unable to refute this. If a similar situation were to occur in the Western Yan Empire or one of its vassal states, they too would intervene. She understood and empathized with Mu Xingyuan's thoughts, yet human nature is inherently selfish. When calamity strikes oneself, it is easy to overlook the plight of others. I understand, Yan Wuxing said. What do you intend to do? Mu Shangyuan did not respond, for she too was at a loss as to how to destroy this tree. However, she was acutely aware of the calamity that the ghost vine's departure would bring to Spring Country. The birth of Green Eyes was a legacy from their ancestors. The otherworldly wood spirit was indeed a manifestation of their ancestral bloodline. The princess would surely inject endless vitality into our Southern Yu Empire. The princess could lead us to expand our territories, making the Southern Yu Empire ever stronger. Let His Majesty confer upon the princess the title of Crown Princess. There were many princesses in the Southern Yu Empire, but only one crown princess, who would become the next empress. Once one ascended to the role of empress, they could no longer focus solely on cultivation, but must instead devote their thoughts and efforts to the empire. The Empress of Southern Yu understood this better than anyone, and thus was reluctant to designate Mu Shangyuan as crown princess. However, with her naturally green eyes, she was recognized by the subjects as the resurgence of their ancestral bloodline, and as such, she could cultivate and manage state affairs concurrently. To appoint Mu Shangyuan as crown princess was the desire of both the ministers and the populace. This situation reached its zenith when Mu Shangyuan was tested for her otherworldly wood spirit at the tender age of 3. The empress was not just Mu Xingyuan's mother, she was also the sovereign of the people. Ultimately, the will of the people triumphed over that of her daughter, and Mu Shangyuan became the crown princess. The crown princess held a status superior to that of other princes and princesses, yet it was a more arduous path, since the moment she was tested for her otherworldly wood spirit. Mu Shangyuan rarely found time to rest during the day. When night fell, she could finally spend a moment with her mother, yet their conversations revolved around the duties of a minister and the hearts of the people. She had to cultivate while also learning the principles of governance, with everyone placing their high hopes on her, nurturing her to become a powerful figure akin to their ancestors. One day, while practicing her spells, she struggled to control them. The teacher assigned to instruct her was stern and, witnessing her repeated failures, expressed disappointment, wondering how one with ancestral blood could be so dull-witted. The cumulative pressures of her responsibilities, the limited time with her mother, her teacher's punishments, and the harsh words directed at her led to her first tears at the tender age of 5. On that day, the empress happened to witness her practicing and, upon seeing her cry, could not bring herself to scold her, offering gentle comfort instead. It was a mother's love for her child, but such affection became the basis for ministers to criticize the empress. They argued that the empress was overly indulgent towards the crown princess, and that this would only serve to diminish her resolve towards cultivation over time. Had Mu Shangyuan done anything wrong? No, she had not. Had the empress erred, a mother, feeling for her child, softened just once, why should she face the ire of her subjects? Were the ministers in the wrong? From their perspective, their loyalty to Mu Shangyuan, who bore the ancestral bloodline, was unwavering. Their strict treatment of her stemmed from a desire for her to be as formidable as her ancestors. Viewed in this light, they were not at fault. The people wished for Mu Shangyuan to be like her ancestors, to protect the empire, and that too was not erroneous. No one was truly wrong in this situation, thus someone had to step back. In an effort to ensure Mu Xingyuan's proper cultivation, her teacher took her to eavesdrop on the minister's criticisms of the empress. From that moment on, Mu Shangyuan resolved to dedicate herself to her training and to learn the ways of governance. After that tearful incident at 5, no matter how arduous her trials became, she never wept again. To prevent her mother and siblings from worrying, she maintained a mischievous facade, ensuring that none would perceive her exhaustion. But was she truly not weary? Yes, she was utterly drained. After enduring the pain of becoming powerless, Mu Shangyuan even thought that perhaps this was for the best, at least it alleviated her burdens. Yet upon encountering the ghost vine and realizing the calamity it would bring to Spring Country, she understood that she could not let go of her responsibilities, regardless of her status as a crown princess or a mere princess. As a member of the imperial family, she bore the duty of protecting the populace, but she felt woefully inadequate, her heart full of intent yet lacking the strength. Mu Shangyuan gazed at the ghost vine, knowing that had her ancestors faced this situation, they would have managed it with ease. Unlike her own helplessness, everyone claimed she possessed the green eyes of her ancestors, yet if she truly did, how could she be so weak? How could she be incapable of eliminating the ghost vine and safeguarding the people? Yet even in the face of such inadequacy, she would not retreat. Mu Shangyuan turned to Yan Wuxing. Xingxing Jia, I can buy some time. Please relay to the others that the ghost vine must not be allowed to escape from here. Gather the experts. We must destroy it at all costs. Yan Wuxing met Mu Shengyuan's resolute gaze, asking, "How do you plan to buy time?" Mu Shengyuan smiled faintly but did not answer, instead looking past Yan Wuxing. "Ling Yi, why have you returned?" At this, Yan Wuxing turned to look. And in that moment, Mu Shengyuan dashed toward the ghost vine. The ghost vine, having subdued the otherworldly wood spirit and no longer under duress, immediately wrapped itself around Mu Shengyuan as she approached. Its tendrils ruthlessly piercing her body, beginning to drain her flesh and blood. As it consumed her, the ghost vine hoisted Mu Shengyuan up to hang from the tree. Xiaoyuan, Yan Wuxing, having turned back and not seeing Ling Yi, sensed something was amiss and quickly glanced back, witnessing the scene unfold before her. She immediately charged toward the ghost vine tree, which retaliated by sending its tendrils to meet her. Mu Shengyuan called out to Yan Wuxing, "Xinxin Jia, please do not let my efforts be in vain, I beg you." With that, she directed her gaze at the ghost vine tree. "I may not be able to kill you, but my otherworldly wood spirit is not so easily consumed." Without hesitation, Mu Shengyuan forced her spirit root into action, leveraging the faint connection between her spirit root and the otherworldly wood spirit, causing the latter to flicker as it was ensnared by the ghost vine. Ling Yi, observing from behind a thicket, furrowed her brow at this turn of events. Mu Shengyuan was attempting to self-destruct by utilizing her connection to the otherworldly wood spirit, yet, reaching this point of self-detonation showed no outward change, indicating that it truly was a desperate measure. Ling Yi clicked her tongue, preparing to intervene when the ghost vine tree erupted in a brilliant green light. With a resounding bang, the green light surged forth, enveloping the surrounding area. Ling Yi thought, "It has exploded, but it seems not in the way I anticipated." Unaware of the true nature of events, Yan Wuxing cried out in sadness amidst the green light. "Xiaoyuan!" The radiance appeared abruptly and dissipated just as quickly. Once the light faded, the previously closed ghost vine tree had split apart, revealing Mu Shengyuan unharmed, standing not far from the tree. "Xiaoyuan!" Yan Wuxing rushed over, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. "Xiaoyuan, are you alright?" At that moment, Mu Shengyuan appeared somewhat dazed. She had intended to use her connection to the otherworldly wood spirit for a self-detonation. While it might not have killed the ghost vine, it should have severely wounded it, buying time for others to come and confront it. That was her plan, yet the actual outcome was entirely different from her expectations. Mu Shengyuan took a moment to assess her situation before turning to Yan Wuxing. "Xinxin Jia, I'm fine." Hearing this, Yan Wuxing sighed in relief, but before she could say anything further, Mu Shengyuan, with a look of bewilderment, murmured, "The otherworldly wood spirit has returned." Yan Wuxing was taken aback. "Is that true?" Mu Shengyuan nodded. Indeed, she could distinctly feel the pulsating within her spiritual roots, continuously releasing its power. Yan Wuxing was overjoyed. "It has returned, this is wonderful," although she was unsure of the circumstances. The return of the meant that Xiaoyuan was no longer useless, which was the best outcome imaginable. Observing Yan Wuxing's exuberance, Mu Shengyuan's initial sense of unreality gradually faded. She turned to Gui Tang, "Sister Xinxin, I will hold it back." "You go summon help." Yan Wuxing snorted coldly. "You wish to send me away again? I will not be deceived." "No," Mu Shengyuan hastily replied, "this time it is truly not the case. Sister Xinxin, I have regained my strength. I will not endanger myself again, but we cannot handle it alone and require assistance." After contemplating, Yan Wuxing conceded, "You truly want to be putting yourself in danger?" "I swear, I truly will not." "Very well," Yan Wuxing said, reassured. "You hold on for a moment. I will go find help." As she spoke, Yan Wuxing was about to depart when the Guetang, driven mad by the explosion of the erupted violently. Countless black vines surged from the ground, forming a cage that ensnared both Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxing. Witnessing this scene, Mu Shengyuan immediately summoned her sword and swung it, a beam of swordlight slicing through the vines in an instant. Yan Wuxing, astonished, exclaimed, "You actually severed them." Previously, when she had attempted to save Ling Yi, her blade had left no mark, yet Xiaoyuan had effortlessly cut through the vines. While it was true that Xiaoyuan was a level higher in cultivation, the disparity seemed far too great. Unaware of the underlying reasons for Yan Wuxing's astonishment, Mu Shengyuan simply said, "Sister Xinxin, I will clear a path for you. You must hurry." Yan Wuxing responded, "All right." Indeed, Mu Shengyuan could sever the vines, but they quickly regrew after being cut. She had to keep attacking to create space for Yan Wuxing's escape. Once Yan Wuxing was free, the Guetang began to constrict. Attempting to suffocate Mu Shengyuan, she continued to slash at the encroaching vines, but the exertion drained her energy, and soon she felt her spiritual power waning, just as the vines closed in, preparing to ensnare her once more. Two stout vines surged up from beneath her feet. One coiled protectively around her, while the other sliced toward the Guetang like a sword, peering through the gaps. Mu Shengyuan was taken aback by the might of the protective vine. When had she gained such control over such formidable vines? The vine was indeed fierce, and Mu Shengyuan even believed it could vanquish the Guetang. Yet, just as she pondered this, the vine wilted, revealing a dark hue. Startled, Mu Shengyuan prepared to examine it more closely when an excruciating pain surged through her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. As she looked at the blood, she noticed black threads writhing within it. Before she could comprehend the situation, a more intense agony coursed through her body. As a pained expression crossed her face, the vine that shielded her also withered. Seizing the opportunity, the Gui Tang ensnared her, gradually constricting the space. Just as it was about to strangle Mu Shengyuan, a brilliant white light pierced through the darkness created by the Gui Tang. Chapter 79, The Power of the Divine Offspring. The vines shattered and fell, the light illuminating the surroundings. Mu Shengyuan strained to look toward the source of the light, and a figure stepped forth. Illuminated by its glow, Ling Yi, realizing who it was, Mu Shengyuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Aren't you supposed to be gone?" Ling Yi remained silent, stopping before Mu Shengyuan, gazing down at her. 10 remain of 1. Hearing this, Mu Shengyuan was left utterly bewildered. "What?" Without answering, Ling Yi lifted her brandished a blade, and the light of the blade flew forth, severing the vines overhead. As the vines fell, Ling Yi swiftly carried Mu Shengyuan out from the embrace of the Gui Tang. The moment they landed, the Gui Tang surged forth like a tide. Ling Yi, while cutting through the vines, retreated with Mu Shengyuan. "Mu Shengyuan, the Gui Tang source is useful for your. Do you desire it?" At that moment, Mu Shengyuan felt weak, almost entirely supported by Ling Yi as they withdrew, scarcely able to muster any strength. Yet, upon hearing Ling Yi's words, she mustered the energy to respond, "I desire it." "Good," Ling Yi replied. "Do you mind shedding some blood?" Mu Shengyuan was puzzled by Ling Yi's inquiry but nodded nonetheless. "As long as you deem it useful, anything will suffice." Ling Yi did not press further. Turning Mu Shengyuan's hand over, her fingertip glimmering with spiritual light as it traced a line, creating a wound. Blood welled forth, and Ling Yi positioned the bone blade. "Clench your fist," allowing the blood to drip onto the bone blade. In the presence of an open wound, clenching the fist would facilitate a quicker flow of blood. However, Mu Shengyuan was too weak to exert any force, unable to grip tightly, observing the pallor of her face. Ling Yi seized Mu Shengyuan's hand and gripped it firmly. Blood dripped steadily onto the bone blade, all of it absorbed. Once the bone blade had absorbed sufficient blood, Ling Yi released Mu Shengyuan and advanced toward the Gui Tang. Standing before the Gui Tang, Ling Yi gazed down at the bone blade in her hand, eager to witness the strength of this 10-to-1 power. A cold light flickered in her eyes. She swung the bone blade, unleashing a white blade of light that, as it neared the Gui Tang, revealed a hint of green within it. Boom! The white and green light collided with the Gui Tang, producing a tremendous explosion. The vine's body was blown apart, leaving only a core remnant behind. Seeing that core, Ling Yi swiftly moved closer, her blade descending with a clang. Ling Yi smirked coldly as she gripped the bone blade tightly. Successfully cleaving a path through the dark mass, retrieving the bone blade, her left hand swiftly plunged into the fissure. As her hand penetrated, countless fine tendrils ensnared her, yet in the next moment, they dispersed rapidly. Ling Yi's hand slipped through the tendrils, grasping a pearl and yanking it free. Upon extracting the pearl, the remaining Gui Tang vines writhed violently on the ground, resembling a mass of snakes, an unsettling and terrifying sight. Ling Yi cast a brief glance before averting her gaze, clutching the pearl as she approached Mu Shengyuan. "Ling Yi, those vines." Mu Shengyuan stared at the approaching Ling Yi in shock. How could this happen? Noticing her astonishment, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and turned back, observing that the severed vines were liquefying. The Gui Tang's fluid seeped into the soil, causing the surrounding flora to wither as if poisoned. The Gui Tang was inherently a product of decay and death, so its impact on healthy vegetation was entirely expected. However, before Ling Yi could explain this to Mu Shengyuan, she doubled over, retching. Ling Yi turned back to find Mu Shengyuan bent over. But the contents of her purge were not food. Instead, they were tendrils mixed with blood and flesh. Ling Yi gazed at the bloody remnants, recalling the fleeting green within the blade's light, the power of the divine offspring. Even a mere trace could restrain the Gui Tang under the influence of the bone blade. With this thought, Ling Yi's gaze returned to Mu Shengyuan. Typically, a person would be drained to a mere husk in the blink of an eye if the Gui Tang's tendrils penetrated their body. Yet Mu Shengyuan had endured until now, protected by that power. Ling Yi stowed away the bone blade and the Gui Tang pearl, addressing Mu Shengyuan. "I am too filthy. I must wash." After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Yi instantly flashed to the lakeside. With the Gui Tang dealt with, what of the mountain river mirror? Ling Yi entered the lake, and with the absence of the Gui Tang's influence, the water regained its clarity. Even in the murky depths, it was no longer completely shrouded in darkness. Once submerged, Ling Yi carefully sensed the varying levels of spiritual energy within the lake and immediately swam toward the area rich in spiritual essence. As she approached the denser region, she unearthed a fragment of the mountain river mirror from the sediment. With the shard of the mountain river mirror in hand, Ling Yi produced the destiny and unfurled it. As the destiny expanded, the shard transformed into a stream of light, merging into the destiny. With its entrance, a portion of the mountain river mirror's image illuminated once more. Ling Yi beheld the half-illuminated mountain river mirror image. A smile gracing her lips, half illuminated. Only 2 pieces remained to be collected. Retrieving the destiny, Ling Yi made her way back to the shore. There, Yan Wuxin arrived with assistance but was perplexed to find the Gui Tang absent. While a large swath of flora along the lake's edge had inexplicably withered, the others were filled with confusion. Yet Yan Wuxin, undeterred by the mystery, quickly searched for Mu Shengyuan. Upon seeing her, she rushed over. "Xiao Yuan." Yan Wuxin reached Mu Shengyuan's side and gasped at the sight of what she had expelled. "What has happened to you?" After inquiring, she turned to the others. "Who is the apothecary?" Come quickly to check on Xiao Yuan, Sister Xinshin. Mu Shengyuan tugged at her hand. I am fine, do not worry. Though still weak, after expelling the contents of her stomach, the pain had subsided, reflecting on the tendrils she had previously vomited. Mu Shengyuan understood that the tendrils expelled with her blood had been alive, while those she had just expelled were entirely lifeless. The act of expulsion signified her recovery. How can I not worry? Yan Wuxin gazed at Mu Shengyuan. Your complexion is dreadful. Mu Shengyuan smiled gently. Sister Xinshin, I truly am fine. The Guetang has perished. Only then did Yan Wuxin's concern shift to the pressing matter. How did it die? Where is its body? Recalling that Ling Yi had drawn her blood in the confrontation with the Guetang, Mu Shengyuan instinctively sensed there was more to the story, glancing at the individuals who had accompanied Yan Wuxin. She chose not to elaborate and simply stated, Ling Yi killed it. After its death, it transformed into liquid, causing the plants by the lake to wither due to the fluid soaking into the soil. Is that so? Yan Wuxin inquired. Where is Ling Yi? Just as Mu Shengyuan was about to respond, movement from the lakeside caught their attention. Ling Yi emerged from the water, using her spiritual power to dry herself as she stepped onto the shore. Upon Ling Yi's arrival, she discovered the presence of others and refrained from approaching further. She gazed at Mu Shengyuan and stated, the item you seek is in my possession, once I have addressed the matter. You may come to retrieve it. With that, she turned and departed. After Ling Yi's exit, those accompanying Yan Wuxin began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that Ling Yi was the one who vanquished Guetang? In the past half-month, they had heard Ling Yi's name on numerous occasions, yet it pertained solely to her remarkable cultivation speed, devoid of any reference to her actual strength. Furthermore, only a handful had witnessed her slaying the three-headed python. The rest remained skeptical of her true prowess. However, they were now compelled to believe the spiritual energy in the vicinity had diminished, while others debated Ling Yi's alleged defeat of Guetang. Mu Shengyuan acutely sensed the waning spiritual energy in their surroundings. Yet, as she pondered this, she found herself momentarily stunned. The decline in spiritual energy was indeed occurring, albeit slowly. Given her current state of weakness, it should have been difficult to detect, yet she felt it. Thoughts of blood crossed her mind as Mu Shengyuan collected her thoughts. With Yan Wuxin's assistance, she rose and addressed the crowd. Guetang is deceased. The human skins you see are those of the unfortunate elders and instructors. Ensure they are preserved with care and returned to the empire. Upon hearing this, the previously engaged crowd fell silent, their gazes drawn to the human skins that lay scattered on the ground. The Nan Yuan Empire had suffered the loss of 4 elders and several instructors, and with the confirmation of their demise, sorrow engulfed them. We shall dutifully obey the princess's command and ensure the safe return of the elders and instructors. Mu Shengyuan continued. The corpse of Guetang has liquefied into the earth, causing the surrounding flora to wither, a testament to its potent toxicity. Inform the people of Chungui to disseminate this knowledge to prevent the spread of Guetang's poison. Upon her words, individuals from Chungui responded in unison. Understood. One final matter, Mu Shengyuan added, that was devoured by Guetang has returned to me. She looked at the crowd. It requires time to stabilize. And thus I shall not be available for your company henceforth. Returned. The people of the Nan Yuan Empire expressed their delight. Princess, the return of thee is indeed a positive development. Rest assured in your cultivation. We shall handle all matters. The Chungui individuals also offered their heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, Princess, on your recovery. Having said no more, Mu Shengyuan issued her instructions and departed with Yan Wuxin. After their exit, they proceeded to the tent area prepared for the Dongyang Empire in search of Lin Yi. Along the way, Yan Wuxin recalled Ling Yi's words and curiously inquired, Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi previously mentioned that the item you desire is in her possession. What is it? Mu Shengyuan replied, it is the Guetang source. Lin Yi indicated it would be beneficial for my Guetang possesses the wood attribute, and your spiritual root attribute is also wood. Refining and absorbing it would serve as a tremendous boon for those with wood attributes, Yan Wuxin exclaimed with joy. Upon absorption, you is bound to upgrade. Eagerly anticipating the outcome, the two arrived at the Dongyang Empire's tent area, where they encountered other students who had retreated from the Dongyang Empire. After inquiring about Lin Yi's location, they proceeded to her designated tent. Their singular focus on finding Lin Yi led them to overlook a man returning to the tent area behind them. Inside the tent, upon her return, Lin Yi had already organized everything. Noticing Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin's arrival, she retrieved the Guetang source pearl. Mu Shengyuan stared at the pitch-black Guetang source pearl. Caught in a quandary, while it was true that Guetang belonged to the wood category, the source pearl was imbued with an intense coldness, and given Guetang's unique nature, even the imperial alchemists would likely struggle to refine it. In truth, it could be absorbed without refining, but that held true only for those of higher cultivation. For those of lower cultivation, forced absorption could yield adverse effects. Mu Shengyuan fell into the latter category. If absorption was not feasible, the item would be of no use in her possession. As Mu Shengyuan grappled with her dilemma, Lin Yi turned her gaze towards Yan Wuxin. I have a question. Yan Wuxin smiled and asked, what is it? Lin Yi's gaze fell upon Yan Wuxin's hair. Is the color of your hair similar to that of her eyes? Yan Wuxin appeared somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Lin Yi replied, is it inherited from someone, or is it due to the Yi? Yan Wuxin chuckled, it is due to the Yi. Lin Yi inquired, there is no hereditary explanation. Yan Wuxin contemplated for a moment. There are rumors in the royal family that our ancestor had red hair. Before Lin Yi could respond, Yan Wuxin continued, however, we have not considered our ancestors in this regard. Why not? Lin Yi asked. Yan Wuxin explained, because the Western Yan Empire has always had individuals with red hair. My brother and I are not the only ones. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Mu Shengyuan. Is there only you in the Nan Yuan Empire? Mu Shengyuan understood her implication and nodded, indeed. Having received her answer, Lin Yi fell silent, while Mu Shengyuan could not help but ask, Lin Yi, is this related to your inquiry about the blood? Lin Yi cast a glance at Mu Shengyuan. Refraining from an immediate response, she raised her hand and cast a soundproof barrier. Once the barrier was established, Lin Yi spoke, that was consumed by Guetang for a month without merging. I was curious to observe its peculiarities, hence I remained hidden while you dealt with Guetang. Mu Shengyuan was somewhat astonished, so you were there all along. No wonder you could intervene at a critical moment. Lin Yi gave Mu Shengyuan a knowing look. You were my observation subject, so I could hardly leave. When you decided to self-destruct, I feared I would miss it, but eventually I witnessed it. Lin Yi regarded Mu Shengyuan. At that moment, you unleashed the power of the divine offspring. Although that power was but a fraction, it was still present. Divine offspring power, Mu Shengyuan queried. What is that? Lin Yi elaborated. Divine offspring, formerly known as the descendants of the divine clan. Lin Yi continued, your ancestor must have been a descendant of the divine clan. Within you, the bloodline power has resurfaced. However, since you are not the ancestor, the inherited bloodline power is but a trace. Descendants of the divine clan, both Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin were taken aback. The concept was entirely foreign to them. Observing their expressions, Lin Yi pondered, in places where descendants of the divine clan appear, there should logically exist related legends. How could these two appear utterly unfamiliar, as if they knew nothing? Legends cannot be suppressed unless someone or some force caused them to forget the existence of the descendants of the divine clan from the root. Lin Yi, we have not heard any related legends. Yan Wuxin fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi, inquiring, how did you come to know? Good question. Lin Yi toyed with the Guetang source pearl. Responding leisurely, I merely wish to discern the differences in those chosen by the in truth. I am not familiar with the concept of divine offspring, but upon witnessing the power you unleashed, memories of that power's records surfaced in my mind. Quite intriguing. In any case, I am aware of it now. Lin Yi regarded the two. I only know it as divine offspring power. Beyond that, I am not well versed. If you seek answers, you may pursue them yourselves. Before either could respond, Lin Yi continued, I have fulfilled my promise to you. It is now time to honor your end of the bargain. Mu Shengyuan inquired, what is it that you desire? What do I desire? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Let me think. Spirit stones. Even the Empire offers only mediocre spirit stones. Weapons. I have no need for those. Techniques. There is still one tome of techniques and abilities yet to be unlocked. I have no use for it. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi turned to Mu Shengyuan. Upon closer examination, it seems you have little to offer me. Mu Shengyuan was somewhat taken aback. Have you truly pondered this thoroughly? Indeed, Lin Yi replied, nodding. If you feel I have not considered it fully, you may contribute additional thoughts. Before Mu Shengyuan could speak, Lin Yi interjected, no need for spirit stones, weapons, or techniques. With that alteration, she effectively dismissed the most common forms of compensation. Mu Shengyuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. How about medicinal pills? Lin Yi replied, if there exists a pill capable of resurrection, that would certainly be acceptable. Otherwise, I have little use for anything else. Mu Shengyuan asked, do you require money? Lin Yi regarded her. What purpose would money serve? Mu Shengyuan explained, to purchase what is needed for cultivation. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate further. Mu Shengyuan sighed, exchanging glances with Yan Wuxin, both recognizing a shared sense of exasperation given the situation. They truly had little to offer her. Mu Shengyuan addressed Lin Yi, can't you harbor some worldly desires? I can. Lin Yi replied, looking at Mu Shengyuan. Does gossip count as a worldly desire? Mu Shengyuan countered. What do you mean? Lin Yi replied, descendants of the divine clan is not only a curiosity for you. It piques my interest as well. Since you are unaware, and now that you are informed, you will undoubtedly investigate. Why not share the findings with me once you uncover the truth? Consider it compensation for this transaction. Compensation? Mu Shengyuan expressed disbelief. Is that not rather simplistic? Not necessarily. Lin Yi countered. In the absence of knowledge from two imperial princesses, uncovering clues regarding the descendants of the divine clan is no small feat. Seeing Lin Yi's resolve, Mu Shengyuan ceased to resist. Very well. If I uncover anything relevant, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Agreed. Lin Yi replied, this matter is settled. Her implication was clear. The two were free to depart. As Mu Shengyuan rose, preparing to bid farewell to Lin Yi, the tense entrance curtain was lifted. And when Xiao Xiao entered, followed closely by three other men, upon seeing them, Lin Yi's face broke into an enigmatic smile. And she subsequently dismantled the soundproof barrier. Once the barrier was removed, when Xiaoxiao eagerly spoke, Lin Yi, I heard you obtained the Guitang source. After speaking, her gaze fell upon the bead held in Ling Yi's hand. The Ghost Vine Source Pearl was indeed imbued with a chilling aura, yet it possessed the attribute of wood, harboring a formidable wood spirit power. Once refined and absorbed, it would serve as a tremendous boon for those with wood attributes. Mu Shengyuan desired it precisely because she was of the wood attribute, and when Xiaoxiao too shared this attribute and yearned for it, Ling Yi was puzzled as to how these four fools had discovered her possession of the Ghost Vine Source Pearl. But what it? Ling Yi looked at Wen Xiaoxiao and asked with a smile that was not quite a smile. Wen Xiaoxiao glanced at Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin, nodding. I possess a wood attribute spiritual root and have been stuck at level 6 for a long time. If I could obtain the Ghost Vine Source Pearl, I would surely break through it before Ling Yi could respond. Jibayu, standing to the right of Wen Xiaoxiao, spoke up. Ling Yi, we can purchase it. Zheng Xinchu on the left of Wen Xiaoxiao also chimed in, name your price. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Zhou Wenyu behind Wen Xiaoxiao. Both of them have spoken. Do you not wish to express your thoughts? Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brow, feeling that Ling Yi's words were somewhat odd, yet since she had said so, if he remained silent, it would surely embarrass Xiaoxiao. Thus he replied, you may name your price. Name a price. Mu Shengyuan chuckled lightly. Do you four truly believe you can outbid me? As soon as she spoke, the expressions of the four changed. Yan Wuxin, seeing this, also joined in, and me, when Xiaoxiao's face paled slightly as she looked at Yan Wuxin. Princess Wuxin, you are not of the wood attribute. The Ghost Vine Source Pearl would be of no use to you. Yan Wuxin smiled, but Xiao Yuan is, she desires it herself. I wish to purchase it as a gift for her. What, is that unacceptable? Realizing she could not win the argument, when Xiaoxiao turned her attention back to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, the Ghost Vine Source Pearl harbors a chilling aura. If one cannot refine and absorb it, there is a significant risk of being backlashed. My cultivation is 2 levels higher than Mu Xingyuan's. So I can endure it better. It would be more beneficial for you to sell it to me. Ling Yi, do not forget, we are all subjects of the Dongyang Empire. Ji Baiyu interjected. We are also students of the Imperial Academy. Do you intend to aid outsiders instead of your classmates? Upon hearing this, Yan Wuxin and Mu Shengyuan were both infuriated and prepared to speak, but Ling Yi's voice cut in, no matter how much you argue. I will not sell this Ghost Vine Source Pearl to you. When Xiaoxiao's heart raced. Why not? She had been stuck at level 6 for so long, while direct absorption of the Ghost Vine Source Pearl posed a risk of backlash. If successful, it would allow her to advance. Moreover, the pearl was potent. Once fully absorbed, it could enable her to ascend once more. She needed to obtain the Ghost Vine Source Pearl. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, we have not offended you. Why must you target us? Nonsense, Ling Yi replied coldly. I shall sell my belongings to whomever I choose. If I do not sell to you, it is not targeting you. When Xiaoxiao looked at Ling Yi, ready to question why she would not sell to them if she was not targeting them, but before she could speak, she saw Ling Yi smirk. If that is how you think, then you are correct. I am indeed targeting you. When Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, having never encountered someone as unyielding and direct as Ling Yi, she momentarily did not know how to respond and could only look pitifully at Ji Baiyu. Brother Baiyu, Ling Yi does not wish to sell to us. Let us go. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxiao in such a state, Ji Baiyu felt a pang of heartache. Looking at Ling Yi, his eyes blazed with fury. Ling Yi, you will sell this item today, whether you want to or not. Mu Shengyuan's eyes narrowed, prepared to speak. When Ling Yi moved to stand before her and Yan Wuxin, Ling Yi, Mu Shengyuan called out. Ling Yi replied, this is a matter between me and them. You need not concern yourselves. This is the Spring Kingdom, the domain of the Nanyuan Empire. In this place, Mu Shengyuan's status is akin to that of the Spring Kingdom's monarch. Her speaking up could potentially intimidate the four, which was not her intention. Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Ji Baiyu. So you intend to seize it? Ji Baiyu replied coldly. It is you who fails to recognize the value of what you possess. Do not blame us. Chapter 82. Stabbing a knife into the heart of the people. Ling Yi opened her palm, revealing the Ghost Vine Source Pearl. The item is right here. It depends on whether you have the ability to take it. Ling Yi, we would never resort to such means. When Xiaoxiao looked at Ji Baiyu, Brother Baiyu, let it go. We should leave. Without the Ghost Vine Source Pearl, I can only remain at my current level. I cannot allow you to do something so shameful for my sake. Xiaoxiao, you are simply too kind, as Zheng Xinchu remarked. She treats you this way, yet you still defend her. Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin. Oh yea, are these three men truly devoid of reason? No, all four of them are unwell. Zhou Wenyu added. At worst, we can compensate her later with some money. Indeed. Ji Baiyu replied. Xiaoxiao, do not worry. We will definitely procure the Ghost Vine Source Pearl for you. Brother Baiyu, this is not acceptable. When Xiaoxiao grasped Ji Baiu's arm, pleading desperately, appearing exceedingly virtuous. Ji Baiyu, feeling unable to shake off when Xiaoxiao turned to Zhang Xinchu and Zhou Wenyu. What are you two still dawdling for? At their cue, Zhou Wenyu and Zhang Xinchu prepared to take action, but Ling Yi lifted her gaze towards them. Are you certain you wish to fight here? Should you harm the two behind me? There will be no need for theft. You may as well head straight to prison. Zhang Xinchu spoke in a low voice. Step forward. Very well. Ling Yi smiled as she walked outside. Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin exchanged glances and followed her out. Once outside the tent, Zheng Xinshu and Zhou Wenyu rushed at Ling Yi without hesitation. Seeing this, when Xiao hurriedly released Ji Baiyu to intervene, but with three of them, she had only two hands. She struggled to grasp one while letting go of the other, having initially held Ji Baiyu. How busy it was! Mu Shangyuan leaned against Yan Wuxin and remarked. Yan Wuxin replied, "We let go of all. Yet not one was caught. Indeed, this is quite a busy affair." Mu Shangyuan stated. "If she wishes to put on a show, we shall simply observe." Yan Wuxin acknowledged, falling silent. As the two watched the spectacle, the sounds of fighting attracted the attention of other students and teachers resting nearby. Upon witnessing the students of the 4th level academy besieging Ling Yi, the 2nd level academy's teachers and students were incensed and rushed to assist. However, their furious advance met with the barrier. The 2nd level academy's teacher, feeling the barrier, changed countenance. How could there be such a powerful barrier? The highest cultivation among those 4th level students is merely at the 8th level of Spirit General. This barrier's strength far exceeds that of an 8th level Spirit General. What on earth is happening? While the 2nd level academy's teacher pondered over the barrier, Yu Yang and 4th level academy teacher Zhao Wenshu arrived. The 2nd level academy's teacher turned to Yu Yang. "We heard the commotion and came over only to find them fighting. The specifics remain unclear. No worries, we are clear on the matter." Just as the 2nd level academy's teacher finished speaking, Mu Shangyuan and Yan Wuxin approached and briefly explained. After Ling Yi eradicated the ghost vine, she acquired the ghost vine source pearl, which is beneficial for those with wood attributes. The four of them sought to purchase it from Ling Yi, but she refused to sell, leading to the ensuing conflict. Outrageous! Yu Yang cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Wenshu. "Is this how your 4th level academy students behave? In this matter, the 4th level students hold no justification." Zhao Wenshu was reluctant to admit, Xiao and her companions are not of such character. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Mu Shangyuan glared at Zhao Wenshu with hostility. "Are you implying that this princess is lying?" Zhao Wenshu hastily replied, "That is not my intention." "Then what do you mean by misunderstanding?" Mu Shangyuan's tone was displeased. This princess and Princess Wuxin witnessed the entire affair. It was indeed Ling Yi who refused to sell, and they resorted to robbery. What misunderstanding could there be? After speaking, Mu Shangyuan scrutinized Zhao Wenshu from head to toe. "With students of such conduct in the 4th level academy, your role as a teacher is also questionable. Truly, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenshu's expression hardened. "Princess, is such language truly appropriate?" "Appropriate?" Mu Shangyuan smiled coldly. "Teacher Zhao, allow me to remind you, this is the Spring Kingdom, not your Dongyang Empire Academy. Furthermore, your students are here to cultivate only due to the favor of the 2nd level academy." Mu Shangyuan continued. "I only invited the students of the 2nd level academy to explore. I did not extend an invitation to your 4th level academy." Zhao Wenshu sought to refute but had yet to speak when someone approached. The 2nd prince. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Wenshu immediately addressed him with respect. Dongfang Jibai glanced at Zhao Wenshu with a detached expression, causing him to feel a chill. In the absence of an imperial confrontation, Dongfang Jibai preferred not to be referred to as the 2nd prince, as was the case in the earlier dispute between Zhao Wenshu and Mu Shangyuan, which did not constitute an imperial conflict. Zhao Wenshu's address was an attempt to signal to Mu Shangyuan that the 2nd prince was present and that she ought to be more courteous. Dongfang Jibai discerned Zhao Wenshu's intent, which was why his gaze had been so cold at brother Hebai. Mu Shangyuan smiled brightly at the newcomer. "Your academy's people wish to leverage your status to compel me to be more courteous." Zhao Wenshu was momentarily at a loss for words, irritated by Mu Shangyuan's demeanor. No need to mind him. Dongfang Jibai turned to Mu Shangyuan. "I have heard that your has returned." "Indeed." Mu Shangyuan nodded. "Brother Jibai, I have not been discarded. You are still no match for me. I truly wish your prowess could match the might of your tongue." In response to Mu Shangyuan's remarks, Dongfang Jibai did not express anger but gently said, "In the future, refrain from showing off as you did this time." Mu Shangyuan sighed. "The elders had no choice. If I do not go, there is no one else who can. If I do not attend, the casualties will be even greater." Dongfang Jibai regarded her, wishing to say something, yet their circumstances differed, rendering certain words inappropriate. He merely stated, "As long as it is resolved, that is sufficient." The resolution was thanks to Ling Yi's assistance. Mu Shangyuan acknowledged, "It is indeed fortunate to have Ling Yi." Dongfang Jibai's gaze shifted towards the distant battle, landing on Ling Yi. "She is indeed formidable." Just as Mu Shangyuan was about to lavish praise upon Ling Yi, a piercing scream pierced the air, emanating from Wen Xiao. The cause of her scream was Ling Yi, who had just severed Ji Baiu's head. Impressive. Witnessing this scene, the accolades Mu Shangyuan wished to bestow condensed into a single word. Zhao Wenshu shot a fierce glare in their direction, and Yu Yang along with Dongfang Jibai also turned their attention. They were all affiliated with the Imperial Academy, and Ji Baiu was a student there. Moreover, a pupil of Zhao Wenshu. Although Ji Baiu had erred, praising the very person who had slain him in front of Zhao Wenshu was akin to stabbing a knife into the heart. Chapter 83. How can you push me in front of the blade? Both Dongfang Jibai and Yu Yang exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting an unspoken complexity at Mu Shangyuan's demeanor, yet Mu Shangyuan remained unfazed. Facing Zhao Wenxu's fierce gaze, she sidled behind Dongfang Jibai, saying, "Brother Jibai, look at him." Dongfang Jibai felt a headache coming on. Mu Xingyuan's display of weakness was not a sign of true fragility, rather, it was a sheer provocation. Akin to a dagger thrust into Zhao Wenxu's heart with every utterance of Brother Jibai. Furthermore, her identity as the princess of the Nanyuan Empire rendered him unable to feign ignorance. "Teacher Zhao." He finally spoke, though still burdened with frustration. "Instead of fixating on Princess Nanyuan, we should devise a means to breach the barrier. Otherwise, you may not be able to protect your other 3 students." Zhao Wenxu, incensed by Mu Xingyuan's actions, had initially hoped Dongfang Jibai would restore some dignity to the situation. However, he found the second prince wholly supportive of Mu Xingyuan. Before Zhao Wenxu could devise another strategy to reclaim his authority, his student had been slain by Ling Yi. In that moment, he was consumed by a mix of fury and indignation. Upon hearing Dongfang Jibai's words, he immediately turned to Yu Yang. "Teacher Yu, Ling Yi is your student. She has brutally murdered a fellow student. Will you not intervene?" Zhao Wenxu's ire was palpable, and Yu Yang harbored his own frustrations. Jibai and his companions not only lacked wisdom but also common sense, failing to recognize Ling Yi's disdain for them, yet they insisted on approaching her. Had he not intervened earlier, Jibai and his friends would have met their demise long before this. He had hoped that after his intervention, they would exhibit some discernment and refrain from provoking Ling Yi, but within a single day, they returned. They seemed intent on courting death, leaving him powerless to stop them, while Yu Yang bore resentment towards Jibai and his companions. He was their teacher, and they were his students. Bound by this authority, he could not openly express his displeasure or stand idly by while they were in peril. Furthermore, should Ling Yi eliminate them here, their families would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger, Yu Yang prepared to breach the barrier. Upon witnessing Yu Yang's attempt, Zhao Wenxu felt a slight alleviation of his frustration. Though it was short-lived, after Yu Yang's efforts, the barrier remained unbroken. Zhao Wenxu looked at Yu Yang, incredulous. "Teacher Yu, was this intentional?" With a displeased expression, Yu Yang replied, "If Teacher Zhao believes I acted deliberately, perhaps you should try it yourself." With that, he stepped aside. As the head instructor of the second-level academy, Yu Yang's cultivation level was at the 5th tier of the spirit realm, 1 stage above Ling Yi's current prowess. Yet he could not dismantle her barrier, which seemed justifiable to Zhao Wenxu. Yu Yang, uninterested in further explanation, urged Zhao Wenxu to take matters into his own hands. Zhao Wenxu, as a 4th-level academy teacher, possessed slightly lower cultivation than Yu Yang, standing at the 4th tier of the spirit realm, yet he too surpassed Ling Yi by 1 tier. "Let us see," Zhao Wenxu declared, gathering his power. "I see you are merely shielding Ling Yi." Giving her time to maneuver. Yu Yang let out a cold laugh. Remaining silent, Zhao Wenxu unleashed a palm strike, directing his energy at the barrier, yet it remained impervious. Witnessing this, Zhao Wenxu's countenance shifted to one of shock. How could this be? It was not that Yu Yang had deliberately refrained, the barrier was genuinely unbreakable. "Teacher Zhao, why can't you dismantle it?" Yu Yang observed Zhao Wenxu's astonishment, responding leisurely, "Are you attempting to buy time for Ling Yi?" Zhao Wenxu was left speechless. He had not anticipated the truth of the matter. How could it be real? Ling Yi was merely at the 3rd tier of the spirit general realm. How could she construct a barrier that even a 4th tier spirit realm practitioner like him could not penetrate? Just as Zhao Wenxu grappled with his disbelief, when Xiao rushed over, calling for help through the barrier. "Teacher Zhao, Teacher Yu, please persuade Ling Yi to cease. She has already killed Baiyugu. She cannot be allowed to slay Xinjugu and Wengyugu." Zhao Wenxu's expression soured. "I cannot breach the barrier she has erected. How could this happen?" Hearing these words, when Xiao's face paled dramatically. If Teacher Zhao could not dismantle the barrier, how could she escape? Once Ling Yi had killed the 3 of them, she would undoubtedly turn her attention to her. She did not wish to die. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored Yu Yang, "Teacher Yu, I beg you, save Xinjugu and the others. You are Ling Yi's teacher. If you ask her to stop, she will surely listen." When Xiao left no room for Yu Yang to refuse, "Xinjugu and the others are all students of the Imperial Academy. The Academy has invested considerable resources in their development. If Ling Yi kills them, the Academy will bear the greatest loss. Moreover, their families will not spare her. This is not beneficial for Ling Yi. Teacher Yu, even if not for Xinjugu and the others, for Ling Yi's sake, please say something." Ling Yi had erected the barrier to prevent the 4 from escaping, yet it was not soundproof. Thus, everything spoken within and the discussions outside were audible to her. Consequently, as soon as when Xiao's words fell, Yu Yang and the others noticed her lips moving, but they could not hear a sound. In unison, for words erupted in their minds. "Soundproof barrier." Ling Yi had heard this, but before Yu Yang could speak, she decisively eliminated the possibility, thereby asserting her stance without placing Yu Yang in a difficult position. After all, the soundproof barrier had manifested before Yu Yang had the chance to speak, indicating that Ling Yi was not disregarding his authority. Inside the barrier, when Xiao observed the sudden change in Yu Yang and the others' expressions, initially she did not comprehend what was occurring until she realized the external sounds had vanished. Upon this realization, her complexion turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Ling Yi was determined to have them killed. But why is simply because she inquired about her cultivation methods, simply because she desired the ghost vine source pearl. These were trivial matters. Why must she resort to murder? A chilling scream erupted, startling Wen Xiaoxiao to turn around. In that instant, she witnessed Ling Yi cleaving Zhang Xinju's body in twain. That final scream was the last sound Zhang Xinju could muster. Blood splattered across Ling Yi's face, yet she remained unfazed. Pivoting to launch an assault on Zhou Wenyu bore witness to Ji Baiyu and Zhang Xinju's horrific deaths and recognized he was no match for Ling Yi, desiring to escape. He found his path obstructed by the barrier. As Ling Yi advanced, not wishing to perish, he hurriedly retreated to Wen Xiaoxiao's side. "When you go," Wen Xiaoxiao called out to Zhou Wenyu, her voice trembling, but before she could say more, Zhou Wenyu seized her and pushed her in front of him. Ling Yi's bone blade surged toward them, and Wen Xiaoxiao, terrified by the glowing white weapon, struggled and cried out, "When you go, what are you doing? How can you use me as a shield?" "Be silent," Zhou Wenyu bellowed. "If it were not for your desire for the ghost vine source pearl, we would not be in this predicament, in the face of life and death." Zhou Wenyu's mask of gentility shattered completely, blaming everything on Wen Xiaoxiao. In truth, their willingness to exploit Wen Xiaoxiao stemmed from her satisfying their desires. Chapter 84. Kicking a steel plate. Wen Xiaoxiao had provided what they sought. Leveraging that to obtain her desires, they relished in what she offered, fulfilling her requests. The two parties had been bound in this manner, with their past concessions to Wen Xiaoxiao, despite their unreasonable nature being granted due to their backing. However, this time, they had provoked Ling Yi, who showed no regard for their influence. Her only desire was for them to perish. When faced with life and death, Wen Xiaoxiao sought to survive. While Zhou Wenyu aimed to cast Wen Xiaoxiao aside to save himself, they were two sides of the same coin. However, Wen Xiaoxiao succumbed to her inferior cultivation, unable to compel Zhou Wenyu to shield her from the blade. "Ling Yi," Zhou Wenyu shouted, "it was Wen Xiaoxiao who sought the ghost vine source pearl, prompting us to find you. It was not our desire. We have no enmity with you. If you wish to kill, then take Wen Xiaoxiao's life and spare me." "Zhou Wenyu," Wen Xiaoxiao screamed, "do you hold no sincerity towards me at all?" "Sincerity?" Zhou Wenyu scoffed. "A woman as shameless as you dares to speak of sincerity? Aside from that fool Ji Baiyu, who harbored a modicum of sincerity towards you, do you think Zhang Xinju felt the same?" Zhou Wenyu's words were a dagger to the heart. "You were merely convenient to have around due to your looks and your willingness to be unreserved. Unlike other women who are coy and reserved, otherwise, do you think any man would want to associate with another man?" "Sincerity?" Zhou Wenyu laughed coldly. "You feigned gentleness and obedience to us, simply seeking to extract what you desired. Now you speak of sincerity. Do you even deserve it?" "No, that's not how it is," Wen Xiaoxiao cried out in protest. "Not how it is?" Zhou Wenyu sneered. "Then how is it? Could it be that you genuinely care for all three of us?" Zhou Wenyu remarked. "If that is the case, your sincerity is rather inexpensive." Just then, a bone blade pierced through Wen Xiaoxiao's chest, embedding itself within Zhou Wenyu. With disbelief etched upon her face, Wen Xiaoxiao gazed at Ling Yi, who mirrored her expression. Zhou Wenyu glared at Ling Yi, his eyes ablaze with a tempest of fury that he could no longer unleash. Ling Yi withdrew the bone blade, and as their bodies lost support, they collapsed. Zhou Wenyu fixated on Ling Yi, having severed ties with Wen Xiaoxiao. Why then was he still destined to die? Ling Yi, gripping the bone blade, cast a cold glance at Zhou Wenyu before washing the blood from the weapon and stowing it away. Once she completed these actions, Ling Yi dismissed the barrier. "Xiaoxiao, Wenyu." Zhao Wenshu rushed forward after the barrier dissipated, desperate to save them, but it was too late. "Ling Yi," Zhao Wenshu bellowed, positioning himself in front of her. Furious, "They are fellow students from the same academy. Why did you resort to such brutality?" Ling Yi, her expression unyielding, replied, "They sought to seize my possessions. Am I not entitled to defend myself?" This matter has witnesses in Mu Shenyuan and Yan Wuxin. Zhao Wenshu found himself at a loss for a counter-argument, ultimately stating, "Even so, their crimes do not warrant death. They intended to rob me. If I refused, they would undoubtedly resort to lethal force against me." "Is there any issue with my actions?" Zhao Wenshu, exasperated, retorted. "They merely desired your belongings. How could they possibly threaten your life? Then how can you be so certain that they would not resort to violence against me?" Ling Yi replied calmly, "They initiated the attack. The outcome was their demise, not mine. Had I been the one lacking in power, it would have been my death." "You are twisting the facts," Zhao Wenshu, unable to best Ling Yi in argument, turned to Yu Yang. "Teacher, Ling Yi has harmed fellow students. As the head instructor of the second-level academy, should you not impose punishment?" Yu Yang, his face impassive, responded, "Teacher Zhao, we are all aware of the circumstances." Ji Baiyu and his companions struck first. Ling Yi retaliated and eliminated 4 of them, which may be deemed excessive. However, if we were to adhere strictly to academy regulations, Ling Yi has committed no offense warranting punishment. "Is not her slaughter of fellow students a reason enough?" Zhao Wenshu pressed. "Are you shielding her simply because she was personally brought in by the academy head? If you continue down this path, you are no better than Mo Wuheng." Zhao Wenshu chastised. "Teacher Zhao, let us address the issue at hand and refrain from dragging other instructors into this." Yu Yang replied expressionlessly. "If Ling Yi were to be robbed and could not retaliate, What message would that send to the students of higher cultivation levels in the academy? What of those of lesser cultivation? As I stated, according to the academy's rules, if you can identify any transgressions committed by Ling Yi, I will not shield her from punishment. Yu Yang asserted that if you cannot find any, perhaps you should first deal with the remains of Ji Baiyu and his companions. Why Yu Yang? Ling Yi is a student. Are Ji Baiyu and his companions not students as well? Zhao Wenxu's voice rose sharply. Asa teacher, how can you be so callous towards the victims? What was the purpose of their demise? Yu Yang, initially reluctant to argue with Zhao Wenshu, found himself compelled to respond. Do you believe they were Ling Yi's first victims? She has already slain Dongfang Yu. What do those four mean in comparison? Yu Yang's voice turned cold. The incident involving Dongfang Yu became known throughout the academy. She has even engraved "Do not provoke me" upon her face. Why then would they provoke her? They sought death, and I cannot prevent them from doing so repeatedly. Yu Yang's tone sharpened. They are not children. I cannot monitor them constantly to keep them away from Ling Yi. Their brazen attempt to rob her was predicated on the belief that she was inferior in cultivation. They encountered a formidable opponent. Was this iron wall placed there for them to strike against? Yu Yang's frustration was palpable. They brought this upon themselves. Zhao Wenshu, do not expect to achieve anything from me. Even if you return to the academy and seek the headmaster, should you recount the events truthfully, we shall see if the headmaster supports your desire to punish Ling Yi. Zhao Wenshu sought to leverage Ling Yi's actions against her. But the fact that Ji Baiyu and his companions had struck first rendered his argument untenable. He was acutely aware of this. His reluctance stemmed from the loss of 4 students he had mentored. He was unwilling to accept this outcome, yearning for Ling Yi to face consequences, which led him to persistently press Yu Yang for punishment. However, Yu Yang's firm stance left Zhao Wenshu with no recourse. Only provoking further ire from Yu Yang, I will relay the matter to the headmaster without embellishment. Zhao Wenshu glowered at Ling Yi. You have slain those 4, there will be no benefits for you. With that, he set about collecting the bodies. Ling Yi understood that Zhao Wenshu referred to the families of the deceased, yet she felt no fear. In fact, she found herself anticipating it. Ling Yi, come with me. Yu Yang's voice was icy as he addressed her, then turned to the other students. You may return to your respective tasks. Do not linger here. Chapter 85. So fond of Ling Yi, while the students were curious about whether Ling Yi would face punishment, none dared test Yu Yang's patience and followed their own paths back to their tents. Why Yu Yang led Ling Yi away from the tent area, walking in silence for a considerable time before finally stopping. Ling Yi halted as well. Why Yu Yang turned to face her. He wished to inquire whether she truly had to be so ruthless, but looking into Ling Yi's cold, unyielding eyes, his questions caught in his throat. And what eventually emerged was, is there any benefit to you in being so unyielding? Ling Yi met Yu Yang's gaze, countering with a question of her own. Do you believe I am in the wrong? Teacher, you are not in the wrong, Yu Yang acknowledged, but I am not wrong, yet is it not excessively harsh to kill them outright? Ling Yi articulated the unspoken thoughts that lingered in Yu Yang's mind. He regarded her silently. Ling Yi smiled softly. Teacher, had they not provoked me, I would not have acted against them. You need not worry, Ling Yi, no one is infallible, some transgressions do not warrant death. Yu Yang cautioned, can you assure me that you will never err? Indeed, I cannot guarantee that, Ling Yi replied indifferently. Therefore, one must bear the consequences of their mistakes, yet some consequences are too grave. So, Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Yu Yang. Teacher, my stance is clear. If they do not provoke me, I shall not act against them. Should they come for me, I will not show mercy. Yet if you find this unacceptable, please enlighten me on what would be considered acceptable. Yu Yang furrowed his brow. Ling Yi, your methods may not be flawed, but this world does not operate on such principles. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. There will always be those who condemn the righteous. I hope you will approach matters with more subtlety. For your own sake, you speak of those who can afford to speak freely while remaining unscathed. Ling Yi retorted with a smirk. Why should I care about their words? If their mouths speak too freely, I would not mind silencing them all. Why Yu Yang recognized the sincerity behind her words and fell into silence. After a long pause, he sighed. I understand. You may return and rest. Ling Yi turned on her heel and departed. Wait. Why Yu Yang called out, his gaze falling upon Ling Yi's left hand. Ling Yi, your hand. Ling Yi's current condition could not withstand the force of the bone blade. Each withdrawal inflicted harm upon her arm. It's just a minor injury, she replied, hastily departing. Why Yu Yang watched her retreating figure with a heavy sigh. They say the young and brash are easily broken. Ling Yi's actions, so sharp and unyielding, echo this sentiment. With the matters surrounding the eternal lake resolved, the once thick spiritual energy began to normalize, and there was no longer a need for everyone to remain there for cultivation. Yu Yang instructed everyone to pack up and prepare to return to the academy. As for Zhao Wenshu, he had left early after the incident involving his students. What of Ling Yi? As he counted the students, Yu Yang noticed Ling Yi was absent and inquired of the student who shared a tent with her. Have you seen her? The student shook her head vigorously. I haven't seen her. Why Yu Yang regarded her. You share a tent with Ling Yi, how could you not see her? The questioned student fell silent, but a girl beside her spoke up. Teacher, Qingqing hasn't returned. She is resting with us, so she doesn't know where Ling Yi is. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's gaze shifted to the girl named Qingqing, who lowered her head, avoiding his eyes. Qingqing feared Ling Yi, so she chose not to return to her assigned tent. Could one fault Qingqing for this? In a world where many deemed Ling Yi cold-blooded and merciless, it was entirely natural for a student like Qingqing to feel apprehensive and reluctant to return. This behavior of avoiding trouble was not wrong. Yet it also reflected a form of exclusion. From Qingqing's perspective, her fear of provoking Ling Yi justified her decision to stay away. There was no right or wrong to be debated. This was precisely what Yu Yang feared. I see. Yu Yang refrained from reprimanding Qingqing and simply instructed a teacher to call for Ling Yi. Teacher Yu. While the others waited, Yan Wuxin and Mu Shengyuan arrived. Why? Yu Yang turned to them. What brings you here? We came to escort Ling Yi. Mu Shengyuan replied with a cheerful smile, having returned to his former self following the restoration of his spirit. Were it not for the fact that I cannot best your academy head, I would have attempted to take Ling Yi with me. Xiao Yuan, I will not yield on this matter. After Mu Shengyuan spoke, Yan Wuxin chimed in. Our academy desires her as well. It seems we shall have to rely on our respective abilities. Mu Shengyuan spoke, turning to Dongfang Jibai. Brother Jibai, as the second prince, why not issue a decree to have the dean release Ling Yi? Dongfang Jibai smiled but remained silent. This mischievous girl certainly had her own motives. Her sudden suggestion probably stemmed from witnessing the earlier events, attempting to stand up for Ling Yi. Did she truly harbor such feelings for him? A pang of bitterness welled up within Dongfang Jibai. Their two great empires had maintained a friendship for many years, yet this girl referred to him as her brother with ulterior motives, never once sincerely. But with Ling Yi, it was different. The bitterness intensified. Dongfang Jibai looked at Mu Shengyuan and inquired, have matters in the Spring Kingdom been resolved? Are you not returning? Of course, Mu Shengyuan replied. I must see Ling Yi off. After that, we shall depart. Very well. Dongfang Jibai said gently, please be cautious in your future endeavors. I understand, Mu Shengyuan retorted, unwilling to listen to his lecturing. Having already made her stance clear, she took Yan Wuxin's hand and headed toward Ling Yi's tent. Just as they took a few steps, their departing teacher rushed over, exclaiming, Teacher Yu, Ling Yi is not in the tent. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's expression changed, recalling the dean's instructions before their departure. He immediately turned to Mu Shengyuan, Princess. Are there soldiers guarding Changsheng Lake? Has anyone approached during this time? Mu Shengyuan shook her head. No, the guarding soldiers perform 3 shifts daily. Apart from you, there are also elders and experts from the Spring Kingdom here. No one has come near. Mu Shengyuan's mind raced. Ling Yi must have left on her own. It was impossible she did so without notice, with no outsiders present. It could only mean that someone who had recently departed had taken Ling Yi away. Zhaowanshu. Yu Yang quickly took out a communication stone to contact Zhaowanshu, but he could not get through. Frustrated, Yu Yang cursed fool. Seeing Yu Yang so enraged, a nearby teacher hastily said, Teacher Yu, after all, Zhao is a teacher. He shouldn't intend to harm Ling Yi. There is no need to worry excessively. Worry? Yu Yang glared at the teacher. Worry about whom? The teacher stammered. Aren't you worried about Ling Yi? I'm worried about that idiot Zhaowanshu, Yu Yang exclaimed, losing all semblance of composure. He should use his brain. He can't even break through the barrier Ling Yi set up. If Ling Yi didn't consent, how could he possibly take her away? Chapter 86. Ling Yi was never caught. The teacher questioned, why would Ling Yi go with teacher Zhao? Good question, Yu Yang sneered, not answering the teacher's inquiry but instead moved aside. Using the communication stone to reach out, hoping it wasn't too late, the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Yan Wuxin and Mu Shengyuan shared a look and turned to leave. Observing their departure, Dongfang Jibai remarked to the nearby teacher, they must be going to find Ling Yi. I shall accompany them. Without waiting for the teacher's response, he hurried after them. Second prince. The teacher could only call out. Unable to stop him, left to watch as Dongfang Jibai vanished from sight, the cry of the emerald golden bird rang out across the azure sky, causing the flying beasts they encountered to veer away. Only one team, upon hearing the sound of a third-tier flying beast, pressed forward. As the team drew near, the emerald golden bird slowed its pace, and Zhaowanshu, who had been seated, rose, his expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety as he gazed at the approaching group. When they were close enough, someone leaped onto the back of the emerald golden bird, directing their attention straight at Zhaowanshu. Teacher Zhao, where is she? Zhaowanshu stepped aside, revealing the unconscious Ling Yi lying on the bird's back. Her limbs bound by enchanted restraints, indicating the extent of their fear of her escape. Upon seeing Ling Yi, a satisfied smile finally appeared on the face of the newcomer, who looked at Zhaowanshu and said, Teacher Zhao, well done. Once our master avenges his son by killing her, you will be richly rewarded. Zhaowanshu's face also broke into a smile at the words, that I thank you. We shall take her now. The newcomer stated, stepping forward to seize Ling Yi. However, just as their hand was about to touch her, they sensed a gaze upon them. Raising their eyes, they locked gazes with Ling Yi. Startled, the person instinctively withdrew their hand, their expression darkening as they regarded her. Seeing this, Zhaowanshu looked over and was astonished to see Ling Yi awake, disbelief etched on his face. How are you awake? He had administered eternal scent. Without an antidote, Ling Yi should not have roused, yet here she was, which could only mean that Ling Yi had never been ensnared to begin with. Realizing this, Zhao Wenxiu's expression shifted as he regarded Ling Yi. You did this on purpose? Ling Yi slowly sat up, looking at Zhao Wenxiu. You want to take me away? Wouldn't it be better for me to cooperate? Zhao Wenxiu stared at her as if she were mad. What do you think you can offer me? Ling Yi shifted her gaze from Zhao Wenxiu to the newcomers and then surveyed the group. After a quick glance, she assessed their numbers: 3 flying beasts, a team of 5, totaling 15 individuals. Surely the royal family could muster more than just these. However, these were undoubtedly the strongest among them. 15, plus Zhao Wenxiu, made 16, and counting the 4 killed earlier, exactly 20 individuals, allowing her to unseal 2 skills. Why is Teacher Zhao so upset? Ling Yi remarked while using her power to break free from the restraints on her limbs. I am cooperating so well with you. Why are you not pleased? Zhao Wenxiu retorted, I have no reason to be pleased, though you may not be. I certainly am. Once her restraints were undone, Ling Yi stood up, and at that moment, the restraints on her hands also fell away. Drawing her bone knife, she smiled at Zhao Wenxiu. Thank you for bringing me to meet these people, enabling me to indulge in my penchant for killing. With that, Ling Yi shot forward like a wraith. Attacking them, both Zhao Wenxiu and the newcomers were taken aback, dodging her strikes while questioning their own existence. As Zhao Wenxiu's mind raced, how could she not have been caught, just before he had administered the eternal scent? He had confirmed Ling Yi was still in the tent. Logically, she should have fallen victim. Zhao Wenxiu had no way of knowing that while Ling Yi had indeed inhaled the eternal scent, the poison within her was far more potent, unfazed even by the venom of a 3-headed python, let alone such a trivial matter as eternal scent. Meanwhile, the team members doubted how a 3rd-tier spirit general could unleash power far exceeding their cultivation. Even overpowering Zhao Wenxiu, a 4th-tier spirit master, Ling Yi moved with breathtaking speed, each strike lethal. Initially, Zhao Wenxiu and the newcomers managed to fend her off, but as time went on, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Realizing they could no longer withstand her onslaught, the leader immediately ordered the others to engage. The remaining 14 joined the fray, surrounding Ling Yi. Undeterred by their encirclement, Ling Yi unleashed her mutated flames and bladelight. Powerful forces flying forth, anyone attempting to obstruct her was sent flying by her might, and as flames descended, cries of agony filled the air. Ling Yi granted them no respite. Seizing every opportunity, she struck to kill. With each flash of her blade, more of them fell, and as members of the team perished, the 3 flying beasts they had brought also plummeted. Hearing the mournful cries of the flying beasts, Ling Yi merely glanced up before instantly appearing on the back of the emerald golden bird. She raised her hand, positioning the bone knife in front of Zhao Wenxiu, tilting her head with a smile. Teacher Zhao, where do you think you're going? With their escape route blocked, Zhao Wenxiu forced back his dread and insisted, Ling Yi, I am a teacher at the Imperial Academy. If you kill me, you will face the consequences. Is that so? Ling Yi chuckled lightly, her tone nonchalant. Consequences pale in comparison to your lack of compliance with the requirements regarding those you brought. Those are mere trifles. Zhao Wenxiu, confused, questioned, what do you mean? Ling Yi offered no explanation, summoning Tianyan. He asks what you mean. Tianyan replied, I know you are angry, but according to system regulations, among those 15, there are indeed 5 whose malice towards you does not exceed 30%. How absurd, Ling Yi scoffed. They are out to kill me, yet their malice is not over 30%. The fact that 5 did not meet the threshold meant that, counting the still living Zhao Wenxiu, there were only 11 left, adding the 4 previously slain, that made 15, and including the 2 who had survived last time, she was merely 3 short, which was infuriating. Tianyan continued, they were merely following orders. Some viewed you as merely a target, devoid of emotional attachment, so not exceeding 30% is normal. After hearing Tianyan's explanation, Ling Yi's smile widened, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that her pitch-black eyes held no mirth, only a chilling frost. Without clarifying Zhao Wenxiu's confusion, Ling Yi slashed the bone knife, severing Zhao Wenxiu's body at the chest, dividing him from his lower half. Zhao Wenxiu stared in disbelief at Ling Yi, never expecting her to act so decisively. By the time he wished to utter anything further, it was far too late. With a piercing shriek, the emerald golden bird fell, its massive form crushing the surrounding flora, sending up a cloud of dust. Ling Yi retracted her bone knife and cast a healing spell to mend the wound on her left hand. Once the dust settled, she glanced over but saw no sign of Zhao Wenxiu's corpse. He was likely buried beneath the debris. Chapter 87. He hadn't yet had the chance to tell his sister how much he missed her. Ling Yi did not look back. Instead, she turned and headed in the direction from which the emerald golden bird had come. At the same time, she retrieved the transmission stone that had been glowing since earlier. As soon as the connection was established, before Ling Yi could finish her sentence, she heard the voice of Mu Shengyuan. Filled with concern, Ling Yi, how are you? Are you alright? Ling Yi, upon hearing her inquiry, had yet to respond when Mu Shengyuan asked again, where are you? We'll come to get you. Ling Yi, uncertain of her location, could only inform them of the direction the emerald golden bird had flown and for how long it had been in the air. After receiving the information, Mu Shengyuan instructed Ling Yi to remain in place and wait for them. Assuring her they would arrive shortly before severing the connection, Ling Yi stored the transmission stone away and gazed at the corpse of the emerald golden bird. Since she was to wait, she could not simply do so idly. With this thought, Ling Yi leaped to the side of the emerald golden bird's carcass, examining it meticulously. Upon locating the beast core, she gathered her strength and struck, extracting the core, the pale blue beast core. A symbol of the wind attribute, belonged to a tier 2 level 3 flying beast. It should fetch a decent price, she mused. Ling Yi pocketed the beast core and then soared up to a tree to await the arrival of Mu Shengyuan and the others. Before Mu Shengyuan arrived, Ling Yi witnessed a fierce beast fight over its prey, intensifying the already blood-soaked atmosphere. After observing the brutal spectacle, Ling Yi sensed the approach of a flying beast. The beast below seemed to have noticed it as well. Warily glancing towards the sky. In an instant, Ling Yi took flight, the flames beneath her feet transforming into a beast as she approached the incoming flying creature. Just as she was about to get close, she shifted her form and landed on the back of the flying beast, the fiery apparition dissipating in an instant. Ling Yi, Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin rushed forward upon spotting her. The two circled around Ling Yi, scrutinizing her closely, and only when they confirmed that she bore no injuries did they relax and inquire, "What happened to Zhao Wenshu? Who took you?" "He is dead," Ling Yi replied after a moment's thought. "His flying beast is being dismembered. As for his body, we'll have to see if those beasts are hungry, or if they are, his remains probably won't be preserved." "Good riddance," Mu Shengyuan said angrily. "A teacher who took you away without a word, what good could come of that?" "He deserved it." Ling Yi glanced at her, her gaze landing on Dongfang Jibai, who had remained motionless since her arrival, and said indifferently, "He took me away intending to hand me over to those sent by Dongfang Yu's parents." Dongfang Yu. Mu Shengyuan had no particular impression of Dongfang Yu, but noting that Dongfang was a royal surname, she turned to Dongfang Jibai. "Ling Yi killed Dongfang Yu. Their actions are motivated by revenge." Dongfang Jibai explained. After hearing this, Mu Shengyuan did not question Ling Yi about her reasons for killing Dongfang Yu, but instead said, "Ling Yi, after we set off, teacher Yu and the others also departed. We will escort you to join them." "All right," Ling Yi replied. "Thank you, you have helped me immensely. There is no need for formalities," Mu Shengyuan said, instructing the beast tamers to turn back. Yan Wuxin settled beside Ling Yi and remarked, "If you're finding it difficult in the Eastern Sun Empire, why not come to our Western Flame Empire?" Ling Yi smiled at the suggestion. "If you wish for me to join the Western Flame Empire, you could use the 8 trigrams to facilitate my arrival." Yan Wuxin chuckled. "I've already sent someone to investigate. Rest assured, I will inform you as soon as I have news." "I will do the same." Mu Shengyuan added. "If I find out first, how about you come to the Southern Yuan Empire?" Dongfang Jibai, listening to their conversation, felt somewhat bewildered. What kind of 8 trigrams could pique Ling Yi's interest? He wished to inquire but found himself unable to interject into their discussion, so he let the matter go. Before long, the flying beast turned around and encountered the Eastern Sun Empire's team. After bidding farewell to Mu Shengyuan and Yan Wuxin, Ling Yi and Dongfang Jibai rejoined the group. On the back of the flying beast, Yu Yang looked at Ling Yi's return and wanted to ask about Zhao Wenshu's body. However, seeing her expression, his question morphed into, "Make sure to rest well." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow at this. She had expected him to ask about Zhao Wenshu's body. In truth, Yu Yang had intended to ask. But given Zhao Wenshu's actions, he knew Ling Yi would not spare him, and the condition of the body was likely grim. Moreover, to inquire about the victim first rather than the perpetrator would undoubtedly be a painful reminder for Ling Yi. Not wanting to cause her further distress, he pulled Dongfang Jibai aside to ask if he had any leads. Having recently heard about the situation, Dongfang Jibai shared the details with Yu Yang. Upon reaching the location Dongfang Jibai mentioned, Yu Yang instructed the team to proceed ahead while he went to search for Zhao Wenshu's body. Although Zhao Wenshu was no longer human, he was still a teacher of the Eastern Sun Empire. Regardless of their grievances, as fellow educators, they could not allow his body to be left to rot or be devoured by beasts. Ling Yi was aware of Yu Yang's intentions, but as long as she had killed someone, she would not interfere with anything else. 7 days later, the flying beast descended at the Imperial Academy. As Ling Yi dismounted, she spotted the dean and Lin Xinjia waiting not far away. "Sister," Lin Xinjia exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ling Yi's return. Rushing towards her. In stark contrast to Lin Xinjia's elation, Ling Yi's expression remained neutral as she approached him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an arrow of spiritual energy shot forth, targeting not Ling Yi, but the smiling Lin Xinjia sprinting towards her. Xinjia, the arrow infused with formidable power, would undoubtedly spell death for Lin Xinjia's small frame upon impact. Without a moment's hesitation, the dean prepared to intervene, but just as he was about to act, a whistle pierced the air. The flying beast, having just landed, responded to the sound as if commanded, flapping its wings violently. The sudden gust sent unprepared students tumbling through the air. The dean was also caught off guard, his movements delayed just long enough. In that instant, Lin Xinjia was swept up, crashing towards the trajectory of the spiritual arrow. As he was whisked away by the wind, the smile on Lin Xinjia's face was replaced by terror. Was he going to die? He hadn't even embraced his sister yet, nor had he expressed how much he missed her. Just as the spiritual arrow was about to strike Lin Xinjia, Ling Yi instantaneously appeared beside him, seizing him and retreating in an instant. The arrow missed its mark, embedding itself in the ground. Seeing the attack fail, the whistle abruptly changed, and all the flying beasts in the vicinity turned their aggression towards Ling Yi. With a swift motion, Ling Yi tossed Lin Xinjia aside, drawing her bone blade and launching a series of rapid strikes. As the blade's light shot forth, Ling Yi caught Lin Xinjia, who dangled limply in her grasp. The scent of blood wafting close. Sister, Lin Xinjia asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" Silence. Ling Yi chided sharply. Lin Xinjia sniffled, feeling a pang of distress but refrained from speaking further. Boom, as the flying beasts took to the air. The blade light struck the ground, leaving two deep gashes. Simultaneously, the flying beasts launched an onslaught from various directions, a barrage of fierce wind blades converging upon Ling Yi, surrounding her completely. In the instant the wind blades approached, Ling Yi erected a barrier. The blades crashed against the barrier, and Ling Yi looked down at Lin Xinjia, instructing, "Stay inside and do not move." With that, she set Lin Xinjia down and soared out of the barrier. "Sister," Lin Xinjia shouted in fear, "it's dangerous outside. With so many wind blades, you'll get hurt." Pressed against the barrier, he watched Ling Yi break through the wind blades, feeling a touch more at ease. "What are you waiting for?" As Ling Yi engaged the flying beasts, Yu Yang called out to the arriving teachers, "Teachers, evacuate the students. Beast tamers, do your utmost to control the flying beasts. The rest of you, come with me to capture the instigator." "Wait." Just as Yu Yang prepared to lead the group away, the dean's voice rang out, "Yu Yang, you go assist Ling Yi with the flying beasts. I will seek him out." The him the dean referred to was the one who had sounded the beast whistle. While beast tamers possessed their own whistles, they could only command the beasts they had trained. Only one person's whistle could control all the beasts of the Beast Tamers Academy, and that person was the dean. Ji Zhengchuan, not a level 8 spirit master, he was beyond the combined capabilities of Yu Yang and the others, hence, he had to go. "Understood," Yu Yang replied, then led his group to help Ling Yi, after Yu Yang and the others departed. The dean turned his gaze towards a certain direction, locking eyes with a pair of darkened orbs. As the dean approached, Ji Zhengchuan blew the beast whistle once more. The sound of the whistle. The rampaging flying beasts ceased their frenzy, allowing the beast tamers to rush forward and place restraining artifacts upon them. As the flying beasts settled, Yu Yang and his group landed alongside Ling Yi. Turning to Ji Zhengchuan, who stepped forward to meet them, stopping a short distance away, Ji Zhengchuan fixed his murky gaze upon Ling Yi. "You certainly possess some skill. Even the dean could not reach in time to save anyone. Yet you managed to rescue him." Ling Yi regarded Ji Zhengchuan, a smirk curling her lips. "Old fool, you're doomed." Ji Zhengchuan scoffed coldly. "Ling Yi, do you believe yourself invincible, acting brazenly and without regard? I initially intended for you to experience the pain of losing a loved one, but since that failed, I shall have to employ a different method." With that, Ji Zhengchuan produced a memory stone. Infusing it with spiritual energy, after absorbing spiritual energy, the reflective stone projected an image revealing a group of unconscious students. Opposite them stood a colossal stone door, intricately adorned with countless runes, the beast suppression gate. The dean's gaze darkened at this sight as he sternly addressed Ji Zhengchuan. "What have you brought the students to the beast suppression gate for?" "Dean, at this point, are you still unaware of my intentions?" Ji Zhengchuan chuckled ominously. "I want Ling Yi dead." Before the dean could respond, Ji Zhengchuan pointed at the students in the image. "How about we exchange their lives, the lives of the academy's students?" For Ling Yi's death, at this declaration, everyone was rendered speechless. It was evident that the students in the reflective stone were in grave danger, and Ji Zhengchuan's mention of the academy's students raised the specter of releasing the beasts beyond the beast suppression gate. "Ji Zhengchuan, have you lost your mind?" Yu Yang exclaimed sharply. "If you unleash that creature, no one will be able to contend with it. Do you truly believe your family can escape?" Ji Zhengchuan turned to Yu Yang. "There's no need for you to worry about my family. I have already sent them away." Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback and could only look to the dean, with a heavy gaze, scrutinized Yu Yang. "Is your obsession with Ling Yi's death solely for the sake of avenging your grandson?" Ji Zhengchuan's grandson was Ji Baiyu. Upon receiving the news of their deaths, the dean had promptly disclosed the reasons for their demise. They were well aware of their children's faults, yet in the eyes of parents, their children were paramount. Even if they had committed heinous acts, parents would deem their children undeserving of death. This sentiment, while understandable, did not justify condoning their actions. Thus, the dean had clearly stated that, based on reports from teachers, Ling Yi had not violated any academy regulations, and the academy would not punish her. The dean understood that this decision would incite discontent among several families, which is why he had kept Lin Xinjia close these past few days. However, the dean had overlooked Ji Zhengchuan. Since becoming the head of the Beast Taming Institute, Ji Zhengchuan had been preoccupied with beast taming methods and had not made an appearance in quite some time. Little did he expect that he would show up for Ji Baiyu, and with such a formidable stance, the dean took a deep breath and looked at Ji Zhengchuan. "The Ji family does not have only Ji Baiyu as a child. Are you certain you wish to sever the future of the entire Ji family for the sake of one?" "Did you not hear what I just said?" Ji Zhengchuan retorted. "The Ji family? Has been sent away. I heard you quite clearly, the dean responded. Then what about you? Ji Zhengchuan interrupted. Do you think that sending my family away resolves everything, if you release whatever lies beyond the beast suppression gate? It will be a like matter to destroy the Imperial Academy, and a grave one to devastate the Imperial capital, yet you cannot obliterate the Southern Yuan Empire. Do you know why they ventured to the Spring Kingdom for training this time? Ji Zhengchuan had been unaware until he received the news of his grandson's death. The dean gazed at Ji Zhengchuan. Ling Yi assisted the Spring Kingdom in resolving their issues, and behind the Spring Kingdom lies the Southern Yuan Empire. Today, you seek Ling Yi's death. Do you think the Southern Yuan Empire will spare your family once she is gone? You might argue that you did not send your family to the Southern Yuan Empire. But what of the Western Flame Empire? You may not know that the Western Flame Empire's princess also traveled to the Spring Kingdom. She is a witness to Ji Baiyu's death. Do you truly believe the Western Flame Princess will intervene to protect your family? Or will she aid the Southern Yuan Princess in hunting them down? Chapter 89. An impossible choice. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhengchuan's gaze turned cold and menacing. Even if the Southern Yuan Empire and the Western Flame Empire cannot intervene, there is still the Northern Underworld Empire. If the Northern Underworld Empire cannot act, they can seek refuge beyond the four great empires or go into hiding. You think it will be easy for you to find them? It is not easy, the dean replied. Living in obscurity is merely a life of survival. Have you considered whether the other members of the Ji family would be willing to live such a life solely for the sake of avenging Ji Baiyu? The Ji family is numerous. It is improbable that all would consent to live their lives in pursuit of vengeance. Those who are rational and discerning will inevitably reconsider, and when that time comes, how will Ji Baiyu's parents fare? Ji Zhengchuan, if you truly wish for the Ji family's well-being, you must cease these actions. The dean spoke gravely. It is not too late for you to withdraw now. Not too late to withdraw, Ji Zhengchuan scoffed derisively. Such sweet words. Before the dean could respond, Ji Zhengchuan pointed at Ling Yi. Do you truly believe she will spare me? Everyone present turned to Ling Yi. Her gaze was heavy as she regarded Ji Zhengchuan, remaining silent. Ji Zhengchuan continued. A cold-blooded and heartless person like her would never let me go, if she possessed even an ounce of compassion. Today's events would never have transpired. Ji Zhengchuan looked at the dean. Spare me the pleasantries, simply tell me your answer. The dean regarded Ji Zhengchuan. Are you truly determined to go down this path? Enough with the idle chatter, Ji Zhengchuan retorted with a cold smile. My patience is limited. Do not think to delay it. If you continue to hesitate, I am more than willing to make the choice for you. The dean's expression grew grave as he gazed at the image projected by the reflective stone, his mouth quivering several times, yet he could not find the words. He did not wish to abandon the students outside the beast suppression gate. But doing so would mean relinquishing Ling Yi, and Ling Yi was the only one, besides himself, who had witnessed the imminent destruction of the empire. Furthermore, it was evident that Ling Yi was not in the wrong. If he chose the students over Ling Yi, how would she perceive them? Yet, if he abandoned the students, the emergence of the beasts from the gate would likely bring devastation to the students outside. And even to the imperial capital. The dean found himself at an impasse. Ji Zhengchuan had indeed grasped the dean's dilemma. Dean Dongfang, is it truly such a difficult choice? As Ji Zhengchuan observed the dean's reluctance to decide, his demeanor grew increasingly sinister. Do you mean to say that the safety of so many students and the imperial capital is worth less than a single Ling Yi? The dean remained silent. But the longer he stayed quiet, the more irate Ji Zhengchuan became. Very well, if you will not choose, I shall choose for you. Wait. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated through the air. Although the voice was soft and youthful, it carried an undeniable authority. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Dongfang Jibai stood not far away, his typically gentle demeanor now replaced with grave seriousness as he addressed Ji Zhengchuan, as the head of the Beast Taming Institute of the Imperial Academy. You have imprisoned students and coerced the dean due to personal grievances. You are unworthy of being a teacher. Unfazed by Dongfang Jibai's reprimand, Ji Zhengchuan dismissed it. Is the second prince stepping forward to assist the dean in making a choice? If this prince were to choose, how could it possibly do justice to the turmoil you have caused? Dongfang Jibai replied solemnly. This prince has already sent word to the emperor, requesting him to come and make the choice himself. Only then will it be fitting for the chaos you have unleashed. The question is, do you dare to wait? Upon hearing that the emperor would personally attend, both the dean and the teachers present felt a wave of relief, while Ji Zhengchuan was also pleased, laughing heartily. To have his majesty come in person is an honor. What is there to fear? Then let us await him, Dongfang Jibai stated, looking at Ji Zhengchuan. The emperor is already on his way and will not keep you waiting long. Then I shall await, Ji Zhengchuan replied. I am indeed curious how his majesty will choose, given that the dean cannot decide. Dongfang Jibai said nothing further but turned his attention to Ling Yi. Ling Yi had yet to sheath her bone knife, and blood from her left hand had already soaked through her clothing. Yu Yang, noticing this, furrowed his brow and said, Ling Yi, the emperor has not yet arrived. You should put away your knife for now. The longer the bone knife remained unsheathed, the worse it would be for her body. Ling Yi would not jeopardize her health, and upon hearing the advice she complied and stored the bone knife. Regardless of your choices, he must die. Yu Yang was taken aback by Ling Yi's words. Hesitating to respond, the other teachers nearby also found themselves at a loss for words. They regarded Ji Jingchuan's statement as partially valid. Ling Yi was indeed too ruthless. Had she shown even a modicum of mercy and refrained from killing Ji Baiyu and the others, today's events might have been averted. A sigh of concern echoed among all present. They had no power to choose, while the dean, who held the power, remained paralyzed by indecision, compelled to wait for the emperor's arrival. Sister Dai. In the midst of the silence, a youthful voice broke through. Ling Yi turned to see Lin Xinjia pressed against the barrier, anxiously watching her. Ling Yi frowned slightly and lifted her hand to dispel the barrier, allowing him to come forth. As soon as Lin Xinjia emerged, he rushed to Ling Yi's side, his eyes filled with worry as he gazed at her bloodied left hand. Sister, there is so much blood. After speaking, Lin Xinjia began rummaging through a small bag he carried. After a brief search, Lin Xinjia stopped, retrieving a small porcelain vial that he presented to Ling Yi with utmost reverence. Sister, take this medicine. Grandfather Dongfang said it can stop the bleeding. Ling Yi looked down at the vial in his hand but made no move to take it. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Xinjia's eyes began to glisten with tears. Ling Yi finally accepted the vial, opened it, and ingested one of the pills inside before returning the vial to him. Lin Xinjia caught the vial, and upon seeing Ling Yi consume the pill, the tears in his eyes receded. Yu Yang glanced at Lin Xinjia, then at Ling Yi, somewhat surprised. Ling Yi's demeanor towards this child had not been particularly warm, yet he had genuinely saved her and she had taken the medicine he offered. Teacher. Ling Yi turned her head to Yu Yang. Is there something written on my face? Yu Yang replied. No. Then why do you keep staring at me? Yu Yang answered. You may choose to ignore it. If I could ignore it, I wouldn't have asked. Ling Yi found it impossible to overlook the scrutiny of Yu Yang was at a loss for words and simply averted his gaze. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a flight team descended into the square. The lead flying beast landed, and several palace attendants disembarked, proceeding to set up tables and chairs beside the dean. Once the furnishings were arranged, the attendants began to lay out tea sets and pastries. The Eastern dean, well versed in the intricacies of the process, remained silent, while the expressions of the teachers, who were aware yet unfamiliar with the situation, were difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, observing the unfolding scene, raised an eyebrow. Once the palace attendants had arranged the setting, a man clad in a bright yellow robe approached the table amidst a throng of onlookers. A palace attendant, standing by the table, pulled out a chair for him, and the other teachers, excluding the dean, bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty be in good health." The man spoke languidly. This is not the court. There is no need for excessive formality. You may all rise. Chapter 90. Is the current Ling Yi truly the original Ling Yi? Thank you, your majesty. The teachers straightened up, turning their gazes towards Ji Zhengchuan. Pray tell, what is the matter? The man leaned back against his chair, his demeanor relaxed as if basking in the sun, entirely devoid of the tension one would expect when addressing matters of great import to the imperial capital. Regarding His Majesty, Dongfang Jibai stepped forward, first bowing to the man, then succinctly recounting the sequence of events. After listening, the man cast a glance at Ling Yi before addressing Ji Zhengchuan. The dean has already informed you of the adverse consequences your actions will bring to the Ji family. Even so, you still choose to proceed. Ji Zhengchuan regarded the man. Does your majesty imply that you intend to select Ling Yi? If the intention is to abandon her, why wait for my presence? The man accepted the tea offered by a palace attendant, taking only a sip before setting it down, speaking with deliberate calmness. Ji Zhengchuan, you cannot kill Ling Yi, and I will not permit you to do so. As for those students, a faint smile graced the man's lips. The harm you inflict upon them, I will ensure that the Ji family pays a commensurate price, no matter how far I must search across the 4 great empires. Should you dare unleash the beast, I shall ensure that your family is left in utter despair. You, Ji Zhengchuan glared furiously at the Eastern Emperor. Very well, Eastern Emperor, you are truly something, frustrated by the lack of a satisfying answer. Ji Zhengchuan's indifference toward the man's royal status became evident as he sneered. Who would have thought you would rather sacrifice the lives of so many students to protect Ling Yi? There are many things you have yet to comprehend. The Eastern Emperor regarded Ji Zhengchuan. Do not presume to threaten me with the lives of those students today, even if you were to use the throne as leverage. I will not forsake Ling Yi. Why? Ji Zhengchuan questioned bitterly. Is it merely because she possesses extraordinary talent? There are countless gifted individuals in this world. If that were the sole criterion, I would not act as I do. The Eastern Emperor replied slowly. Ji Zhengchuan, have you forgotten how magnificent the mountains were 21 years ago? Have you forgotten how many lives the empire lost then? I have not. The individuals dispatched by the empire perished at the hands of the 3-headed serpent? Yet Ling Yi was able to slay that very beast. If you can see no further than your grandson, how can you grasp the significance of this? The dean had stated upon his return that someone was dealing with the 3-headed serpent. Ji Zhengchuan dismissed this incredulously. Who witnessed her confronting the 3-headed serpent? It is equally plausible that the individual the dean saw 21 years ago was the one who slew it. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that she did indeed kill the 3-headed serpent. What then? The Eastern Emperor chuckled lightly. My royal uncle stands behind me. I had no intention of saying this. But in light of your words, I cannot help myself. Truly, you have grown old and lost your wits. Were you even slightly more lucid, you would recognize that the beast behind the beast-taming gate pales in comparison to the three-headed serpent. If Ling Yi can slay a three-headed serpent, how could she possibly be hindered by that beast? Ji Zhengchuan, your plans have come to naught. The Eastern Emperor continued leisurely. I have made my choice. Now it is your turn, or abandon your course of action, and I assure you, I will not pursue any repercussions against the members of the Ji family, aside from yourself. The Eastern Emperor added, should you persist in your course, and the students outside the beast-taming gate perish, I will do my utmost to compensate their families. The beast will emerge, and while the Imperial Academy may suffer some structural damage, there will be no other losses. However, should you proceed, I will not spare the Ji family. You would pursue repercussions against the Ji family, excluding me. The Ji Zhengchuan laughed heartily. What a novel notion. He turned to face the Eastern Dean and the Eastern Emperor. Ever since I became the Dean of the Beast-Taming Academy, I have made no errors. My grandson was at fault, yet his crime does not warrant death. However, Ling Yi directly killed him. I seek vengeance for my grandson. And that is not unjust. The fault lies with Ling Yi. Had she not been so cold-hearted and spared my grandson's life, I would not have been compelled to act. I only wished to avenge my grandson. Yet you. Ji Zhengchuan pointed at Yu Yang Dongfang Jibai, and finally at the Eastern Emperor. Seething with rage, you fail to understand my feelings. Wholeheartedly shielding Ling Yi, your actions have deeply disappointed me, then do not blame me for lacking mercy. Upon finishing, Ji Zhengchuan produced a communication stone, declaring, with their blood, I shall unlock the beast-taming gate. Sister Lin Xinjia, standing beside Ling Yi, instinctively tightened her grip on Ling Yi's garment. Upon hearing this, release me, Ling Yi instructed calmly. Sister, Lin Xinjia softly called out to Ling Yi, obediently loosening her hold. Ling Yi said nothing further, casting a protective barrier for Lin Xinjia before drawing her bone dagger and directly charging at Ji Zhengchuan. Ji Zhengchuan was an 8th-level spirit master, and as Ling Yi faced him, her capacity for power reached its zenith. As the two clashed, the Eastern Dean erected a barrier to isolate their energies. Will my royal uncle not lend a hand to assist Ling Yi? The Eastern Emperor inquired nonchalantly. The Eastern Dean observed the two outside. Ling Yi would prefer to face this herself. Indeed, the Eastern Emperor replied. Falling silent, the Eastern Dean lowered his gaze at the Eastern Emperor. Your Majesty, I wish to take your pulse. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Emperor set aside his pastry, interlacing his hands to prevent interruption. There is no need. My royal uncle, I am in good health. Sigh. The Eastern Dean regarded the Eastern Emperor with a resigned expression. What transpired 30 years ago in Luoshu? Why are you so reluctant to speak of it? My royal uncle, it is a matter of the past. There is no need to revisit it, the Eastern Emperor replied indifferently. Some things, once spoken, only serve to heighten sorrow, noting the continued reluctance of the Eastern Emperor to discuss the matter. The Eastern Dean sighed inwardly, turning his attention back to the two outside, his gaze following Ling Yi's movements. More than 30 years ago, Luoshu had been much like Ling Yi, exuberantly defiant, unafraid of heaven or earth. Unconcerned with the throne, wishing only to roam the world, yet all of this came to a halt in the northern underworld empire. Luoshu lost all her cultivation. Moreover, the one who originally possessed the unique ice source ultimately fell victim to a chilling affliction that harmed her very foundation. With constant reliance on medicinal remedies, she barely managed to preserve her life. Luoshu was unwilling to speak of it, and thus no one knew what transpired during that journey to the northern underworld. Even to this day, it remains a mystery. My royal uncle, you have investigated Ling Yi's past. What do you think? The Eastern Emperor gazed at Ling Yi, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. The Eastern Dean queried. What do you think? The Eastern Emperor refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet in his heart, he completed the sentence. Is the current Ling Yi truly the original Ling Yi? Such words, if spoken, would be shocking. However, after examining Ling Yi's past, the Eastern Emperor could not help but harbor doubts. Upon seeing her today, those thoughts grew more fervent. Had it not been for that journey to the northern underworld, he might not have considered it, yet he had encountered that kind of existence, the ability to possess another's essence. Never mind, the Eastern Emperor lowered his gaze, speaking softly. I am merely curious as to how Ling Yi is able to unleash such formidable power. Chapter 91, The Beast. In this regard, I too am quite curious, the Eastern Dean observed Ling Yi amidst the battle. I have even consulted various ancient texts, yet the reason remains elusive. If it cannot be found, then let it be. The Eastern Emperor reclined against his chair, speaking with indifference. Regardless, she is now a part of the Imperial Academy. There is no need to pander to her. We must act fairly. The Eastern Dean nodded. I understand, yet those students, there is no need for concern. My royal uncle, the Eastern Emperor stated, before my arrival, I had already instructed the elders to head to the beast-taming gate. I believe the timing is fortuitous, and they should be able to rescue those students. As long as we can save the students, we need not worry about the beast-taming gate opening with your Majesty's arrangements. I shall rest easy. After commenting, the Eastern Dean sighed as he watched Ji Zhengchuan engage with Ling Yi. What a pity, this man harbors ill intentions. He harbors resentment towards Ling Yi, and yet he dares to strike at a 3-year-old child. The Eastern Emperor scoffed. I do not find it regrettable. The Eastern Dean concurred with this sentiment, choosing not to elaborate further as he focused intently on the duel. Ling Yi displayed prowess comparable to Ji Zhengquan's. Yet her movements were as elusive as a phantom, making her a formidable opponent. Ji Zhengquan soon found himself overwhelmed. With a gasp, Ji Zhengquan spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at the approaching Ling Yi with eyes filled with hatred. Monster! You think that by killing me, everything will be resolved? Those students die because of you. Even if the Emperor and the Dean protect you, they cannot act against you, yet in their hearts, they will resent and despise you. Soon more and more will rise against you, you will eventually incur the wrath of the masses, and what of it? Ling Yi regarded Ji Zhengquan with an expressionless gaze. You anticipated eagerly, yet alas, you will not witness it. With that, Ling Yi raised her hand and swept it through the air, a flash of blade light slicing across Ji Zhengquan's neck. To have such power and still be a student? Upon witnessing Ling Yi kill Ji Zhengquan, the onlooking teachers could not help but murmur, she should be teaching us, her strength surpasses ours, can we still instruct her? Who knows? Just as the teachers whispered among themselves. Ling Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Yi's sister. Upon witnessing Ling Yi spitting blood, both Yu Yang and Lin Xinzi were consumed by worry. However, Lin Xinzi was confined within the barrier and unable to exit. While Yu Yang hurried to Ling Yi's side at the first opportunity. How are you? Are you all right? Ling Yi shook his head, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze cast downward to conceal the coldness in his eyes. Having only endured the power of an 8th-level spirit master, the blood he coughed up indicated the necessity of hastening his cultivation to withstand greater forces. Once assured that Ling Yi was not gravely injured, Yu Yang urged, you should return to rest. We will handle the remaining matters. Understood, Ling Yi replied, sheathing his bone blade and making his way towards the barrier that protected Lin Xinzi. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed, and the ground trembled violently. What is happening? Why has the earth suddenly moved? Protect His Majesty. The unexpected tremor caused the teachers to panic. Ling Yi hesitated only for a moment before retracting the barrier and escorting Lin Xinzi out. Sister, the ground is shaking, Lin Xinzi exclaimed, fear gripping her as she clutched Ling Yi's garment. Ling Yi remained silent, his focus unwavering on the ground. Amidst a series of thunderous booms, the plaza began to collapse. Such a commotion, the Eastern Emperor fixed his gaze on the crumbling earth, pondering, could it be that the beast we suppressed has emerged? Father, Dongfang Jibai called out, attempting to speak, but was halted by the Eastern Emperor's raised hand. Your Highness, the Eastern Emperor addressed the Dean of the East, it seems there has been an error with the arrangements. The beast has emerged. We must prioritize evacuating the students and summon reinforcements to confront the creature. As you command, Your Majesty, the Dean of the East responded, promptly instructing the teachers to begin evacuating the students. Boom! Just as the Dean finished speaking, another resounding crash erupted, and a massive black beast soared from the collapsing ground. Roar! The beast ascended into the sky, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the Imperial Academy. Students of lower cultivation were overwhelmed by the sound, fainting on the spot, while others who remained conscious coughed up blood. Even the more powerful teachers struggled to withstand the beast's roar, clutching their heads in agony. Your Majesty, the roar did not harm the Dean of the East significantly, but the Eastern Emperor suffered greatly. Stripped of his cultivation, he was akin to an ordinary person. Hearing the beast's roar at such close range caused him to spit out blood, further draining the pallor from his already ashen complexion. Luo Shu, the Dean of the East, hastily produced a pill and administered it to the Eastern Emperor, simultaneously channeling energy to aid his recovery. After consuming the pill, the Eastern Emperor managed to remain conscious. Though his complexion grew increasingly dire, Your Highness, we must first deal with that beast. It must not escape from this place. Luo Shu, you must return, the Dean of the East commanded, turning to the palace attendants. You must swiftly escort His Majesty to safety. Jibai, you are to accompany His Majesty. With that, the Dean soared towards the colossal beast. Observing the Dean confronting the creature, Yu Yang and others quickly followed suit. While the attendants hurriedly escorted the Eastern Emperor away from the plaza, just as they retreated, several elders dispatched by the Eastern Emperor to rescue the students arrived. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? The Eastern Emperor, seeing them, inquired sternly, did I not instruct you to save the students? What has transpired? The elders hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, we have rescued all the students. Then how did the suppressed beast emerge? Your Majesty, it was the disciples left behind by Ji Zhengquan. An elder explained. Those disciples, knowing they were no match for us, used their own blood as a catalyst to breach the seal and release the beast. Fulfilling Ji Zhengquan's orders, you fools, the Eastern Emperor glared at them, his tone laced with frustration. Could you not have acted more swiftly and eliminated them? The elders lowered their heads, unable to respond. Dongfang Jibai stepped forward. Father, the situation is as it is. Please do not be angry, and let us depart. The attendants echoed, indeed, Your Majesty, it is best to leave at once. The Eastern Emperor turned back to the plaza, noticing Ling Yi still present. He hesitated briefly before addressing Dongfang Jibai. You stay. Dongfang Jibai nodded in acknowledgement. I will obey. The Eastern Emperor ceased further discussion and, with the others escorting him, left while inquiring about the student's status. Upon learning from the elders that the students had been safely secured, the Eastern Emperor finally felt at ease and commanded them to immediately summon reinforcements to assist the Dean of the East. As the Eastern Emperor departed, some teachers from the academy rushed to confront the beast, while others focused on evacuating the students. Although the situation was dire, it remained relatively orderly. Chapter 92, The Night's Golden Tiger Roar. A beastly roar echoed, forcing the approaching teachers to retreat before they could engage. It hurts. It hurt so much. The teachers wished to assist but felt powerless, merely watching as the Dean of the East battled the beast. Currently, the Dean held the upper hand in the confrontation between one man and one beast, yet the teachers could not rejoice, fully aware of the creature's formidable strength. According to records, the beast suppressed behind the beast suppression gate was known as the Night's Golden Tiger. At the time of its suppression, it was a top-tier beast at the 5th level of the mundane realm, equivalent to a human cultivator of the 10th level spirit saint. This was the cultivation level documented during its initial suppression. And many years had passed since. No one knew if it had advanced. Regardless of its current status, the Dean was at a disadvantage, as he was only a 2nd level spirit saint, though he could temporarily exert 3rd level spirit saint strength. He was still no match for the beast. The Dean's current advantage stemmed from the Night's Golden Tiger having just emerged from suppression, still somewhat weakened. Once it regained its strength, the Dean would no longer stand a chance. They needed to seize this moment of weakness to subdue it. However, if the Dean could not handle it, what could they do? As this thought crossed their minds, the teacher recalled the Eastern Emperor's earlier remarks and looked towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi has slain 3 serpents. She should be capable of dealing with this beast, shouldn't she? No, Yu Yang replied firmly. Ling Yi was injured during her battle with Ji Zhengchuan and cannot engage again in such a short time. She does not appear severely injured, a teacher remarked, observing Ling Yi. If we had the means to confront the Night's Golden Tiger, we wouldn't force Ling Yi to fight while wounded, but we are incapable. And so are you. If we do not take advantage of its weakness now, when it recovers, the Dean will be the first to suffer, and the students will not escape unscathed. Indeed, Yu Yang, we have no choice but to let Ling Yi take action. Yu Yang, allow Ling Yi to fight. The situation has escalated. She bears some responsibility for this. Shouldn't it be her duty to resolve it? There is no such thing as duty. As the teacher finished speaking, a deep voice interjected, drawing everyone's attention to Mo Wuheng. Behind Mo Wuheng stood the elders of the Imperial Academy. Upon arriving, Mo Wuheng instructed the elders to form formations to restrain the Night's Golden Tiger. Buying time for the Dean, the teacher who had just spoken expressed discontent. Teacher Mo, the Night's Golden Tiger possesses immense strength. Even with the elders' assistance, it cannot be subdued, and we must rely on Ling Yi. Mo Wuheng regarded the teacher with indifference. If you wish for Ling Yi to fight, you may do so yourself. Do not speak to us here and expect us to nominate someone. Of course, it should be Yu Yang, the teacher replied. Yu Yang is the head teacher of the 2nd level academy, while Ling Yi is a 2nd level student. She is the most suitable candidate. Did Yu Yang not just respond to you? Yu Yang retorted. This, enough arguing, Dongfang Jibai interjected as he walked past them. You need not discuss it. I will handle it. Mo Wuheng frowned slightly but did not intervene, instead focusing on restraining the Night's Golden Tiger alongside the elders. Seeing this, Yu Yang ceased her dispute and joined in the effort. Dongfang Jibai approached Ling Yi and stated plainly, Ling Yi, the Night's Golden Tiger possesses formidable strength. Even the combined efforts of the Dean and the academy teachers cannot subdue it. I know you are injured, but apart from you, no one else can confront it. I implore you to lend your assistance. Ling Yi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the beast. She had heard everything the teachers had said. Yet they were mistaken about one point. The Night's Golden Tiger had already transcended the mundane realm and entered the spiritual realm. In terms of human cultivation, the corresponding level was that of a yellow spirit master. The term yellow denotes the realm following the pinnacle of Spirit Saint, with the yellow spirit master representing the first stage of the sacred realm. She had barely managed to withstand the power used against an 8th level spirit master. Confronting this spiritual beast required a different approach. The method she had employed previously in the Eastern Sun Mirror against a beast capable of speech would not suffice here. The intellect of this beast was akin to that of a child. Nonetheless, grandfather, just as Ling Yi pondered, Lin Xinzi beside her suddenly shouted, Be careful, grandfather. Ling Yi snapped her focus back, her attention drawn to the Night's Golden Tiger, which was unleashing a lightning beam aimed directly at the Dean of the East. Below, the elders desperately attempted to intercept the Night's Golden Tiger, but their efforts were futile. Moreover, under the onslaught, the beast's recovery accelerated, leaving the Dean at a complete disadvantage. The power and speed of the lightning beam were overwhelming. The Dean had no time to dodge and could only raise a barrier in defense, which proved utterly ineffective. As the barrier shattered and the lightning struck, the Dean plummeted. The Night's Golden Tiger seized the opportunity to pursue. Opening its maw and gathering lightning once more. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xinzi's tears streamed down her face as she cried out, No, do not harm grandfather. While shouting, she rushed towards the Dean of the East. He did not beseech his sister for assistance. He merely yearned to rescue his grandfather. Ever since his arrival at the academy, grandfather Dongfang had been his steadfast guardian, attending to all his needs. Food, shelter, and even training were all imparted by his grandfather. He could not bear the thought of his grandfather being harmed or worse still, losing his life. Lin Xinjie ran with great speed, but his small stature limited his pace, and he stumbled due to his haste. Yet, he did not pause for a moment, scrambling back to his feet and continuing to run while crying out, "I implore you, do not harm grandfather." Ling Yi observed his frantic demeanor and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Extending her right hand towards her left just as she was about to draw her bone blade, the Dark Knight Golden Tiger ceased its assault and turned towards Lin Xinjie's direction. Seeing this, Ling Yi could only halt her actions, swiftly darting to Lin Xinjie's side and lifting him away, creating distance between them and the Dark Knight Golden Tiger. Ling Yi landed in a different location with Lin Xinjie, only to find that the Dark Knight Golden Tiger had pursued them, letting out a faint growl. Ling Yi paused, glancing at the boy in her arms, who, at that moment, widened his eyes in disbelief. Staring at the Dark Knight Golden Tiger's sister, it spoke to me, Lin Xinjie exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Yi regarded him with a profound gaze, remaining silent. She had indeed heard it, the beast had said, "Do not be afraid." She had heard it, yet she was astonished that Lin Xinjie also comprehended its words. Ling Yi glanced at the creature and then set Lin Xinjie down. "Will you respond to it?" Lin Xinjie blinked. "Can it understand?" Ling Yi looked at him. It can. The beast had halted its attack, evidently having understood Lin Xinjie's plea. Chapter 93. "You must come with me, you," Lin Xinjie cautiously inquired upon realizing that the Dark Knight Golden Tiger could understand him. "Can you refrain from harming Grandfather Dongfang, that old man?" The Dark Knight Golden Tiger fixed its piercing gaze upon Lin Xinjie. "It was that old man who struck first, then I will persuade Grandfather Dongfang to cease his actions." Lin Xinjie said, blinking rapidly. "If I do that, will you spare him?" The Dark Knight Golden Tiger did not respond verbally but inched closer to Lin Xinjie. "You are human. Logically, we should be unable to communicate. Yet, I can comprehend your words, and you can understand mine, though the reason eludes me. It signifies that we are fated to meet. I may grant your request, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Lin Xinjie promptly replied, "As long as you do not harm Grandfather Dongfang, I will agree to any condition." "Really?" The Dark Knight Golden Tiger's voice held a hint of delight. Lin Xinjie cast a glance back at Ling Yi. His dark eyes filled with reluctance. However, Grandfather Dongfang had treated him with great kindness, and he did not wish for him to perish. Ling Yi, meeting his gaze, noticed the reluctance in his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Why the melodrama? Does he think the Dark Knight Golden Tiger intends to devour him? If the tiger truly wished to eat him, why bother with dialogue? Indeed, Lin Xinjie turned back to the Dark Knight Golden Tiger. "You may state your condition." The beast approached Lin Xinjie, its massive form contrasting sharply with the boy's petite stature. "Humans have confined me for a long time, and I feel quite lonely. You are the first to communicate with me. I can promise not to harm anyone here, but you must come with me." "Come with you?" Lin Xinjie was taken aback. "Aren't you going to eat me?" The Dark Knight Golden Tiger looked bewildered. "Why would I eat you? With your small frame, you wouldn't even suffice as a morsel." Lin Xinjie exhaled a sigh of relief, a broad smile spreading across his fair face. "All right, I agree." And not being consumed meant he could survive. And when he grew up, he could return to his sister and the others. "You must consider carefully," the Dark Knight Golden Tiger warned. "I harbor a disdain for humans, but if you accompany me, you will never see these humans again." "I understand." Lin Xinjie gazed up at the Dark Knight Golden Tiger. "You have my word. I will fulfill my promise to you. I cannot be one to go back on my word." Upon hearing this, the Dark Knight Golden Tiger lowered itself, one wing touching the ground. "Climb aboard." Lin Xinjie turned and embraced Ling Yi tightly. "Sister." Ling Yi looked down at him, remaining silent. Lin Xinjie mumbled, "Sister, I am leaving. Please, do not miss me too much. When I grow up, I will return to find you and brother." The mere thought of parting forever from his sister tightened Lin Xinjie's grip on her clothing. He did not wish to separate from her, but he had promised the great tiger, and if he did not leave, Grandfather Dongfang would meet his demise. "Sister, I am departing. Take good care of yourself." Lin Xinjie released Ling Yi and took steps backward toward the Dark Knight Golden Tiger. Tears filling his round eyes, Ling Yi watched him in silence, observing as he struggled to climb onto the tiger's wing. She then addressed the Dark Knight Golden Tiger. "How dull. What could a child possibly offer you? Wouldn't it be better if I accompanied you instead?" The Dark Knight Golden Tiger abruptly turned its head towards Ling Yi, catching a glimpse of a flicker of red light in her eyes. Startled, it was about to scrutinize further when the red glow vanished, accompanied by a surge of formidable spiritual energy. As the Dark Knight Golden Tiger felt the power radiating, its golden eyes fixated on Ling Yi. Unyielding as they locked gazes, it was only when the Dark Knight Golden Tiger sensed the impending eruption of spiritual energy that it spoke. "I did not expect you could communicate with me as well. If that is the case, I shall remain here to accompany both of you." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "You will stay?" "Yes," the Dark Knight Golden Tiger affirmed with a nod. "Will you not accompany him?" "No longer." "Very well." Ling Yi smiled. "This is more agreeable. You are not bored, and he need not depart." A win-win situation. The Dark Knight Golden Tiger remained silent, still lying there. Ling Yi turned to Lin Xinjie. "Come down." Upon hearing this, Lin Xinjie slowly descended, and once on solid ground, he hurriedly ran towards Ling Yi's sister. "You are the best." Lin Xinjie reached Ling Yi and hugged her leg tightly. "No more leaving. Rather than weep, you should check on your grandfather Dongfang, Ling Yi said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinjie reluctantly released Ling Yi. Sister, I will first see grandfather Dongfang. You talk to the big tiger with that. Lin Xinjie dashed away on his short legs. Ling Yi stood still, watching Lin Xinjie's small figure disappear, her thoughts drifting to the two past lives the mirror spirit had shown her. I in one of those lives. Lin Xingzhe had perished, never having acquired the ability to communicate with beasts, yet now that not only had he survived, but he had also gained the ability to converse with them. Thus, was it her doing? Ji Zhengchuan sought to use students to open the beast suppression gate and unleash the guardian beast. However, the students were rescued by agents dispatched by the Eastern Sun Emperor. In a bid to fulfill Ji Zhengchuan's orders, the disciples of the Ji family voluntarily offered their blood to open the beast suppression gate. As the gate opened, the Dark Knight Golden Tiger, once sealed by the runes, soared out from beneath the Imperial Academy's plaza, severely injuring the Academy's president. Just as it was about to strike the president down, it halted its attack. Clap. The storyteller struck his wooden block, gazing at the captivated audience. Do you know why the Dark Knight Golden Tiger suddenly ceased its assault? The audience, intrigued, eagerly inquired. Why? Do not keep us in suspense. Please tell us. The storyteller snapped open his folding fan and began to narrate. It was because a young master named Lin Xinjie was able to communicate with the Dark Knight Golden Tiger, thereby preventing its attack. Communicate with beasts? The audience gasped in astonishment. How can someone communicate with beasts? Surprised, are you? The storyteller regarded the audience. Your astonishment is understandable. I was equally taken aback when I first received the news. Not only were we shocked, but the Academy's teachers were equally astonished. With such an ability, this young master is surely destined for greatness. Naturally, I must tell you that this young master, Imperial Academy, the courtyard where the president resides. All the teachers who could come, except those who were unable to leave or were not present at the academy, gathered in the courtyard of the president. The once spacious area now felt crowded due to the presence of the teachers. Lin Xinjie sat beside Ling Yi, nervously clutching her sleeve under the watchful eyes of the gathered faculty, too afraid to let go. Chapter 94, Little Golden Tiger, how rude you are. An elderly man placed a cup of green fruit juice before Lin Xinjie. Smiling kindly, little Zay, come, have some spirit fruit juice specially prepared by Grandpa Su. The speaker was a teacher from the beast taming department. Lin Xinjie gazed at the cup of spirit fruit juice, but before he could utter a word, another elder pushed the first aside. Step aside, boy. The elder glanced at teacher Su. Little Zay has just begun his training. The spiritual energy in this juice may cause him discomfort. I diluted it, teacher Su protested, but the elder ignored him, pulling out a box of pastries. Little Zay, here, these pastries were made for you by Grandpa Lu. This snow crystal cake is a delicacy. You must try it. Teacher Su looked exasperated. Old Lu. Little Zay would be better suited for the beast taming department. He can communicate with beasts. Why are you meddling? Are you implying that those not in the beast taming department cannot treat little Zay kindly? Old Lu rolled his eyes but turned to Lin Xinjie with a warm smile. Little Zay, my contracted beast has some issues. Could you perhaps help Grandpa Lu check on it? Lin Xinjie shifted closer to Ling Yi, and before he could utter a word, a small black creature darted in, landing in the food box brought by teacher Lu. With its tiny paws, it clutched a piece of pastry and began to gnaw at it. It was a little golden tiger. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xinjie hurriedly took out the miniature version of the Night Shadow Golden Tiger. The little golden tiger, even when lifted, did not relinquish its hold on the pastry, munching away while humming, delicious, delicious, truly delightful. Ling Yi, Lin Xinjie softly called out. Little golden tiger, after eating the pastry, we have work to do. What's there to fear? The miniature Night Shadow Golden Tiger adjusted its position comfortably in Lin Xinjie's arms. Isn't it just helping him keep an eye on the beasts? It's no big deal. Moreover, the little golden tiger quickly finished the pastry and advised Lin Xinjie, if you don't want this group of old men crowding around, just tell them you are unable to communicate with beasts lacking intelligence. What is a beast lacking intelligence? Lin Xinjie, being merely 3 years old, had limited understanding. A beast lacking intelligence is. The little golden tiger rolled its eyes. Ask your sister. It had no intention of elaborating further. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinjie looked toward Ling Yi. Sister, the little golden tiger says I cannot communicate with beasts lacking intelligence. What does that mean? As soon as these words left his mouth, all the teachers present fell silent. If one cannot communicate with beasts lacking intelligence, then that would imply that their beasts were all devoid of intelligence. Heavens, is the threshold for communicating with beasts so high? Ling Yi scanned the crowd and spoke slowly. The texts state that beasts are classified into 3 tiers, mundane, spirit, and sacred. Mundane beasts possess little intelligence, merely a step above ordinary animals, while spirit beasts can attain wisdom, albeit akin to that of a child. Sacred beasts possess intelligence akin to humans but do not articulate human speech. As she spoke, Ling Yi's gaze settled on the Night Shadow Golden Tiger. Lin Xinjie was capable of understanding the language of beasts due to the ability she bestowed upon him, yet. According to this classification, Sacred beasts do not comprehend human speech. Why then, could this night shadow golden tiger understand Lin Xingjia's words? That was not the language of beasts. While Ling Yi pondered this matter, Lin Xingjia inquired of the assembled teachers. Teachers, are your beasts spirit beasts? All the teachers responded with silence. Without having done anything, they felt as if they had been stabbed twice. No, after a moment of quiet, teacher Su replied, our beasts are all mundane beasts. Is that so? Lin Xingjia frowned slightly. Without spirit beasts, communication becomes impossible. The other teachers, upon hearing this, resigned themselves to the situation. However, teacher Su still wished to advocate for a solution, but before he could speak, Dongfang Jibai approached. Teachers, do not crowd around Ling Yi and Xingjia any longer. The dean wishes to see them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingjia leaped off his seat. Brother Jibai, is grandfather Dongfang all right? He is fine. Dongfang Jibai replied gently, come with me. Ling Yi acknowledged softly, refraining from further words as she led Lin Xingjia and Dongfang Jibai into the dean's chamber. As they rounded the screen, they encountered the dean, who appeared unwell, accompanied by Dong Yangdi, whose complexion was even grimmer than that of the dean. Ling Yi cast a discerning glance at Dong Yangdi. He had departed when the night shadow golden tiger had appeared. Yet he was now back, presumably having stabilized the situation before returning. Grandfather Dongfang, Lin Xingjia called softly as he approached the bedside. Dean Dongfang reached out to pat his head. Xingjia, do not fear. Grandfather is fine. Humph. The little golden tiger, hovering nearby, let out a grunt. You can't blame me, knowing full well he wasn't my match. He still dared to fight me. Little golden tiger, Lin Xingjia admonished. Only then did the little tiger fall silent. Perching upon Ling Yi's shoulder, Dong Yangdi glanced at Lin Xingjia, then turned his gaze to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, Xingjia possesses a unique ability, and the news could not be contained. I expect many factions will come seeking to recruit him. How do you intend to arrange this? He is merely 3 years old. Any recruitment efforts would be futile, Ling Yi replied coolly. As for the dangers. At this, Ling Yi looked toward the little golden tiger resting on her shoulder, with it by his side. Those individuals pose no threat. Dong Yangdi followed her gaze, his expression becoming difficult to interpret. Ji Zhengchuan had met an untimely demise. Had he known that the beast he had painstakingly released could communicate with Lin Xingjia and had shrunk to accompany him without requiring Ling Yi's intervention to dispatch him, he might have been driven to despair. With such a beast by Xinjia's side, he would indeed be safe. However, the dean's subsequent words remained unspoken. Yet among those present, apart from Lin Xingjia, who was oblivious, the others, including the little golden tiger, comprehended immediately. Before Ling Yi could respond, the little golden tiger zipped into the air above the dean, bouncing around with glee, even opening its mouth to gather lightning. Seemingly preparing to unleash upon the dean, Lin Xingjia promptly jumped up to catch the little golden tiger. Little golden tiger, grandfather is merely worried about me. Do not be angry, do not attack grandfather. Initially unaware, Lin Xingjia began to grasp the situation after hearing the little golden tiger's earlier remarks. The little golden tiger had accused grandfather Dongfang of sowing discord between them, asserting that it had never harmed Lin Xingjia before and would not in the future. Especially considering, with such a formidable weapon standing beside him, would it dare to cause harm? Hearing Lin Xingjie's voice, the little golden tiger finally ceased its antics. The others, witnessing this exchange, collectively sighed in relief. The dean's current condition could not withstand another bout. However, in the next moment, everyone beheld the little golden tiger shift its posture and, in plain view, relieve itself. Ling Yi, the others, Lin Xingjia whispered. Little golden tiger, how rude. The little golden tiger snorted. I did it on purpose. It deemed itself quite polite, merely doing so on the blanket and not directly in front of the old man's face. Chapter 95, a story. Seeing the little golden tiger so incensed by his words, resulting in such behavior, the dean not only did not grow angry but instead chuckled. If that is the case, I shall be at ease. Lin Xingjia pressed his lips together, revealing a faint smile. Grandfather Dongfang, you need not worry. I am fine. Grandfather was worried before, but now he is reassured, the dean remarked before turning to Ling Yi. I have not been able to look after Xingjia these past few days. Perhaps it would be best for him to accompany you during the day. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingjia gazed eagerly at Ling Yi. Ling Yi responded coolly, there is no need. This, Lin Xingjia's expression dimmed. Ling Yi continued, with the night shadow golden tiger accompanying him, there is no need to worry about his safety. We shall proceed as before. The dean pondered for a moment and consented. The two engaged in conversation with the dean for a while, and as they prepared to leave, Dong Yangdi called out, Ling Yi. Ling Yi turned to face him. Does your majesty have something to discuss? I indeed have some matters I wish to address with you. Dong Yangdi looked at Dongfang Jibai. Take Xingjia and the little golden tiger out for a while. Dongfang Jibai nodded. Yes, father. He then went to take Lin Xingjia by the hand. Lin Xingjia glanced back at Ling Yi before departing the room with the little golden tiger and Dongfang Jibai. Once they left, only Ling Yi, the dean, and Dong Yangdi remained in the chamber. Dong Yangdi fixed his gaze upon Ling Yi. Ji Zhengchuan opened the beast's ceiling gate with the intention of harming the students. This matter shall not be overlooked simply because he is deceased. I will hold the Ji family accountable regardless of their whereabouts, and I shall dispatch individuals to locate them. Ling Yi regarded Dong Yangdi. If that is the case, Your Majesty need not disclose this to me. As long as the Ji family does not present themselves before me, all shall be well. Should they seek vengeance for Ji Zhengchuan, the outcome will be singular. Whoever comes, I shall slay. Dong Yangdi looked at Ling Yi. The reason I share this with you is to convey my stance that if that is the case, Your Majesty's stance is understood, Ling Yi replied. She then inquired, does Your Majesty have any other matters to discuss? Dong Yangdi nodded, preparing to speak when he suddenly felt a tickle in his throat and broke into a violent cough. Lo Shu, quickly sit down. The dean, observing Dong Yangdi's severe coughing, attempted to rise to assist him. Uncle, do not. Dong Yangdi hastily sat back down, but the coughing persisted, only gradually subsiding after some time, once he had calmed. Dong Yangdi regarded Ling Yi. I wish to tell you a story. Should you be willing to listen? Were it anyone else, Ling Yi would surely decline. However, with Dong Yangdi among the four great empires, the Baiming Empire possessed the unique ice and water spirit sources, the Xi'an Empire had the fire source, the Nanyuan Empire possessed the wood spirit source, yet the Dongyang royal family lacked any such source. However, this was not the case for Dongfang Jibai. Upon meeting Dong Yangdi, Ling Yi discerned a peculiar detail. Dong Yangdi possessed a spirit root but lacked cultivation, akin to the situation with the wood spirit source. This indicated that his primal power had also been devoured. Curious about this, Ling Yi encouraged, Your Majesty, please proceed. Seeing Ling Yi's interest, Dong Yangdi began to narrate. This tale dates back 30 years, when I was merely a prince. Self-assured of my exceptional talent, unwilling to spend day after day in the academy honing my skills, I ventured out to explore. At that time I possessed the ice spirit source, and to enhance my cultivation, I first traveled to the Baiming Empire, not anticipating that I would encounter a life-altering ordeal there. As he recounted this, Dong Yangdi seemed to be transported back to that fateful day, his expression contorting in pain. The Baiming Empire is beset by snowstorms, home to the vast snowfields unlike any found in the other three empires. My spirit root is that of ice, so I ventured into the snowfields, yet, it was not long before I encountered a beast tide. And while evading it, I lost my sense of direction and wandered deep into the snowfields. In the depths of the snowfields, there were no people, only beasts, just as I believed I would never escape that place. I stumbled upon a party, led by someone I had seen at the imperial ceremony. He is an elder responsible for the personal protection of the Prince of Baiming, possessing formidable cultivation. When I wished to depart from the snowfields, I sought them out, revealing my identity. At that time, I believed they would take me along, but they did not. Their destination lay deeper into the snowfields, making it inconvenient to bring me along. They provided me with a map, instructing that as long as I followed the path indicated, I would be able to find my way out. After expressing my gratitude, I intended to leave, but the Emperor Dongyang closed his eyes for a moment. It was my own fault. The Emperor Dongyang sighed deeply. In my youth, I was curious about everything. I wondered why that elder was not by the Prince of Baiming's side, but instead led a party deep into the snowfields. And so I followed them. It was this decision that led me to witness an incredibly shocking scene. The Emperor Dongyang continued. Once the party had ventured deeper into the snowfields, they paused at the edge of a fissure. Subsequently, that group descended into the crevice, and shortly after they had descended, I followed their trail, ultimately encountering them again, only this time, there was an additional man among them. I overheard the elder demanding that the man surrender Princess Changheng. While the man insisted that the elder and his group leave, the elder informed the man that they were determined to bring back Princess Changheng no matter what. The elder possessed the cultivation of a spirit saint, and the others in the party were also formidable spirit lords. The man stood no chance and was swiftly vanquished by them. After slaying the man, the elder and his companions burst into the house behind him, only to find the lifeless body of Princess Changheng and a swaddled child. As the elder took the princess's corpse and the child out of the house, a mass of black mist erupted from the deceased man, surging towards the elder. Following this, the elder suddenly turned against his companions, attempting to seize the princess's corpse and the child. I observed the elder oscillating between aggression and hesitation, as though two entities within him were vying for control over his body. The Emperor Dongyang recounted, the elder instructed the others to carry the princess's corpse and the child away while he intended to self-destruct to prevent the entity within him from taking control and pursuing them. Upon receiving the elder's command, the others fled with the princess's remains and the child. Sensing the dire situation, I too made my escape. Not long after we had fled, an explosion resonated behind us. It was the elder's self-detonation, the Emperor Dongyang continued. Yet, the elder's self-detonation did not dispel the black mist. It pursued relentlessly. The elder was no match for the black mist, and neither were the others. In my youthful naivety and sense of camaraderie, recalling that they had provided me with a map, I could not stand idly by as they faced peril, so I intervened. However, I was powerless against the black mist. Upon noticing my presence, they entrusted the child to me, urging me to flee and return the child to their highness, the prince. They sacrificed themselves, using Princess Changheng's corpse to contain the black mist. Buying me precious time, I fled with the child, but it was not long before the black mist caught up to us. I was no match for it. Should it overtake me, my fate would be sealed. In a critical moment, I retrieved the chapter 96, have I forgotten or simply cannot remember. I harnessed the to condense the power of the snowfield, sealing the black mist. However, without the, my cultivation was rendered null, leaving me akin to a wasted being. Fortunately, I was swift enough to extract some usable items from my storage device before my powers vanished entirely, relying on those items to avoid freezing to death in the snowfields. After escaping the depths of the snowfield, I encountered a large contingent led by the Prince of Biming. The Emperor Dongyang continued. I entrusted the child to the Prince of Biming and recounted the events that transpired beneath the fissure. Upon learning of the matter, the prince ordered the party to hasten their pace. However, the black mist was exceedingly strange, they could only seal it temporarily, and it was unlikely it would remain contained indefinitely. More lives would likely be lost. I contemplated dissuading the prince from pursuing this endeavor, but he remained resolute. I was injured and unable to leave on my own, thus I had no choice but to accompany them. Yet this time we returned empty-handed. The black mist had vanished, the was gone, and the fissure had also disappeared. The Emperor Dongyang stated. During that period, I remained with the party to recuperate, while the Prince of Biming's men searched for the fissure. They searched in that vicinity for half a year, and by the time I had nearly recovered, they had found nothing and were ultimately compelled to return home. Upon exiting the snowfield, the Prince of Biming informed me that the origins of the black mist were unknown. It could usurp human forms, and if word got out, it would certainly incite panic. He hoped I would keep this matter to myself and not divulge it. Understanding the prince's concerns, I agreed, and upon my return to Dongyang, I refrained from mentioning it, regardless of who inquired. At this juncture, the Emperor Dongyang turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, do you know why I have shared this with you today? Ling Yi inquired. Why? Because you vanquished the three-headed python, resolving the peculiarities in Spring Nation. The Emperor Dongyang gazed at Ling Yi. I believe you might uncover the nature of that black mist and how to confront it. I understand. Ling Yi looked at the Emperor Dongyang. Your Majesty desires for me to investigate the origins of the black mist in Biming. The Emperor nodded. What are your thoughts? Ling Yi smirked. I think it is a futile endeavor. If even the combined might of spirit saints and spirit lords cannot contend with it, how does my participation differ from courting death? Though curious, Ling Yi felt no obligation to involve herself. Ling Yi, I do not perceive your involvement as a death sentence. The Emperor Dongyang's expression turned grave. I firmly believe that if anyone can elucidate this matter, it would be you. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi instinctively sought to refuse, but the words stuck in her throat. The shards of the mountain and river mirror, two fragments were already known, one from the Dongyang Empire and the other from the Spring Nation, which is aligned with the Nanyuan Empire. What of the remaining two shards? Could they possibly reside within the Biming and Xian empires? It was uncertain, yet not impossible. Furthermore, the tale recounted by the emperor also pertained to the. With this thought, Ling Yi addressed the Emperor Dongyang. If your Majesty wishes for me to go, then I shall certainly comply. But Ling Yi hesitated, her words trailing off of the emperor, meeting the depth of her dark eyes. Understood. I certainly would not send you without recompense. What compensation could possibly be offered, Your Majesty? Ling Yi asked bluntly. Spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and techniques, none of these interest me. Besides these, what else can Your Majesty provide? Without those, I find myself at a loss for a suitable offering. The Emperor Dongyang regarded Ling Yi. Perhaps you might suggest something? You wish me to propose? Ling Yi pondered for a moment and then had a revelation. Your Majesty, since Lingyang Nation is subservient to the Dongyang Empire, I trust Your Majesty's request will compel them to exert every effort. The Emperor nodded. Indeed, they will. Then I would appreciate Your Majesty making an inquiry regarding the origins of the Lin family. Ling Yi added, particularly concerning the events during Madame Lin's pregnancy. This matter pales in comparison to elixirs and techniques, yet tracing the past is laborious and time-consuming. Ling Yi had no desire to undertake the investigation herself. Delegating it to others would be ideal. As for the Biming Empire, while uncertain whether it relates to the mountain and river mirror, it is connected to the, so it would be prudent to investigate. Very well, the Emperor Dongyang readily agreed. Ling Yi, when you embark on your journey, kindly inform me. I shall communicate with the Prince of Biming, not the Prince, rather the Emperor of Biming. After all, it is his domain, and he is likely aware of the past events. He desires an answer even more than I do. Understood. Ling Yi nodded. Your Majesty, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. There is nothing further. You may return to rest. Very well. After acknowledging, Ling Yi departed the chamber. Exiting the room, Ling Yi sought out Lin Xinjia, sister. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Lin Xinjia's face lit up with a smile. As Dongfang Jibai noticed Ling Yi's arrival, he bid farewell to Lin Xinjia and departed. Ling Yi settled beside Lin Xinjia, observing the Dark Knight Golden Tiger hovering nearby. I have a question for you. The Dark Knight Golden Tiger responded with utmost amiability. Ask away. I shall answer any question I can. Ling Yi leisurely inquired. You are a spirit-level beast, which means you have only recently gained consciousness, akin to that of a child, unable to articulate human speech. Yet, if you cannot speak, how is it that you can comprehend Lin Xinjia's words? This is the Dark Knight Golden Tiger flicked its tail. I cannot say for certain. Before Ling Yi could respond, the Dark Knight Golden Tiger continued. I can not only understand what Xiaojia says, but I also comprehend the words of others. However, when Xinjia speaks, she emits a unique energy that differs from others, which is why I followed her initially, yet, I was taken aback that she could understand me. And even more so that you could as well, the little golden tiger pondered. Could it be that someone taught me the language of humans, enabling my understanding? Ling Yi gazed at it. You are asking me? The little golden tiger replied, yes. Ha, Ling Yi scoffed. If you yourself do not know, how could I possibly have the answer? The little golden tiger retorted, that not knowing is one thing, why the scorn? Why so fierce? Upon seeing it fall silent, Ling Yi pressed on, have you forgotten, or do you simply struggle to remember? I do not know, the little golden tiger continued to wag its tail. I have slept for too long, and much has slipped from my memory. Have you forgotten even how you were sealed? The little golden tiger replied, he, forgotten. Ling Yi, why are you so amused about forgetting? You have no answers, and yet you rise in discontent. Ling Yi stood up, deciding against further inquiry, and after relaying her thoughts to Lin Xinjia, she took her leave. Little golden tiger and Lin Xinjia accompanied Ling Yi until her figure vanished from sight. Only then did little golden tiger let out a sigh of relief and turn to Lin Xinjia, saying, Xinjia, your sister is quite fierce. Not at all, Lin Xinjia countered. My sister is undeniably gentle. Little golden tiger expressed disbelief. What kind of eyes do you have? Chapter 97. Reluctant, she is gentle by nature, Lin Xinjia insisted as he walked towards the courtyard. Little golden tiger followed closely behind, continuing to argue, just as the two entered the courtyard. Ling Yi, who had originally left, reappeared around the corner, observing the debate between little golden tiger and Lin Xinjia with a contemplative expression. 3 days later, Ling Yi sought out the dean to announce her decision to embark on a journey to the Northern Underworld Empire. The dean, who had been reclining on his bed, immediately sat up upon hearing this, looking sternly at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I understand your desire to assist His Majesty in uncovering the events of the past, but it is far too dangerous for you to go now, Ling Yi replied. Indeed, it would be perilous for me alone, but I plan to take Dark Knight and Little Golden Tiger with me. The dean raised an eyebrow. Oh, and Lin Xinjia will join as well. The dean gazed at Ling Yi in astonishment. Are you serious? Yes, Ling Yi affirmed with a nod. She is 3 years old now. It is time for her to see the world. The dean opened his mouth, intending to voice his concerns, but before he could speak, a small head peeked out from behind the screen, looking at the dean with an innocent smile. Grandpa Dongfang, I want to go with my sister. The dean glanced at Lin Xinjia, then at Ling Yi, and finally at Dark Knight and Little Golden Tiger, who were fluttering around the room. He sighed deeply. In that case, you may go. If it were in the past, I certainly would not have supported this, but with Little Golden Tiger accompanying you, your safety should be assured. It is acceptable for you to go and see. Great, Ling Yi said. Dean, I have decided to set off immediately. Please help me request leave from Teacher Yu Yang. The dean nodded. Of course, Ling Yi continued. Also, please inform His Majesty to make arrangements with the Northern Underworld Empire. The dean nodded again. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Thank you, Ling Yi replied before preparing to leave. Dean, take care of your health. I will be on my way. Ling Yi, the dean called out. Ling Yi turned back, meeting the dean's gaze filled with concern. The dean looked at her. In his youth, Luoshu was fearless and untroubled by the world, yet he lost his source of power in the Northern Underworld, becoming a waste. He has never spoken of this to us, but I know he has suffered. If you can uncover the origins of that black mist during your journey to the Northern Underworld, it would be ideal for Luoshu to gain some understanding of the past. However, if you cannot, do not force it. Your safety is of utmost importance. Ling Yi nodded in agreement. Dean, do not worry. I will not take unnecessary risks. Your words bring me peace, the dean said with a smile. And I'll go with that. Ling Yi said her goodbyes to the dean and departed with Lin Xinjia and Little Golden Tiger. Once they exited the dean's courtyard, Little Golden Tiger eagerly transformed into his larger form, calling out to Ling Yi and Lin Xinjia, hurry up, let's set off. As Ling Yi was about to mount Little Golden Tiger with Lin Xinjia in her arms, a figure rushed toward them. Ling Yi, I want to go with you. Ling Yi paused, turning to see Dongfang Jibai approaching swiftly. I made it just in time, he said, not waiting for Ling Yi to respond before repeating, I want to go with you. Ling Yi regarded him. Are you coming with me on His Majesty's orders, or is this your own desire? My father informed me of everything, and I wish to join you. I discussed it with him, and he consented. Given the dangers ahead, why do you want to come? Ling Yi was reluctant to include Dongfang Jibai, finding it troublesome. Dongfang Jibai did not directly answer but stated, I have been to the Northern Underworld Empire and know the route. With me, you won't get lost. Additionally, I am acquainted with people from the Northern Underworld Empire. I can negotiate with them on your behalf, so you need not worry. Ling Yi felt somewhat swayed by his words. While a map would suffice for navigation, the aspect of negotiation was indeed something she preferred to avoid. If she took Dongfang Jibai with her, She could completely relinquish that responsibility. However, she did not forget her earlier question and waited quietly for him to respond. Seeing her expectant gaze, Dongfang Jibai confessed, I am reluctant. Ling Yi echoed, intrigued. I am unwilling to accept that the other three great empires possess unique spiritual sources. While the Dongyang Empire does not, no, to be precise, the Dongyang Empire once had one, but it no longer does. After my father lost the unique ice source, neither his siblings nor his children inherited it. Among the four great empires, only Dongyang lacks any special spiritual source, and I cannot accept this. My father's source of power vanished in the northern underworld, and my desire to go there is not solely to seek answers. I also cling to a glimmer of hope that I might find a way to restore the unique ice source lost by my father. The possibility is minuscule, as small as a speck of dust. Yet I refuse to give up. Those four words encapsulated so much. Ling Yi regarded him thoughtfully. I can take you with me, but as you said, all negotiations will be your responsibility. Furthermore, I will not be accountable for your safety. Dongfang Jibai nodded. Your willingness to take me is enough. Ling Yi said no more, lifting Lin Xinjia onto Little Golden Tiger's back. Dongfang Jibai followed suit. As Little Golden Tiger lifted off, he playfully shook his body. Indicating his discontent at Dongfang Jibai's presence, Ling Yi remained silent, gently stroking Little Golden Tiger's fur. The unexpected affection startled him, causing his fur to stand on end, and he dared not protest further. Spreading his wings and taking flight. 10 days later, at Qianshuang City in the Northern Underworld Empire, dark night, and Little Golden Tiger halted outside the city gates. Ling Yi carefully descended, cradling the bundled Lin Xinjia. Followed closely by Dongfang Jibai. Once they were all on the ground, Little Golden Tiger shrank in size, opting to rest in Lin Xinjia's arms. Dongfang Jibai remarked, I contacted someone yesterday, they should be arriving soon at the city gates. Ling Yi replied, her expression neutral as she awaited their arrival. After about 15 minutes, a carriage emerged from the city, coming to a stop beside them. Both Dongfang Jibai and Ling Yi looked up as the carriage curtain was lifted. Revealing a familiar face, Second Prince Ling Yi, please board Bei Qianning, Dongfang Jibai said, surprised to see her. Why is it you? Hadn't the Northern Underworld Emperor stated that someone familiar with the snowy plains would come to escort them and accompany them into the snow? Why was it Bei Qianning? Was she familiar with the snowy plains? Dongfang Jibai was responsible for all negotiations, so Ling Yi was unclear on the details and did not find it odd. She simply picked up the nearby bundle and boarded the carriage. Once inside, Bei Qianning looked at Dongfang Jibai, who had yet to move. Second Prince, if you have any questions, please board the carriage first. There is no need to stand outside. Only then did Dongfang Jibai step inside. Once he was settled, Bei Qianning wasted no time, stating directly, your father has already informed me of your purpose here. I will be in charge of this matter. I have made arrangements, and we can depart for the snowy plains tomorrow. Chapter 98. There is no more suitable candidate than me. You will take us deep into the snowy plains? Dongfang Jibai frowned, then turned to Ling Yi. Seeing him look her way, Ling Yi coldly replied, don't look at me. Dongfang Jibai then turned to Bei Qianning. The Northern Underworld Emperor has informed you of this matter. You must understand how dangerous it is for you to accompany us. Second Prince, you need not worry. In response to Dongfang Jibai's skepticism, Bei Qianning maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of displeasure. Since my father has entrusted this matter to me, I will handle it well. Furthermore, seeing Bei Qianning pause, Dongfang Jibai pressed, furthermore, what? Bei Qianning looked at him, there is no one more suitable for this task than me. Dongfang Jibai was somewhat taken aback, so confident, you will understand the reason once we arrive in the snowy plains, Bei Qianning replied, no longer engaging in further conversation with Dongfang Jibai. She then turned her attention to Ling Yi. It has been 3 months since we last met during the Empire's grand competition. How have you been? Ling Yi had brought Dongfang Jibai along to avoid negotiations, believing that with him present, Bei Qianning would not focus on her, but it seemed she had underestimated her. I have been well, Ling Yi responded with indifference. Most would have taken Ling Yi's demeanor as a cue to cease further conversation. But Bei Qianning was not most people. She remained unfazed by Ling Yi's aloofness. I have heard about the events in the Spring Country. You handled them remarkably well, Ling Yi replied. It was nothing special. Bei Qianning glanced at Ling Yi before turning her gaze to Lin Xinjia, who appeared rosy-cheeked despite the biting cold of the Northern Underworld, blissfully engaged in a playful game with Little Golden Tiger. Seeing Lin Xinjia, Bei Qianning couldn't help but smile. And who might you be? Lin Xinjia looked up at Bei Qianning, smiling brightly. I am Lin Xinjia, here with my sister. My sister? Bei Qianning was taken aback. Glancing at Ling Yi in the confined space of the carriage with so few people present, the sister Lin Xinjia referred to could only be Ling Yi, yet, this child was much younger than Ling Yi. Should she not be calling her sister instead of sister? How strange. Under Bei Qianning's scrutiny, Ling Yi felt compelled to clarify, do not pay it any mind. Is that so? Bei Qianning chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a halt outside a residence. Bei Qianning disembarked, turning to Ling Yi and Dongfang Jibai, you must be tired from the journey, please rest well in the residence tonight. We shall set off tomorrow, alright, they replied. As dawn broke, Dongfang Jibai nodded. Bei Qianing led the two individuals into the residence, arriving at a quaint courtyard. This was a designated resting area, where should any needs arise, they could communicate with the attendants. Food would be delivered, so I shall not intrude any further, Bei Qianing remarked before turning to leave the courtyard. After her departure, Dongfang Jibai and Ling Yi, guided by the attendants, proceeded to their respective resting chambers, awaiting their journey the following day. Upon returning to her own quarters, Bei Qianing encountered Baijiu approaching. Noticing him, she glanced around, finding no one else, and stepped forward to pull him into the room, sneaking out again. Are we? Baijiu chuckled lightly, assuring her, I am perfectly fine. Bei Qianing gestured for him to sit and poured a cup of hot tea. Are you truly so eager to venture into the depths of the snowfield? Baijiu nodded. In previous years, I longed to join you on your expeditions into the snowfield, but you never took me along. This time, you have decided to include me, so of course, I am looking forward to it. Bei Qianing regarded him solemnly. Baijiu, the snowfield is fraught with danger, and your circumstances are unique. That is why we initially resolved not to bring you. However, this time, not if it were up to her. She too would prefer not to take Baijiu along, but her father had insisted that some truths must be revealed to him, and they could not conceal everything indefinitely. The depths of the snowfield posed great peril, and no one from the Beiming Empire could escort Baijiu to uncover the truth of the past. Now that someone was willing to delve deep, they could not let this opportunity slip away. What is the matter? Baijiu queried, gazing at Bei Qianing. Rest assured, I can protect myself. Bei Qianing was not concerned about that. Her worry lay in whether Baijiu could bear the truth. Very well then, she said, rising to brush off the snowflakes from him. Since you are here, there is no need to return. You shall rest here tonight, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. Alright, Baijiu replied with a smile. What about Qingqing and the others? Do not worry, I will speak with them, Bei Qianing assured him. She observed him. You were untroubled when sneaking out, but now you are concerned? With you here, I need not fret. You facing Baijiu. Bei Qianing found herself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to escort him to his room. The following morning, after breakfast, Bei Qianing approached Ling Yi and Dongfang Jibai to inform them that it was time to depart. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jibai and Ling Yi exited the courtyard, following Bei Qianing outside the residence. Upon arrival, they beheld a row of carriages. What is this? Dongfang Jibai inquired. Bei Qianing explained. These are students from Qianshuang City Academy. They are also heading to the snowfield for training, thus joining us. Dongfang Jibai fell silent at this revelation. At first, we shall board the carriages, and after exiting the city, we will take to the skies on flying beasts. Bei Qianing reassured the two. Fear not, everything has been arranged. Having spoken thus, Dongfang Jibai and Ling Yi ceased their inquiries and boarded the carriage. Once all were settled, the coachman drove them toward the city gates. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage halted outside the gates, and Bei Qianing first disembarked, proceeding to the second carriage to retrieve Baijiu. Before departing, she addressed the occupants of the carriage. Remember your mission, and do not wander off on your own. The young boy lifted the carriage curtain, his gaze fixed on Bei Qianing. Sister, are you truly not taking us along this time? Bei Qianing replied. This is the emperor's directive. If you accompany us, it would be considered defying orders. The boy hesitated. Very well, Bai Han, do not delay the princess's departure. Bai Qingqing poked her head out, smiling at Bei Qianing. Fear not, princess, we will keep a close watch on him this time, ensuring he does not stray, and we will never allow a repeat of the last incident where he broke his leg. Bei Qianing nodded. I shall take Baijiu with me now, after we leave. You may set off, Bai Qingqing acknowledged with a simple good, then lowered the curtain. Bei Qianing returned to the first carriage with Baijiu, addressing Dongfang Jibai and Ling Yi. We may depart now. Dongfang Jibai surveyed the vicinity, noticing only Baijiu. Where is the beast tamer? There is no beast tamer. Could it be that Bei Qianing's contracted beast is a flying beast? I have never heard of such a thing. Just as Dongfang Jibai pondered this, Bei Qianing replied, we will utilize your flying beasts. They are faster, and I am sure you wish to reach the snowfield sooner, do you not? Ling Yi turned to Dongfang Jibai at this. Are you serious? Chapter 99. Is this the last time? Yes. Bei Qianing's gaze fell upon the small golden tiger cradled in Lin Xinjia's arms. I wish to witness the speed of a spirit-level beast. Spirit-level beast, Baijiu interjected. Xianxian, are you referring to that tiny creature? Ling Yi turned to glance at Baijiu. Upon hearing this, Bei Qianing affirmed. Indeed, can a spirit-level beast be this small? Baijiu inquired curiously. May I touch it? Of course, Lin Xinjia replied, lifting the small golden tiger toward Baijiu. Baijiu cautiously reached out to touch the small golden tiger, intending to withdraw his hand after a brief contact. However, upon touching the creature, a streak of blackness emerged from the small golden tiger, coiling around his fingertips before ultimately vanishing into his body. Aha! The small golden tiger looked at Baijiu in confusion. Baijiu stared at his fingertips, pondering the black mist that had just appeared, filled with questions. What was that? Ling Yi glanced at the small golden tiger and then back at Baijiu. It is time to set off. Hearing Ling Yi's words, the small golden tiger flew from Lin Xinjia's grasp, soaring to the side before returning to its original size. Witnessing this spectacle, Bei Qianing was taken aback. Is this the ability of a spirit-level beast? Incredible, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing her astonishment. Have you never encountered a spirit-level beast before? No, Bei Qianing shook her head. The Beiming Empire does not possess spirit-level beasts. Not only the Beiming Empire but also the other three major empires lack them. Spirit-level beasts are so rare, Ling Yi expressed surprise. Indeed, Bei Qianing spoke with envy. The four great empires lack spirit beasts, yet they are aware of the classifications due to the accounts of predecessors who ventured abroad and returned with relevant texts. I see, Ling Yi acknowledged, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us set off. Bei Qianing nodded. As the small golden tiger departed Qianchuang City, they journeyed northward. Arriving at the snowfield as dusk fell, Bei Qianing addressed the group. It is too perilous to enter the snowfield after dark. We shall stay overnight in the snow village. The small golden tiger halted at the entrance of the snow village, subsequently shrinking and flying into Lin Xingjia's embrace, declaring, I'm exhausted. Lin Xingji patted its small frame. You have worked hard. Let us go. Bei Qianing led the group into the snow lodge. Each year, Qianchuang City sends teams to train in the snowfield, which is why the snow lodge was built to accommodate their needs. Bei Qianing, having visited this place numerous times, was quite familiar with it. After greeting the village chief, she proceeded to the resting area. As the main group had yet to arrive, there were sufficient rooms for rest. And Bei Qianing arranged for each person to have their own room, while Lin Xingji and the small golden tiger settled in. Upon entering the room, Ling Yi did not rest. Instead, he retrieved the destiny artifact. The artifact remained unresponsive. After a glance, Ling Yi put it away, muttering, the distance is too great, the destiny artifact will not react. The voice of Tianyan echoed, do not lose hope. Is that so? Ling Yi settled into a meditative posture, casually remarking, your timing is impeccable. I have several questions to ask you. What questions? What exactly is the dark night illuminating tiger? Ling Yi recalled, today. Bei Qianing mentioned that the four great empires do not possess spirit-level beasts, even though the small golden tiger broke through its cultivation level during its sealing period. Its sealing location lies beneath the Imperial Academy. So there should have been some disturbance, yet, the Imperial Academy remains oblivious. This is my first point of suspicion. The second point of suspicion is that it can comprehend human speech, indicating that it must have learned the human language. Which implies that someone must have taught it. If communication was impossible, how could it have been educated? Ling Yi continued thoughtfully. This suggests that someone who understood beast language must have instructed the small golden tiger in human speech. Who taught it? The third point of suspicion. Ling Yi spread his hand, tendrils of black mist rising. Observing the interaction between the boy and the beast, nothing appeared amiss, but at the moment of their contact, I witnessed the black mist emanating from the small golden tiger being absorbed by Baijiu. Gazing at the black mist in his hand, Ling Yi pondered slowly, my black mist is toxic. What is the black mist that overflowed from within the small golden tiger? Tianyan. But Tianyan, why are you silent? Ling Yi remarked with a half-smile, although I have been in this world for some time. The records of the four great empires are limited, and I possess little knowledge. Often, I am unable to ascertain many matters, yet fortunately fragments of insight occasionally arise in my mind to help me understand. Much like when I dealt with the ghost vine and recognized the divine bloodline's power, surely, this time I will gain clarity as well, Tianyan. Strange, Ling Yi mused, logically, you should reveal insights to me. Yet nothing has appeared. When the time is right, it will manifest. Since it will appear, why not give me a hint in advance? Ling Yi smiled slyly. It would be beneficial for me to have a sense of what to expect. Tianyan, you cannot exploit the system for free. You have repeated that many times already. Ling Yi grinned. While you say one cannot exploit the system for free, I have already taken advantage of it. Why not allow me to do so just one more time? Tianyan remained silent for a moment before responding. Is this the last time? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? If I say this is the last time, will you tell me, Tianyan, if it is the last time, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi immediately responded, that certainly won't be the last time. Tianyan remarked, could you not feign agreement to placate me first? Ling Yi replied, given our relationship, how could I deceive you? Tianyan said, I actually wish you would deceive me. Since you have expressed such a strong desire, I shall certainly accommodate you next time. Ling Yi then asked, can you tell me now? Tianyan sighed, I am at a loss with you. With a deep breath, Tianyan began to narrate, do you know how vast the Tianhuan continent is? Ling Yi replied, I have ventured outside. How could I possibly know? Tianyan explained, the Tianhuan continent comprises 9 domains and 18 continents. The place you currently inhabit is the easternmost continent, known as Yunzhao. However, this is merely the designation recognized by the four great empires. They are unaware that the outside world refers to Yunzhao as Wuwangshang. Furthermore, Yunzhao is the least connected state with the outside world. And the reason for this lies in its past. Wuwangshang, Ling Yi inquired with newfound interest, is that a name of a person or a place? Tianyan replied, initially it was a geographical term, but later Someone adopted it as a name. Naming oneself after Wu Wangsheng is quite audacious, thought Ling Yi. Please continue, he urged. Tianyan elaborated. Wu Wangsheng is situated at the easternmost edge of the Tianhuan continent, surrounded by oceanic expanses. Perpetually shrouded in dense fog, Wu Wangsheng is concealed within this mist, rich in spiritual energy, nurturing countless naturally occurring spiritual herbs and an abundance of high-level beasts. Just as its name suggests, there are no beings without purpose. Everything is powerful and extraordinary, brimming with life. Chapter 100. Is there a demon beneath the lands of the four great empires? Such a place, for those who discover it, is akin to a land of fortune. Once news spread, people from various factions flocked to the island, seeking the naturally occurring spiritual herbs and high-level spirit beasts. Even the eggs of spirit beasts were not spared. Tianyan slowly recounted the fate of Wu Wangsheng. Wu Wangsheng transformed from a land of fortune into a realm of calamity. Following a cataclysmic war of plunder, no life was birthed in Wu Wangsheng. The factions indifferent to the devastation wrought upon Wu Wangsheng ebbed and flowed like the tide, departing once the land was deemed devoid of value. Yet, the story did not end there. As he continued, Tianyan's tone exhibited clear fluctuations. A century later, by mere chance, someone ascended to Wu Wangsheng, discovering that the land had once again produced spiritual herbs and spirit beasts. Wu Wangsheng faced yet another cataclysmic disaster, but this time, the invaders chose not to leave, opting instead to remain and uncover the secret behind Wu Wangsheng's miraculous revival within a mere century. In their vigil, they indeed uncovered the truth of Wu Wangsheng. Beneath the ground lay a unique stone, from which a continuous stream of spiritual energy emanated, nurturing the entirety of Wu Wangsheng. The factions became frenzied, each vying to claim the stone for themselves. Consequently, Wu Wangsheng was engulfed in incessant warfare, and this land was soaked in the blood of many humans. Some of that blood seeped into the earth, while some was spilled upon the stone during their conflicts. It was then that black mist began to rise over Wu Wangsheng, replacing the white fog, ensnaring the entire land. From within this black mist arose a being that slaughtered all humans present in Wu Wangsheng. He was born from Wu Wangsheng, thus he named himself Wu Wangsheng. Tianyan continued. As the inhabitants of Wu Wangsheng were slain, the outside world sensed something amiss and dispatched more individuals to investigate, thus confirming his identity. He was the demon birthed by Wu Wangsheng, Tianyan stated. He killed numerous individuals from various factions, who, seeking revenge, sent many to confront him in Wu Wangsheng. However, those dispatched were no match for him. After eliminating them, Wu Wangsheng's demon departed and began to exact retribution upon every faction that had committed sins within Wu Wangsheng. His emergence through the 9 domains and 17 continents into chaos. Within the 9 domains, 3 became demon territories. Following his appearance, many demons from these 3 domains allied with him, wreaking havoc across the remaining 6 domains and 17 continents of the Tianhuan continent descended into turmoil, and as the number of his victims grew, various factions united to eliminate him and his cohort of demons, yet, they were no match for him. Just when all factions on the Tianhuan continent found themselves at a loss, 6 individuals emerged. Pursuing the demons led by Wu Wangsheng, these 6 were not affiliated with any faction, yet their cultivation was remarkably formidable. Wu Wangsheng was forced to retreat steadily before them. In pursuit of greater power, he returned to his birthplace, seeking to determine the victor against the 6. What was the outcome? Ling Yi interjected as he noticed Tianyan pausing. Tianyan replied, Wu Wangsheng was defeated, yet the origins of Wu Wangsheng are exceedingly peculiar. They were unable to kill him, and those demons who followed him back to Wu Wangsheng became bound to him. They could neither eliminate Wu Wangsheng nor the demons, they could only erect a formation with their own cultivation, sealing Wu Wangsheng and the demons beneath the land of Wu Wangsheng. Wait a moment, Ling Yi interjected, finally grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that beneath the lands of the 4 great empires there exist demons? Tianyan affirmed, indeed. Upon receiving Tianyan's response, Ling Yi chuckled. If there are demons beneath the lands of the 4 great empires, do you think the people of those empires could contend with them if they were to awaken? The classification of beasts by the 4 great empires is derived from the outside world, which means that those from the outside are more formidable than those in the 4 empires. Yet, even they were unable to handle Wu Wangsheng back then. Could the current inhabitants of the 4 great empires fare any better, who proposed allowing people to inhabit this land? Ling Yi paused to ask. Isn't there enough space in the 9 domains and 17 continents that they would need to encourage people to come here? It was the intention of those 6 individuals, Tianyan explained. Before they erected the formation, they communicated with the various factions, stating that once the formation was established to prevent Wu Wangsheng from counterattacking, it was necessary to dispatch individuals to suppress it from all sides. To avert Wu Wangsheng from resurfacing and causing chaos in the 9 domains and 17 continents, each of the 17 continents needed to send people here, replacing them every decade once the news spread. Many rushed to come, for due to the presence of that stone, the spiritual energy in Wu Wangsheng was abundant, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Just as the 9 domains and 17 continents believed that everything was progressing positively. That stone vanished, and the spiritual energy in Wuwangsheng rapidly diminished. Those who remained in Wuwangsheng sought to leave, but at that moment, the people from the outside world did not wish for them to depart. Utilizing a divine artifact as a formation, they established a sealing formation around the continent, preventing those within Wuwangsheng from leaving, while barring outsiders from entering. Wuwangsheng was thus rendered a forsaken state. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, asked, were those people on Wuwangsheng willing to be trapped here? They were unwilling, yet alongside the sealing formation came the forgetfulness water. Tianyan elaborated, forgetfulness water is a celestial water. Those of low cultivation who come into contact with it forget everything. With the cooperation of certain individuals, those who remained in Wuwangsheng forgot their origins and believed they were the rightful inhabitants of Wuwangsheng. To this day, there are 4 great empires and numerous small nations in Wuwangsheng, yet none among them know of the land's past. Ling Yi appeared contemplative. That sealing formation can't possibly still be in effect. Can it? Tianyan confirmed, it is still in effect, though its power has diminished significantly and it has developed some cracks. Through those fissures, one can enter, but not exit. One can enter but not leave? Ling Yi asked, why is that? Because the sealing formation encompasses part of the ocean, within which are dangers and sea beasts they have unleashed. Tianyan paused momentarily before continuing, the 4 great empires cannot connect with the outside world. Yet the outside world has been watching the 4 great empires. If the sealing formation were to become entirely ineffective, using the methods they employed in the past, they would likely take action against Wuwangsheng before the formation lost all efficacy. Wow, I seem to have stumbled upon quite a significant secret, Ling Yi remarked nonchalantly, completely oblivious to her own identity as a denizen of Wuwangsheng. 01, revealing this to you beforehand holds no advantage. I initially did not wish to disclose it, but you. Before Tianyan could finish his sentence, Ling Yi interrupted, how could there be no advantage? Such a monumental secret, known by so few, is a treasure to me. However, Ling Yi then directly inquired, the 6 individuals who emerged in the story, could they possibly be descendants of the divine lineage? Before Tianyan could respond, Ling Yi continued, if they were not of divine descent,